A battle of alliances. Xiao Wanjuan's sharp rebuke left Feng Hanxiao momentarily speechless. From Feng Hanxiao's perspective, even if Xiao Wanjun didn't support the Feng family, he should at least have remained neutral. The addition of such a powerful family, second only to the Jiuzhou group, to Yi Fan's faction would undoubtedly increase the pressure on Feng Hanxiao's side. However, Feng Hanxiao was determined to crush Yi Fan today and couldn't care less about Xiao Wanjun's choice. Xiao Wanjun, since you've chosen to perish alongside the Yi family, don't blame me for what happens next. After a brief pause, Feng Hanxiao turned to the gathered guests and demanded, "Now, who among you is willing to stand with me, Feng Hanxiao?" With Yi Fan rallying so many allies, Feng Hanxiao refused to fall behind. Anyone who supports the Feng family today will be richly rewarded once we take down the Ren and Yi families. Moreover, my ancient martial arts clan will provide cultivation pills, combat techniques, and other resources to aid your progress. To sway the hesitant factions, Feng Hanxiao sweetened the deal. I, Lu Zijian, represent the Lu family in supporting young Master Feng. Before Lu Zijian could finish, Lu Wuyang, standing beside Yi Fan, cut him off. Old man Lu Zijian, you're no longer the president of the Lu Corporation. Do you really think you can speak for the Lu family now? I can at least represent myself, can't I? Lu Zijian was instantly silenced, leaving Feng Hanxiao exasperated. Why are all my allies so incompetent? I, Jin Mingyang, represent the Jin family in supporting young Master Feng. I, Sun Jiahong, represent the Sun family in supporting young Master Feng. The Chen family stands with young Master Feng. The Yang family also supports young Master Feng. One after another, numerous families declared their allegiance to Feng Hanxiao. In terms of numbers, his faction now outnumbered Yi Fan's by half. Yi Fan's gaze swept coldly over the crowd. Some were clearly lured by Feng Hanxiao's promises, but others, as indicated by Qin Zhan's intelligence, had already participated in the assassination of his second brother, Yi Lingjun, and the recent suppression of the Yi family. Now, they had openly joined Feng Hanxiao's side. Good. All of Huadu's anti-Yi factions have finally revealed themselves. It was time to close the net. Humph. Yi Fan, see for yourself, your so-called supporters are nothing but minor families, while mine are all elite powerhouses. I advise those still hesitating to reconsider before it's too late. Feng Hanxiao smirked, confident in his overwhelming numerical and martial superiority. No matter how monstrous Yi Fan's talent was, what could he possibly do now? Today, Yi Fan will die. The Yi family is finished. All the talk about how terrifying Yi Fan is, what a joke. Against absolute strength, all schemes are meaningless. Among the guests, aside from those aligned with Yi Fan or Feng Hanxiao, the majority remained neutral, watching cautiously. Zhou Ming had initially intended to join Feng Hanxiao's side, but Zhuang Chao, the young master of the Goose sect, stopped him. Young Master Zhou let the bullet fly a little longer. Though Zhuang Chao was slightly weaker than Zhou Ming in combat, he was far more cunning. The sudden appearance of Pang Hai and Su Hai, followed by their seamless cooperation with Feng Hanxiao, felt too smooth. Something was off. Yi Fan, admit defeat. Aside from these insignificant followers, who else dares to stand with you? Feng Hanxiao sneered, scanning the crowd. If anyone still wants to throw their lives away, be my guest. I, Qiuwan, stand with my man, Yi Fan. The moment Feng Hanxiao finished speaking, Qiuwan, who had been hesitating beside Pang Hai, finally stepped forward, her face flushed with determination as she walked toward Yi Fan. Though she knew the Jiuzhou group had close ties to Yi Fan, she was unaware of the ruse between Pang Hai and Yi Fan. Seeing Yi Fan in danger, she overcame her shyness and stood by his side, offering an apologetic glance to Ren Shuiying before quietly taking her place beside him. Yi Fan looked at the woman who had become his, noting the anxiety in her expression. Despite her fear, she had chosen to stand with him. Such a woman was worth cherishing. Wanna, worried about your man? Yi Fan pulled her into his arms without restraint, even giving her backside a playful squeeze. Xiao Fan, there are so many people here. Rulin and Shuiying are watching. Xiuwan blushed, squirming slightly in his embrace. Yet, just being near him eased her nerves. What's there to fear? You're my woman, this is no secret. In my heart, you're no different from them. You're all my wives. Though their relationship had begun by chance, Yi Fan treated her with the same devotion as the others. But Elder Pang and the others. Xiuwan glanced nervously at Pang Hai and Su Hai. She didn't understand if Yi Fan truly owned the Jiuzhou group, why were its leaders supporting Feng Hanxiao? Yi Fan chuckled. Relax. Let the bullet fly a little longer. You'll see soon enough. Chaos erupted. Every guest in the hall stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them. Was there another twist? Wan, the financial director of the Jiuzhou Group, a core figure second only to Peng Hai and Su Hai, had publicly declared support for Yi Fan? And their intimate display suggested far more than mere alliance. When Wan first appeared, many had wondered about her background. The previous financial director had been someone else entirely. How had this unknown woman risen to such a pivotal position overnight? Elder Pang, what's the meaning of this? Why is Director Chiu supporting Yi Fan? This can't be right. Feng Hanxiao's confidence wavered, a sinking feeling creeping over him. Peng Hai and Su Hai showed no surprise at Wan's defection. Was this all a trap? Feng Hanxiao suddenly felt like he was standing at the edge of a pit, one about to swallow him whole. Peng Hai smiled faintly but didn't answer Feng Hanxiao's question. Instead, he countered, "Young Master Feng, are you certain there are no other family forces here supporting you?" "None. Is there a problem?" Feng Hanxiao was puzzled by Peng Hai's question. "With so many supporters around us now, plus the strength of Jiuzhou Group, we already have more than enough to deal with Yi Fan and the Ren family." Peng Hai smirked darkly. "If there are no other supporting forces, then I can rest easy." Thud. Feng Hanxiao's heart lurched at Peng Hai's words. "Elder Peng, what do you mean? You're not going back on your word, are you?" Feng Hanxiao's voice trembled. Damn it. His meticulously planned scheme hinged entirely on Peng Hai's support. If Peng Hai suddenly withdrew, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? "Elder Peng, if you're dissatisfied with the terms I proposed earlier, just name your price. I'll meet all your demands. After we take down the Yi and Ren families, I won't claim any of the resources, you can have everything." Feng Hanxiao sensed imminent danger and desperately tried to sweeten the deal to keep Peng Hai on his side. But Peng Hai ignored him. Instead, he bent down, picked up the contract that had been thrown to the ground earlier, and announced loudly to the assembled guests. "Ladies and gentlemen, I was merely joking earlier. Now, on behalf of Jiuzhou Group, I have several important announcements to make. First, the Sun City partnership contract that young Master Yi handed over to the Ren family is completely genuine. I personally signed and stamped it after finalizing all the details with young Master Yi. It was only awaiting Patriarch Ren's signature to take effect." As he spoke, Peng Hai nodded toward Ren Zhenghua, who stood beside Yi Fan. Ren Zhenghua bowed slightly in acknowledgement, finally letting out a sigh of relief upon hearing Peng Hai's confirmation. So it's true. With this final verification, Ren Zhenghua's worries vanished. Now he finally understood Peng Hai had never outright refused or agreed to any of Feng Hanxiao's proposals earlier. It had all been an act. Yi Fan and Peng Hai, without exchanging a single word, had flawlessly orchestrated this grand charade, fooling everyone present. What? Feng Hanxiao exploded at Peng Hai's words. "Elder Peng, you can't be serious. Wasn't the partnership with the Ren family something I negotiated with you? When did Yi Fan get involved? This can't be right." Peng Hai ignored him and continued, "My second announcement is this. Yi Fan is the true master of Jiuzhou Group. As for me, I am merely an old dog guarding his door." Boom. Peng Hai's two revelations detonated like bombs in the hall, leaving everyone reeling. The news that Yi Fan's contract with the Ren family was genuine was shocking enough, but most could rationalize it. Perhaps Yi Fan had connections with Peng Hai or had leveraged Xiu Wan's influence to secure the deal. But the second bombshell, that Jiuzhou Group was actually under Yi Fan's control and that Peng Hai, a titan of the southwestern region, was merely his subordinate? What the hell? This revelation left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Were they being toyed with? And not just them, everyone in the room? Jiuzhou Group was no ordinary conglomerate. Beyond its trillion-dollar assets, it wielded a hidden, overwhelming force, one even Feng Hanxiao's martial family couldn't rival. The group commanded not just wealth but assassins, networks, and influence. This was why Feng Hanxiao, despite being the young master of a prestigious martial family, had never dared disrespect Peng Hai. "Elder Peng, why you're joking, right?" Feng Hanxiao's voice and legs shook. "That fool from the Yi family, he's been mentally impaired for 5 years. How could he possibly be Jiuzhou Group's master?" Slap. Without hesitation, Peng Hai struck Feng Hanxiao across the face, sending stars exploding across his vision. "Mind your tongue when speaking of my young master," Peng Hai growled, his aura as a martial emperor 4th tier or higher, pressing down on Feng Hanxiao, making it hard to breathe. "One more insult and I'll rip your mouth apart." He then turned and strode toward Yi Fan. "Since I am but a dog serving young Master Yi, naturally I stand with him." Following Peng Hai's lead, Su Hai, Yu Chong, and the rest of Jiuzhou Group's members abandoned Feng Hanxiao's side. This old servant pays his respects to young Master Yi. Bowing deeply before Yi Fan, Pang Hai refrained from addressing him as sect master per prior instructions, settling for young master instead. Yi Fan nodded. No need for such formality, Elder Pang. I'll still rely on your guidance in managing Jiuzhou Group's affairs. He stepped forward to help Pang Hai straighten up. As both the CEO of Jiuzhou Group and the steward of the Tianji Pavilion, Pang Hai's expertise was indispensable, especially since Yi Fan was still unfamiliar with much of the Tianji Pavilion's inner workings. Beyond Yu Chong and Pang Hai, he would need the elders' full support to consolidate control. You honor me, young master. It is my duty, Pang Hai replied, studying Yi Fan closely. After 20 years, the Tianji Pavilion finally had a new master. And from what Pang Hai knew, Yi Fan, a prodigious genius, excelled in strategy, resourcefulness, and strength, making him the ideal leader. Under him, the waning Tianji Pavilion would surely rise to glory once more. And when that day came, Pang Hai could finally step away and live as he pleased. Chaos. The hall erupted into pandemonium. Feng Hanxiao's supporters, many of whom had only joined his side because of Pang Hai's apparent backing, were now scrambling to flee. With Pang Hai's sudden defection, they were left stranded, exposed to the flames. Apologies, young Master Feng. My grandmother's getting married, I must go. Same here. My sow's giving birth. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds who had rallied around Feng Hanxiao vanished. Some offered hasty excuses, others didn't even bother, bolting for the exits as if their lives depended on it. Right now, all they wished for was invisibility. Please, young Master Yi, don't notice me. Don't notice me. But they had no idea that while they were gathering, Yi Fan's side, specifically Guili, had already arranged for people to meticulously record every single attendee. Not a single one would escape. In just a few seconds, only a handful of core figures remained beside Feng Hanxiao, Lu Zijian, He Gang, and the direct descendants of the Jin and Sun families. Some of these individuals had participated in the pursuit and assassination of Yi Lingjun, while others had taken part in suppressing the Yi family. Many had even lost their own sons in Yunqing. They knew they couldn't escape. They knew there was no hiding. Before today, many had still believed Yi Fan was that same foolish, dim-witted idiot. But after everything that had happened, they finally understood Yi Fan had deceived them all. Yi Fan wasn't stupid at all. He was the mastermind behind Jiuzhou Group, and he had undoubtedly investigated every family involved in the attacks on the Yi family. Now they realized why the Zhao, Wang, and Li families of Yunqing, despite their overwhelming advantage, had been suddenly wiped out overnight. With power like this, how could they possibly compete? I'm such an idiot, such an idiot. My brain must have been eaten by dogs. Feng Hanxiao stood frozen on the verge of madness, muttering the same phrase over and over. Yi Fan smirked, taking 2 steps forward until he stood directly in front of Feng Hanxiao. Young Master Feng, what was it you said earlier? That I should kneel, apologize, and admit my mistakes? That I should sever one of my own arms? Heh. Now that we have 3 martial emperor-level experts against you alone, how does that sound? Care to experience it firsthand? Ha! At Yi Fan's words, Feng Hanxiao shuddered violently. 3 martial emperors? Was this a joke? Feng Hanxiao knew his own limits. He couldn't even defeat Yi Fan alone, let alone with Pang Hai and Yu Chong joining the fight. Yi Fan, fine, you win today. But what can you actually do to me? Don't forget, I'm the young master of the ancient martial Feng family. Do you really dare kill me? Even though his plan had failed, Feng Hanxiao stubbornly clung to the belief that Yi Fan wouldn't dare touch him. Bam! Before he could finish, Renbutao, standing beside Yi Fan, suddenly lashed out, delivering a brutal kick straight to Feng Hanxiao's crotch. Despite being a martial emperor, Feng Hanxiao's energy had already been suppressed by Yi Fan. His focus was entirely on Yi Fan, leaving him completely unprepared for Renbuitao's sneak attack. Crack! A crisp, sickening sound echoed from Feng Hanxiao's pants, the unmistakable sound of shattered family jewels. Ah, my balls! A chilling, wet sensation spread through his lower body. Blood was flowing. He was finished. His pride and joy had been utterly destroyed. A martial emperor, a prodigy of the ancient martial world, had just been crippled by a mere control realm trash from the mortal world. If word of this got out, he'd be the laughingstock of the entire martial community. Humph. Feng Hanxiao, you've been strutting around the Ren family like you own the place, treating everyone like dogs. I've had enough of you. Renbuitao, emboldened by Yi Fan's backing, sneered. I told you if I got the chance, I'd rip your head off and shove it down a toilet. Renbuitao, you're dead. Clutching his ruined groin, Feng Hanxiao roared in fury. If Yi Fan had been the one to cripple him, he might have begrudgingly accepted it. But being humiliated by a nobody like Rinbuitao? That was unbearable. With a furious shout, he unleashed his martial energy, throwing a devastating punch at Rinbuitao. Damn it. If I can't beat you, fan, I'll at least crush this piece of trash. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Feng Hanxiao closed the distance. But just as his fist was about to connect, clamp. A steely grip seized his wrist, freezing it midair. Young Master Feng, it seems you're not very obedient. Yu Fan's voice was cold. What do you want? Feng Hanxiao paled, his confidence wavering. My balls are already ruined, you expect me to just stand here and take it? Crunch. Without hesitation, Yu Fan channeled his energy in a snap. Feng Hanxiao's arm shattered. Bones fractured. Tendons snapped. In an instant, his arm hung limp at a grotesque 90-degree angle, its vitality draining away as the flesh turned black. There was no recovering from this. FCK. Yu Fan, what the hell? The pain was unbearable. Feng Hanxiao's lungs burned with rage. Were Yu Fan and Rinbuitao brothers or something? One had ruined his manhood and the other had shattered his arm without a second thought. 2 sentences. That was all it took for his body to be completely wrecked. Disgusting. Despite his fury, the brutal reality of the situation finally sank in. With Jiuzhou Group's backing, Yu Fan held absolute dominance. If Feng Hanxiao kept resisting, he'd die here today. Yu Fan was no saint. The 3 great families of Yunqing had been annihilated overnight, and though there was no proof, everyone now knew who was responsible. Thud. Realizing this, Feng Hanxiao dropped to his knees without hesitation. Young Master Yi. Patriarch Rin. I was wrong. I kneel before you and beg forgiveness. For all the losses I've caused your families, name your price and I'll pay in full. As he spoke, he kowtowed repeatedly to Yu Fan and Ren Zhenghua. Gasp. The surrounding guests inhaled sharply. Feng Hanxiao was a young master of an ancient martial family. Even the lowest servant of such a family was revered like royalty in the mortal world. Yet here he was kneeling, begging, groveling. Had he been broken? Driven to desperation? Ren Zhenghua stood frozen, unsure how to react. After all, facing an ancient martial family was terrifying. Yu Fan glanced at Rinbuitao, who grinned under his encouragement. Young Master Yi, can I beat him up first to vent before we discuss terms? Of course. Feel free to use whatever tools are available. Yu Fan smiled faintly before turning a cold gaze to Feng Hanxiao. Young Master Feng. I'd advise against resisting. The last one who tried was your assistant, Sun Ren. And let's just say he didn't end well. So I'm just supposed to sit here and take a beating? Are you all gangsters or what? Now Feng Hanxiao understood why his assistant had gone silent. Yu Fan and Rinbuitao had already dealt with him. Arf! He wanted to explode in rage. But he didn't dare. Bang! Rinbuitao's pent-up rage finally erupted. Without hesitation, he grabbed a nearby chair and smashed it down on Feng Hanxiao's head. Thud! Thud! Every weapon Rinbuitao could find in the hall was hurled at Feng Hanxiao. Feng Hanxiao was seething. Damn it! I'm a martial emperor. How did I end up in such a pathetic state? He desperately wanted to fight back, but to his fury, Yu Fan had somehow sealed off all his martial energy, leaving him completely powerless. So, as Rinbuitao vented his anger, Feng Hanxiao could only cough up blood, utterly defenseless. By the time Feng Hanxiao was beaten into a whimpering mess, barely breathing, Rinbuitao finally let out a long sigh. Still acting tough? Still so full of yourself? Wanna bite me now, huh? Pfft. Seeing that Rinbuitao had vented enough, Yu Fan smirked and stepped forward, pressing his foot down on Feng Hanxiao's face. He looked down coldly. Young Master Feng, you shouldn't have crossed me. Originally, the ancient martial Feng family hadn't been involved in the plot to exterminate the Yi family. Though they later participated in suppressing the Su family, Yu Fan had planned to let them off with just a warning. But today, Feng Hanxiao had gathered a whole mob, intending to wipe Yu Fan out and take control of the Rin family. That settled it, this feud was now irreconcilable. Now let's talk compensation, Yu Fan said coolly. You brought all these people to attack my wife's family, causing us severe emotional distress. 100 billion in damages sounds fair, doesn't it? Splut. Feng Hanxiao nearly spat out blood in outrage. What kind of bullshit emotional distress is worth 100 billion? You might as well rob me at gunpoint. Even for a wealthy ancient martial family, 100 billion was no small sum. Problem, young Master Feng? Yu Fan's voice was icy as he pressed his foot harder, making it difficult for the already injured Feng Hanxiao to breathe. And no problem. Why, you're absolutely right, young Master Yi. 100 billion was steep, but if it meant keeping his life, it was worth it. Good attitude. Besides the money, I also want 100 third-grade elixirs, 10 fourth-grade elixirs, and 10 high-level martial techniques. Any objections? Yi Fan had already planned ahead. His own forces were still too weak. Aside from the resources his mother had left him, he needed to build his own elite faction. Though he could refine elixirs himself, anything below 5th grade was a waste of time. Now that he had a fat sheep to shear, why not take full advantage? Holy shit! Feng Hanxiao nearly cursed out loud. How do Yi Fan demand so much? 100 third-grade elixirs, 10 fourth-grade elixirs, and those martial techniques. This would drain generations of the Feng family's accumulated wealth. But if he refused, he'd be a dead man. Swallowing his fury, Feng Hanxiao forced out a strained reply. Fine. Whatever. Agree for now. Once I leave Huadu and return to the martial world, what can Yi Fan even do to me? Excellent. Now call your family and arrange the transfer. And the elixirs. Yi Fan tossed him a phone. Feng Hanxiao dialed his father with trembling hands, quickly explaining the situation. The money can be wired immediately, but the elixirs, they'll take time to deliver. Don't worry, young Master Yi, we'll send the elixirs and techniques as soon as possible. So, can I leave now? Struggling to his feet, Feng Hanxiao looked at Yi Fan nervously. He really didn't want to stay here any longer. With Jiuzhou Group under Yi Fan's control, who knew what other terrifying forces he had backing him? No rush. Since the elixirs will take a while, why not stay as our guest? Once they arrive, you're free to go. Yi Fan grinned darkly, slinging an arm around Feng Hanxiao's neck. Feng Hanxiao's face paled. Damn it. Yi Fan had never planned to let him leave before the elixirs arrived. Oh God! What do I do now? To ensure young Master Feng enjoys his stay, I've got a little gift for you. With a sinister smile, Yi Fan suddenly unleashed a surge of martial energy straight into Feng Hanxiao's dantian. Crack! The energy core shattered instantly. No! Feng Hanxiao screamed as his cultivation rapidly drained away. His face twisted in despair. Years of grueling training, all the Feng family's resources poured into him, all for nothing. Even if he survived, he'd be a cripple for life. Living like this would be worse than death. With a final wail, Feng Hanxiao collapsed unconscious. The Tianji Pavilion experts beside Yu Chang immediately stepped forward, bowing to Yi Fan. We'll handle this, young Master Yi. As Feng Hanxiao was dragged away, his engagement to Ren Shuiying became a farce. Every guest in the hall now understood the Ren family had boarded Yi Fan's ship. Sun Jiahong and Jin Mingyang, who had been lurking in the crowd, seized the chaos to slip out of the Ren estate. Don't worry, young Master Yi. My men are already tracking them. Just say the word and the Tianji Pavilion assassins will eliminate them, Yu Chang reported respectfully. Yi Fan nodded. Good work. His smirk deepened as his gaze swept the crowd, landing on Zhou Ming and Zhuang Chao. But those are just small fry. The real prey is still here. Though Zhou Ming and Zhuang Chao hid well, Yi Fan had the myriad Gu Cauldron. Through the Gu Emperor's senses, he had detected Zhuang Chao's presence and recognized Zhou Ming's aura. This is the same Zhou Ming I killed in Yunqing. Zhou Ming was tied to the mysterious Holy Envoy organization. Yi Fan still didn't understand how Zhou Ming had returned after being killed. Now that he'd run into him again, he'd make sure to get answers once and for all. When Yi Fan glanced toward Zhou Ming and Zhuang Chao, both men couldn't help but shudder. Young Master Zhou, I have a feeling Yi Fan has already noticed us. Zhuang Chao frowned, instinctively retreating further into the crowd. The way Yi Fan had dealt with Feng Hanxiao had left everyone present terrified, and Zhuang Chao was still struggling to process it. Zhou Ming, however, wasn't intimidated. He had a trump card given to him by the Holy Envoy before coming to Huadu. Even though Yi Fan had displayed strength at least on par with a 4th-rank martial emperor, Zhou Ming remained unfazed. Still, Yi Fan was unpredictable, and Zhou Ming wouldn't use his trump card unless absolutely necessary. What's there to fear, young Master Zhuang? Don't tell me you've lost confidence in your Gu sorcery? Just release your venomous Gu later and let them bite everyone to death. Zhou Ming egged him on. Zhuang Chao's brow twitched. Releasing the venomous Gu isn't the issue. The problem is that the 3rd elder of the Gu sect was blown to pieces, and the 5 poison child has gone missing. I'm not sure if Yi Fan is also skilled in Gu sorcery. Besides, I need to get close to him to plant the Gu. Right now, the distance is too great. If I recklessly release them and Yi Fan notices, it'll be harder to act later. Is that so? Then let's create an opportunity to get near him. Zhou Ming smirked. We'll wait a little longer. Once the birthday banquet officially begins, we'll find a chance to toast the old master. That'll be our moment. Zhuang Chao nodded. You make a good point, young Master Zhou. If you hadn't reminded me, I'd have almost forgotten. My father assigned me another task for this operation. As he spoke, he subtly signaled toward a nearby table. A burly man in camouflage sitting there immediately nodded in acknowledgement. Years ago, the Goose sect had wreaked havoc across the land, prompting the empire to mobilize the entire martial world's forces to drive them into the remote mountains of Miaojiang. Since then, no Goose sorcerer was allowed to leave Miaojiang without official imperial permission. The one guarding the southwestern region and keeping the Goose sect in check was none other than Old Master Ren. In particular, the Old Master commanded a mysterious department, 749, whose members were not only exceptionally powerful but also natural counters to the Goose sect's techniques. For the Goose sect to break free from Miaojiang, they first had to overcome Old Master Ren's suppression. Through various sources, the Goose sect had learned that Old Master Ren had been bedridden for years. Ren Jinghua's earlier remarks had only confirmed this. The man in camouflage was none other than Jiang Yuan, Old Master Ren's deputy, and a puppet the Goose sect had spent years cultivating. Today, Zhuang Chao's mission at the Ren family wasn't just to deal with Yi Fan and complete his superior's orders. He was also here to assist Jiang Yuan in seizing power. Ladies and gentlemen, that earlier incident was just a minor misunderstanding with young Master Feng. Now that it's been resolved, let the music play on and the festivities continue. We'll wait a little longer for the remaining guests, and the banquet will begin shortly. Please, eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves. After exchanging a glance with Yi Fan and receiving his approval, Ren Zhenghua took the microphone and addressed the remaining guests. Most of those who had opposed the Ren family had already fled after Feng Hanxiao's downfall. The remaining attendees were largely supporters of Yi Fan and the Ren family, along with a few neutral factions. Having witnessed Yi Fan and Pang Hai's grand scheme to humiliate Feng Hanxiao, no one dared to underestimate the Ren family anymore. Congratulations on Old Master Ren's 70th birthday. The Yang family presents a pair of jade chilants. The One family offers a pair of golden lions. The atmosphere quickly grew lively as various families presented their gifts and blessings, both to honor Old Master Ren and to curry favor with Ren Zhenghua. Though the banquet hadn't officially started, Ren Zhenghua and his brother Ren Zhengchao descended from the stage to mingle with the guests. Meanwhile, Ren Shuiying was constantly approached by well-wishers congratulating her on finding such an outstanding husband. The praise left Ren Shuiying blushing, but even more flustered were Qiu Wan and Qing Rulin beside Yi Fan. Qiu Wan, already a married woman, had initially become Yi Fan's lover out of gratitude. Now, being publicly acknowledged, she instinctively tried to hide behind him. By nature, Qiu Wan was unassuming and content to stay in the background. Yi Fan's appearance had already upended her life, and she was more than satisfied to remain his quiet, devoted companion. Noticing her shyness, Yi Fan grinned and wrapped an arm around her slender waist, pulling her close. Shuiying, Rulin, let me introduce you, he said playfully. This is Sister Wan, also my woman. I hope you'll all get along. Qiu Wan gasped, her face burning. Xiao Fan, this isn't what? Aren't you my woman, Sister Wan? Or have you forgotten the scratches you left on my back last night? Teasing her further, Yi Fan chuckled at her mortified expression. Qiu Wan wished the ground would swallow her whole. Stop talking. Xiao Fan, this is so embarrassing. Miss Run, Miss Qing, hello? I'm Qiu Wan. With no escape, she reluctantly extended a hand to Ren Shuiying and Qing Rulin, her cheeks still flushed. The two women exchanged glances, finally understanding why Qiu Wan, a name they'd never heard before, had suddenly become the financial director of Jojo Group. Hello, Sister Wan. Smiling warmly, they shook her hand. Qing Rulin added with a laugh. So that's why Xiao Fan didn't come home the night before last. He was too enchanted by you, Sister Wan. Qiu Wan lowered her head, too flustered to respond. Ren Shuiying tactfully changed the subject. Sister Wan, your skin is so well maintained. You must share your secrets with us. Women always found endless topics to discuss, And soon, under their guidance, Wan relaxed and joined the conversation. The scene was harmonious, until a sudden accusation shattered the mood. Family head Ren, today is Old Master Ren's birthday banquet, yet we still haven't seen him. Could it be that he's been poisoned and is on the verge of death? The speaker was none other than Zhang Yuan, Old Master Ren's deputy. Standing with him were several other commanders from the southwestern defense zone, all staring intently at Ren Zhenghua. Family head Ren, if the old master truly is incapacitated, please hand over his command token to me. I will take charge of the southwestern defense zone in his stead. Was this an outright power grab? After everything that had just happened, after even the Feng family had failed to gain an advantage against the Ren family, were there still fools bold enough to challenge them? All the guests at the scene turned their gazes toward Zhang Yuan once again. When they got a clear look at his appearance, murmurs immediately broke out among the crowd. Even General Ren's deputy dares to stir trouble now? Is he out of his mind? The Ren family has the Yi family backing them, and young Master Yi is supported by the Zhuzhou group. Aren't they afraid at all? It's not that simple. Zhang Yuan must have someone else behind him. Tonight, the Ren family isn't just being targeted by one or two factions. I've heard many are after Ren Shuiying's unique constitution. Unique constitution? What's so special about her? Her own strength is only at the control realm. How much use could she be in battle? I don't know the specifics, but rumor has it she possesses an extraordinary ability. During combat, she can continuously replenish the energy and mental stamina of those fighting alongside her. Whether it's true or not, I can't say for sure. A healer? A support role? Yifan hadn't paid much attention to the guest's chatter, but when he overheard someone discussing Ren Shuiying, he tuned in, just in time to catch the secret about her abilities. The term instantly popped into his mind. If Ren Shuiying could truly restore combatants' mental energy and martial power during battle, the boost to overall strength would be exponential, perhaps even tenfold. No wonder Feng Hanxiao was willing to pay such a high price to take down the Ren family. So this was their hidden secret? A smirk curled on Yifan's lips. The girl who had saved him 6 years ago turned out to be a rare healer with a unique constitution. For his future ambitions, she would be an invaluable asset. When Zhang Yuan pressed his demand, Ren Zhenghua hesitated, unsure whether now was the right time to bring out the old general. His eyes flicked toward Yifan for guidance. With a faint scoff, Yifan stepped forward, stopping in front of Zhang Yuan. His voice was low but firm. Mr. Zhang, aren't you being a bit too hasty? Did you miss what just happened? Ren Shuiying is now my wife, and the Yi family stands with the Ren family. Given that, do you still insist on provoking them? He made sure to emphasize the situation, just in case Zhang Yuan had missed the memo. Humph! Zhang Yuan sneered. Young Master Yi, don't think just because the Zhuzhou group backs you, defeating the Feng family makes you invincible. Let me remind you that high-ranking figure in the capital won't let you off the hook. You won't last much longer yourself, so quit acting all high and mighty. The Feng family fears you, but the Southwest Defense Zone doesn't. Glancing at Zhuang Chao beside him, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of confidence after receiving an encouraging nod. Even with the Zhuzhou group's support, you have no authority to interfere in military affairs. After all, young Master Zhuang was the heir of the Gu sect, commanding millions of followers across the 10,000 mountains. If the Gu sect could once plunge the entire nation into chaos, doing so again would be child's play. With their backing, plus that influential figure in the capital, what was there to fear from a dying family like the Yi clan? Oh, Zhang Yuan, it seems you've forgotten that aside from being the Yi heir, I hold another title. Yifan's voice turned icy as he pulled out the black tortoise token and flashed it before Zhang Yuan. Kneel before your superior, the deputy commander of the Black Tortoise domain. Yifan, spare me the theatrics. You expect me to believe a scrap of metal makes you the Black Tortoise commander? Do you think you're Gu Feng? What a joke. Zhang Yuan, who spent most of his time indulging in leisure, had never bothered with official duties despite being General Ren's deputy. When Gu Feng had publicly announced Yifan's appointment, Zhang Yuan hadn't even glanced at the news, but the officers beside him paled as recognition dawned. This was the same Yifan appointed by Commander Gufeng as the Black Tortoise Domain's successor. Sir Zhang, this is bad. That token, it's real. Yes, I remember the news report. Commander Gufeng did name a new deputy commander, and it was indeed Yifan. Their voices trembled as they delivered the horrifying update. Zhang Yuan's arrogance wavered. Yifan? Which Yifan? Wait, sir. The Black Tortoise Domain sent us a classified document. Let me check. One officer hastily pulled out his phone. I, Gufeng, acting on behalf of the Black Tortoise Domain, hereby appoint Yifan, heir of the Yi family, as deputy commander and sole successor to the Black Tortoise Domain leadership. A collective gasp tore through the group. Holy! This Yifan was legitimately the Black Tortoise Domain's deputy commander. Its de facto ruler. The document made it clear. Gufeng had already stepped back, serving only in an advisory role, and the Southwest Defense Zone? Merely one of 8 regions under the Black Tortoise Domain's jurisdiction. The appointment of its highest-ranking officer? A single word from Yifan could decide it, let alone a mere deputy like Zhang Yuan. Thud! Zhang Yuan's legs gave out. He and his men dropped to their knees, pressing their foreheads to the floor. Subordinate Zhang Yuan pays respects to the commander. We beg for your mercy. He'd really screwed up this time. Damn it! Why didn't I ever watch the damn news? The group remained prostrated, not daring to move a muscle. The entire hall erupted in shock. What just happened? Did Zhang Yuan imply Yifan was his superior? Now I remember. A few days ago, the Black Tortoise Domain held a low-key press conference announcing Yifan as the new deputy commander. I thought it was just some namesake. But damn, it was actually the Yi family's so-called fool? Good heavens! The Yi family already commands the Heavenly Dragon Army, and now Yifan controls the Black Tortoise Domain? That's terrifying power. Once the pieces fell into place, the guests could only gape in awe. Just how many hidden identities did this guy have? Each one was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Tucking away the token, Yifan looked down at the groveling Zhang Yuan. Tell me, Zhang Yuan, do I now have the authority to intervene in the Southwest Defense Zone's affairs? Why yes, absolutely. Commander, spare us. Zhang Yuan kowtowed desperately, regret gnawing at him. If only he hadn't rushed out to be someone else's pawn. As the Black Tortoise Domain's supreme leader, Yifan held the power of life and death over him. Of course he could interfere. Humph! By the authority of the Black Tortoise Domain's deputy commander, I hereby strip Zhang Yuan and his 4 accomplices of all ranks. Those suspected of criminal activity will face trial in the Black Tortoise Tribunal. Any collusion with malevolent forces will be met with the harshest penalties. At his command, a squad of Black Tortoise enforcers marched into the hall and seized Zhang Yuan on the spot. Still clinging to hope, Zhang Yuan wailed, "Commander, please spare me. If we're all arrested, the Southwest Defense Zone will collapse. With General Run still ill, there'll be no one to maintain order. Chaos will consume the region." Yifan smiled faintly. "Then let me put your doubts to rest." Pausing, he turned toward a side chamber and called out, "Grandfather Ren, you may come out now. It seems everyone misses you dearly." As Yifan's voice faded, the side door swung open, and Ren Tianqing strode out. His face glowed with vigor, and his steps were brisk and energetic. "Friends, I, Ren Tianqing, have returned." Ren Tianqing took the microphone from Ren Zhenghua beside him and greeted the crowd loudly. "Huh? What's going on?" Everyone stared in shock at Ren Tianqing walking on his own. It was common knowledge that years ago, Ren Tianqing had been crippled in a car accident, confined to a wheelchair for years. Despite consulting countless renowned doctors, all had declared it impossible for the old master to ever stand again. Moreover, just moments ago, the 3rd son of the Ren family had poisoned the old man. Wasn't he supposed to be on the verge of death? Yet here he stood, radiating health, with no trace of life-threatening frailty. Zhang Yuan and his men, detained by the Xuanwu enforcers, gaped in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. If this can't be Ren Tianxing, according to young Master Zhuang's intel, wasn't Ren Tianxing supposed to be moments from death? It was precisely because of this that Zhang Yuan had dared to act, challenging Ren Tianxing's authority. Humph! Zhang Yuan, you ungrateful wretch! Ren Tianxing's voice was icy as he glared at Zhang Yuan through the microphone. To think you'd stoop so low, coveting power over the entire Southwest Defense Zone while I was ill. Did you really believe I wouldn't notice your schemes? Defying Commander Yi. This fate is of your own making. Old Master Run, spare me. Please, I beg you. Zhang Yuan was utterly despondent. Yi Fan's true identity as the deputy commander of Xuanwu had been exposed, and with a single order, he had stripped Zhang Yuan of his rank, casting him into ruin. But the real blow was Ren Tianxing's survival. All of Zhang Yuan's machinations in the Southwest Defense Zone were now for nothing. Ren Tianxing, a decorated veteran who had safeguarded the Southwest for decades, commanded unshakable loyalty. As long as he drew breath, no officer in the region would dare defy him. With a glance from Yi Fan, the Xuanwu enforcers swiftly dragged Zhang Yuan and his accomplices away. Silence finally settled over the scene. Damn it! Hidden among the crowd, Zhuang Chao seethed, his voice a low growl. After years of laying the groundwork in the Southwest, we finally secured key figures. Only for Yi Fan to cripple our plans in one move. For the Gu sect to expand beyond the Southwest, their first step had to be dismantling the 749 Division, the region's thorn in their side. But Yi Fan's intervention, wielding his authority as commander to remove Zhang Yuan and the other core officers, had thrown a wrench into their plans. Now there was only one solution: kill Yi Fan. With Yi Fan gone, the Ren family would lose its backing, and the Gu sect might still salvage their scheme. Young Master Zhuang, you see it now, this Yi Fan is no easy target. Zhou Ming's eyes glinted with ruthlessness. It seemed he would have to step in personally. His fingers brushed the secret weapon given to him by the Holy Envoy, a fragment rumored to be from an ancient divine ruin, said to possess a unique power. When activated, it would suppress the strength of all living beings within a 100-meter radius, reducing them to below the Grandmaster level. This was Zhou Ming's trump card. So what if Yi Fan was at the Martial Emperor tier? At the critical moment, Zhou Ming would activate the fragment, crippling everyone's power. With his own strength at the third rank of the Martial Emperor realm, he could slaughter every last person present. Yi Fan, Pang Hai, Yu Chang, all those Martial Emperor experts and their supporters would perish. Killing Yi Fan would surely earn him a monumental merit in the Holy Envoy's eyes. Let's go. We'll toast the old man. Zhou Ming, create an opening. I'm making my move. Zhuang Chao's gaze turned vicious. I refuse to believe Yi Fan is invincible. From the fall of the 10 great talents of the Yi family to their relentless suppression, Yi Fan had led his clan from the brink of collapse in just half a month. After purging the forces of the Cloud City's Jin Prince, toppling the Zhang family, overthrowing the elder Tang Zhang in the capital, and wiping out most of their provincial rivals, even the wavering factions had begun siding with the Yi family. The Yi clan's core strength was rallying. With Yi Fan's momentum unstoppable, even the Jin Prince was preparing to act personally. Old Master Run, on behalf of the Lu family of the capital, I wish you a long and prosperous life. Zhou Ming and Zhuang Chao raised their glasses in a toast. As the crowd's attention shifted to Zhou Ming, Zhuang Chao slipped behind Yi Fan. With a flick of his wrist, several dark venomous goo worms slithered unnoticed into Yi Fan's clothing. The three corpses mind control goo, the bloodthirst goo, the soul-dazing goo. Zhuang Chao had unleashed his 7 most lethal goo poisons on Yi Fan at once, several of them forbidden, vile strains banned across the Great Xia. But to eliminate Yi Fan, it was worth it. The 3 corpses' goo, in particular, could stimulate neural pathways. If it took root in Yi Fan's body and allowed control over his mind, the payoff would be immense. A living, obedient Yi Fan, holding command over both the Sky Dragon and Xuanwu domains, would be far more valuable than a dead one. With millions of troops under his control, Manipulating Yi Fan would bring the Gene Prince and the Gu sect 80% closer to their goal. After succeeding, Zhuang Chao flashed Zhou Ming a discreet, okay signal, exhaling in relief. The Gu worms had latched onto Yi Fan. His life was now in Zhuang Chao's hands. What Zhuang Chao didn't know was that Yi Fan had been watching him from the moment he and Zhou Ming approached. While Zhuang Chao was planting his Gu, Yi Fan had silently slipped a Gu of his own onto Zhuang Chao. Zhuang Chao's were mere poisons. Yi Fan's was the Gu Emperor, the sovereign that ruled all Gu. From Qin Zhan's footage, Yi Fan had seen Zhuang Chao's role in his second brother's ambush. Zhuang Chao had even struck Yi Lingjun himself. Now that Zhuang Chao had delivered himself to Yi Fan's doorstep, there was no mercy left to give. If Zhuang Chao sought to kill with Gu, then Yi Fan would destroy him with the very art he prided himself on. The blood debt of the Yi family would be repaid one life at a time. With Ren Tianxing's appearance, the birthday banquet officially began. Amid the lively atmosphere, an oblivious Zhuang Chao continued mingling, toasting other dignitaries while secretly planting more Gu on them. The Gu sect's ambitions were vast. With so many high-profile targets gathered today, Zhuang Chao aimed to ensnare them all. Those who could be turned would serve, the rest would die, eliminating future obstacles. But Zhuang Chao had no idea that Yi Fan had already begun plotting against him. Moreover, fearing that his Gu Emperor's power might not be enough, Yi Fan had secretly infused a portion of his cultivated death energy into Zhuang Chao's body. If the Gu Emperor failed to destroy Zhuang Chao, the lingering death energy would take effect, instantly corroding him into dust. As for Zhou Ming, despite altering his appearance, Yi Fan still recognized his familiar aura. He had escaped last time, but Yi Fan had no intention of letting him slip away again. However, Zhou Ming now radiated a sinister energy that unsettled Yi Fan inexplicably. Though Yi Fan had already set up multiple demon-slaying arrays around the Ren family estate, he still felt uneasy. Shuiying, you and the others entertain the guests for now. I need to use the restroom. Due to the earlier time constraints, he had only managed to lay 3 arrays within the Ren family grounds, far too few. He decided to step out and reinforce them. Once outside the hall, Yi Fan retrieved a handful of paper figurines from his robes and scattered them into the darkness with a flick of his wrist. He was well versed in the corpse puppet sect's paper figurine techniques, though he had rarely used them before. But now, a new idea struck him. If these paper dolls can be transformed into lifelike humans through secret arts, why not use them as decoys? They could deceive powerful enemies, giving him an extra layer of protection. A sly smirk curled at the corners of his lips. The enemies the Yi family faced were formidable, not just Prince Jean, but also Zhou Ming and the dark forces behind him, including the so-called sacred envoys. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. As Yi Fan wove hand seals in the air above the Run estate, a dense aura of Taoist energy began to permeate the surroundings. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the emperor's residence, Emperor Ji Yuqin sighed as he watched the live feed from the Run family's birthday banquet. Every detail, from Yi Fan's taunting of Feng Hanxiao to his capture of Zhang Yuan, played out clearly on the screen. Click. He turned off the display, his expression complex as he turned to the elderly man seated across from him. Old Master Yi, you've raised an exceptional grandson. Yi Changfeng had already entered the palace and was now face to face with the emperor. Together, they had witnessed Yi Fan's dazzling performance at the Ren estate. Seeing his grandson's prowess, especially the revelation that the 9 Continents group was also under Yi Fan's control, left Yi Changfeng momentarily speechless. Earlier, learning from Gu Feng that Yi Fan was the deputy commander of the Xuanwu domain had already shocked him. Now, to discover that his grandson even held sway over the 9 Continents group. Just how many hidden cards does this boy have? Is he really my grandson? Regardless, Yi Fan's growing strength could only benefit the Yi family. You flatter me, Your Majesty, Yi Changfeng replied with a respectful fist salute. His tone, however, remained firm. But I must press my earlier question. Half a month ago, the Yi family was nearly annihilated. Attacks erupted simultaneously across all 4 domains of Great Xia. Yet the imperial court remained silent. No warnings, no intervention. After all the blood and sweat the Yi family has shed for the throne, is this how the royal family repays loyalty? Shouldn't the court provide an explanation? Though his voice was calm, his resolve was unshakable. Had Yi Fan remained in his feeble-minded state, with no hope of revival, Yi Changfeng might have swallowed his grievances and settled for ensuring his grandson's survival. But now, Yi Fan had awakened, stronger and more brilliant than ever. The Yi family had a chance to rise again. Moreover, their enemies had shown no mercy, intent on eradicating even the last remnants of the Yi bloodline. That was why Yi Changfeng had come to the capital, to demand answers from the emperor himself. Emperor Ji Yuqin sighed inwardly, rising from his seat to offer a deep bow. Elder Yi, the imperial family owes you a profound apology for your suffering. On behalf of the court, I express our deepest remorse. He straightened, his expression solemn. To claim we were entirely unaware would be a lie. But by the time the news reached me, the Yi family's 10 core prodigies had already fallen. There was nothing I could do to reverse it. Yi Changfeng remained seated while the emperor stood deferentially beside him. Humph! The emperor's words were half-truths. The royal family ruled all of Great Xia. No matter how weakened, they would have received intelligence in time. His excuse was nothing more than a pretense. From the throne's perspective, a powerful Yi family was a double-edged sword. If internal strife could weaken them, the court would gladly turn a blind eye. Such is the art of rulership. But Yi Changfeng did not call him out. What was done could not be undone. His purpose here was not to assign blame but to secure compensation. Elder Yi, I understand the devastation this has wrought upon your family. Yet there is hope. Yi Fan has returned, and his 7 sisters-in-law remain steadfast. With time, the Yi family will flourish once more. The emperor glanced at the frozen screen, envy flickering in his eyes. Why does the imperial family lack such prodigies? Yi Changfeng said nothing, his piercing gaze fixed on the emperor. Under that scrutiny, Ji Yuqin shifted uncomfortably. There was no avoiding it. Yi Changfeng had come for justice, and if the throne failed to satisfy him, the court's earlier inaction would exact a heavy price. The northern Sky Dragon domain still flew the Yi banner over 1 million troops. Now, with Yi Fan controlling the Xuanwu domain, the emperor's position grew ever more precarious. Though the imperial family had ruled Great Xia for centuries, Ji Yuqin's reign was fraught with challenges. Externally, the Eastern Isles dogs eyed their lands greedily, while the northern bear tribe hungered for invasion. Domestically, noble houses stirred unrest. Internally, his uncle Prince Jin watched like a circling vulture. Once, his third uncle Prince Chang had balanced the power, but after Prince Cheng's demise years ago, Prince Jin's ambition had grown unchecked. I never should have turned a blind eye to their purge of the Yi family. Now he was trapped between 2 fires. Compared to Prince Jin, the Yi family was the lesser evil, and now, with their strength diminished, supporting them was both a necessity and an opportunity. If the Yi family collapsed entirely, Prince Jin would surely turn his forces against the throne. Elder Yi, as a token of the court's remorse, I hereby issue an imperial decree. The Yi family shall henceforth hold hereditary titles. You are appointed Grand Preceptor of Great Xia, with authority to participate in all military and political decisions, overseeing governors and officials beneath that rank. The court has prepared an estate in the capital for your residence, where you may raise a private guard. Yi Fan shall inherit your princely authority and legally command the Sky Dragon army. Additionally, the throne will provide the Grand Preceptor's estate with 100 supreme-grade martial manuals, 10 tons of premium medicinal herbs, an assortment of elite weaponry, 500 third-grade elixirs, and 50 fourth-grade elixirs, though these will be delivered in batches. Ji Yuqin knew exactly what Yi Changfeng had come for. Since there was no avoiding it, he might as well exceed the old master's expectations, elevating the Yi family into the Grand Preceptor's estate, a supreme institution within the court capable of rivaling Prince Jin's faction. Though the Yi family had previously opposed Prince Jin, they had done so without official legitimacy. Now, with the establishment of the Grand Preceptor's estate, their position would be unassailable. This Yi Changfeng's original intention had merely been to secure a hereditary title for Yi Fan, ensuring his grandson a legitimate status. This would also make it easier for Yi Fan to rightfully take command of the Tianlong army in the future. If the imperial family had offered some additional concessions as appeasement, Yi Changfeng would have stopped causing trouble. What he truly wanted was a gesture of goodwill from the royal family. But Yi Changfeng never expected the young emperor to offer so much at once, even establishing a new Grand Preceptor's residence. Not to mention the vast quantities of elixirs and martial techniques bestowed upon them. With these resources, they could practically build another miniature royal court. What is the emperor trying to achieve? The imperial family was being far too generous. Elder Yi, do you have any concerns about our sincerity in making amends? Feel free to voice them. If there's a position in the Great Xia court that interests you, or if any of the royal ladies catch young Master Ye's eye, we can discuss it. Now that he had decided to be open, Ji Yuchen was exceptionally magnanimous. The influence of Prince Jin had been growing unchecked, even openly making moves in the imperial court. If not for Yi Fan's disruption in the provincial capital, which allowed Ji Yuchen to suppress Zhongheng and Tangzheng, he would have found it increasingly difficult to maintain control. Ah, no, Your Majesty, please wait. Such a significant matter requires discussion with my grandson. Yi Changfeng bowed slightly. Would Your Majesty permit me to make a call? The sheer scale of Ji Yuchen's concessions left Yi Changfeng uncertain. Having witnessed Yu Fan's cunning and strategic mind, he decided to seek his grandson's counsel. By all means. Nodding, Yi Changfeng stepped out of the grand hall with his phone, finding a secluded corner before dialing Yi Fan's encrypted line. Hua City Ren Family Estate, rooftop. Having reinforced multiple layers of defensive formations and deployed several disguised paper effigies, Yi Fan finally felt a measure of relief until his grandfather's call came through. Grandfather, what's the matter? Has everything gone smoothly in the capital? Xiao Fan, it's gone too smoothly, so smoothly that it unsettles me. The emperor intends to establish a new Grand Preceptor's residence and has granted us an abundance of elixirs. Yi Changfeng held nothing back, recounting the situation in detail. After listening, Yi Fan's response was immediate. Accept it. Why wouldn't we? This is what the royal family owes us. Do the lives of our 10 fallen uncles amount to so little? A Grand Preceptor's residence and a few privileges can never make up for the pain our Yi clan has endured. Can my elder brothers be brought back to life? Back then, without the royal family's tacit approval, how could our enemies have carried out simultaneous assassinations across 7 regions? Our reckoning with the imperial family isn't over. When I march into the capital, we'll settle it properly. Moreover, the emperor's intent is clear. He wants to cultivate a new power in the capital to counterbalance the court's factions. Go ahead without hesitation, grandfather. With me here, the sky won't fall. Good. Bolstered by Yi Fan's assurance, Yi Changfeng's confidence surged. Returning to the grand hall, he promptly accepted Ji Yuchen's terms. After ironing out the details, he departed for his residence. Tomorrow, the emperor would issue an edict establishing the Grand Preceptor's residence, an earth-shattering decree that would send tremors through the Great Xia. With the royal family's stance now clear, the families that had distanced themselves from Yi Fan would inevitably come crawling back to Yi Changfeng. There was much more work ahead. For an old man like him, suddenly being thrust into such activity was oddly invigorating. That boy Yi Fan, he's truly coming into his own. Though he sighed, Yi Changfeng couldn't suppress a hint of pride. Imperial Palace, capital. Watching Yi Changfeng's retreating figure, Ji Yuchen exhaled deeply. At last, that formidable elder is placated, sigh. As long as the Yi clan stood strong with its patriarch steady and its prodigious heir rising, the Great Xia would remain stable for now. Moreover, Yi Fan's battle in the Pinglai Gorge had eradicated Zhou Yao, the greatest traitor within the Xuanwu domain, along with a significant portion of the Black Garment Society's covert martial forces. The Eastern invaders' covert operations in the Great Xia had been dealt a crippling blow. For the foreseeable future, they wouldn't be capable of major disruptions. Ji Yuchen's burdens had lightened somewhat. Tonight, I'll visit mother's quarters. I must get some proper rest. Sigh. For the emperor of the Great Xia, Ji Yuchen was surprisingly prone to melancholy. Accompanied by her ladies-in-waiting and guards, she arrived at a secluded courtyard within the palace grounds and strode straight toward the bedchamber. Mother, I'm sleeping with you tonight. Whoosh. A stunning woman in a sheer silk nightgown darted from the bed, clamping a hand over Ji Yuchen's mouth. Have you lost your mind? Must you announce it so loudly? Do you want the entire world to know? Her eyes darted warily toward the courtyard before she finally released Ji Yuchen. What's there to fear? Everyone here is loyal. But this act, I've kept it up for over 20 years. How much longer must I pretend? Her voice brimmed with resentment as she tore off her outer robes. Beneath the layers of ceremonial attire, tightly wound bandages unraveled, revealing a pair of pale, unbound phoenixes. Had any outsider witnessed this, their eyes would have bulged in shock. Heavens above! The emperor of the Great Xia was a woman? In a realm where only male heirs could inherit the throne, this revelation would be the dynasty's most explosive secret. Sigh. Yu Qin, I know these years have been hard on you. But what choice did we have? You were our only child. Had you been born a girl, the throne would have passed to your uncle. Tell me, would our family have survived? What of the generals and ministers loyal to us? Yu Chen flopped onto the bed, rolling about in unbridled relief. Enough. Just let me rest properly tonight. Wearing those bindings all day makes it hard to breathe it. Only here could she shed every pretense. The Empress Dowager sighed again, drawing the curtains before murmuring. How can I not worry? Soon, you're to wed the Grand Chancellor's daughter. How will you navigate that ordeal? Sigh. It's impossible. Then a thought struck her. That seemingly foolish young master of the Yi clan. If they could fully win over Yi Fan, secure his allegiance, perhaps a new path might emerge? Whoosh! The elegant matron was still lost in thought when Ji Yuchen on the bed began to emit soft snores. Ah, after all, she's just a girl barely past 20. With a pang of heartache, the matron gently removed the disguise from Ji Yuchen's head. Beneath the lifelike mask lay breathtaking beauty and a cascade of raven-black hair. Back then, when Ji Yuchen had disguised herself as a boy, her one stubborn demand had been to keep her long, silken tresses. Now, nearly a decade had passed in the blink of an eye. When will this ever end? Even she, as the Empress Mother, was nearing her limit. Ji Yuchen had reached marriageable age, and Ji Ningxuan, the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, was the ideal choice. A childhood friend who had grown up alongside her. Their bond deep and natural. Of course, Ji Ningxuan remained unaware of Ji Yuchen's true identity. But what would happen after the wedding? If Ji Ningxuan discovered the truth and agreed to keep the secret, how would they handle the inevitable pressure to produce an heir? Two women could never conceive a child. Over time, what would the rest of the royal family think? The Empress Mother still hadn't figured it out. But one thing was certain. The royal family needed the Grand Elder's support. Otherwise, if Prince Jin moved against Ji Yuchen now, she stood no chance against him. Meanwhile, at the Ren family estate in Huadu, the banquet hosted by Old Master Ren was still in full swing. Zhuang Chao moved deftly among the guests, planting venomous goo on nearly every attendee, except those already under the goo sect's influence. Once the task was complete, he nodded at Zhou Ming. It's done. Time to act. Yifan's power had reached terrifying heights. Not only had he purged the goo sect's carefully planted agents in the Southwest Defense Zone, but he'd also restored Old Master Ren's mobility. If the goo sect didn't crush the Ren family and Yifan today, their future would be bleak. The two exhaled deeply, scanning the hall, only to realize Yifan had vanished. Where's Yifan? Zhuang Chao frowned. Did the coward flee? Zhou Ming's heart pounded with unease. Young Master Zhuang, perhaps we should wait. That Yifan. He unsettles me. Relax. Zhuang Chao sneered, his earlier caution replaced by arrogance. I've planted over a dozen lethal goo on him. Wherever he goes, I control his fate. So what if you're a holy envoy? My goo can break you just the same. As Old Master Ran, his son Ren Zhanghua, and granddaughter Ren Shuiying finished toasting the guests and returned to the head table, Zhuang Chao strode onto the stage and seized the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhuang Chao, sole heir of the Miaojiang Gu sect's leader, Zhuang Baifan. Today, I'm here to negotiate. Gasps. The crowd erupted. The Gu sect? Those vile heretics. How dare they show their faces? 30 years ago, they plagued the entire Great Xia Empire. The imperial decree forbids them from leaving Miaojiang without authorization. This is an outright provocation. Old Master Ren's eyes darkened. Zhuang Chao, you dare defy the Empire's laws and run rampant in Huadu? Guards, seize him. As the Southwest's military overseer, His primary duty was to suppress the Gu sect. The audacity of their young master appearing here enraged him. Patience, old Master Ren. Zhuang Chao raised a hand, and Ren Tianqing suddenly felt something wriggle in his nostrils. A centipede. Grandfather, it's H. Ren Shuiying shrieked, recoiling as venomous red snakes coiled around her wrist. These Gu are quite temperamental, Zhuang Chao smirked. Stay still or their bites will be excruciating. Cooperate and they'll behave. Ignoring the Ren family, he addressed the crowd. The Gu sect proposes a Southwest business alliance. To cement this, we require 30% equity from each of your corporations. Sign the contracts and we prosper together. His accomplices distributed pre-drafted agreements, pressuring guests to comply. You bastard! Wang Fugue roared. This isn't negotiation. It's robbery. I'll tear you apart. Guoli, calmer but firm, warned. Zhuang Chao, remember Feng Hanxiao's fate. These guests are under the Ren families and Yifan's protection. Cross them at your peril. Consequences. Zhuang Chao scoffed. The Gu sect bows to no one, refuse to sign, and die. With a wave, the hall erupted in sinister hisses. From every crevice, windows, doors, ceiling, swarmed a black tide of centipedes, scorpions, vipers, and spiders, their chittering drowning out defiance. The crowd fell silent, clustering together in terror. The Gu sect's horror eclipsed even Feng Hanxiao's threats. Old Pang. Yu Chong took in the scene before him and quickly moved closer to Pang Hai, his hand already gripping the hilt of his sword. Should we act now? Though Yu Chong was also infected with the venomous Gu, he was, after all, a powerhouse at the martial emperor level. Even if these Gu can kill me, I'll make sure to take down that bastard Zhuang Chao before I die. Pang Hai frowned, his eyes scanning the surroundings, but he still couldn't spot Yifan. Yet, Pang Hai had clearly sensed fluctuations in the energy within the hall earlier. An ancient force seemed to be spreading through the room. The pavilion master's sudden departure definitely wasn't just to use the restroom. When Yifan left earlier, he had mentioned that the real mastermind was still present, meaning he must have already prepared something. No rush. Pang Hai hadn't known Yifan for long, but based on his previous actions, this new pavilion master was no pushover. As soon as Pang Hai finished speaking, Yifan emerged from a side door in the hall. With a faint smile, he addressed Zhuang Chao. Young Master Zhuang, is this really necessary? Today is Elder Ren's birthday banquet. How about you give me some face and let's focus on happier topics for now. Yifan strode confidently into the hall, appearing completely unfazed, as if he hadn't even noticed the swarm of venomous Gu gathering on his shoulders. Xiaofan, he. Qiuwan paled at the sight of the Gu on Yifan and nearly cried out. Qing Ruolin, standing beside her, quickly stopped her. Sister Wan, don't draw attention. Xiaofan must have a plan. Ren Shuiying, Qing Ruolin, and Qiuwan, though they guessed Yifan still had a trump card, couldn't help but tremble in fear at the sight of the Gu on him. Their hearts leapt into their throats. This scoundrel, always scaring us like this. When Zhuang Chao saw Yifan appear, especially with the Gu still dormant on him, he inwardly sighed in relief. As long as the Gu remained on Yifan, Zhuang Chao could still control him. Humph! Yifan, who the hell do you think you are? What face do you have? You're just a fool. The Yi family is practically extinct. Do you really think you matter? Zhuang Chao sneered before continuing. Feng Hanxiao might fear you, but I don't. Let me make this clear. I've hated you for a long time. How dare you lay a hand on Jiang Yuan and ruin our Gu sect's plans? Now's the perfect time to settle old and new grudges together. With a flick of his wrist, another swarm of centipedes surged toward Qiuwan and Qing Ruolin, surrounding them completely. Yifan, take a good look. Those are the most venomous creatures of our Gu sect. Your women are completely trapped. One word from me, and they'll meet their end. Weren't you so arrogant earlier? Go on, show me that arrogance now. Zhuang Chao now felt as though he held absolute control. Yifan frowned slightly, glancing at Ren Shuiying and Qing Ruolin. Qing Rulin quickly spoke up. Xiao Fan, don't worry about us. Focus on what you need to do. Having been with Yi Fan for some time, Qing Rulin understood him well. Yi Fan never acted without certainty, but once he moved, success was almost guaranteed. A faint smile tugged at Yi Fan's lips. Seems my sister-in-law is really starting to understand me. Zhuang Chao, now convinced he had Yi Fan under his thumb, smirked in satisfaction. Turning to the hesitant family representatives, he barked, "Are you deaf? Sign the damn papers. If you don't, I'll have these goo devour you on the spot." Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the goo gathered around the hall rippled like a tide. A foul stench filled the air, making everyone nauseous. Among the family representatives, those from the Yang and Xiang families hesitated briefly before stepping forward. Let's sign. Joining the Gu sect's business alliance isn't a bad thing. Once the Gu sect grows stronger, won't we all benefit? As they spoke, several other representatives quickly stepped up, taking pens and signing the contracts. Yi Fan watched them coldly, his lips twitching. Well hidden, aren't you? More of the Gu sect's plants? And several of these families were on Qin Zhan's list, those who had participated in the murder of his second brother, Yi Lingjun. In that case, you'll be the first to fall. Whoosh! Yi Fan silently activated a command. The surrounding Gu surged forward, engulfing the Yang and Xiang family heads in an instant, tearing into them ravenously. Ah, young Master Zhuang, what are you doing? I'm Yang Hong. We've been part of the Gu sect for ages. We've even worked together. Aya! The heads of the Xiang and Yang families were utterly bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't Zhuang Chao just signaled for them to lead the others in signing? Why were the Gu attacking them now? Their agonized screams filled the hall as they struggled to break free. But in mere moments, the swarm of Gu reduced them to nothing but piles of bleached bones. Gasp! The horrifying sight left everyone stunned. And they were even more confused. Why had this happened? Zhuang Chao had threatened to punish those who didn't sign, yet now those who had signed were the ones being torn apart. What the hell? How? Zhuang Chao stared in disbelief. Damn it! I didn't give any orders. What kind of sorcery is this? Family head Xiang Yang Yu. What the? In the blink of an eye, the Gu had devoured 4 more family heads, key pieces in the Gu sect's power structure in Huadu. With Zhang Yuan already lost, the Gu sect's forces in Huadu had now suffered devastating losses. If this continued, their entire plan would collapse. You bastard! Yi Fan, was this your doing? Zhuang Chao whirled around, glaring at Yi Fan. But he had been watching Yi Fan the whole time and hadn't seen him make a single move. How was this possible? Yi Fan shrugged innocently. Young Master Zhuang, I swear, I did nothing. These Gu terrify me. How could I possibly interfere? Everyone here can testify. You were the one who killed them, not me. His feigned attempt to distance himself from the incident only infuriated Zhuang Chao further. Damn it! Everyone saw me kill my own subordinates. Who the hell needs your commentary? Shut up. Now, order your people to sign and pledge allegiance to the Gu sect, or I'll have every last one of you buried with them. Zhuang Chao was growing increasingly frantic. Despite seeming in control, an ominous feeling gnawed at him. He fan-sighed dramatically. Young Master Zhuang, let's negotiate. How about we skip the signing? Name any other condition, and I'll comply fully. Deal? Huh? Was Yi Fan really surrendering so easily? Zhuang Chao paused, then smirked coldly. Fine. If you don't want them to sign, then trade your life for theirs. Stand there and let me kill you. Do you dare? Right now, both Prince Jin and the ancient martial families were desperate to see Yi Fan dead. If Zhuang Chao could kill Yi Fan publicly, it would be an unparalleled achievement. Gladly. As long as you promise not to harm them, I'll stand here and let you kill me. Yi Fan smiled calmly. Any other conditions, young Master Zhuang? What the hell? He's actually willing to negotiate other terms? Is this Yi Fan really such a pushover? Or is he just terrified of my poison goo? Zhuang Chao greedily eyed the women behind Yi Fan, Qing Rulin, Ren Shuiying, Xiu Wan, before smirking. Then how about handing them over to me, young Master Yi? If you agree, I'll take very good care of them. Honestly, Zhuang Chao felt bitter. Why should a fool like Yi Fan have so many stunning beauties? Women like that should belong to someone like me, handsome, talented, superior in every way. The thought of pinning Yi Fan's women beneath him, especially after all the trouble Yi Fan had caused the Gu sect, sent a thrill through Zhuang Chao. That might not be appropriate. A flash of icy lethality passed through Yi Fan's eyes. Women, especially those who'd shown him kindness, were Yi Fan's absolute bottom line. For Zhuang Chao to covet them? I'll make him beg for death. Perhaps young Master Zhuang could propose another condition? Yi Fan's restraint was fraying. If not for needing to observe Zhou Ming up close, he'd have already struck. Humph. Yi Fan, do you really think you're in any position to negotiate? Zhuang Chao sneered, twisting his wrist. The hidden poison goo on Yi Fan's body began squirming to the surface. Your life is already in my hands. One twitch of my finger and you drop dead. Aren't you scared? After their prolonged shadow war, the Gu sect had gained no advantage against Yi Fan, even drawing dissatisfaction from Prince Jin. Yet now? I've subdued him effortlessly. Pride swelled in Zhuang Chao. Look at this. The Yi Fan none of you could handle? I've crushed him like an ant. Zhang Feng, Grand Elder Zhang Heng's grandson, Shen Shao, Elder Tang Zheng's grandson, even Qin Tang, young master of the 9 nether sacred land, all fell to Yi Fan. Compared to me? They're trash. Yi Fan, I'll grant you one mercy. Zhuang Chao gestured for a subordinate to ready a phone. Kneel and beg for forgiveness and I'll let one of your women go. Choose who leaves, I swear not to pursue her afterward. This moment must be recorded. A viral video of the Gu sect's heir forcing the Yi family's fool to kneel? My reputation will skyrocket. Qing Rulan's lips twitched at the familiar scene. In Yongqing, Jin Yang tried the same stunt, kidnapping me, Su Yixue, and Xin Yufei, forcing Yi Fan to choose. How did that end again? Oh yes, with Jin Yang's corpse in pieces. Choose? Why choose? Yi Fan's laugh was glacial. Adults don't make selections, we take everything. Zhuang Chao, you fucking wife-stealing Chao Chao reincarnate. Die. Smack. Yi Fan's palm struck like lightning, sending Zhuang Chao spinning like a top, stars exploding behind his eyes. How? The Gu were all over him. He should be paralyzed in agony. Is he actually this stupid? Aya, you're dead. Zhuang Chao shrieked, activating the poison Gu. Instantly, Yi Fan's skin split as the creatures burrowed, blood streaming down. Yi Fan. Young master. Xiaowan and Ren Shuiying cried out in horror. Even Yu Chong and Pang Hai, themselves Gu-infested, twitched to intervene, only to be stopped by Yi Fan's mental transmission. Whoosh. Despite the Gu feasting on him, Yi Fan pivoted with unnatural speed and lunged straight for Zhou Ming. Boom. A fist charged with Emperor tier power smashed toward Zhou Ming's face. This is the real threat. Yi Fan had easily handled Feng Hanxiao. Zhuang Chao? A mosquito. But Zhou Ming. That familiar yet terrifying aura. The sense of absolute suppression. Like death itself had taken human form. That's why Yi Fan had played weak to get close enough to strike. What the fuck? Zhou Ming, previously enjoying the show, barely reacted in time. I'm just spectating here. At Emperor tier, Yi Fan's attack should have vaporized him. Yet a ripple of distorted space. Zhuang Chao's Gu chose that moment to consume Yi Fan. Flesh dissolved. Bones evaporated. Poof. Gone. The entire hall froze. Wait. What? The legendary Yi Fan, medical genius, emperor-level powerhouse, Feng Hanxiao's nemesis, just disintegrated? Yi Fan. A triple shriek of despair. Ren Shuiying, Qing Rulan, and Xiaowan moved, their grief manifesting as killing intent. I'll tear you apart. Ren Shuiying's body shook violently. After finally reuniting with the man I've loved for 6 years after overcoming every obstacle. He dies like this? In front of me? Qing Rulan's vision swam. I swore with 6 other women to continue the Yi bloodline. And now? I haven't even shared his bed yet. How do I face them? Standing nearby, Pang Hai and Yu Chong could no longer remain composed. Master Yi. Pang Hai had just received a telepathic message from Yi Fan, warning him not to act rashly. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Yi Fan had actually perished? Right under his watch? The Tianji Pavilion had waited 20 years for a prodigious leader like him. If their newly appointed genius pavilion master died just like that, wouldn't the old-timers from the 3 pavilions tear him apart? Draw your blades. Yu Chong roared at his subordinates, his entire body trembling with fury. This is our failure. We must avenge Master Yi. On the other side, Wang Fugue was equally enraged. Brother. Holy shit, you're just gone like that? No way, you can't be messing with me. Seeing Yi Fan vanish so abruptly, Wang Fugue leapt to his feet, channeling his grandmaster-level strength as he prepared to strike. Guoli stood nearby, sensing something was off. But the undeniable fact was that Yi Fan had disappeared before everyone's eyes. Even he couldn't be sure what had happened. The Ren family, Yi family's 4 maids, and the hidden bodyguards, everyone was on the verge of losing their minds. Martial energy erupted from them as they readied themselves for battle. The entire hall trembled under the surging force, shaking tables, chairs, and light fixtures violently. At the center of the hall, Zhuang Chao froze for several seconds before snapping back to reality. Ha ha! Perfect! I actually killed Yi Fan. Everyone, stay put, unless you want to end up like him. Screech! With a sharp command from Zhuang Chao, the venomous insects in the hall surged forward, forming a thick wall of poison around him and Zhou Ming. A dense green mist filled the air, causing weaker guests to stagger and collapse. Just as Pang Hai and Yu Chang, both martial emperors, were about to strike, an ancient, oppressive aura enveloped them. Their martial energy was instantly suppressed, their power plummeting from martial emperor level to mere grandmaster tier. Huh? Not just them, Wang Fugue, Guoli, Xia Hao, the Ren family's experts, everyone in the hall felt the terrifying pressure. Their strength had been halved at the very least. Elder Pang, don't act recklessly. Young Master Zhuang already warned you. We never intended to kill anyone. Now that Yi Fan is dead, resistance is pointless. Surrender, we only want cooperation with the Jiuzhou group. Zhou Ming had fully activated the artifact given by the Holy Envoy organization, suppressing the martial prowess of everyone in the hall. Yi Fan had died right before his eyes, torn apart by venomous insects, his body dissolving into nothingness. Yet, Zhou Ming couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He just couldn't pinpoint what. Regardless, Yi Fan's death was a monumental victory for the Holy Envoy organization. With him gone, no one could interfere with their plans in Huadu. With the suppression artifact active and Zhuang Chao's venomous insects, controlling these so-called elites would be child's play. Without Yi Fan, the families loyal to the Yi clan had lost their backbone. Dream on. Yu Chang snarled. Using such underhanded tactics against the Yi family and the Jiuzhou group. I'll slaughter you all. As the head of Tianji Pavilion's assassin division, his temper was explosive. Ignoring the venomous insects, he swung his blade at Zhou Ming and Zhuang Chao. Zhuang Chao instinctively prepared to command the insects to attack, but Zhou Ming stopped him. Young Master Zhuang, my artifact is already in effect. Watch this. With a casual flick of his wrist, Zhou Ming unleashed a martial venerable level strike, sending Yu Chang flying backward with a deafening crash. Under the artifact's suppression, Yu Chang could barely muster grandmaster level strength. Damn it! What kind of trick is this? Yu Chang wiped blood from his lips, glaring furiously at the two. The crowd was stunned. Yu Chang, a martial emperor, couldn't even fight at grandmaster level now. This was horrifying. Ha! See that? All of you are weakened. Face it, none of you stand a chance against us now. Zhuang Chao laughed triumphantly. Release the footage of Yi Fan's death immediately. Push it to the top of the trending list. The world must know I killed Yi Fan. He scanned the room coldly. You have 1 minute to decide. Surrender or join Yi Fan in death. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of Shangjing. What? Yi Fan is dead. Empress Ji Yuchen's mother paled as she watched the video of Yi Fan being devoured by venomous insects. She and Ji Yuchen had just finalized their plan to support the Yi family's rise, establish the Grand Preceptor's office, and counterbalance Prince Jin. Now, Yi Fan was dead? Could the Yi family patriarch even withstand such a blow? What's wrong? Ji Yuchen emerged, draped in a loose robe that barely concealed her curves. Yi Fan dead? Impossible. That prodigy has survived countless assassination attempts. With 2 martial emperors guarding him today, how could he die so easily? She smirked, her eyes glinting with intrigue. That man is full of tricks. Dismiss this. Our plans remain unchanged. Handing the tablet back to her aide, she murmured, this Yi Fan, he's growing more interesting by the day. Though the video showed his death, her instincts told her he had deceived everyone. Perhaps winning him over truly was the right move. But as the reigning sovereign, she couldn't leave Shangjing. Send an order, she commanded, a sly smile playing on her lips. Tomorrow, Imperial Consort Ji Ningxuan shall visit Huadu on my behalf to commend Yi Fan. She wondered what sparks would fly between her betrothed and this enigmatic man. Ji Yuchen sighed. The elegant woman beside Ji Yuchen frowned in confusion. Yuchen? Why are you so sure about Yi Fan? What if he's really dead? He won't be. He pulled this same trick years ago during a mission. Ji Yuchen waved her off, covering a yawn. Don't wake me unless it's urgent. I'm going back to sleep. Watching her dismissively curl up again, the woman's brow furrowed. She turned to the window and snapped at her subordinates. Keep monitoring the situation. Mobilize all royal resources to investigate Yi Fan immediately. Yi Fan can't die now. If he does, Prince Jin's faction will be dancing with joy. Prince Jin's residence, Shangjing. Prince Jin stared blankly at the tablet in his hand, struggling to process the report. He's dead? Just like that. For 5 years, he had schemed to eliminate the monstrous genius of the Yi family. Car crashes failed. The Su family's internal betrayal failed. The 3 great clans failed. Even Elder Zhang's grandson personally intervening failed. Yet now Yi Fan had suddenly died? Your Highness, it's confirmed, his aide reported. Our undercover agents witnessed it. Yi Fan was torn apart by the venomous goo. Zhuang Chao and Zhou Ming have taken control of the scene. They'll likely seize Jojo Group and the Ren family next. Prince Jin analyzed the details, then shook his head. If he's truly dead, excellent. But this feels too convenient. Send Sun Jiahong and Jin Mingliang with our elite team to verify. Even if he's dead, I want to see the body. Remember, Yi Fan is an emperor-level warrior. His death shouldn't be this easy. Something's off. Also, triple surveillance on Yi Changfeng. If Yi Fan is gone, that old fox will act. If he mobilizes the Heavenly Dragon Army's 1,000,000 troops toward Shangjing, we'll have a catastrophe on our hands. Council of Elders, Shangjing. Elder Yi emergency. Young Master Yi has been killed. Venomous goo struck him during Old Master Ren's birthday banquet in Huadu. Captain Lung Feng's urgent report jolted Yi Changfeng awake. What? Xiao Fan is dead? Are you certain? Yi Changfeng's voice trembled, his pupils dilating in shock. An hour ago we spoke. How could he die so suddenly? According to earlier reports, Yi Fan had already killed the Goo cult's 3rd elder Ling Yun and the 5 Venoms boy. Poison shouldn't have been a threat. Confirmed. Here's the footage from the Yi family guards. Lung Feng handed over a tablet. Yi Changfeng's face darkened as he watched the clip. Yi Fan's body shredded by the goo. Send the order, he roared, smashing a table with a fist. Prepare the Heavenly Dragon Army for war. If they dare exterminate my grandson, my family's last heir, I'll burn everything down with them. This is unforgivable. Though his martial energy was weakened, the sheer authority in his rage pressed even Lung Feng into silence. At once, Elder Yi, an aide rushed to relay the command, but Lung Feng suddenly intercepted him. Wait, new update from Huadu. Young Master Yi, he's alive. Ren family estate, Huadu. Zhou Ming's artifact, a gift from the Holy Envoy, suppressed the martial power of everyone present. Meanwhile, Zhuang Chao's tide of venomous goo held the crowd hostage. The air was thick with tension. No one dared move. Time's up, Pang Hai. Zhuang Chao sneered. Surrender or die. Choose. Jojo Group, an empire coveted by countless forces, now seemed within the Goo cult's grasp. Zhuang Chao was eager to break Pang Hai's defiance. Surrender to clowns like you? Dream on. Pang Hai spat. We'd rather die than yield. Same here. Death before submission. We'll perish with our husband before bowing to you. Guoli, Wang Fugue, Ren Shuiying, Qiu Wan, Xia Hao Lu Wuyang. All stepped forward, their resolve unshaken. Even neutral guests loyal to the Yi family joined them. Zhuang Chao's face twisted in fury. Are you all insane? Yi Fan is dead. The Yi family is finished. Just a dying old man left. Why cling to a lost cause? Silence. Then, who said I was dead? A clear voice rang out. Yi Fan strode through the doors, his gaze icy. Zhuang Chao, you're not one to keep promises, are you? The crowd froze. Yi Fan, it's him. He's alive. Ren Shuiying burst into tears of joy. Qiu Wan and Qing Rulin clasped hands, pride glowing in their eyes. Ha! New big bro wouldn't kick it. Wang Fugue grinned. Not with so many beauties waiting. Pang Hai and Yu Chang exhaled in relief, though confusion lingered. What the? Yifan, are you a ghost? Zhuang Chao stumbled back, gaping at the unharmed man. Try me and find out. Yifan's dagger flashed. Thunk. The blade punched through Zhuang Chao's chest. Blood gushed. Gah! You lunatic! Zhuang Chao wheezed, clutching the wound. Fine. If you didn't die last time, let's all perish together now. Cold sweat dripped down his back. How is he alive? I saw him die. At his command, the goose swarm stirred, but instead of attacking Yifan's allies, they recoiled from Rin Tianqing and Pang Hai, and turned on Zhuang Chao, Zhou Ming, and their own cultists. What the hell is happening? Ah! In the blink of an eye, the loyalists and subordinates who had followed Zhuang Chao were completely devoured by the tidal wave of venomous goo insects. No, stop, please stop. Zhuang Chao frantically issued commands, desperate to halt the goo insects' onslaught. Yet, to his horror, he realized that despite these being goo insects controlled by his own mother goo, they no longer obeyed his orders. In fact, when Zhuang Chao's commands grew too urgent, several of the mother goo even bit into his chest, sending waves of excruciating pain through his heart. He coughed up mouthfuls of black blood, his body convulsing violently. Meanwhile, on Ren Tianqing and Pang Hai's side, the goo insects that had previously clung to them had all retreated without a trace. As the disgusting creatures finally left her body, Ren Shuiying shook her arms in disgust, her face brightening with relief. I told you Brother Fan was the best. I really thought we'd be widows. Ugh! Shuiying, don't say such nonsense. Qing Rulin's cheeks flushed pink, though her joy was unmistakable. Beside them, Qiuwan watched Yifan with nervous anticipation. Though she remained silent, her heart swelled with happiness for him. Finally, I've met a man who truly cares for me, one who's turned my life around. I want to cherish this. With Yifan effortlessly resolving the deadly goo insect crisis, Pang Hai and Yu Chang exchanged relieved glances. As expected of the Tianji Pavilion's master, never a coward, Zhuang Chao's goo insects had all failed and he himself suffered severe backlash, vomiting blood uncontrollably. Panicked, he staggered backward, his voice trembling. Yifan, you. The goo insects had been his greatest weapon, his means to control Yifan's life as well as the lives of every guest present. Even if Yifan himself was immune, surely he'd hesitate for the sake of his women and allies. Yet now, with a mere wave of Yifan's hand, the goo insects had vanished completely. How did he do it? How did you pull this off? Zhuang Chao glanced behind him. His followers had all been devoured, leaving only Zhou Ming standing unscathed, seemingly immune to the goo insects. But even Zhou Ming had no way to counter this overwhelming swarm. Zhuang Chao had nowhere left to retreat. With a cold smirk, Yifan retrieved a small black cauldron from his robes. You recognize this, don't you? The 10,000 goo cauldron. Zhuang Chao's eyes burned with recognition and greed. So that's it. No wonder. Yifan, you've seized the 10,000 goo cauldron. You control the goo emperor, the ruler of all venomous goo. You're ruthless. Now everything made sense. Why had Third Elder Ling Yun and the 5 Poisons boy been effortlessly slaughtered? Why had Yifan spared Zhuang Chao's life until now? He was using me as a pawn. Zhuang Chao's gaze swept over the ghastly white skeletons around him. In mere moments, the goo sect's entire network in Huadu and the entire southwest region had been annihilated. Worse, these loyalists had been killed by Zhuang Chao himself. At least, that was how it would appear to outsiders. What would the remaining goo sect members think when they saw the circulated footage? That the goo sect not only failed to protect its own but even turned their goo insects against them. Who would dare ally with the goo sect after this? Killing the body and shattering the spirit, truly vicious. Ruthless? Yifan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Blame your own greed and treachery, young Master Zhuang. Had you honored our agreement to spare them if I died, you might have walked away alive. But now what? Though Zhuang Chao already guessed the answer, panic still gripped him as Yifan's intent became clear. Yifan's voice turned icy. You helped murder my second brother, then came for me. Did you really think I'd let you live? Whoosh. With a flick of his wrist, Yifan activated the 10,000 goo cauldron. Instantly, the swarm of goo insects surged toward Zhuang Chao like a raging tide. A few of Zhuang Chao's own mother goo resisted briefly, reluctant to attack their master. But then, a golden goo insect emerged from Zhuang Chao's shoulder, its wings fluttering twice. Immediately, all resistance ceased. The goo insects frenziedly burrowed into Zhuang Chao's mouth, nostrils, and every orifice. No. Stop. Zhuang Chao's face twisted in terror, fury, and despair. Gu sorcery had been his pride, his power, yet now he would die by his own Gu insects. Yi Fan, you can't kill me. The Gu sect will never let this go. Even as a grandmaster, Zhuang Chao's martial strength was useless against the Gu insects already feasting on his organs from within. Squelch! Squelch! The grotesque sounds of devouring filled the hall, sending chills down every spine. The Gu sect won't let this go? Yi Fan sneered. Do you really think you and your father speak for the entire Gu sect? With the 10,000 Gu cauldron in my hands, who do you think the Gu sect will truly obey? The 10,000 Gu cauldron was the Gu sect's sacred relic, traditionally wielded only by its rightful leader. Yet Zhuang Chao's father, Zhuang Baifan, had seized the sect leadership through dishonorable means. Though Zhuang Baifan now held the title of sect master, many still refused to acknowledge him. Zhuang Chao's expression darkened. Within seconds, the Gu insects reduced him to nothing but an empty husk. As the crimson swarm spilled out from his collapsed skin, even the remnants of his flesh were utterly consumed. It was as if he had never existed. With Zhuang Chao's death, his mother Gu perished as well. At Yi Fan's command, the remaining Gu insects vanished without a trace. Were it not for the piles of bleached bones littering the hall, no one would believe such horrors had just unfolded. Hiss! The guests collectively shuddered. Those who had sided with Feng Hanxiao earlier, some punished by Yi Fan, most having fled, were now marked by Tianji Pavilion's surveillance. The families who'd aligned with Zhuang Chao had all perished by his own hand. In a single night, Yi Fan had nearly cleansed Huadu of all opposition to the Yi family. The Jin Prince's influence in Huadu had been eradicated. Even the Gu sect, reeling from the loss of its young master, would think twice before causing trouble in Huadu, at least for a while. Now, it's your turn, young Master Zhou. Just as Pang Hai and Yu Chong began to relax, Yi Fan's sharp gaze locked onto Zhou Ming, his expression grave. Earlier, Yi Fan's paper puppet had already tested Zhou Ming, and his eerie composure today was deeply unsettling. That mysterious force suppressing everyone's strength. It filled Yi Fan with unease. Moments earlier, when Yi Fan's paper avatar approached Zhou Ming, his strength was suppressed below the Grandmaster realm. But now, as Yi Fan's true self drew near, the undying flame deep within his dantian burned fiercer than ever before, erupting with unprecedented vigor. A peculiar energy surged from Yi Fan's body, seemingly clashing with the strange aura radiating from Zhou Ming, weakening its suppressive effects. Even so, despite the undying flame's immense power, it could only neutralize half of the mysterious force emanating from Zhou Ming. Yi Fan's strength was now at the peak of the martial venerable realm, still far from the martial emperor level. Yet, Zhou Ming's power unmistakably surpassed that of a martial venerable. Elder Pang, evacuate everyone from the hall, now. During his earlier test with the paper avatar, Yi Fan had discovered that Zhou Ming's suppression field only extended within a 3-foot radius. But now, as Yi Fan stepped into the hall, he realized the suppression had expanded to envelop the entire space. At this point, Yi Fan wasn't entirely confident. His teleportation abilities, the exorcism array, the undying flame, and even the divine fragments within him, were they enough to defeat Zhou Ming? Yet tonight, Zhou Ming, the hidden final boss, had ensured there would be no escape. One of them would die here. Thinking of leaving? Too late. Seeing Pang Hai and the others attempting to retreat, Zhou Ming immediately struck. Back in Yongqing, he had underestimated Yi Fan once and paid dearly, his physical body obliterated. Now, with Yi Fan's allies and lovers conveniently gathered at the Ren family banquet, they were the perfect leverage. Zhou Ming wouldn't let a single one escape. Boom. Zhou Ming slammed his palm onto the ground. A tide of black mist erupted, fracturing into 8 shadowy tendrils that lunged like dragons toward Pang Hai, Yu Chong, Ren Shuiying, Xiu Wan, and the others. Corrupted energy. Pang Hai's face paled. Lord Yi, beware. If that mist binds you, it will drain your life force endlessly. Having participated in the suppression and sealing of corrupted beings decades ago, the Tianji Pavilion knew all too well the horrors of this power. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Zhou Ming was indeed connected to those abominations. Back in Yongqing, the Zhao family had revealed that the forces targeting the Yi clan included not only the mysterious faction from the capital but also young Master Zhu. Now Zhou Ming had surfaced. The shadowy power in the capital had already been exposed. Its master was none other than Prince Jin. As for Zhou Ming, he served the enigmatic Holy Envoys, an organization undoubtedly tied to the corrupted. And the emergence of the corrupted was inextricably linked to the Divine Gate, the legacy of Yi Fan's mother. The pieces were falling into place. Both Prince Jin and the holy envoys sought the Yi family's celestial palace map. Meanwhile, the Divine Gate, led by Yi Fan's mother, had once been the primary force suppressing the corrupted. Was that why the holy envoys and their abominations targeted the Yi clan? To prevent his rise and the corrupted's resealing? Humph. Exorcism Array activate. Even as his mind raced, Yi Fan's hands moved swiftly. The exorcism array, derived from divine fragments, was innately designed to suppress and purify the corrupted. Just as the shadowy dragons were about to engulf Rin Tianqing and the others, several Tianji Pavilion experts tried to block them with martial energy only to be ensnared. In seconds, half their vitality was drained, their skin withering decades in moments. The horrific sight sent a wave of terror through the crowd. Then golden light erupted. A massive, illusory bagua formation materialized on the ground, its radiant runes searing through the darkness. Hiss crackle. The shadowy dragons writhed as the runes scoured them, dissolving most of the mist in an instant. The remnants recoiled, retreating to coil around Zhou Ming, no longer daring to advance. So, the prodigal son finally shows himself. Zhou Ming's lips curled, his earlier frown replaced by a twisted excitement. The holy envoy suspected it, but now it's certain you're that bitch's spawn. And tonight, you die. His foot stamped the ground, propelling him toward Yi Fan in a murderous blur. With the holy envoy's aid, Zhou Ming's strength had reached the third tier of the martial emperor realm. Now, augmented by that mysterious artifact, he fought at the fourth tier. Against Yi Fan's peak martial venerable power, the gap was insurmountable. Yi Fan's only advantage? The exorcism array. Before entering, he had laid over 30 such formations outside the hall. Each one would chip away at Zhou Ming's strength, enough to exhaust him eventually. But Zhou Ming's artifact remained the wild card. Its suppression field made every step a struggle. Yet Zhou Ming too had prepared. Recognizing the array's threat, he gave Yi Fan no time to reactivate them. Boom. The sheer pressure of Zhou Ming's aura alone made breathing difficult. A dagger flashed, Yi Fan barely teleported aside, evading the first strike. Quick reflexes. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Zhou Ming lunged again. The difference between a fourth-tier martial emperor and a peak martial venerable wasn't trivial. Even with his enhanced physique and teleportation, Yi Fan was outmatched. The second clash triggered another exorcism array, briefly halting Zhou Ming, but his corrupted energy swiftly corroded the formation. The third strike was met with the undying flames blaze. By the fourth, Yi Fan's teleportation faltered. On the fifth, crack! Zhou Ming's fist smashed into Yi Fan's chest, hurling him across the hall. The mighty Yi clan's genius reduced to this? Zhou Ming didn't relent. Seeing Yi Fan stagger, he pressed forward. In battle, only death guaranteed victory. Brother Yi! Ren Shuiying, watching Yi Fan cough blood, rushed to his side. A surge of ancient energy enveloped him. Instantly, it was as if parched earth had been drenched in rain. His vitality replenished. His martial energy doubled. Where Zhou Ming's suppression had once capped him at peak martial venerable, Yi Fan now wielded the power of a second-tier martial emperor. So this is the power of a healer? Die! Zhou Ming charged at Yi Fan, plunging his dagger straight toward Yi Fan's heart. Earlier, Zhou Ming had already sensed that Yi Fan's strength was only at the peak of the martial venerable realm. Because of this, Zhou Ming had grown careless. When he struck, he only used the power of a second-rank martial emperor. But the moment his attack landed, Zhou Ming suddenly realized something was wrong. Yi Fan's aura had changed. Just moments ago, his strength had been at the martial venerable level, yet now it had instantly surged beyond the martial emperor realm? This is bad. Panic flashed through Zhou Ming's mind as he swiftly retreated. Yi Fan possessed that bizarre teleportation ability. If he wasn't careful, he'd suffer a devastating blow. Squelch! But by the time Zhou Ming reacted, it was already too late. Yi Fan had already teleported behind him, driving a battle blade straight into Zhou Ming's weakest spot. East wind shatters, chrysanthemum withers. Ah! Zhou Ming experienced a sensation akin to flying, his entire body nearly launched into the air. The sheer, agonizing ecstasy of it. Damn you, Yi Fan! I'll kill you! Zhou Ming snarled, his body flickering rapidly as he scanned for Yi Fan's next position before launching another attack. Truthfully, Yi Fan hadn't intended to strike that spot. His initial targets had been Zhou Ming's dantian and heart. But Zhou Ming had dodged at the last second and the blade had accidentally found its way there. Though Zhou Ming was in excruciating pain, the wound wasn't fatal. Boom. Boom. Even with Zhou Ming fighting at full strength, Yi Fan had Ren Shuiying, his healer, constantly restoring his vitality and stabilizing his martial power. But his cultivation was still suppressed. His true strength, that of a 7th-rank martial emperor, couldn't be unleashed. It was frustrating. Infuriating. After exchanging over a dozen blows, Yi Fan was sent flying again, coughing up blood. He staggered, barely able to stand. Young master. Outside the battlefield, Nanxing, Xiaowan, and the other 3 maids could no longer hold back. They rushed in recklessly, blocking 2 fatal strikes meant for Yi Fan, but all 4 were wounded in the process. Peng Hai and Yu Chang joined the fray. Guoli and Wang Fugue charged in. Even Ren Buitao stepped forward. Yet nothing changed. Because of the suppression from Zhou Ming's mysterious artifact, none of them could unleash their full power. Zhou Ming, however, remained unaffected. With the strength of a 3rd-rank martial emperor, he dominated them all effortlessly. Within minutes, Yi Fan, Peng Hai, Yu Chang, Guoli, and the others were all knocked to the ground. A few onlookers wanted to intervene, but they were powerless. Yi Fan, come on. Get up if you dare. Fight me again. And Peng Hai, you refused the easy way, so don't blame me for what comes next. Though Zhou Ming had suppressed their cultivation, defeating so many experts in succession still left him exhausted. He panted heavily as he spoke. Yi Fan, hand over the map. If you do, I might grant you a quick death. Zhou Ming's eyes burned with greed as he stared at Yi Fan. The Prince of Jin's grand scheme had all been for the sake of the Yi family's celestial palace map. And the Holy Envoy organization backing Zhou Ming? Their true goal was the divine fragments hidden within that map. Zhou Ming dragged his blood-stained blade across the ground, sparks flying as he advanced step by step toward Yi Fan. Ren Shuiying, Zhou Wan, Qing Rulan, and the others lay sprawled near Yi Fan. Fan Ji! Xiao Fan! The girls desperately wanted to shield Yi Fan with their own bodies, to take Zhou Ming's final strike in his place. Yi Xiao! Big brother! Peng Hai, Yu Chang, Guoli, Wang Fugue, all of them had been beaten down, their bloodlines sealed. They could only watch helplessly as Zhou Ming closed in on Yi Fan. Zhou Ming, if you have any guts, drop that damn artifact and fight me fair and square. Yu Chang roared, coughing violently. But Zhou Ming ignored him. His eyes were locked onto Yi Fan, his only target. Yi Fan sat slumped on the ground, his body seemingly on the verge of collapse. But in truth, he knew he wasn't that badly injured. His martial venerate level strength was exhausted and his 7th-rank martial emperor power was being suppressed, but his body itself was still intact. If only something could disrupt Zhou Ming's suppression for even a fraction of a second, Yi Fan could muster enough strength to kill him instantly. Yet no matter how many times he tried, whether using divine fragments or the evil-slaying array, he couldn't break free of that mysterious force. Just how sinister is this power? Is this the work of those abominations? Am I really going to die here? From childhood till now, even during the 5 years he'd spent sealing himself away, Yi Fan had never felt so helpless. His gaze lingered on Ren Shuiying, Qing Rulan, and Qiu Wan. Wives, Shuiying. Wanjie. I'm sorry. He sighed bitterly. He'd been too confident. He'd thought his arrays would be enough to handle Zhou Ming, but that cursed artifact of his was far more powerful than expected. Even with 3 martial emperors on his side, they hadn't stood a chance. Old Gua, Old Wang. Let's be brothers again in the next life. Peng Lao, Yu Lao, my apologies. Summoning his last ounce of strength, Yi Fan forced himself to stand and bid farewell to everyone. Sigh. The Yi family's enemies were simply too strong. If it were just the Prince of Jin, Yi Fan could have mustered his forces with Consort Chu Lanwei's aid and the support of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to stand a fighting chance. But these abominations, backed by the sinister forces that had targeted his mother, wanted him dead even more than the prince did. Was the Yi family truly doomed from the start? Gripping his blade for support, Yi Fan glared coldly at Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming, you'd better make sure this strike kills me. Because if it doesn't, even in death, I'll tear a chunk of flesh from you. Humph. You think I'm stupid enough to waste time gloating? The more a villain talks, the worse their fate. I'll send you straight to the underworld, then take my time dealing with the rest. A dark glint flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes as he swung his blade straight for Yi Fan's heart. Whoosh. A cold gleam sliced through the hall. Fan Ji. Xiao Fan. Big brother. Yi Xiao. A chorus of despairing cries erupted. A peerless genius, the last hope of the Yi family, was about to fall. Damn this unjust heaven. Last time, during his duel with Zhuang Chao, Yi Fan had somehow survived through some trickery. But this time, the Yi Fan before them was the real one, flesh and blood, capable of bleeding, of smiling. Would another miracle happen? No. Every force Yi Fan could rally, aside from the Phantom Division guarding Yunqing, was already here. Who else could save him now? Outside the hall, a stray cat let out a mournful wail, as if lamenting the tragedy. A breeze rustled the leaves, casting shifting shadows across the courtyard. The night felt unbearably bleak. In the grand hall, all the guests closed their eyes in despair. Tonight, would they witness the fall of a once-in-a-generation prodigy? Nothing was more tragic than a hero's downfall. The hall fell deathly silent, broken only by the sound of Zhou Ming's blade slicing through the air. It's hopeless. This time, it's truly hopeless. Everyone dreaded hearing that final, sickening thud. But, thud. The sound of a blade cleaving flesh, like splitting a watermelon, finally echoed through the hall. Zhou Ming, the ruthless proxy chosen by the holy envoy, never missed an opportunity to eliminate his enemies without mercy. It's over. Tears streamed down Qiuwan's cheeks. She had finally found a man she truly loved, yet after barely 2 days of happiness, he was about to die. Would she become a widow again? But perhaps she would never love again. Ren Shuiying couldn't bear to look at Yufan. Lowering her head, she resolved that if she survived this ordeal, she would take his ashes to a temple, shave her head, and spend the rest of her days in prayer. Qing Rulin wept silently. How could this bastard die before I even became his woman? How will I explain this to the other 7 sisters? Peng Hai and Yu Chong wore grim expressions. Was the rise of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion truly doomed? You bastard! If you want to hurt my man, you'll have to step over my corpse first. A delicate yet resolute voice rang out in the hall. The despairing crowd instantly looked toward Yifan. Ex-sister-in-law. Xian Yufei? How did she get here? Wang Fugue and Guo Li were stunned to see the girl standing protectively in front of Yifan. No one knew how Xian Yufei had suddenly appeared or how she had managed to shield Yifan. But the result was clear: she had taken the fatal blow meant for him. The thud had come from the blade striking her back. Yet, astonishingly, Xian Yufei's body remained unharmed. Instead, a golden phantom emerged from her, as if splitting from her very being. Xian Yufei had tried to block the attack, but the golden phantom had absorbed the lethal strike in her stead. A contract spirit body? Miss Xian actually has a contract spirit body. Peng Hai, as the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion steward, recognized the phenomenon immediately. A contract spirit body is 1 in a million. Those who possess it are accompanied by a phantom that shields them from fatal harm. Once mastered, it can even aid in battle. Was their pavilion master truly so extraordinary? Even the women around him were anything but ordinary. But even with Xian Yufei's contract spirit body, what could it change? She had blocked one attack, but Zhou Ming's mysterious power still suppressed everyone. He would simply strike again. Wait. Suppression? The moment Xian Yufei's contract spirit manifested, Peng Hai sensed something shift. The suppression is gone. Now, attack. Though injured earlier, Peng Hai's strength had been sealed by the suppression. Now with it lifted, his energy surged back. Yu Chong, Guo Li, Wang Fugue, and the other Heavenly Secrets Pavilion assassins all realized the same thing. This was their only chance. Most likely, Xian Yufei's contract spirit had neutralized Zhou Ming's suppression. Without hesitation, Peng Hai and Yu Chong unleashed their full power, Martial Emperor Tier 5 and Tier 3, respectively, charging at Zhou Ming in a frenzy. Yifan! I'm sorry I was late. Xian Yufei collapsed into Yufan's arms, smiling weakly. I've always loved you. Breaking off the engagement wasn't my choice. Yifan had already deduced that Xian Yufei's behavior at the funeral had been due to soul manipulation, not her true will. You're not late. You came just in time. Yifan, too, felt the suppression vanish. This was his only chance for a counterattack. Xian Yufei's contract spirit had likely temporarily nullified Zhou Ming's power, buying them precious seconds. If they failed to act now, everyone here would die. As he spoke, the walls around his heart finally crumbled. This woman, his childhood sweetheart, the one he had always loved despite their misunderstandings, had risked her life for him once again. This was the second time. The first had been in Yaoqing when she saved Qing Rulin and Su Ishue. Holding Xian Yufei close, Yifan channeled his vitality into her while unleashing his full strength, Martial Emperor Tier 7. In a flash, he teleported in front of Zhou Ming. Damn it, Xian Yufei. You jinx. What the hell are you doing here? I knew you'd ruin everything. Zhou Ming had once placed a soul curse on Xian Yufei, fearing her contract spirit might counter him. Though Yufan had broken the curse, Xian Yufei had still appeared at the critical moment, neutralizing Zhou Ming's suppression. Now, Yifan was back at Martial Emperor Tier 7. Peng Hai at Tier 5. Yu Chong at Tier 3. 3 supreme experts surrounded Zhou Ming, cutting off all escape routes. Thud. 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 Their blades pierced Zhou Ming's heart and Dantian. Yifan's death energy corroded Zhou Ming's organs, ensuring no chance of survival. Yu Chong, enraged, hacked at Zhou Ming's chest repeatedly. You bastard! You nearly killed young Master Yi. I'll carve you into pieces. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's future had almost been destroyed today. Yu Chang's fury knew no bounds. Ah, damn it, you, Zhou Ming looked down at his ruined body, now riddled with holes like a leaking sack. A white light flickered Zhou Ming's consciousness, attempting to flee, just as before. If he could return to the Holy Envoy, he could be restored. But this time, Yi Fan was ready. As the light flashed, 13 layers of sealing arrays descended, trapping Zhou Ming's essence completely. Even golden flames surged from the evil-slaying array. The moment Zhou Ming's soul consciousness touched the array, a sizzling sound erupted, as if it were being scorched. Ah! Ah! Zhou Ming's white wisp of consciousness flailed wildly in the air, his agonized screams echoing. Damn it! Damn you! But it was all futile. The evil-slaying array was specifically designed to eradicate malevolent spirits, inherently capable of purifying souls and consciousness. Its earlier diminished effect was due to Yi Fan's strength being restricted below the martial venerable level. Now that Yi Fan could unleash the power of a 7th-grade martial emperor, the arrays might increase exponentially. Sizzle! In mere seconds, the dozen or so interwoven arrays incinerated Zhou Ming's soul consciousness into nothingness. A golden streak of light drifted toward Yi Fan's arm before merging into his body. Sensing the golden energy, Yi Fan froze as countless fragmented memories flooded his mind. Zhou Ming's memories and combat experience? After the evil-slaying array purified Zhou Ming, his martial techniques, battle instincts, and even his cultivation insights had all transferred to Yi Fan. Closing his eyes, Yi Fan carefully absorbed the information transmitted from Zhou Ming's remnants, his heart swelling with joy. So, Zhou Ming had also found a fragment of the Immortal Palace map, but he'd kept it hidden instead of handing it over to the Holy Envoy. As for his other high-level martial techniques, they went without saying. All in all, killing Zhou Ming had been an extremely lucrative move for Yi Fan. Nearby, Pang Hai and Yu Chang, still gripping their battle blades, had been ready to strike again. But when the white glow vanished and Zhou Ming's presence completely disappeared, they finally relaxed. Young Master Yi. Pang Hai warily scanned the hall once more, ensuring no other threats lingered, before bowing respectfully. Yi Fan nodded, handing the unconscious Xian Yufei to the approaching Ren Shuiying, then strode toward Zhou Ming's corpse. The Immortal Palace map fragment on Zhou Ming's body couldn't fall into anyone else's hands. What intrigued Yi Fan most, however, was the secret behind Zhou Ming's earlier ability to suppress others' martial energy. He had to uncover it. After a quick search, Yi Fan indeed found the map fragment, along with another shard. A divine fragment? At that moment, the golden phantom around Xian Yufei dimmed, and Yi Fan immediately sensed an overwhelming oppressive force radiating from the shard. So, Zhou Ming's power to suppress martial energy came from this divine fragment? Yi Fan channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into the fragment, only to find its interior a chaotic void, thick and viscous, as if trying to trap his consciousness within. These ruins fragments truly are bizarre. As Yi Fan pondered how to control it, the divine fragment suddenly melted in his palm, seeping into his body. Simultaneously, an arcane and immensely heavy mental pressure surged into his mind. Ah! Though the ember flame within Yi Fan's body flickered, neutralizing much of the pressure, he still cried out in agony. In his dazed state, he gleaned that this fragment's power was called Absolute Domain, an incredibly overpowered field control ability. It could suppress opponents' strength within its range, even amplifying gravity to slow their movements. Zhou Ming had clearly failed to fully grasp this ability. Had he mastered gravity manipulation and movement deceleration, Yi Fan would have had no chance of turning the tables today. But Yi Fan's current spiritual strength was insufficient to withstand the fragment's power. Under the crushing mental pressure, he lasted barely 5 seconds before collapsing, unconscious. Brother Fan, Xiao Fan, Qiu Wan, Ren Shuiying, and Qing Rulin rushed forward in alarm, catching him before he hit the ground. Dr. Lei, what's wrong with him? Yi Fan's clothes were drenched in blood from the gashes inflicted during the battle, making his condition appear dire. Lei Qianjue hurriedly checked his pulse, his expression shifting between concern and relief. Physically, these are just superficial wounds. But his spiritual energy is dangerously depleted. He'll need potent vitality to recover. As he spoke, his gaze flicked to Ren Shuiying. Her unique constitution allowed her to endlessly supply life force and martial energy, exactly what Yifan needed. Understood. Sister Wan, Sister Rulin, leave it to me. I know what to do. Blushing, Ren Shuiying recalled their past intimate moments, where their energies had intertwined to nourish each other. She'd pledged herself to Yifan 6 years ago. Now that they were engaged, becoming his woman was only natural. With that, she scooped Yifan up and hurried toward her bedroom. Dr. Lei, what about Yufei? How is she? Qing Rulin asked anxiously, eyeing the still unconscious Xian Yufei. Had Xian Yufei not intervened with her spirit contract's unique resistance to the domain's suppression, everyone present would have perished. Though past misunderstandings over the broken engagement had strained their relationship, Xian Yufei and Yifan had grown up together. Their bond ran deep. After today, Qing Rulin resolved to rally the other sisters and convince Yifan to accept Xian Yufei. How could they blame her for something beyond her control? But Lei Qianjue's examination left him grim. This is serious. Miss Xian's condition is critical. Her spirit contract is severely damaged. She may not wake for a long time. What? Pang Hai and the others paled. Xian Yufei had saved them all. If anything happened to her, the guilt would haunt them forever. Dr. Lei, is there truly no other way? Pang Hai pressed. He'd heard of cases where injured spirit contracts either dissipated or went dormant. In severe instances, the host could slip into a coma, or worse, never wake again. Zhou Ming's earlier strike had been a full-powered attack from a 4th-grade martial emperor. Xian Yufei, barely at the control realm, had taken the brunt of it. Her spirit contract's injuries were undoubtedly catastrophic. Yifan severely injured, Xian Yufei unconscious. The birthday banquet of the Ren family patriarch initially appeared to be just a confrontation between the Ren family and the ancient martial Wind family. However, in reality, it was a life-and-death struggle between the Yi family and their two major adversaries. Fortunately, in the end, whether it was Feng Hanxiao, Zhuang Chao, or Zhou Ming, all were defeated. Regarding the issue of the severely injured spirit contract, there's indeed a solution. However, the specific medicinal formula is quite complicated. I only know part of it. The details may have to wait until young Master Yi wakes up so we can discuss it further. My apologies. Lei Qianjue sighed helplessly. Despite being hailed as the divine physician of Great Xia, his medical skills were still far inferior to Yifan's. Arrange proper rest for Miss Xian. Ren Tianqing called for the Ren family's bodyguards along with Qing Rulin and others to escort Xian Yufei to her quarters. Given how events had unfolded, the birthday banquet could no longer continue. Esteemed guests, I thank you all for coming to celebrate this old man's birthday. However, today's festivities must end here. In the near future, when the joint venture between our Ren family and the Jiuzhou Group's Sun City project officially launches, I will invite you all to gather again. Holding a microphone, Ren Tianqing addressed the remaining guests. Of course. Of course. May Master Ren live a long and prosperous life. Wishing Master Ren eternal health and happiness. Most of the remaining guests were staunch supporters of the Ren and Yi families, along with a few neutral parties. Everyone understood that with the backing of the Jiuzhou Group and the Yi family, the Ren family had firmly established its dominance in Huadu and even the entire southwest region. As for the Yi family, after tonight's operation, their rivals in Tianan province would likely be completely eradicated. As the crowd dispersed, only Pang Hai, Yuchang, Su Hai, Guoli, Wang Fugue, Xia Hao, Qiuwan, Qing Rulin, and a few others remained. Young Master Gua, how should we proceed from here? Do you have any suggestions? Pang Hai bowed slightly toward Guoli with a polite smile. Pang Hai had long investigated Yifan's inner circle. Guoli and Wang Fugue had grown up with Yifan since childhood, and Guoli was the best candidate for the role of strategist and manager. This was Yifan's arrangement, and Pang Hai also intended to mentor Guoli. After all, Pang Hai had his own unresolved matters. For years, he had been tied down managing the Tianji Pavilion, unable to pursue his personal goals. If Guoli could mature quickly, once Yifan fully took control of the Tianji Pavilion, Pang Hai could finally leave with peace of mind. Ah! Elder Pang Yu Guoli initially wanted to decline, but the encouragement in Pang Hai's eyes and the expectant gazes of the TNG Pavilion's elite around him made him realize the truth. Pang Hai was deliberately grooming him. With Yi Fan severely injured and the Yi family patriarch in the capital, Guoli had to shoulder the responsibility. After a brief moment of contemplation, Guoli spoke decisively. According to Big Brother's wishes, all families involved in the assassination attempt against second brother Yi, those who sought to exterminate the Yi family, must be wiped out without exception. His eyes turned cold and ruthless. Big Brother's plan is clear. Every hostile force in Tianan province must be completely purged. Understood? Follow young Master Gui's orders without question. His words represent young Master Ye's will. Pang Hai nodded firmly, reprimanding the TNG Pavilion's elite. Yes. Leaving Yu Chong and a contingent of TNG Pavilion members to guard the perimeter of the Ren estate, Pang Hai exchanged a few words with Ren Tianxing before swiftly departing with the others. In an instant, the entire city of Huadu was thrown into chaos. Every family that had participated in the Yi family's attempted annihilation, the He family, the Yang family, the Wu family, without exception, were crushed under the TNG Pavilion's relentless assault. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming, the proxy appointed by the Holy Envoy, had clashed directly with Yi Fan twice. The first time, in Yangchen, he was crippled by Yi Fan. After returning to the capital and receiving the Holy Envoy's gifts, enhancing his martial strength, he faced Yu Fan again, only to be utterly annihilated, not even a trace left behind. The moment Zhou Ming's soul dispersed in a secluded courtyard in the capital. A man in a white robe frowned and snorted coldly. What happened? Zhou Ming's aura has vanished. Someone, report on Zhou Ming's current status. A subordinate hurried over and detailed Zhou Ming's actions in Huadu. He went with the Gu Sect's young master, Zhuang Chao, to attend old Master Ren's birthday banquet, intending to strike there? This white-robed man was none other than the mysterious holy envoy behind Zhou Ming. Yet, from beginning to end, an inexplicable glow obscured his true face. As the holy envoy reviewed the information, his subordinate played a viral video circulating online. Master Zhuang Chao is dead, killed by his own poison goo. As for young Master Zhou, he was obliterated by a strange formation, his very soul extinguished. The video, live-streamed from the banquet, clearly showed the events. The purging evil formation? Damn it. So it really is Yu Fan. He's a descendant of the Divine Gate. The Holy Envoy's eyes widened in terror as he recognized the formation's patterns. Only a Divine Gate descendant could wield this formation. It's our natural bane. How infuriating. Previously, when he had allied with Prince Jin to target Yi Fan, the Holy Envoy had only suspected. His primary goal had been the Yi family's celestial maps. But he never imagined Yi Fan truly was a Divine Gate heir and worse, capable of wielding this forbidden formation. While a normal human like Zhou Ming might have had a slim chance of escaping, the Holy Envoy's own body would turn to ash upon contact. Master, what should we do now? Should we dispatch our strongest forces to Huadu and strike while Yi Fan is still weak? A subordinate suggested. Useless. Yi Fan has already grown too powerful. With the Tianji Pavilion's support and our Tianan province network destroyed, where would we find enough strength? The Holy Envoy massaged his temples in frustration. Moreover, now that Yi Fan has revealed the purging evil formation, other Divine Gate experts will surely recognize it. They'll rush to Huadu to protect their young master. Then what? The Tianji Pavilion alone is trouble enough. If the Divine Gate resurges, completing our higher-ups' plans will become impossible. After a long silence, the robed man muttered, my own strength is nearing the martial saint realm. In terms of raw power, I could crush Yi Fan. But there's one fatal flaw, the moment I get close, his bloodline will suppress me. Damn it. Contact Prince Jin. See what he proposes. We can't let Yi Fan grow any stronger. If he does, it'll be our doom. Shanjing, Prince Jin's residence. When Prince Jin first received word from his subordinates that Yi Fan had been killed by Zhuang Chao with video evidence to prove it, he was overjoyed. But then came a shocking twist. Yi Fan had somehow revived and instantly slaughtered Zhuang Chao. Next, Zhou Ming appeared and Prince Jin was certain Yi Fan was doomed. Yet once again, Xian Yufei intervened, turning the tables. Zhou Ming was reduced to dust. The birthday banquet for the Ren family patriarch had become Yi Fan's stage. Whether it was the ancient martial arts Feng family, the Miaojiang poison sects Zhuang Chao, or Zhou Ming from the Holy Envoy organization, all had fallen to Yi Fan. In just 2 days since arriving in Huadu, Yi Fan had already subdued the Qin and Ma families, and even the He family had suffered at his hands. Prince Jean knew all too well that after tonight's events, his carefully laid plans in Huadu were on the verge of total collapse. Everything had been exposed. With no cards left to play, Prince Jean could only hope that the elite experts he had sent to rendezvous with Sun Jiahong and Jin Mingliang might still deliver a surprise. After all, Yi Fan was severely injured. If they could infiltrate the Ren estate, they might still finish him off. Contact Sun Jiahong and warn him to avoid retaliation from the Yi family. Prince Jean barked at his subordinate, rubbing his temples in frustration. The subordinate quickly reached Sun Jiahong, but the scene on the video feed was chaotic. "Boss, we're in trouble. Your men just linked up with us and now we're under attack. Who the hell just slashed me? Boss, I can't, ugh." Before Sun Jiahong could finish, a blade pierced his chest in the video, blood splattering everywhere. As he collapsed, his phone slipped from his hand, revealing Jin Mingliang convulsing on the ground nearby. Even the martial sovereign experts Prince Jean had sent were barely standing. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Prince Jean shot up from his seat. Yi Fan was supposed to be gravely wounded. How had he acted so fast? And who had rallied so many powerful fighters? Latest intel confirms it was the Jiuzhou group Old Pang and his forces made their move. Behind Pang Hai lies a shadowy organization, one capable of rivaling even Zhou Ming's backers, a subordinate hastily explained. Prince Jin's face darkened. Bastard! How has Yi Fan grown so powerful in less than a month? First, he gains Chu Lanwei's support, then the Jiuzhou group and its hidden allies. This is getting out of hand. Just days ago, Prince Jean had been smug after wiping out the Yi family's 10 core geniuses in a single day. With only the elder Yi Changfeng and the fool Yi Fan left, he dismissed the Yi clan as irrelevant, leaving the mop up to Zhang Hong and Tang Jing. But his complacency had cost him. In mere days, Yi Fan had risen to terrifying heights, enough to unnerve even Prince Jean. Your Highness, you're mistaken. Yi Fan didn't gain the Jiuzhou group's support. Pang Hai himself declared he's nothing but Yi Fan's dog. Yi Fan is the true master of Jiuzhou group, the one controlling the power behind it. Prince Jin's frown deepened. Yi Fan plays a ruthless game. Step by step, he's dismantling us, first our forces in Yunqian, then our pieces in Huadu, crippling the Zhang family in the northwest and suppressing Tangjing and Shangjing. That bastard is systematically eroding my power. We must warn the Han family and others in Guangqing immediately. With Yi Fan wrapping up affairs in Tianan province, his next move will be investigating his third brother's death. While we search for clues about the Immortal Palace map, so will he. Understood. As Prince Jin's aide acknowledged, an unknown caller rang. Prince Jean, let's discuss Yi Fan. Who are you? Prince Jean tensed at the unfamiliar voice. How did you get this number? Just hearing Yi Fan's name now sent chills down his spine. My identity is irrelevant. What matters is that you knew Zhou Ming. Your collaboration with him was my doing. Now that he's dead, I must step forward. We share a common enemy. The caller was none other than the Holy Master, Zhou Ming's true backer. Yi Fan grows stronger by the day. If left unchecked, we'll all perish. But I have constraints preventing direct action. Thus, I must rely on you, Prince Jean. Name your terms and we'll negotiate. After a brief exchange, Prince Jean confirmed the man's identity. Fine. We'll meet in person. This isn't a conversation for phones. Agreed. Huadu. What began as a modest birthday celebration had become Yi Fan's triumph. He defeated Feng Hanxiao, annihilated Zhuang Chao and Zhou Ming, and though left severely injured, the repercussions of this night sent shockwaves across factions. The ancient martial world, the Eastern Islanders, Japan, Europa, the Miaojiang poison sect, all stirred at news of Yi Fan's vulnerability. Yi Fan is wounded? That bastard who played the fool for 5 years finally shows weakness. Bakairu. Now's our chance, move in. My son, my only son. Yi Fan, you'll pay for this. Summon the Holy Maiden, now. Zhuang Baifan, leader of the Miaojiang poison sect, received word of his son Zhuang Chao's death belatedly. The news nearly drove him mad. Advanced in age and unable to sire more children, Zhuang Chao's death meant the end of his lineage. Like a butterfly flapping its wings over the Atlantic, Yi Fan's actions had triggered a hurricane. No longer the fool, Yi Fan had resurrected the Yi family's dominance, forcing the world to acknowledge the return of the great Xiao's once foremost clan. Meanwhile, in the Ren estate, a far more intimate scene unfolded in Ren Shuiying's bedchamber. Blushing fiercely, she had undressed Yi Fan, bathed him, and laid him on her bed. Now, as she shed her own garments, she hesitated, gazing at the unconscious man's striking features. What now? Do I get on top, or? The Thunder Doctor had only mentioned that Yi Fan was currently weak. But just now Ren Shuiying had already used her healer abilities, nearly exhausting all her supportive energy. Yet Yifan remained unconscious, his vitality barely recovering. He wasn't absorbing the life force she was pouring into him at all. Did she have to use another method to transfer her life energy into him? Though Ren Shuiying had boldly declared what she would do with Yifan, now that the moment had arrived, she found herself at a loss. She had never been with a man before, hadn't even seen how it was done. What was she supposed to do now? Sigh. After a brief hesitation, she bit her lip, lifted the blanket, and nestled into Yifan's arms. Let's try this first. She remembered that 6 years ago when she had saved Yifan, she had felt a strange warmth emanating from his body. That warmth had nourished her constitution and, in turn, could also restore Yifan's own vitality. If she could rekindle that warmth through physical contact, maybe Yifan would recover quickly. Despite her embarrassment, she gently wrapped her arm around his neck and pressed her chest against his, just as she had done 6 years ago, helping to regulate his body temperature. Hiss. Soft and much fuller than before. The same familiar feeling, the same scent, the same position. What Ren Shuiying didn't know was that while Yifan appeared to be unconscious, his condition was unique. Though his body was in a coma, his soul was fully awake, acutely aware of everything happening around him, including every move she made. He could see it, feel it. So, when Ren Shuiying nestled into his arms, Yifan instantly sensed the overwhelming softness and her familiar fragrance. Whoosh! A surge of warmth erupted where their skin touched, flowing into Ren Shuiying's body while simultaneously rushing into Yifan's, rapidly restoring his vitality. It's working! It's really working! Blushing furiously, Ren Shuiying, encouraged by the familiar warmth, pressed herself even closer, tighter, deeper. This is torture. As the warmth nourished his body, Yifan regained sensation. Feeling the delicate woman in his arms, he was nearly driven mad. Moreover, after absorbing the divine fragment, his body was like a furnace, desperate for release. And Ren Shuiying, writhing in his embrace, was like a cool spring to a man who had been parched for a month. I can't hold back. I really can't. Almost instinctively, Ren Shuiying's cherry lips finally met Yifan's. It was a silent invitation. Hiss. Yifan's body moved and Ren Shuiying immediately noticed. Ah! Brother Yi, what are you? You're so bad. Soon, the room was filled with sounds unfit for young ears. Waves of warmth surged, each stronger than the last. Ren Shuiying felt herself drowning in pleasure. Though her martial prowess was skyrocketing and her physique strengthening, she could only hold on for a short while before reaching her limit. But Yifan seemed to have lost himself in a frenzy, like a man dying of thirst who couldn't stop drinking from a newfound spring. No. If this continued, she wouldn't last. Ren Shuiying felt like she was about to fall apart. In the front hall, Qing Rulin hadn't left. Seeing that Guoli, Wang Fugue, and the others had followed Elder Pang's lead, she exchanged a glance with Xiao Wan. Sister Wan, let's check on Yifan in the back. She had to do something for him. As soon as they reached the courtyard, they heard Ren Shuiying's voice from inside. Sister Lan, come in quick. Help Brother Yi. Alarmed, Qing Rulin and Xiao Wan rushed into Ren Shuiying's bedroom only to freeze in shock at the scene before them. This is so embarrassing. Why had Ren Shuiying called them in for this? They were about to retreat when Ren Shuiying, barely conscious, gasped out. Hurry! Sisters! Brother Ye's condition is unstable. I've already passed out 8 times. Qing Rulin and Xiao Wan were stunned, but within seconds they understood. And soon the room witnessed another shift in dynamics. 2 hours later, Xiao Wan, Qing Rulin, and Ren Shuiying lay unconscious on the bed while Yifan finally regained full awareness. Surveying the aftermath, he sighed softly, covering the 3 women with the blanket. Sigh! Xiao Wan was already his woman, that was a given. But Ren Shuiying and Qing Rulin, both untouched maidens, had now been claimed by him. One was his savior from 6 years ago, now truly repaying him with her body. The other, his sister-in-law, was now his as well. Speaking of sisters-in-law, his thoughts drifted to Su Ishue. His first woman after awakening, the one who had gone from sister-in-law to lover, she held a special place in his heart. Checking his condition, he realized that thanks to Ren Shuiying's healer constitution and Xiao Wan's furnace physique, his strength had ascended another major realm. He was now at the peak of Emperor level 8. If his body could endure it, he might even break through to Emperor level 9 soon. At this rate, he'd reach the Saint level before long. But what lay beyond Saint level? Channeling his vitality, he gently nourished the 3 women before stepping onto the balcony and dialing Su Ishue. Ishue, how have you been these past few days? She answered instantly. Ah, Xiao Fan. You finally called. I've been waiting. I heard you were badly injured and unconscious. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? I wanted to come to Huadu to see you, but I was afraid I'd just be a burden. Her voice trembled with urgency, her words tumbling out in a rush. Yufan's heart ached at the sound. I'm fine now, Ishiue, my love. I'm fully awake. I'm sorry. I've been so busy these past few days that I didn't even have time to call you. Once I finish handling everything, I'll come back and properly apologize to you. Yifan spoke sincerely into the phone, and on the other end, Su Ishiue let out a soft, flustered protest. You awful man. What nonsense are you saying? One moment you call me wife, the next sister-in-law. Stop messing around. You don't need to apologize. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Su Ishiue exhaled deeply in relief. Now that you've regained your senses, the Yi family can be saved and the 7 of us sisters can finally have a good life. Just thinking back to how she had resolutely followed Yu Linglong in declaring her marriage to Yi Fan, back when he was still a fool, warmed her heart. Looking back now, that decision had been worth it. Had they finally weathered the storm and seen the light? But why was there still no movement in her belly after all this time? Xiao Fan, do you think I'm useless? We've been together for so long, and yet my stomach still hasn't shown any signs. Her voice dimmed with disappointment. How could that be? It's not your fault. If anything, blame me for not being diligent enough. Next time I come back, I'll just have to work harder, right? Having recovered from his severe injuries and even gaining a boost in strength, Yi Fan was in high spirits and couldn't resist teasing her. You're terrible. Su Ishiue's mood lightened a little. Oh, right? The Su Group's new drug has officially entered production. I'm planning to hold a press conference in about 2 or 3 days. Xiao Fan, will you have time to attend? Her voice was soft, laced with nervousness and a hint of hope, as if she feared he might refuse. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. His dear sister-in-law was living too humbly. Of course I'll come. Even if I had to climb mountains of blades or cross seas of fire, I'd be there. You're my woman, how could I miss your company's new drug launch? After firmly reassuring her, he continued, Ishiue, my love, you need to understand something. Now that you're mine, I, Yi Fan, will support you unconditionally in everything you do. You don't have to tiptoe around me. If you keep speaking to me so timidly in the future, I'll have to spank you. No. After a tender exchange, the call finally ended. Yi Fan glanced at the 3 girls still asleep in the room. After all the exertion they'd gone through with him, they probably wouldn't wake until tomorrow. The more women he had around him, the more complicated things became. They were all his, and he couldn't afford to play favorites. Especially with women like Su Ishiue and Cho Wan, so understanding and selfless, he often unintentionally neglected their feelings. He'd have to be more mindful from now on. Shaking off his thoughts, his mind turned to another matter. Xian Yufei. Sigh. Yi Fan remembered clearly when Shou Ming was about to strike him down, it was Xian Yufei who suddenly appeared, shielding him with her own body and taking the fatal blow. Then she summoned her contracted spirit, restraining Zhou Ming's divine fragment ability at the critical moment and giving Yi Fan the opening to counterattack. She had saved his life again. Yet, just half a month ago, at the joint funeral for his 7 sworn brothers and 3 uncles, Xian Yufei's second uncle had publicly announced the annulment of her engagement to the Yi family. The blow to the Yi family had been devastating, and the psychological wound it left on Yi Fan was very real. Back then, Yi Fan had just regained consciousness only to face the deaths of his 7 brothers, the annihilation of the Yi family's 10 prodigies, and the abrupt dissolution of his engagement. The pain of that moment still lingered vividly in his mind. But afterward, Xian Yufei seemed to have realized her mistake and repeatedly sought reconciliation. More importantly, she had later risked her life to save Qing Rulin and Su Ishiue once, and now she had done the same for him. And yet she remained unconscious. Should he forgive her? Zhou Ming had admitted tonight that he had used soul hypnosis to control Xian Yufei. Meaning, at the Yi family funeral when the engagement was called off, Xian Yufei had been under Zhou Ming's influence. Her inability to refute her uncle's decision was understandable, wasn't it? And there was another issue, given Xian Yufei's actions, both Su Ishiue and Qing Rulin had already urged him to forgive her. After today's events, if he didn't forgive Xian Yufei and grant her request, his other sisters-in-law probably wouldn't stand for it, would they? Sigh. With a heavy exhale, Yi Fan pushed off the ground with his foot and darted toward the courtyard where Xian Yufei was staying. Inside the room, his 4 maids were tending to Xian Yufei while Lei Qianjue checked her pulse. When Yi Fan suddenly appeared, Lei Qianjue's eyes lit up with relief. Master, you're awake? Thank goodness you're all right. Earlier, the commotion from your side was rather intense, so we didn't dare interrupt. As he spoke, the maids' faces flushed red. "Young master, you." Their voices trailed off, eyes brimming with unspoken longing. These maids had been left to Yi Fan by his mother, women who were permitted to serve him in any capacity. Yet, despite having followed him for so long after emerging from the underground chamber, he had never shown them the slightest interest. They had even begun to wonder if their young master had certain difficulties. Did he not like women? But after today, it was clear his capabilities were more than sufficient. Ahem. Though thick-skinned, Yi Fan still felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly changed the subject. "How is Yufei's condition?" "Miss Xian's situation isn't optimistic," Lei Qianjue replied gravely. "After multiple examinations, I believe her soul and spiritual energy have suffered severe damage. Summoning a contracted spirit consumes immense mental strength. Based on my experience, restoring her will require several extremely rare herbs, the manhwa from the southern wild seas, the snow lotus seed from Kunlun's summit. The prescription I know is incomplete, but master, you must have the full version." Listening to Lei Qianjue, Yi Fan pressed his fingers to Xian Yufei's wrist, his frown deepening. Her physical condition was perfectly fine, but her spirit, having endured an attack far beyond her contracted spirit's limits, was now fractured. If this damage wasn't repaired, Xian Yufei might remain in a coma forever, a living vegetable. Fortunately, Yi Fan happened to know the complete prescription. The manhwa and snow lotus seed were just two of many rare ingredients required. Gently brushing aside the stray hairs on Xian Yufei's face, memories of their childhood together flashed through his mind. Sigh. Had he been too harsh on her? The annulment hadn't even been her decision, so why had he blamed her? If he hadn't been so cold back then, perhaps she wouldn't have ended up like this. Emotional debts were the hardest to repay. But Yi Fan had made up his mind, no matter how difficult it was to obtain those herbs, he would find them and save Yufei. Xian Yufei. She too was his woman. After everything that had happened, Yi Fan had long since forgiven Xian Yufei in his heart. Xian Yufei had once been such a proud girl, yet she had repeatedly humbled herself, swallowing her pride time and again just to seek his forgiveness. Her love for him had been nothing short of self-abasing. But if one were to judge the matter fairly, yes, the Xian family's annulment of the engagement back then had dealt a significant blow to the Yi family. But could Xian Yufei truly be blamed for that? At the time, she had been nothing more than a manipulated puppet, robbed of her autonomy. Moreover, the Xian family's decision to withdraw from the marriage alliance had held no real sway over the greater scheme of things. Even if they had honored the engagement, it wouldn't have changed the fact that the Yi family had been nearly wiped out. The only real impact had been an emotional one on Yi Fan and what remained of his family. Yet fate had a cruel sense of humor. Just as Yi Fan was ready to reconcile with Xian Yufei, she had collapsed into a coma once again because of him. Sitting beside her, Yi Fan channeled the dense, restorative energy he had gained from the divine fragments into her body, nurturing both her physique and her soul. Though these healing energies could do little to restore her packed spirit, his actions were more about atonement. After all, this woman before him was his first love, the one who had weathered countless storms beside him, who had stood with him through life and death. And because of a single misunderstanding, he had neglected her for far too long. As the vast, purified life force flowed into her body, Yi Fan could sense her condition improving. Though weak, her pulse and heartbeat had grown noticeably stronger. This ordeal with Xian Yufei had also made Yi Fan realize something else. His own strength advancing wasn't enough. His companions, his brothers, his lover, and even his allies all needed to grow stronger and fast. Only once they had the power to protect themselves would they stand a chance against danger. And when he himself faced trouble, they would finally be able to lend a hand. With that thought, Yi Fan rose and strode toward the door. Where's Feng Han Xiao being held? The Feng family had attempted to annex the Rens and kill Yi Fan. Naturally, he intended to collect some repayment from them. In the rear dungeon. Young Master Ren is personally guarding him, a Ren family bodyguard answered respectfully. Shall I escort you there? Everyone in the Ren family had witnessed Yi Fan's actions today. They all knew full well, had Yi Fan not intervened, the Ren family would have been doomed. Every last one of them held their new guard captain in genuine awe. Yi Fan nodded faintly, following the guard toward the dungeon. As they walked, he dialed Guo Li's number. Old Guo, what's the status on cleaning up the families in Huadu? Though he hadn't been present, Yi Fan was aware of the discussion between Guo Li and Pang Hai. His tactician brother's decisions aligned perfectly with his own arrangements. You're awake, boss? Guo Li responded swiftly. Rest assured, with the combined efforts of the Tianji Pavilion and the Yi family's assassins, the He, Yang, Luo, and other families involved in the attack on the second young master of Yi have already been purged. None of their core members remain. He briefed Yu Fan on the details before adding cautiously. However, though the threats in Huadu and across Tianan province have been eliminated, your involvement is now fully exposed. This will complicate future operations. Those enemies of the Yi family, their movements. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smirk. The masterminds behind Yi family's opposition are fully revealed now: Prince Jin of Shangjing and the Holy Envoy organization tied to Zhou Ming. Both are likely connected to the monstrous outbreak looming over Huadu. At this point, it's an open game. Victory depends on who has the stronger hand. We must act quickly. Once the purge in Huadu is complete, gather Pang Lao, Yu Chang, the Tianji Pavilion's core members Xia Hao, Xiao Wanjun from Chu Lanwei's faction, and Old Wang. Bring them all to the Ren family. I have critical arrangements to make. His tone darkened with urgency. His grandfather had already relayed news from the imperial court. A new Grand Preceptor's office was being established, accompanied by a hefty reward of rare herbs and medicinal pills. Clearly, royalty was backing the Yi family in forming a new power block capable of rivaling Prince Jin. Simultaneously, the Feng family still owed Yi Fan a hefty compensation in elixirs and resources. With those imminent replenishments, he could freely distribute whatever stockpiled resources he currently had to strengthen his allies. Understood. Guili confirmed. By the time Yi Fan and the guard reached the dungeon, distant thuds echoed from within, punctuated by Ren Buitao's taunting voice. Several guards at the entrance moved to alert Ren Buitao of Yi Fan's arrival, but he silenced them with a gesture and pushed the door open himself. Feng Hanxiao, never thought you'd end up like this, eh? Thirsty? Crawl here and call me Grandpa, maybe I'll spare you a sip. Ren Buitao had endured unspeakable humiliation at Feng Hanxiao's hands, even forced to kneel and serve as his footstool. Now that the tables had turned, he was bent on vengeance. Yi Fan observed silently, filming a short clip before sending it to the last number Feng Hanxiao had called. Almost instantly, the Feng patriarch, Feng Feiyu, called back, his voice a roar of fury. You bastard! Yi Fan, what the hell do you think you're doing? Release Hanxiao immediately, or I swear you'll regret crossing an ancient martial family. Feng Feiyu had already witnessed his son's torment via livestream, publicly beaten, extorted for 10 billion, and now held hostage for 100 third-tier pills, 10 fourth-tier pills, and 10 advanced martial techniques. The sheer audacity? Yi Fan chuckled. Patriarch Feng, given how thoroughly I've mangled your son, do you really think I haven't already offended your family? Should I demonstrate my hospitality a bit further? Did you see how desperate he is for water just now? Too bad, it's all up to whether I'm in a good mood. Must sting, doesn't it? Ever since Feng Hanxiao moved against the Su family in Yunqing, the Feng clan had been marked for death in Yi Fan's books. That they now dared to encroach upon the Rens in Huadu only sealed their fate. Even if they backed down, Yi Fan would eradicate them sooner or later. You. Rage choked Feng Feiyu's voice, but with his only son captive, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Fine. The compensation you demanded is already en route. It will reach Huadu by dawn. Just ensure Hanxiao remains intact. His plea bordered on groveling. As long as his son lived. For the Feng family, Feng Hanxiao represented an immense investment, an exorbitant fortune poured into cultivating him into a young martial emperor. If he perished now, the Feng clan would plummet from the ranks of elite ancient martial families, perhaps vanishing from prominence for centuries. Don't worry. I guarantee young Master Feng will be returned in one piece. Yi Fan chuckled as he hung up the phone. Feng Hanxiao might be whole, but whether he was alive or dead, or whether his dantian remained intact, that was something Yi Fan couldn't guarantee. Young Master Yi. As soon as Yi Fan ended the call, Ren Buitao hurriedly greeted him, his expression slightly awkward. Young Master Yi, I might have gone a bit too far with him. Will there be consequences if I've ruined him? It's just, he's so despicable. After all the torment he put the Ren family through, I couldn't hold back. Ren Buitao was nervous, afraid that his actions against Feng Hanxiao might displease his brother-in-law. Yi Fan smiled faintly and patted Ren Buitao's shoulder. Big brother, there's no need to be so formal with me. Since Xueying is my wife, you're my elder brother. Just call me Xiao Fan. As for Feng Hanxiao, even if you kill him, it's no problem at all. At this point, Feng Hanxiao's dantian was destroyed and his manhood was crushed. Even if he lived, he'd be nothing but a cripple. But Yi Fan had no intention of letting him live. Sooner or later, the entire Feng family would be wiped out. Ah! Yi Fan, you bastard. You promised to spare me. Feng Hanxiao, sprawled on the ground, twitched violently and let out a hoarse scream. Was this man a demon? Shut the hell up. Haven't you had enough beatings? With Yi Fan's approval, Renbutao's confidence surged. He kicked Feng Hanxiao hard, sending him flying. Young Master Yi, didn't you say the Feng family would exchange those pills and herbs for Feng Hanxiao? If we torture him to death, won't that complicate things? Yi Fan replied indifferently, it doesn't matter. But for now, come with me to the main hall. I have other arrangements and your presence is necessary. When Yi Fan and Renbutao arrived in the hall, Pang Hai, Yu Chang, Xiao Wanjun, Xia Hao, Guoli, Wang Fugue, and Qin Shaoqing of the Qing family had already gathered. Among the crowd, Yi Fan spotted two familiar faces, Wang Yao, the girlfriend Qin Shou had once forced into submission, and Yamada Keiko. Yi Fan glanced at Guoli. His loyal friend really had his best interests at heart. Though Wang Yu had only slept with Yi Fan to get back at Qin Shou, she was still his woman now. Master, did you summon me so late because you missed me? The moment Yamada Keiko saw Yi Fan, she darted toward him without hesitation. Her ample bosom pressed against his chest as she whispered seductively in his ear, if Master desires, I'll obey in any way you wish. Though I lack experience, I'm a fast learner. Her voluptuous body writhed against him, her soft, bouncy curves rubbing against his chest. If not for the crowd, Yi Fan might have tested their resilience. But after his recent training sessions with Ren Shuiying, Qing Rulin, and Qiu Wan, his back was still sore. He could only entertain the thought for now. Be serious. I have important matters to discuss. Yi Fan gave her a light smack on the rear. The familiar warmth surged through Yamada Keiko at the touch, and she let out a pleasured moan, her expression one of pure bliss. Xiao Wanjun, Pang Hai, and the others averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Cough, cough. Young Master Yi was exceptional in every way except his overwhelming charm with women. Did they really have to flirt so openly in front of everyone? They were being force-fed dog food. Yi Fan sighed helplessly. The flickering flame within him was truly miraculous. Any intimate contact with women generated warmth that benefited both parties. Everyone. Yi Fan cleared his throat and spoke solemnly. Those gathered here today, aside from a few from Yunqing, are the core forces of the Yi family, my trusted allies, my pillars of support. I thank you all for standing by the Yi family during our confrontation with the Feng family, the Goose sect, and Zhou Ming's faction. He bowed deeply to the crowd. Thank you for remaining loyal to the Yi family in our darkest hour, for sacrificing so much. Tonight, by sheer luck, I survived and achieved another breakthrough in strength. He paused. More importantly, I've comprehended a mystical formation. Once activated, it will increase your martial cultivation speed by at least tenfold. I've called you here to rapidly enhance your power, both as compensation and preparation for the battles ahead. Whoosh! The crowd erupted in murmurs. Tenfold cultivation speed? Even Pang Hai's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yi Fan's estimate was likely conservative. Pang Hai immediately thought of Zhou Ming's suppression array. This formation must be its polar opposite. Brother, are you serious? If that's true, couldn't I break through from the Grandmaster realm to the Martial Venerable realm in one night, given enough energy? Wang Fugue blurted out. Yes. Yi Fan nodded. I have a batch of pills here. With their energy, Grandmasters can advance to Martial Venerables and Martial Venerables to Martial Emperors. However, he swept his perception over the crowd. There were only about 20 Grandmasters present. Pang Hai and Yu Chang were already Martial Emperors, while the rest were below the control realm. But when his senses brushed over Qiao Wanjun, his eyes lit up. Old Master Qiao, you're already a Martial Venerable? You've hidden your strength well. Yesterday he hadn't detected Qiao Wanjun's true level. You flatter me, young Master Yi. As you know, after Prince Cheng's incident, Her Highness's situation grew dire. We've had to keep a low profile to survive, Qiao Wanjun explained with a bow. Yi Fan nodded and handed him a pill. Breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm requires at least a second-grade pill. I happen to have one left. I hope old Master Qiao can ascend and then represent me in Shangjing to ensure Her Highness's safety. In the Sea of Flowers, Chu Lanwei had aided Yi Fan in that way. She was now one of his women. By entrusting him with Prince Cheng's 13 divisions, she had staked her life on him. Yi Fan couldn't abandon her. Ah! Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you. Xiao Wanjuan's pupils dilated in shock as he dropped to his knees in gratitude. He never imagined that, as a subordinate of Her Highness sent to serve Yi Fan, he'd receive such an invaluable pill to break through to Martial Emperor so soon after pledging allegiance. A Grandmaster who can command a region. A powerhouse like Qiao Wanjun, who has reached the Martial Venerable realm, is already a core figure among the ranks of martial kings. If I could break through to the martial emperor realm, not only would my strength increase, but my lifespan would also be greatly extended. In the future, I might even touch the threshold of the martial sovereign level. This young master Yu truly has vision. Yi Fan handed the elixirs to Guoli, Wang Fugue, and Lu Wuyang, instructing them to distribute them to the group. Though it was a simple gesture, Pang Hai couldn't help but nod in approval. This pavilion master truly has his methods. By having Wang Fugue, Guoli, and Lu Wuyang distribute the elixirs, he was subtly reinforcing their authority, effectively cementing their status as core members of the team. Guoli was the strategist, doubling as the chief administrator. Wang Fugue, with his brute strength and reckless nature, would be the future enforcer. Lu Wuyang, a financial genius, would serve as the team's treasurer. Yi Fan's inner circle of 4 was already taking shape. Moreover, Pang Hai knew that beyond these 4, Han Yuwei, granddaughter of Han Wuji, a subordinate of Yi Changfeng, had been assigned by Yi Fan to establish an intelligence network. Once Han Yoyue's intelligence network was fully operational, Yi Fan's team would no longer need to rely solely on the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion or forces like the Wandering Souls. Instead, they would possess the fundamental structure of an independent, large-scale organization. Let's begin. After the elixirs were distributed, Yi Fan called out to the group. With a single thought, he activated the absolute domain formation power he had obtained from the divine fragment. Unlike Zhou Ming's version, however, Yi Fan's absolute domain forcibly gathered the surrounding martial energy, maximizing the group's potential. Mystical runes rippled through the hall, and everyone present instantly felt as though they had entered an extraordinary environment, one that was incredibly soothing. Most crucially, they sensed that the martial energy in the air was dozens, if not hundreds, of times denser than normal. With this, combined with the elixir's effects, breaking through a major realm would be effortless. Holy shit! Bro, I feel terrifyingly strong right now. How the hell did you do this? Wang Fugue exclaimed, stunned by the surging martial energy in the hall. Deep down, he was still a little annoyed. Back in Yunqing, his big brother had already regained consciousness but kept it from him, fooling him for so long. Shut up and focus on cultivating. At Yi Fan's reminder, everyone snapped to attention, swallowing the elixirs and sitting cross-legged, rapidly circulating their martial energy. Whoosh! In an instant, the only sound in the hall was the flow of martial energy. Under the absolute domain's enhancement, their cultivation speed wasn't just 10 or 100 times faster, it was increasing exponentially. Moreover, their potential was being unleashed, allowing them to wield power far beyond their normal limits. Feeling the group's rapid progress, Yi Fan finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. After tonight's collective breakthrough, Wang Fugue, Guoli, and his 4 personal maids would all reach at least the martial venerable realm. Xiao Wanjun would break through to the martial emperor level, while Pang Hai and Yu Chang would also advance by a full rank. With this, his core fighting force had gained a significant boost in strength. Yi Fan left the hall, leaping onto the roof to set up several demon-slaying formations to protect those inside. Hours passed in a flash. Below, Pang Hai was the first to emerge from his cultivation state. After half a night of training, his long-stagnant strength had surged, reaching the 5th rank of the martial emperor realm. However, as he checked his phone, his expression darkened with concern. Young Master Yi, something's happened near Huadu. Pang Hai jumped onto the roof, handing his phone to Yi Fan to review the intelligence report. Netherblood worms in a village near Huadu? What are those? Yi Fan frowned, turning to Pang Hai. Are they some kind of poison from the Gu sect? Pang Hai shook his head. No, they're not from the Gu sect. Based on the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's records, netherblood worms appear alongside evil spirits. When malevolent entities are about to emerge, these worms follow. They're extremely vicious, devouring every living thing in sight, and they always move in swarms, tens of thousands at a time. Their appearance is undoubtedly linked to the evil spirits in Huadu. Once netherblood worms surface, an entire city could be bathed in blood. In the northeast, their last outbreak claimed over 1 million lives. Are evil spirits really that powerful? Yi Fan's frown deepened. He wasn't sure if his demon-slaying formations would work against these creatures. But his mother was the leader of the Divine Gate, and now the evil spirit-controlled Saint Envoys were trying to exterminate the Yi family. Even if he didn't seek them out, they wouldn't let him go. He wanted to see these netherblood worms for himself. Sensing his thoughts, Pang Hai quickly interjected, Young Master Yi, don't act rashly. The capital has already dispatched experts to the scene. If the situation becomes uncontrollable, we'll be ordered to evacuate immediately. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had finally produced a prodigious leader after decades. Pang Hai had guarded it for too long, he couldn't afford to let Yi Fan take unnecessary risks. Right now, the pavilion was in chaos, waiting for Yi Fan to restore order. Yi Fan smiled faintly. This isn't about recklessness. They're likely coming for me, so I might as well meet them head-on. Then let me go with you. Pang Hai insisted anxiously. The pavilion's core experts were all in the middle of cultivation, none could be spared to assist Yi Fan. Yi Fan waved him off. No need. Stay here and guard the others. They're at a critical stage, nothing can go wrong. Don't worry, Elder Pang. I know what I'm doing. I have a few trump cards, even if I can't defeat those worms, escaping won't be a problem. With a nod, Yi Fan drove off toward the southeastern outskirts of Huadu. Netherblood worms. As he drove, Yi Fan pondered everything, a cold smirk forming on his lips. He knew his resurgence and the Yi family's purge of their enemies' influence in the southwest had already struck fear into their hearts. Now, they were resorting to hidden tactics, huh? Humph. As the son of the Divine Gate's leader, if his mother hadn't eradicated those evil spirits back then now, whether for the Yi family or for the world, Yi Fan would ensure not a single one of them would wreak havoc again. Southeastern Huadu was a mountainous region dotted with a few scattered villages. Fortunately, the population there was not dense. From several kilometers away, Yi Fan had already keenly detected the strong stench of corpses in the distance. At the same time, he noticed that barricades had been set up along the road ahead with young men in Xuanwu domain camouflage uniforms stopping vehicles and pedestrians attempting to enter the area. Sorry. This area is under Xuanwu domain control. No entry is permitted for now. Please turn back. The leader of the camouflage-clad squad saluted Yi Fan and spoke firmly. Yi Fan smiled faintly. He was now the deputy commander of the Xuanwu domain and the designated sole successor. Though he and Gu Feng had temporarily declined to handle specific affairs due to time constraints, Gu Feng had already internally confirmed Yi Fan as the highest authority. Even Gu Feng himself would follow Yi Fan's orders. Tonight's incident must have happened suddenly. Given the major incident at the Rin family, Gu Feng likely assumed Yi Fan was still severely injured and unconscious, hence the lack of notification. But none of that mattered now. Yi Fan only wanted to see for himself just how fearsome these netherblood worms truly were. Recognize this? Yi Fan took out a token, the very one belonging to the former Jin Tian Wang, heaven-suppressing king. The squad leader took one glance and immediately recognized it. Ah! Heaven-suppressing king, no, Commander Yi. It's you? Weren't you in a coma? How? The squad leader had learned some details about Yi Fan's condition at the Ren family through live broadcasts. The official reports had stated that Yi Fan was severely injured and unconscious. Yet here he was, appearing at the scene so soon. The squad leader couldn't help but sigh in relief. With Commander Yi personally present, there might actually be hope against the netherblood worm crisis. Truth be told, before Yi Fan arrived, they had been terrified. After all, the legends surrounding the netherblood worms were horrifying. Tens of thousands of the creatures could devour a person whole, leaving not even bone fragments behind. And accompanying the netherblood worms were the rumored nether fiends. If those entities manifested, the devastation would be even greater. May I enter now? Yi Fan retrieved the token and gave the squad leader a faint smile. Of course. But it's extremely dangerous inside. Should I assign some men to accompany you? A group of experts from the Prime Minister's office in Shangjing arrived earlier, but we've yet to receive any updates from them. No need. Keep my presence here confidential for now. After a brief exchange, Yi Fan stepped on the accelerator, speeding toward the depths of the mountains. Southeastern Mountains. A group moved swiftly through the rugged terrain. Leading them was an exceptionally beautiful woman in a white dress, her face veiled, twin battle blades strapped to her waist, her movements agile and commanding. Miss G, perhaps you should wait here while we scout ahead? The group paused at a mountain pass, their expressions grim as they stared at a dilapidated temple in the distance. A young man in tight-fitting attire spoke cautiously. Indeed, Miss G. You are the imperial consort-elect, set to marry the emperor next month. Your status is too exalted. If anything were to happen to you, we could never bear the responsibility. The entire Great Xia would be shaken and the emperor's reputation would suffer greatly. Surrounding the white-clad maiden were at least 20 elite warriors, 5 of whom had already reached the martial venerable realm. Among them were 2 elderly men whose strength had even touched the martial emperor level. Strangely, these experts seemed unconcerned about the netherblood worms. Their sole focus was the safety of the young woman. Because this maiden was none other than Ji Ningxuan, the daughter of the Prime Minister's household, dispatched to Huadu by Emperor Ji Yuchen himself. What's there to fear? My master is the holy master of the Yaoqi sacred ground, and she taught me techniques specifically designed to counter such malevolent forces. Since we're here, how can we stand idly by? Ji Ningxuan scoffed at her subordinate's timidity, quickening her pace and charging ahead toward the temple. According to reconnaissance reports, the Netherblood worms had currently gathered around the temple. So far, they had only devoured the livestock at a nearby pig farm, showing no signs of spreading. If they could eliminate the creatures here, the surrounding villages and even Huadu's populace would be spared from panic. Miss, please let us handle this. You are the future imperial consort, you cannot recklessly charge into danger. The guards tried to stop her, but Ji Ningxuan silenced them with a glare. If you're so afraid, then scram back to Shangjing. Don't waste my time. With that, she leaped over a hill now less than 200 meters from the temple. Just as she emerged from behind a boulder, she collided with a man's chest. Why is there someone here? Weren't the nearby villagers all evacuated? Ji Ningxuan frowned, shooting a questioning glance at her subordinates. At the same time she sensed movement from the temple, the Netherblood worms on patrol had detected their presence and were alerting the swarm. More of the creatures began surging outward. Someone! Get him out of here immediately! Ji Ningxuan barked at a guard before turning to the man. Little brother, this place is dangerous. Leave now. Once the fighting starts, I won't be able to protect you. She studied the man briefly, finding him oddly familiar, though she couldn't quite place him. The dim lighting didn't help. The man, of course, was Yi Fan. Following the stench of death, he had quickly located the temple. After observing the Netherblood worms up close, even he was taken aback. The creatures were grotesque, about the size of soccer balls, resembling giant fleas. They could fly, burrow rapidly into the earth, and had razor-sharp claws and teeth. Their eerie green eyes glowed ominously in the dark. Hey! What kind of man would hide behind a woman's protection? I came here to deal with these monsters too. Yi Fan smirked, scanning the guards. Their combat prowess was impressive, unsurprising, given they were elites from Shangjing. But brute martial strength alone wouldn't suffice against these Netherblood worms. Since they were linked to the Netherfiends, only techniques derived from divine fragments could truly counter them. You? Take on the Netherblood worms? Don't joke around, little brother. These things devour people without leaving a trace. They'll strip you to the bone. Now, be a good boy and run along. Ji Ningxuan sized Yi Fan up dismissively. Since he had concealed his martial emperor 8th layer aura, she sensed no martial energy from him and thus underestimated him. Still, I admire your courage. Points for bravery. Ji Ningxuan took a step forward as she spoke, intending to charge ahead and inspect the Netherblood worms herself. But Yi Fan moved swiftly, preparing to advance alongside her. Little brother, you're not being obedient. I already told you this place is dangerous, why won't you leave? Ji Ningxuan frowned at him, then giggled. Trying to act cool in front of a beauty? You should pick a better time. This young lady already has a husband, so don't waste your efforts. Even if you act all brave, big sister won't be interested in you. As she spoke, Ji Ningxuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister's estate, a prodigy of the Vermilion Bird Empire, the personal disciple of the Holy Lord of the Jade Pool Sanctuary, and even the Imperial Consort-elect, her status was beyond illustrious. Countless women across the empire surely envied her position. Yet Ji Ningxuan was acutely aware of the responsibilities weighing on her shoulders. She had always dutifully fulfilled her obligations, including her betrothal to the emperor. They had grown up together, childhood friends. She didn't dislike him, but he wasn't someone who made her heart race either. Still, her family had arranged it and she instinctively accepted it as her duty. Why am I even bothering to explain so much to a stranger? Beside her, the two gray-robed elders exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing slightly. This isn't like the young mistress at all. Normally, she wouldn't spare men a second glance. You're overthinking it. Yi Fan began, but Ji Ningxuan cut him off, turning to her guards. You too, keep an eye on him. Don't let him get close, better yet, take him away from here. She shot Yi Fan a deep look, though even she didn't understand why she had spoken so much tonight. There was something inexplicably compelling about him, his striking, sunlit handsomeness, and almost magnetic aura that made her want to stay near him, to keep talking. No. I'm the future imperial consort. My wedding is next month, how can I entertain such thoughts? Shaking off her distractions, she tapped her foot lightly and dashed toward the temple. The commotion there was growing louder. Countless Netherblood worms had emerged from the ground, some even taking flight, their formations shifting into a defensive array. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. This silly girl, charging in like this is practically suicide. But before he could speak, the two guards beside him warned coldly, Kid, if you're staying, keep quiet. Don't make trouble for us or we'll have to force you out. They were being unusually lenient, likely because they sensed their mistress's unusual attitude toward him. Yi Fan could only shake his head in resignation. With his current 8th level martial emperor strength, he could easily overpower all the guards present. But he also wanted to observe the Netherblood Worm's tactics first. Whoosh! Ji Ningxuan's group had already closed within 10 meters of the temple. Audacious fiends! How dare you wreak havoc in the great Xia Empire? Face your doom! With a sharp cry, she drew the twin sabers at her waist, unleashing 2 torrents of violent energy toward the swarm. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. This girl's got skill. The energy waves from her blades faintly took the shape of emerald serpents, even showing signs of dragon transformation. Clearly, she had been trained by a master. What shocked him more was her age. She couldn't be much older than him, yet her saber techniques had reached the peak martial lord realm. Are martial lords that common nowadays? 5 years ago, when Yi Fan reached the martial master realm at 15, he was hailed as the empire's greatest prodigy. But the higher he climbed, the more he realized how vast the world truly was, how many hidden experts lurked beyond his former sight. Boom! Boom! The twin saber strikes shattered the 3-story temple effortlessly, reducing it to rubble. Kakik! A grating, teeth-chattering noise echoed from beneath the ruins, followed by a mournful wail. Hum! As the temple collapsed, a massive shadow burst forth, then exploded into countless football-sized netherblood worms, screeching as they scattered. Under the force of Ji Ningxuan's attack, dozens of the creatures lay dead, some split in half, others blown apart. The surviving worms retreated several meters, hovering warily in the air. Humph! The netherblood worms are nothing special. Ji Ningxuan scoffed, emboldened by her success. One slash took out so many. Everyone, attack! We'll wipe them out in no time. She signaled her guards, readying another strike. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, the worms exposed their abdomens and spewed thick yellow venomous mist, hurtling toward Ji Ningxuan's group at speeds matching a martial lord's movement. Where the mist touched, grass withered instantly, turning black before crumbling to dust. Even stones corroded into powder upon contact. Young mistress, be careful. The guards lunged in front of her, channeling their energy to block the mist. The 2 gray-robed elders, martial emperors, joined in, their power manifesting as visible ripples in the air, forming a barrier of condensed aura that halted most of the poison. Damn it! The mist can corrode martial energy. Everyone, retreat. The elders quickly realized the horrifying truth: the venom didn't just eat through objects, it could dissolve martial energy itself, even creeping back along the energy flow to invade the body. 2 martial master-level guards, too slow to react, had their energy shields breached. The mist touched their bodies. In seconds, their flesh melted away, leaving only puddles of blood. The lethality of the netherblood worm's venom was terrifying. Fall back! Ji Ningxuan retreated swiftly, her expression grim. It seemed these creatures wouldn't be as easy to handle as she'd thought. SSSS. The toxic smoke only gathered within a 3-zhang radius of the temple. After seeing Ji Ningxuan and the others retreat, the netherblood worms did not pursue them further, but continued to hover around the temple. The poisonous mist gradually dissipated, sinking to the ground and corroding the earth into a charred black. Even more alarming, the toxic smoke also dissolved the corpses of the fallen netherblood worms into putrid sludge. Were these fumes so ruthless that they even consumed their own kind? Miss, we should retreat. This situation is beyond our ability to handle. We should inform the Buddhist sects and the Imperial Martial Bureau to deal with it. The captain of Ji Ningxuan's guard was on the verge of tears. The dean of the Imperial Martial Bureau is already on his way. He'll surely have a solution. As Ji Ningxuan's chief bodyguard, Gao Fei's primary duty was to ensure her safety. These netherblood worms had merely exhaled a wave of toxic mist. Yet even 2 martial emperor-level experts couldn't withstand it. How could mere martial venerable-level bodyguards like them possibly contend? Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. If things become truly hopeless, I'll withdraw. Ji Ningxuan's earlier stubbornness had faded. She, too, sensed something deeply unnatural about these creatures. However, as the daughter of the Grand Chancellor, living off the Empire's resources, she couldn't simply leave without accomplishing anything. That wasn't her style. Everyone, stay alert. Ji Ningxuan barked the order, then pulled out several talismans from her robes and hurled them toward the netherblood worms. Activate! Whoosh! As the talismans flew, they instantly expanded against the wind, radiating intricate golden patterns and a brilliant glow that rippled outward. An ancient aura emanated from the talismans, spreading rapidly. Screech! The netherblood worms seemed to fear the talisman's power, hastily retreating as the golden light pulsed outward. Within a 1 jong radius of the talismans, not a single netherblood worm dared approach. Even the lingering toxic mist in the air was instantly dispelled under the talisman's influence, as though the very atmosphere had been purified. Seeing this, Ji Ningxuan let out a quiet sigh of relief, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. Master was right, the world is descending into chaos. If I hadn't trained so hard and mastered these life-saving techniques, I'd truly be in trouble today. The methods of the Jade Pool Holy Land. The Holy Master even taught the young miss her most secret techniques. Long live the Imperial Consort. The bodyguards around Ji Ningxuan were overjoyed to see she had a way to counter the netherblood worms. Attack together! Ji Ningxuan shouted, seizing the opportunity while the talismans repelled the creatures. She leaped into the air, twin warblades flashing as she struck forward. Boom! Boom! This time, not only the 2 martial emperor-level bodyguards but all several dozen guards joined the assault. Their combined martial power whipped up a violent storm across the wasteland. The air itself seemed to scream as it was torn apart by the overwhelming force. For a moment, the heavens darkened, and the atmosphere grew so oppressive it was hard to breathe. The netherblood worms, still hovering above the temple, sensed the danger. Swish! Swish! In an instant, all the worms transformed. Tens of thousands of them coalesced into a massive, blade-like formation, clashing head-on with Ji Ningxuan's attack. Boom! Crash! The collision between the martial energy and the swarm sent shockwaves rippling outward. Though the netherblood worms had tough carapaces capable of withstanding attacks from martial grandmaster-level experts, they were no match for Ji Ningxuan's forces, dozens of martial venerables and 2 martial emperors. The sheer force of their assault shredded the swarm into nothingness. A mountain breeze swept through, carrying a foul stench, a mix of blood and rotting flesh that made everyone gag. As the dust settled, the temple's ruins revealed a massive crater. The once swarming netherblood worms had vanished without a trace, save for a few scattered survivors writhing weakly on the ground. Were they all wiped out? Ji Ningxuan knew her guards were strong, but she hadn't expected such an overwhelming victory. You, check the perimeter for any stragglers, she ordered a few guards, then cautiously approached the temple. Weren't netherblood worms supposed to move in massive swarms? Even if we killed many, this couldn't be the entire colony. Meanwhile, Yi Fan stood silently in the distance, watching Ji Ningxuan's display. His lips twitched slightly. A disciple of the Jade Pool Holy Land, and an imperial consort? No wonder she has such power and influence. Now he understood her earlier words. I'm not interested in you. Of course not. As the emperor's soon-to-be bride, how could she afford to be? Yet a wicked thought flickered in Yi Fan's mind. The imperial family allowed Prince Jin to massacre the Yi clan. Now the emperor's bride has walked right into my path. Shouldn't I collect some interest? Even if I don't act, at least I can make the emperor suffer a little. The sudden disappearance of the netherblood worms puzzled him. Even with his martial emperor 8th grade senses, he detected no trace of the creatures. Yet this contradicted Pang Hai's intel. Activating his demon eye, Yi Fan scanned beneath the temple ruins, and his heart lurched. Fall back. Now they're underground. Through his demon eye's vision, he saw the horrifying truth. Beneath the seemingly calm ruins, the earth was teeming with netherblood worms, at least 100,000 of them. The entire temple's foundation had been hollowed out, the soil replaced by a writhing, living mass. At the center, the worms had formed a grotesque nest, where something ominous seemed to be unfolding. But when Yi Fan tried to probe deeper, an inexplicable force blocked his vision. Even his demon eye couldn't penetrate it. These netherblood worms were far more sinister than he'd thought. Not only could they morph into weapons, but they could also shield themselves from his detection. Before he could warn them again, the worms beneath the ruins had already begun moving, burrowing through the earth in 13 separate paths, silently encircling Ji Ningxuan's group from below. Get back! They're attacking from underground. Hurry! Yifan's urgent shout made Ji Ningxuan frown. Why are you still here? How would a mere civilian know they're underground? Can you see them or something? Ji Ningxuan had already released her perception several times, carefully scanning the area. Within a radius of several hundred meters, she couldn't detect even the slightest trace of any living creature. If there were any bloodworms of the yellow springs beneath her feet, how could she possibly fail to sense them? Moreover, Ningxuan possessed secret techniques granted by the sage matriarch of Yuqi, allowing her to perceive things beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even the two martial emperor experts by her side hadn't noticed the bloodworms, so how could a random mountain dweller living here have spotted them? In Ningxuan's mind, she assumed Yifan was merely a villager who had been left behind during their earlier relocation for some reason. I really can see them. Move 3 steps to your left, they're already right beneath you. They could bite you at any moment. Yifan, standing not far away, sounded deadly serious as he stared at the ground beneath Ningxuan. But Ji Ningxuan just smirked. Stop joking around, kid. If this is your idea of flirting, it's pretty lame. Did you think I'd be scared by some made-up? Before she could finish, one of her bodyguards suddenly shouted in alarm. Imperial concubine. The ground beneath you, he stammered, his voice tinged with fear. Ningxuan frowned. What about the ground? Spit it out. It's moving. Get out of there. The bodyguard's face twisted in horror as he watched the soil beneath Ningxuan's feet begin to shift. Then a glowing green head emerged, followed by a second, a third. They were none other than the bloodworms of the yellow springs, which should have been completely eradicated. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, countless bloodworms surged from the earth, spreading like spilled black sesame seeds across the ground. Ah! Ack! Several bodyguards who hadn't reacted in time were instantly ambushed. The worms latched onto their ankles, swarming over them in seconds, devouring them whole. Imperial concubine. Step on my shoulders, get out of here. The first bodyguard to react saw that the entire area was now crawling with bloodworms, leaving no safe footing. If Ningxuan didn't escape now, she'd be next. The poison from the bloodworms earlier missed had already been deadly. If they bit her directly, the toxins would surely kill her. Without hesitation, the bodyguard grabbed Ningxuan's ankle and hoisted her up. Ha! Ningxuan was stunned. Just moments ago, she hadn't sensed a single bloodworm. How had they appeared so suddenly? Do these things have intelligence? Can they hide their presence? She reached for another talisman, hoping to suppress the swarm, but the bloodworms were already anticipating her move. Four separate groups lunged at her from all directions, aiming to stop her from activating the talisman. Hiss! A chill ran down Ningxuan's spine. They're coordinated. They know what I'm about to do. Forced to abandon the talisman, she swung her blade to fend off the attacking worms while trying to leap off her bodyguard's shoulders. Thud! But just as she pushed off, the man beneath her collapsed, his body already half consumed by the bloodworms. With no support, Ningxuan plummeted toward the writhing mass below. The ground was now a seething tide of bloodworms, each the size of a football. Most were black, but a few were red, and unlike the others, these didn't attack. Instead, they waved their antennae like commanders. They have a hierarchy? Ningxuan's mind reeled. In this modern age, how do these demonic creatures still exist? And with intelligence, no less? As she fell, the remaining bodyguards shouted in panic. Imperial concubine! Watch out! Gao Fei, the captain of her guards, slashed through a wave of bloodworms and lunged toward her. Among their group, the two martial emperors were the strongest, followed by Gao Fei at the peak martial venerable level, and then Ningxuan herself. The sudden underground ambush had already claimed most of the guards. Only the two martial emperors and a few remaining martial venerables were holding their own. But the endless tide of bloodworms made it impossible for them to assist Ningxuan. The two martial emperors saw her peril and blasted through the swarm, rushing to her aid. Protect the imperial concubine at all costs. In the current state of the Great Xia Empire, with internal strife and external threats weakening the royal family, Ningxuan's survival was non-negotiable. Even if everyone else died here, she had to live. But the bloodworms were smarter than they realized. As Gao Fei and the two martial emperors charged forward, more worms erupted from the ground, forming a living wall to block them. And among these reinforcements were 8 golden bloodworms, each radiating martial energy. Ordinary martial masters couldn't even scratch them. Their venom was deadlier, their speed unmatched. They moved with precision, dividing to attack Gao Fei and the two old martial emperors. They're using military tactics, encirclement, feints, cutting off reinforcements. The bloodworms had clearly identified Ningxuan as their primary target, but their real goal was the two martial emperors. Ningxuan was just bait. Interesting. From a distance, Yi Fan watched, his eyes narrowing. If these bloodworms can be controlled, they'd be an incredible hidden force. His gaze shifted to the ruined temple. With part of the swarm diverted to attack Ningxuan's group, the mysterious barrier had weakened. Now he could finally see what lay beneath. So this is why they're all gathered here. Below, countless netherblood worms had gathered, forming a massive nest. Dozens of golden worms patrolled the outer perimeter, standing guard. At the very center, two violet worms loomed, one lay within the nest, actively giving birth to offspring, while the other stood watch nearby. Judging by their aura and appearance, these two violet worms were undoubtedly the leaders of the swarm, the netherblood worm emperor and empress. The reason so many netherblood worms had gathered here was to protect the empress during her birthing process. This also explained why, despite emerging in such numbers, they hadn't swarmed human settlements to feed. Realizing this, a bold idea flashed through Yi Fan's mind. From the dragon sigil ring, he had learned of another mystical rune, the soul contract. Rather than slaughtering all these netherblood worms, why not seize control of the emperor and empress? If he could bind them with a soul contract, they would become an unstoppable force in the future. But before making his move, Yi Fan had to rescue Ji Ningxuan and the others. Despite his grievances with the imperial family, he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Meanwhile, 3 experts attempting to reinforce Ji Ningxuan were intercepted by the netherblood worms, creating a classic besiege the reinforcements scenario. With her support cut off, Ji Ningxuan was on the verge of being swallowed by the writhing tide of worms. At the last moment, she slashed out with her twin blades, carving out a small clearing. Seizing the brief respite, she kicked off the back of one worm, launching herself into the air and narrowly avoiding the first wave of frenzied attacks. But the situation was dire. The ground was buried under a meter-thick carpet of worms, the soil beneath churned loose by their movements. Even the air was thick with leaping worms. She was trapped in a 3-dimensional kill zone. With no footing to regain her balance, Ji Ningxuan had no time to recover. The worms closed in from all sides, some already snapping at her hair. The moment she landed, she would be devoured. A smirk curled Yi Fan's lips. Time to act. Such a beautiful imperial consort, it'd be a shame if the worms ruined her face. Hey, pretty lady, need a hand? At the critical moment, Yi Fan stepped forward, calling out to Ji Ningxuan. Huh? The sudden voice startled Ji Ningxuan and the struggling bodyguards. In the chaos, they'd completely forgotten about Yi Fan's presence. Stay back, Ji Ningxuan shouted as she saw him approaching. Get out of here and report this to the Imperial Martial Division. You'll just die if you come closer. In her panic, she failed to notice one crucial detail. Despite standing there the entire time, not a single worm had attacked Yi Fan. Such arrogance. Yi Fan chuckled. As Ji Ningxuan teetered on the brink of falling into the swarm, he activated the divine fragment fused within him. Absolute domain. A surge of ancient energy erupted from him, rippling outward. Golden light enveloped the area, instantly increasing gravity tenfold. The once agile worms slowed to a crawl, their auras suppressed by several levels. What? Before Ji Ningxuan could process it, a strong arm wrapped around her slender waist, steadying her midair before landing her safely. The ground beneath them was still infested, and the sea of worms remained. But as a golden runic array flared beneath Yi Fan's feet, the creatures trembled in terror, frozen in place. The scene was surreal, an ocean of netherblood worms motionless, while Yi Fan stood atop them like a sovereign holding the stunning imperial consort in his arms. On the other side, the 2 martial emperors, Captain Gao Fei and the other martial lord-level bodyguards finally caught their breath, their eyes locking onto Yi Fan in disbelief. Him? That young man who'd been hiding behind a rock earlier? The one they'd all dismissed was now the one suppressing the swarm? Ah! Ji Ningxuan gasped as she registered the heat of Yi Fan's chest and the hand resting on her abdomen. Flustered, she squirmed. Let me go. Having grown up sheltered, she had never been this close to a man. And as the future imperial consort set to marry the emperor next month, such intimate contact was unthinkable. She struggled to break free, but the moment her feet touched the worms, they lunged for her exposed ankles. Ah! With another cry, she leaped back into Yi Fan's arms, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Her ample chest nearly pressed against his face. Lady Ji, this time you jumped into my arms, Yi Fan teased, deliberately exhaling a warm breath that brushed against her décolletage. A blush spread across her cheeks as an unfamiliar warmth pooled in her body, making her squirm. especially when his hand gave her backside a playful squeeze. "Ah, you rogue," she stammered, torn between fury and embarrassment. She wanted to push away but didn't dare. "You're doing this on purpose." Yet as she protested, a surge of energy flowed from Yi Fan's touch through her hips, her arms, every point of contact flooding her meridians and boosting her cultivation. What kind of power is this? Just by touching him, she gained cultivation energy? If she stayed close to him longer, could she break through to the martial emperor realm? No. She was the emperor's woman. This was unacceptable. But the allure of that energy was intoxicating. What should she do? Ji Ningxuan desperately wanted to refuse, to stop Yi Fan's wandering hands, but her body betrayed her, almost instinctively pressing closer into his embrace, craving more contact. Imperial consort. Nearby, two gray-robed elders, having temporarily resolved their crisis, frowned at Ji Ningxuan's actions and called out to remind her. As the daughter of the prime minister's household and the future imperial consort, every word and gesture of hers would be scrutinized. And right now, her posture with Yi Fan was highly inappropriate. "Ah!" The elder's shout snapped Ji Ningxuan back to reality. She glanced at the other bodyguards, who had effortlessly crushed the bloodworms beneath their feet, stepping over them as if walking on flat ground, easily escaping the swarm. But why? When she had jumped down, those yellow spring bloodworms had lunged for her. Her delicate brows furrowed. It was deliberate. This seemingly handsome, harmless man. He'd done it on purpose. But why? Just to take advantage of her? She tilted her head, studying Yi Fan's face as a beam of moonlight illuminated his features. You're the fool of the Yi family, no, the prodigy, Yi Fan? You! The man before her was none other than the very person she'd come to Hua City to meet. Emperor Ji Yuchen, unable to leave the capital, had ordered her to rush here overnight. Tomorrow, he would announce the establishment of the Grand Preceptor's office, supporting the Yi family's resurgence, a gesture of goodwill to atone for the royal family's past neglect. But now, the compensation she was offering had become far too personal. The emperor's future consort was in Yi Fan's arms, groped and fondled, and from the look in his eyes, he seemed ready to go even further. This was revenge. He was using her to retaliate against Ji Yuchen for turning a blind eye to Prince Jin's actions. Ji Ningxuan was sharp. The moment she recognized Yi Fan, she understood his motives. She'd been wrong from the start, thinking his actions were driven by lust for her beauty. How naive. "Let me go." Now that she knew his identity, her voice turned icy, devoid of further protest. Yi Fan's brow twitched at her sudden coldness. With a light tap of his foot, he carried her out of the bloodworm swarm to safety. "Imperial consort, didn't I just save you? Not even a thank you?" His smirk was predatory, his gaze so piercing it felt like it could strip her bare. He'd deliberately let his warm energy fluctuations run wild earlier, planting a seed in her mind. The royal family had allowed Prince Jin to nearly wipe out the Yi clan. If Yi Fan wanted to grope the emperor's woman or even impregnate her, that was their own damn fault. "You? Fine. Thank you." She bit back her anger. He had saved them all. And though she resented being used as a pawn against Ji Yuchen, the emperor had explicitly ordered her to appease Yi Fan. Her father had warned her. Prince Jin's influence was growing unchecked. Only the Yi family's resurgence could counterbalance him. They could not afford to offend the Yi clan. In the capital, Ji Yuchen had personally received Yi Changfeng, offering lavish treatment. Here in Hua City, Yi Fan had to be handled with equal care. Just 2 measly words? That's it. His grin turned wicked as he raked his eyes over her, making her squirm. What else do you want? You already did all that. With Captain Gao Fei and the 2 martial emperor elders present, she couldn't elaborate. "Since I've already touched you once, how about another round as thanks? Don't worry, I won't ask you to marry me." "You! Shameless. Dream on." Her temper flared. His earlier groping was bad enough, but now he dared to demand more? The insult cut deeper than the act itself. Did he think she was some cheap floozy? "Young Master Yi, show some restraint. Lady Ji is the emperor's betrothed. Their wedding is next month. Have some respect for the royal family's dignity. One of the gray-robed elders stepped forward, voice stern, energy pulsing in subtle threat. Oh hell no. Ifan wasn't having it. Smack. Without hesitation, he backhanded the elder, sending him spinning like a top, stars dancing in his vision. The old man clutched his burning cheek, stunned. Rumors said Yifan had awakened, reaching martial emperor level, but the elder had assumed he was just a novice. This power far surpassed even a third-grade martial emperor. You think you deserve face? Ha! Where was the royal family's dignity when the 10 great Yi clan geniuses were slaughtered? His voice was glacial. Half this empire was won by the Yi clan. Without us, would there even be a royal family? You let my family be butchered. Did you think there'd be no payback? I'll grope her if I want. I'll take her if I want. What will the emperor do? Cry about it. He yanked Ji Ningxuan against him, his hands roaming boldly. 10 Yi clan lives. Gone. Do you think the royals don't know why? The killing intent radiating from him froze Ji Ningxuan in place. His hands moved, yet she didn't resist. Dominant, unyielding. This was the kind of man she admired. Her heart ached for the Yi clan's suffering. 10 prodigies wiped out in a single day. The family nearly exterminated. Even Yifan, once a fool, hadn't been spared. Prince Jin had hunted him and his allies relentlessly. The pain and torment he must have endured, and the royal family, though not the mastermind, had been complicit. Suddenly she felt he was right. His revenge, his disrespect toward her, none of it was unjust. If she were in his place, she'd have done worse. Asai escaped her. Maybe she should let him take this compensation from her. Though Ji Ningxuan had always appeared obedient, whether as the dutiful daughter of the prime minister's household or the model disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land, beneath the surface, rebellious thoughts simmered. After years of conformity, why not live for myself just once? She had heard plenty about the man before her, Yifan. At 15, he had reached the Grandmaster realm, earning the title of the Great Xia dynasty's most monstrous genius. Later, at the Yi family's funeral, after Xian Yufei called off their engagement, his 7 sisters-in-law stunned everyone by declaring they would marry him collectively. At first, Ji Ningxuan couldn't fathom why those women would sacrifice themselves for a fool. But today, after their intimate encounter and sensing that mysterious warmth radiating from him, she believed she'd uncovered the truth. Staying by Yifan's side was like gaining access to an endless cultivation treasure trove, an opportunity no martial artist could refuse. And then there was Yifan himself. Handsome, yes, but with a roguish charm that infuriated yet fascinated her. Perhaps the saying held true. Women love a bad boy. After all, Ji Yanqing had sent her to Huadu to apologize and compensate Yifan. But the price he demanded was steep. As the imperial consort, any scandal with Yifan would shake the entire dynasty. No, absolutely not. The thought flickered in her mind, and she instantly quashed it. Her status, her duty to the royal family, the prime minister's reputation, and the Yaoqi Holy Land's dignity left no room for recklessness. Despite her youth, the weight of her responsibilities was crushing. Outrageous, Yifan. Don't think the Yi family's control of the heavenly dragon army gives you license to act unchecked. The second gray-robed elder scowled, though he hesitated to attack after witnessing his companion's fate. Mocking them was one thing. Taking a beating was another. Ha! Outrageous? Remember who just saved you from the netherblood worms. Yifan retorted coldly. If you've got a death wish, I'll gladly toss you back in. His gaze flicked toward the writhing swarm. Though his absolute domain still suppressed them, the creatures, burrowing underground to evade its full force, were gradually regrouping near the temple ruins. The Worm Queen's labor seemed critical. Half of her fist-sized offspring had emerged, but she struggled visibly while the Worm King circled helplessly. The gray-robed elders shuddered under Yifan's aura. They'd seen the worm's lethality firsthand. The elite squad dispatched from the capital had been decimated in minutes. All sub-grandmaster fighters dead, even 2 martial venerables fallen. Only when the elders fell silent did Yi Fan's anger subside. Regaining composure, he released Ji Ningxuan and muttered, "My apologies, Lady Ji. That wasn't directed at you. You should leave." Guilt pricked him. Blaming her for the royal family's misdeeds was unjust. "It's all right. I understand." Stepping back, Ji Ningxuan's eyes held no anger. Only sympathy, regret, and an ache she couldn't name. What happened between them? His bold touches, the liberties taken, would stay buried. In mere minutes, absorbing his energy had propelled her cultivation forward, nearing the martial emperor threshold. Tonight's fleeting intimacy would remain their secret. By dawn, she'd resume her roles. Untouchable imperial consort, lofty Yaoqi saintess, prime minister's jewel. But as the consort, I can't abandon this crisis unresolved, she declared, eyeing the swarm with resolve. Yi Fan smirked. Oh, planning to roar them away? Or bite them to death? You! Her cheeks flushed. Earlier failures proved her inadequacy. Without Yi Fan, they'd have been annihilated. Face it, you'd just be cannon fodder. Stop complicating things. Humiliated, the prime minister's daughter, future consort, and Holy Land's pride, dismissed by the so-called fool. Arrogant prick. You think I'm just a pretty vase? Ji Ningxuan scoffed, lifting her chin. You've seen nothing of the Yaoqi Holy Land's true power. A translucent stone materialized in her palm, emitting ancient energy. The swarm recoiled, hissing warily. A god's hard fragment? Yi Fan wasn't surprised. With her background, owning such relics was inevitable. See? I don't need you, she taunted, brandishing her blade as she charged toward the ruins. Yi Fan sighed. Stubborn woman. The Worm Queen's delivery had driven the swarm to desperation. Even with the Godshard suppression, they'd defend their matriarch to the death. If you insist on throwing your life away, don't expect me to hold back next time I save you. That earlier incident was just a small taste. Next time, I won't hesitate to do something far worse. Yi Fan watched Ji Ningxuan's swaying hips, a wicked smirk playing on his lips. Observing from afar and measuring with his hands were two entirely different experiences. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Ji Ningxuan, who was charging ahead, stumbled slightly. The memory of where he had touched her earlier sent a wave of scalding heat across her face. How dare he? She was the esteemed daughter of the prime minister's household, the imperial consort of the great Xia dynasty. Yet she had been shamelessly groped by the so-called foolish young master of the Yi family. She was tainted now. Infuriating. Beside her, the two gray-robed elders seethed with silent fury at Yi Fan's audacity. How could the imperial consort, a figure of such reverence, be defiled like this? Yet they had also sensed it. Yi Fan's power far surpassed that of a martial emperor, eclipsing their own strength by an immeasurable degree. No matter how much they resented him, they were powerless against him. As Ji Ningxuan rushed forward, the bodyguards shot Yi Fan a hateful glare before following. In the blink of an eye, Ji Ningxuan closed in on the temple ruins, now less than 3 meters away. The divine fragment in her hand forced the bloodworms to retreat, pressing them to the edges of the ruins. Any further, and they would encroach upon the birthing grounds of the Worm Queen. The netherblood worms were visibly agitated. Their hissing filled the air as they jostled against one another, some even tearing into their own kin in frustration. But no matter how fiercely Ji Ningxuan channeled the divine fragment's power, the worms refused to retreat further. Though trembling, they held their ground. Humph, so you fear me now? Then perish. With a cold sneer, she flung a handful of powder into the wind. Whoosh! The powder ignited midair, erupting into a blazing inferno. Any worms too slow to evade were instantly incinerated, filling the air with the stench of charred flesh. In that single strike, thousands of netherblood worms were reduced to ash. Had Ji Ningxuan continued her assault, the swarm would have suffered devastating losses. Pleased with her results, she cast a triumphant glance toward Yi Fan, as if to say, "See? I'm not just some helpless damsel." Yi Fan's lips curled in amusement. He had to admit he was impressed. The Yaoqi sacred land truly has some tricks up its sleeve. Not only had she obtained a divine fragment, but she also wielded this strange, combustive powder. While its flames paled in comparison to the flickering embers within his own body, for an ordinary martial artist, this sudden blaze was undeniably intimidating. Yet he shook his head. Retreat now. If you don't, you'll regret it. His demon eyes had already pierced through the earth, revealing the enraged worm emperor deep within its nest. Its mate was in labor, and these damned humans wouldn't stop attacking. The already irritable sovereign had reached its limit. Ugh! Why must you undermine me? Can't you see I've already burned so many? A few more strikes, and I'll wipe them all out. Don't think you're the only capable one in this world. Her words lacked conviction, though. She had noticed something unsettling. The moment her flames cleared a path, even more worms surged from below, swiftly refilling the gaps. Worse yet, the newly emerged swarm included an increasing number of golden-armored variants. Her fire could annihilate the ordinary black worms, but the golden ones seemed immune. Still, her stubbornness flared. She would prove herself today. She refused to be seen as some delicate flower, incapable of action without Yifan's help. Her master had bestowed countless treasures and secret techniques upon her. She simply hadn't had the chance to use them earlier. Even if she couldn't exterminate the entire swarm, surely, as the imperial consort, she could at least ensure her own safety with her guard's protection. Whoosh! As she raised her blade for another strike, the worms suddenly moved. Thousands erupted from the ground in unison, blotting out the moonlight and plunging the ruins into darkness. Ji Ningxuan tensed, expecting an attack, but what happened next left her stunned. Leave! The swarm had rearranged itself midair, forming a single, unmistakable character. Go! What? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Since when did netherblood worms possess such intelligence? They could communicate through written words? My lady, perhaps we should withdraw. The emperor sent you to Yunqing, not to throw yourself into danger. Look, we've already lost too many men, and the fragment suppression is weakening. One of the gray-robed elders gestured urgently. Indeed, the worms had initially been held at bay 5 meters away, but now they encroached within 3. The golden-armored variants emitted an ancient aura that subtly neutralized the fragment's power. Ji Ningxuan hesitated, but to retreat now? Her gaze flickered toward Yifan. Wouldn't that just give him more reason to mock her? Fall back. And don't worry, I won't laugh. You've done well. These worms are simply beyond your current strength. Leave them to me. His tone carried no mockery, only encouragement. Yet his words only stoked her defiance. He was patronizing her. I refuse to believe mere beasts can outmatch me. Even if she retreated, she'd first cut them down to size. Whoosh! She hurled 10 handfuls of powder at once, engulfing the ruins in a roaring conflagration. She expected the worms to flee or burn, but instead, they did the unthinkable. Rather than retreating, they surged forward like moths to a flame, hurling themselves into the fire to extinguish it with their own bodies. What were they protecting? Before she could ponder further, a golden worm erupted from the soil, sinking its fangs into the delicate skin below her collarbone. Ah! Pain lanced through her chest. Reacting swiftly, she channeled her martial energy, slicing the creature apart before sealing the surrounding meridians. Her first instinct was to look at Yifan. Surely he had an antidote. But pride clamped her jaw shut. What's wrong? Were you bitten? Distracted by his demon eyes, Yifan hadn't noticed the attack. No! She bit her lip, refusing to yield. Don't push yourselves. The venom of these netherblood worms is no joke. If any of you get bitten, tell me immediately. I might still be able to save you. But if you delay, the only place you'll be heading is the underworld. As he spoke, Yifan swiftly moved toward Ji Ningxuan's side. Though he held little fondness for Ji Ningxuan, she was Ji Yuchen's imperial consort. Anything that could make Ji Yuchen suffer brought Yifan satisfaction. Besides, Yifan had his own plans. He intended to keep these netherblood worms for his own use. He couldn't let Ji Ningxuan keep burning them. If she wiped them all out, his scheme would be ruined. Whoosh! Before Yi Fan could get close, the flames conjured by Ji Ningxuan were collectively extinguished by the Netherblood worms. More of the creatures, undeterred by the pressure from the fragment in her hand, surged toward Ji Ningxuan and her group like a frenzied tide. Now, even more golden-armored bloodworms emerged, their numbers far exceeding the previous swarm. Ji Ningxuan and the two gray-robed elders beside her paled. "Miss, we're in trouble. There's no way out now. Wasn't this the same as before?" Surrounded again, half of Ji Ningxuan's bodyguards had already perished in the last attack. This time, the Netherblood worms were not only more numerous but also stronger. Regret gnawed at Ji Ningxuan. If only she had listened to Yi Fan earlier. Had she retreated, the Imperial Martial Division would have dealt with these creatures. But now, if she died here, what then? Earlier, the Netherblood worms had even formed the character Leave in the air, sensing her special status and urging her to retreat. Yet Ji Ningxuan had responded with even fiercer flames, nearly scorching the underground nest where the queen worm was giving birth. This had enraged the Netherblood worms beyond reason. Even the ancient aura of the temple fragment could no longer suppress them. They were now hellbent on tearing Ji Ningxuan and her group apart. Ji Ningxuan wanted to call for Yi Fan's help, but the name stuck in her throat. How humiliating. Just moments ago, she had boasted that she didn't need Yi Fan, only to find herself in mortal peril mere seconds later. Purge evil formation. Activate. Just as despair gripped Ji Ningxuan and her guards, Yi Fan flashed into their midst. With a sharp command, he swiftly formed hand seals, summoning massive 8 trigrams formations that descended from the sky, enveloping the group. Golden light rippled across intricate, ancient patterns, interwoven with cryptic symbols. The formation radiated sacred, inviolable majesty. Expanding to a 10-meter radius, the area within underwent a dramatic transformation. Under the Purge evil formation's influence, all corruption was purified and expelled. Every Netherblood worm within the formation's range was instantly pinned to the ground, utterly suppressed. A few golden-armored worms struggled, but with a mere flick of Yi Fan's wrist, the formation pulsed, reducing them to dust that scattered in the wind. What? Ji Ningxuan and the 2 martial emperor elders were dumbstruck. What kind of sorcery was this? To annihilate golden-armored worms, creatures whose shells even peak martial masters couldn't easily breach, with just a gesture? How terrifying. Still dawdling? Wait for them to tear you apart. Yi Fan snapped, jolting Ji Ningxuan and her guards from their stupor. Ah, right. Ji Ningxuan stumbled slightly before bolting toward safety. But when she glanced back, she saw Yi Fan not retreating, but striding into the swarm of Netherblood worms. Encased in a shimmering golden barrier, he advanced step by step through the sea of writhing creatures. Ji Ningxuan's heart pounded. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Come back. Are you trying to die? She had already confirmed that even the divine fragment's deterrence weakened over time. If his defenses failed, he'd be doomed. Worry about yourself. Yi Fan's figure blurred as he reached the ruined temple's underground nest. The Worm King and golden-armored worms had sensed his approach. Now, though surrounded, none dared or could breach his protective aura. The Worm King's guards bristled defensively, but Yi Fan merely smiled. Let's talk, he said, the Purge evil formation swirling in his palm. I'll save them if you submit to me. His tone was casual, but the unspoken threat was clear. Refusal meant annihilation for the entire nest. Scree! The Worm King let out a shrill cry, and the golden-armored worms retreated. It then prostrated itself before Yi Fan, even raising a claw in deference. Smart. Yi Fan smirked, darting to the queen worm's side. Pure life energy flowed from his palm, revitalizing her waning strength. Whoosh! Within moments, the queen worm completed her labor, birthing a crimson-blooded larva. The entire swarm trembled, a mix of awe and reverence, as the scarlet worm crawled toward Yi Fan. When he extended his hand, it nuzzled against his palm. A strange consciousness brushed Yi Fan's mind. This one was different. I've held up my end. Now yours. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Fan conjured twin soul contracts, binding the Worm King and Queen as his eternal vassals. From this moment on, their fates were irrevocably tied to his. Live or die, they would share his destiny. The temple in the mountain pass. The temple stood atop a hill nestled within a secluded mountain valley. Beneath the temple, Yi Fan had just formed a soul contract with the Netherblood worms. Sensing this, the tens of thousands of worms around them grew restless, their movements agitated. Meanwhile, on the edge of a towering cliff nearby, a middle-aged man sat in a wheelchair, his expression dark and contemplative as he gazed downward. Beside him, a masked man in a black robe noticed the disturbance below and spoke with concern. "Director, should we intervene now? These Netherblood worms are highly venomous and Yi Fan has been inside for quite some time." "No need." The man in the wheelchair replied calmly, his voice slow and chilling. Though a faint smile played on his lips, an aura of intimidation radiated from him, making others instinctively wary. This man was none other than Qin Yao, the supreme director of the Great Xia's Martial Suppression Bureau. Years ago, when the Europa Martial Alliance invaded Great Xia, Qin Yao had launched a solo assault, challenging and defeating their 10 greatest masters in a single night. His actions nearly obliterated the Alliance's headquarters, forcing Europa to abandon their invasion plans. From that day on, Qin Yao became a legend, taking command of the most formidable martial authority in Great Xia, the Martial Suppression Bureau. With power to oversee officials and execute rogue martial artists without restraint, he stood as the Empire's ultimate enforcer. His name alone struck fear into the hearts of warriors across Great Xia and Europa alike. "Where are the men sent by Prince Jin?" Qin Yao asked coldly. "He has overstepped his bounds by targeting the young master's bloodline. Now that I know of this, I will not stand idle. Prince Jin's 10 red armored experts have arrived in Huadu and are en route. They should be here in 10 minutes. Qin Yao nodded. "Let's descend. The Prime Minister's estate also has unfinished business with the young master. If necessary, we must remind Yi Fan." "Understood." The black-robed man lifted Qin Yao's wheelchair effortlessly and leaped down the cliff. Despite the treacherous terrain, he moved as if walking on flat ground, the wheelchair steady in his grip. Seated comfortably, Qin Yao closed his eyes, unfazed by the descent. Outside the temple ruins, Ji Ningxuan, who had retreated to a safe distance, frowned as she stared at the ruins. An elderly man in gray robes urged her repeatedly, "My lady, we must leave. This place is too dangerous. If anything happens to you, neither the Prime Minister nor the Emperor will forgive us." Ji Ningxuan staggered, the wound on her chest, previously numbed, now throbbed with pain. Though she had sealed her meridians, the Netherblood worm's venom was spreading rapidly. Recalling Yi Fan's earlier words, a grim realization settled in her heart. I might not survive this. Yi Fan had already saved her twice. Before her departure, the Emperor had explicitly ordered her to win Yi Fan over. "Fine. Since he saved my life, I'll return the favor. Go back without me. I'm staying." She snapped at the gray-robed elder and her guards before darting toward the ruins. "Yi Fan, are you dead in there? I'm coming to save you." "My lady." The guards and elders gasped in horror. Had the imperial consort lost her mind? Yi Fan had just rescued her from danger, yet she was charging back toward the deadly swarm of Netherblood worms. Had she fallen for him? The two martial emperor elders exchanged glances, the same thought crossing their minds. But it was too late to stop her. In the blink of an eye, Ji Ningxuan reached the ruins. Ha! Without hesitation, she unleashed a barrage of talismans, powders, divine fragments, and her peak martial venerable level energy, bombarding the writhing worms with reckless abandon. Boom! Boom! Her fighting style was entirely different now. She was fighting to the death. Since she was doomed anyway, she might as well repay Yi Fan with her life. Within moments, she had slaughtered tens of thousands of worms, dealing far more damage than before. Strangely though, the remaining worms retreated instead of attacking her. "Yi Fan, get out here. I'm giving you back your life." As she neared the spot where Yi Fan had descended, she raised her blade, ready to strike down into the ruins. Beneath the temple, inside the underground nest, Yi Fan had just completed his soul contract with the two worm monarchs. He had imposed 3 strict commands upon them. 1. Do not harm humans unprovoked. 2. Do not appear in populated areas unless summoned. 3. Do not. Meanwhile, the crimson larva that had burrowed into his palm had fallen asleep. As Yi Fan pondered whether to raise it, a sudden chill ran down his spine. Activating his demonic eye, he saw Ji Ningxuan's frenzied assault above. Watching the thousands of dead worms, he felt a pang of regret. Damn it. Before, killing them was one thing, but now they're mine. They could have been a terrifying force in the future. If Ji Ningxuan kept this up, his entire army would be wiped out. Stop. With a mental command, Yi Fan teleported to the surface, his martial emperor-level strength effortlessly neutralizing Ji Ningxuan's attack. Yi Fan, you're alive. Ji Ningxuan stared in shock as he emerged unscathed from the swarm. But the next moment, she vomited a mouthful of black blood and collapsed. Huh? Yi Fan was baffled. He had only deflected her attack, hadn't struck back. Was the imperial consort made of paper? Catching her, he noticed the blackened wound near her collarbone. Damn it. You got bitten and still acted tough. I don't need you to, humph. Even at this point, Ji Ningxuan was still stubborn. She let out a coquettish snort and tried to speak again, but her consciousness was already fading. Her head tilted to the side as she completely passed out. Imperial consort. Miss! The bodyguards surrounding Ji Ningxuan gasped in shock at the sight and immediately rushed forward. Only now did they realize that Ji Ningxuan had been bitten by the nether blood worm. What do we do? Yi Fan. Let go of the imperial consort now. And keep your eyes to yourself. The imperial clan's martial emperor expert, seeing how Yi Fan was holding Ji Ningxuan, her ample bosom nearly spilling out, shouted in fury. Yi Fan had already taken every possible advantage of Ji Ningxuan. Where did that leave the dignity of the imperial clan? Bang! Without hesitation, Yi Fan loosened his grip and dropped Ji Ningxuan straight onto the ground. You think I want to hold her? He had only done so out of obligation, considering that Ji Ningxuan had recklessly risked her life to save him. He had merely wanted to check if she could still be saved. But the moment he recalled all the atrocities the imperial clan had committed against the Yi family, his irritation flared up again. So, when the gray-robed bodyguard barked at him, Yi Fan simply tossed Ji Ningxuan aside. How dare you treat the imperial consort like this? The gray-robed old man's face twisted in rage as he berated Yi Fan. He rushed forward to pick her up but hesitated. The imperial consort was of such noble status that no other man had ever laid hands on her. If he, an old man, were to embrace her now, even if she survived, how could he possibly explain himself later? Imperial consort. Captain Gao Fei also rushed over but refrained from immediately reaching out to help. The scene instantly fell into an eerie stalemate. Meanwhile, Ji Ningxuan, now lying on the ground, had lost the martial energy that had been suppressing the poison. The black venom rapidly spread through her body, and within moments, her face had already darkened. Young Master Yi, you should save her. Your mother owes the Prime Minister's mansion a debt. Back then, they saved her life. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the darkness. The next moment, Chun Yao, seated in a wheelchair, was carried forward by a black-robed man, appearing before the crowd. Yi Fan's heart jolted. After his severe injuries at the Ren family, his strength had already broken through to the 8th rank under the combined nurturing of Qiu Wan, Qing Rulin, and Ren Shuiying. Yet, he hadn't sensed these two approaching at all. Had he been too distracted? Director Chun of the Martial Suppression Bureau? You've come in person. The gray-robed elder from the imperial clan brightened upon seeing Chun Yao. Director, your arrival is most timely. You must have a way to save the imperial consort. Please, we beg you. The two gray-robed elders and the other bodyguards from the Prime Minister's mansion all bowed respectfully to Chun Yao. Chun Yao, the head of the Great Xia's Martial Suppression Bureau, was not only immensely powerful but had also delved deeply into medicine, particularly poisons, after losing the use of his legs. Chun Yao waved his hand dismissively. I can't save her. The netherblood worm's venom can only be cured by young Master Yi. Beg him instead. What? His words stunned the two gray-robed elders and the Prime Minister's bodyguards. Only Yi Fan could save her, yet they had just offended him again. Young Master Yi, our apologies. Though reluctant, the two elders forced themselves to speak awkwardly. For the imperial consort's life, they had no choice but to lower their pride. Yi Fan ignored them, instead fixing his gaze on Chen Yao. How do you know about my mother's past? Who are you? Chun Yao of the Martial Suppression Bureau. Chun Yao smiled faintly, inclining his head slightly in an attempt to appear amiable, though his naturally cold expression made his smile more unsettling than reassuring. Your mother was an extraordinary woman in her time. I was one of her most loyal friends. He hesitated before settling on the word friends. Friends? Was that truly the case? Sigh. A profound shadow flickered in Chen Yao's eyes as his thoughts drifted back to that sunlit afternoon 40 years ago. But the past could never be reclaimed. You can trust me completely. The greatest secret is this: the Martial Suppression Bureau was actually founded by your mother. I am merely its public-facing leader. Ultimately, the Bureau belongs to you, young Master Yi. That is why I've come today. Chun Yao spoke without reservation, even in front of the gray-robed elders. Gao Fei and the two Martial Emperor experts widened their eyes in shock. The Martial Suppression Bureau, the most feared hidden authority in Great Xia, had been established by Yi Fan's mother, and now, Chun Yao was decisively handing it over to Yi Fan? What kind of surreal world was this? The Bureau was an untouchable force, beyond even the imperial clan's command. Whoever controlled it could dominate Great Xia without fear of reprisal. Yi Fan absorbed Chun Yao's words. Though brief, they carried immense implications. Clearly, Chun Yao was an old acquaintance of his mother's, and at the very least, he seemed to bear no ill will. Whether that was truly the case would require further verification. But one thing was certain: his mother being the leader of the Divine Gate was likely true, and the forces she had left behind in the Yi family's underground palace were undoubtedly part of the foundation she had prepared for him. Now that he had finally reached this level, was he ready to step into a greater world? At his feet, Ji Ningxuan let out a pained moan as the poison continued its spread. Yi Fan glanced down, frowning. Chun Yao nodded. Young Master Yi, we can discuss matters later. For now, save her first. There's a civilian house over there. You may use it temporarily. He pointed toward a two-story house a few dozen meters away. The residents had been evacuated, but the lights were still on. Yi Fan nodded. Since Chun Yao claimed the Prime Minister's mansion had aided his mother, saving Ji Ningxuan was non-negotiable. However, the bite was on her chest. If Yi Fan treated her, intimate contact would be unavoidable. Yi Fan had already considered this, and so had the gray-robed elder. Director Chun, the imperial consort status is supreme. For young Master Yi to treat such a private area is highly inappropriate. The gray-robed elder and Captain Gao Fei were on the verge of tearing their hair out in frustration. Had Ji Ningxuan's entire virtue been compromised on this trip? Who was her real husband? The Emperor or Yi Fan? Then you do it. Yi Fan, who had just lifted Ji Ningxuan, immediately thrust her toward the gray-robed elder in response. I can't. The elder grimaced. He neither knew how nor dared to touch her. Then shut up. Yi Fan snorted coldly. Any more delays, and even sucking out the poison won't save her. If Ji Ningxuan dies because of this, you'd better pray for mercy. What? Sucking it out? The gray-robed elder and the others nearly shattered on the spot. Absolutely not. Was this not openly cuckolding the emperor? Young Master Yi. The gray-robed elder was about to speak further when Chen Yao, standing nearby, shot him a sharp glare. Though Chun Yao didn't utter a word, the elder suddenly shuddered, his body trembling involuntarily. The oppressive aura of Chun Yao, the dean of the Imperial Martial Bureau, was simply overwhelming. For young Master Yi to agree to treat the imperial consort is an honor for her. A black-robed youth beside Chun Yao snorted coldly, his low voice forcing the others to instinctively step back. Yes, Lord Shadow. This black-robed youth appeared devoid of any martial energy fluctuations. Yet, in truth, he was the second most terrifying figure in the Imperial Martial Bureau, a man capable of facing 1,000 cavalry alone. Holding Ji Ningxuan in his arms, Yi Fan swiftly darted toward a nearby cottage. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a series of sharp whistling sounds tore through the air as over a dozen figures materialized before Yi Fan, blocking his path. So you're Yi Fan? The leader, an old man in tank-style attire, sneered. You're truly a nuisance. Why couldn't you just stay a fool? Instead, you've caused Prince Jean so much trouble. Today, I'll send you to your grave. Behind the old man stood a row of warriors clad in crimson armor. With just a glance, Yi Fan was stunned. These red-armored experts all radiated martial energy at the emperor-level realm. What the hell? Since when were emperor-level warriors so common? Were they now as cheap as cabbages on the street? Moreover, Yi Fan sensed a peculiar talisman-like suppression emanating from these warriors, reminiscent of the divine fragment's power Zhou Ming had once wielded. Has Prince Jean already grown so impatient? To dispatch so many mysterious experts just to kill me? Though Yi Fan's current strength had reached the 8th-tier emperor level, and he possessed abilities like teleportation, the divine fragment's absolute domain, the purification array, the scorching power of the sacred flame, and other trump cards, he had never faced so many eerie emperor-level warriors at once. A trace of unease flickered in his heart. Most critically, the poison in Ji Ningxuan's body was spreading rapidly. While Yi Fan had used his techniques to protect her heart meridian, if the toxin wasn't expelled soon, she would surely die. Since the Prime Minister's mansion had once saved his mother's life, Yi Fan was determined to save Ji Ningxuan today, no matter the cost. Huff! Yi Fan's martial energy surged violently as he prepared to unleash all his trump cards. The sacred flame, the absolute domain, everything, in a single devastating strike. But just as his energy flared, a large hand grasped his arm and patted it gently. Young Master Yi, focus on saving her. Leave this to him. Chen Yao, pushed forward by the black-robed youth, had reappeared beside Yi Fan without warning. You have 3 seconds to vanish from my sight. Do so, and I'll spare your lives. Chen Yao's calm words alone forced the advancing enemies back 3 steps, chilled by his icy aura. The tang-suited old man finally recognized Chen Yao's face, his expression twisting in shock. Chen Yao, Dean Chin, why are you here? Ignoring the question, Chen Yao continued indifferently, Lu Yuan, as the deputy commander of the Imperial Crimson Guard, your duty is to protect the royal bloodline, not meddle in Prince Jin's affairs. This old man was none other than Lu Yuan, the deputy leader of the Crimson Legion, the royal family's most elite guard force. Though sworn to protect the emperor, he had long conspired with Prince Jin. After Yi Fan's rampage in Huadu and his entanglement with Princess Chang, Chu Lanwei, Prince Jin grew restless upon learning the emperor had dispatched Ji Ningxuan personally. Thus, he urgently ordered Lu Yuan to eliminate Yi Fan before the Grand Preceptor's plan could be announced the next day. Lu Yuan scanned the surroundings warily. Detecting no other powerful figures besides Chen Yao and the black-robed youth, he relaxed slightly. Chen Yao, don't think your authority over the Imperial Martial Bureau grants you impunity. Remember, this is the Ji family's empire. Stand in my way today, and you'll regret it. Lu Yuan's urgency was palpable. Yi Fan had to die. If you shield him now, do you truly believe you can bear the consequences when he brings the heavens crashing down? If Yi Fan survived, the Emperor's announcement at the Grand Preceptor's estate tomorrow would overturn the entire Great Xia's political landscape. Prince Jin's carefully laid schemes would collapse instantly. The noble families who had remained neutral or sided with Prince Jin after the fall of the Yi clan's 10 great talents would likely realign with the Yi clan once more. Besides, do you really think the few of you can stop us? Lu Yuan smirked arrogantly. As a 5th-tier emperor-level warrior with secret techniques passed down by the imperial elders, he was confident. Chen Yao, you're no longer the tiger you once were. That crippled leg of yours has dulled your fangs. Before he could finish, Chen Yao cut him off. If Yi Fan brings down the heavens, I'll hold it up for him. I gave you a chance. 3 seconds are up. Shadow! With a flick of his wrist, Chen Yao issued the command. In the next instant, the black-robed youth blurred into motion, streaking toward Lu Yuan like a phantom. A gleaming blade flashed once in the air. Thud! 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 5 crimson-armored warriors collapsed instantly. Gasp! Lu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? The Crimson Legion was the Empire's most elite force, small in number but unmatched in strength. Enhanced by drugs and runes, their combat prowess far surpassed ordinary warriors. Before this mission, Lu Yuan had activated their runes and administered stimulants, elevating their power to at least the Emperor level, with further boosts from special inscriptions. He knew Shadow was formidable, but for his men to fall without even striking a blow? Gurgle. Lu Yuan tried to speak, but only a wet, choking sound escaped his throat. A cold, slick sensation trickled down his neck. Huh? Wha? Panicked, he touched his throat, then looked down. His pupils shrank to pinpricks. Blood. So much blood. When was I cut? Shadow had merely brushed past him. When had the strike landed? Was it Shadow or Chen Yao? Am I dying? GHK. Clutching his throat in terror, Lu Yuan desperately tried to stem the bleeding, but it was too late. His vitality drained away like sand through fingers. Staggering, he crumpled to the ground. Oh my God! The two gray-robed martial emperor bodyguards following Yi Fan, along with the guard captain Gao Fei, couldn't help but exclaim in shock at the scene before them. Lord Shadow's strength is truly no exaggeration. The Jinwu Division was an extremely mysterious organization. Even though Gao Fei and the others were the guard captains of the Prime Minister's estate, they rarely interacted with the Jinwu Division, and they certainly didn't want to. Previously, they had only heard rumors that Lord Shadow, who served beside Dean Chen, was a force equal to 1,000 cavalry. At the time, they had been skeptical. But today, witnessing Shadow kill 5 red-armored experts and the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, Lu Yuan, in a single encounter, they were convinced. It's good that you've seen it with your own eyes. Chen Yao, standing beside Yi Fan, suddenly turned his head and gave Gao Fei and the two gray-robed old men a cold glance. From now on, Shadow will be under Yi Fan's command. So, I suggest you not make things difficult for him, unless you want to test whether your lives are harder than Shadow's blade. Though it was just a simple statement, it was a clear warning to both the Prime Minister's estate and the Imperial family. Yi Fan is under the protection of the Jinwu Division. If you dare to harm him, think carefully about whether your lives are tough enough to survive the consequences. Yi Fan, standing beside Chen Yao, frowned as he watched Lu Yuan collapse. You just killed the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards? Won't there be repercussions? At this moment, Yi Fan truly began to believe that Chen Yao was genuinely looking out for him. After all, if Chen Yao hadn't acted, Yi Fan would have taken matters into his own hands and slaughtered them all. Though Yi Fan was slightly concerned about his own ability to handle these experts, he hadn't forgotten. He had just formed a soul contract with the leader of the 100,000 Netherblood worms beneath them. With a single command, those worms could surge forth like a tide. Even if the red-armored experts and the other elites sent by Prince Jean were powerful, could they really exterminate all of them? Lu Yuan had conspired with Prince Jean, making him one of the masterminds behind the massacre of the Yi family. Yi Fan would never spare his life. The only issue was his status as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, a complication. With Chen Yao stepping in, Yi Fan was spared some trouble. Chen Yao smiled faintly. Don't worry, young Master Yi. As long as I'm here, I'll kill whoever you don't dare to kill. I'll do whatever you don't dare to do. I'll handle whatever inconveniences you. When the Yi family was attacked, I happened to be sent abroad on urgent business, so I couldn't protect them. I regret that deeply. But fortunately, you're still alive. Go all out. Whether in the southwest, the southern city of Guangqing, or even if you storm the capital, the Jinwu Division will be your strongest shield. You can trust me with your back. Chen Yao gazed at Yi Fan with a fatherly tenderness that sent shivers down his spine. What the hell? Despite Chen Yao's cold demeanor, the way he looked at Yi Fan carried an almost paternal affection. Were he and my mother really just friends? Yi Fan had never met his mother, and he couldn't help but wonder, what kind of woman was she? I need to go save someone. Feeling Ji Ningxuan convulse in his arms again, Yi Fan knew he couldn't delay any longer. The red-armored experts had already wasted too much time. If he didn't act now, Ji Ningxuan would really die. Go. Focus on saving her. I'll handle everything outside. No one will disturb you. Do whatever you need to do. Chen Yao emphasized the words, whatever you need to do, while shooting a sharp, warning glance at the two gray-robed martial emperors. The two old men shrank back, trying to avoid his gaze, their hearts filled with frustration. We haven't even said anything. Why are you staring at us? Keep staring, and we'll just kneel, okay? Yifan nodded, kicked off the ground, and dashed toward the nearby house. Though Chen Yao had assured him that no one would interfere, the bodyguards from the Prime Minister's estate and the imperial family still followed at a distance, standing guard around the house. With Yifan gone, only Chen Yao, Shadow, and the remaining 5 red-armored experts remained in a tense standoff. 3 middle-aged men gripped their swords, their faces filled with fear as they stared at Chen Yao and Shadow. Chen Yao, must you oppose Prince Jin like this? What did the Yi family give you? Prince Jin can offer you 10, 100 times more. Why side with a fool against us? The speaker, a man in a t-shirt, was one of Prince Jin's trusted subordinates. He had come with Lu Yuan to oversee the operation. Yet before the battle even began, Lu Yuan was already dead. Do you think I, Chen Yao, can be bought? Chen Yao's piercing gaze locked onto the man. Call your master. Tell him. Chen Yao has arrived in Huadu. Ha! The subordinate was stunned. Chen Yao was telling him to make a call? What was the meaning of this? Squelch. Squelch. Before he could react, Shadow struck again. The remaining 5 red-armored experts and his 2 companions collapsed to the ground. I'll call. I'll call. He didn't understand Chen Yao's intentions, but he knew one thing. If he didn't make the call, he would die instantly. If he did, he might live, at least for another second. Driven by survival instinct, he pulled out his phone and dialed Prince Jin's number. Your Highness, it's me. Well, with 10 martial emperors ambushing a wounded Yifan, you must have succeeded, right? Prince Jin's voice was urgent. With the Yi family's resurgence, Prince Jin was growing desperate. After the Feng family and Zhou Ming made their move, Yifan's injuries presented a rare opportunity. Prince Jin had even sacrificed one of his most important chess pieces, Lu Yuan's early exposure, just to ensure Yifan's death. And no, Your Highness, Chen Yao is in Huadu. What? FCK. Chen Yao is in Huadu? Then why the hell are you calling me? At the mention of Chen Yao's name, Prince Jin nearly jumped out of his skin in terror. His first instinct was to hang up immediately. But before he could, a cold voice came through the phone. Prince Jin, the Yi family's debt will be repaid, slowly, starting now. As long as I'm here, don't even think about scheming against Yifan. As for your accounts with the Yi family, I'll leave them for Yifan to settle with you himself. So, you've got a few more days to live. Cold. As cold. Prince Jin felt a chill crawl up his spine. The Demon King Chen Yao was in Huadu. No matter how many men he sent now, none would be able to touch Yifan. Had all his plans just crumbled? Was he really supposed to sit back and wait for Yifan to come claim his life? Of course not. After so much scheming and having come this far, how could Prince Jin possibly give up? Moreover, if he did, those behind him would surely not let him off the hook. Yet, Prince Jin was puzzled. Why had Qin Yu gone to Huadu? And why was Qin Yao helping Yifan? Shouldn't the Zhenwu division, as a fair and impartial institution, be safeguarding the Great Xia? If even the Zhenwu division had sided with the Yi family, combined with Emperor Ji Yuchen's impending announcement of the Grand Preceptor's plan tomorrow, Prince Jin's chances of success, even with the backing of Zhou Ming's allies, would be significantly diminished? Beep, beep, beep. Qin Yao had already hung up, yet Prince Jin remained frozen, phone in hand, a sense of helplessness creeping over him. How could a mere Yi family be so difficult to deal with? Your Highness, what happened? Across from Prince Jin in the reception hall sat a white-robed man, none other than the holy envoy behind Zhou Ming. After learning of Zhou Ming's death and the failure of the Huadu operation, the holy envoy had immediately sought Prince Jin to discuss further collaboration. Holy Envoy Zhori, the men I sent to assassinate Yifan in Huadu, 10 martial emperor-level experts, failed. Qin Yao of the Zhenwu division slaughtered them all. Prince Jin sighed deeply, anxiety gnawing at him. With that demon Qinyao now in the southwest, our current strength may not be enough to eliminate Yi Fan. A thought crossed Prince Jin's mind, the mysterious faction that had once approached him before the Yi family operation. They had offered assistance, but the price was steep and he had refused. Now, however, the situation was slipping beyond his control. Would he truly have to rely on their power? Qinyao? The head of the Zhenwu division. Why would he go to Huadu to aid Yi Fan? This complicates things. Holy Envoy Zhuori frowned in frustration. Initially, they had only suspected Yi Fan's connection to the Divine Gate and had merely tested the waters by backing a few families. But Yi Fan's rapid rise in power had far exceeded expectations. Even the Holy Envoys could no longer suppress him. If the divine fragments and the scattered pieces of the celestial palace map could not be collected, the resurrection of the ancient evils would fail, severely disrupting their superiors' grand plans. Your Highness, our earlier agreement stands. As for dealing with Yi Fan, I must return to discuss alternative strategies. Zhuori was visibly agitated. His own strength should have been more than enough to crush Yi Fan, but Yi Fan's bloodline inherently suppressed the Holy Envoys. They dared not approach him directly. Merely being near Yi Fan would cause their martial energy to drain away, even compelling them to kneel in submission. Thus, to oppose Yi Fan, the Holy Envoys had no choice but to manipulate proxies. Very well. After seeing Zhuori off, Prince Jin's expression darkened. As expected, relying on others is futile. In the end, one must rely on oneself. After a brief hesitation, he entered his secret study, retrieved an encrypted number, and dialed. Immortal. I've reconsidered your proposal. I am willing to offer my soul as tribute. Please dispatch reinforcements. Yi Fan had to die. This was no longer just Prince Jin's personal vendetta. Yi Fan's survival and the Yi family's fate were tied to a far greater scheme orchestrated by those behind him. Though the immortal's terms were severe, Prince Jin had no other choice. That mysterious immortal might truly wield divine arts. After all, Prince Jin, a martial emperor himself, stood no chance against such power. With the immortal's intervention, how much longer could Yi Fan last? Huadu, the wilderness. Near the ruins of the temple, the black-robed youth beside Qinyao had already disposed of the red-armored expert and Prince Jin's operatives. Let's go. We'll wait for him over there. Qinyao motioned to Shadow, his gaze fixed on the distant cottage. Inside the cottage's second-floor bedroom, Yi Fan laid Ji Ningxuan on the bed. Observing the black venom spreading across her body, even her fair face now tinged with darkness, he muttered, stubborn to the end. Bitten by the netherblood worm for so long, yet you stayed silent. TSK. Swish, swish, swish. Without hesitation, Yi Fan's silver needles flashed. The 13 Ghost Valley needles sealed Ji Ningxuan's meridians, slowing her blood flow. A surge of ancient energy emanated from his palm, purging the toxins within her. But after one attempt, his brow furrowed. Still not enough? Do I really have to suck it out? Another try, no success. On the bed, Ji Ningxuan convulsed violently, a sign the poison had reached her heart. No more delays. Sigh. Sacrificing his noble dignity for the sake of detoxification, Yi Fan channeled a pulse of energy, loosening Ji Ningxuan's dress. Beneath, a black lace camisole clung to her figure, its slender straps barely containing the sinful swell of her chest. Hooking a strap with his finger, Yi Fan slid it aside, exposing the wound. Without further hesitation, he bent down and pressed his lips to it. Objectively, this was a life-saving procedure. But from a distance, the sight was awkward. His posture resembled an infant nursing. As their skin made contact, a surge of warmth radiated from Yi Fan's lips, flooding into Ji Ningxuan's body. To his surprise, the black venom around the wound began dissolving rapidly. The warmth generated by their intimate contact, previously known only to enhance martial energy, now also neutralized toxins? Yi Fan bent down again, drawing out more venom as the warmth accelerated the detoxification. Within minutes, the darkness receded, revealing porcelain skin beneath, flushed and undeniably sinful. 3 more rounds and the poison would be fully extracted. Ji Ningxuan would awaken. Best to hurry. If she woke to find him in this position, explanations would be troublesome. As Yi Fan leaned in once more, a soft moan reached his ears. Ji Ningxuan's body twitched beneath him. Her eyes fluttered open, just in time to see Yi Fan buried in her chest. Ah! You pervert! Shameless! How dare you kiss me there? Ji Ningxuan let out a startled cry, and immediately lifted her leg, aiming a kick straight at Yi Fan's crotch. Yi Fan frowned. This move was all too familiar. The same old trick, the same old playbook. Last time, when his first wife, Yu Linglong, was injured and Yifan was treating her. She had delivered a swift kick to his groin. Though it hadn't actually hurt him, the incident had left a lasting psychological scar. So this time, the moment Ji Ningxuan raised her leg, Yifan was already prepared. He straightened his body and swiftly caught her ankle. At this point, Ji Ningxuan's clothes had already been mostly removed, leaving her in nothing but a thin camisole and panties. With one hand gripping her long, slender leg, Yifan hoisted it over his shoulder. Ji Ningxuan lay sprawled on the edge of the bed, while Yifan held her leg aloft, his posture resembling that of a laboring old man pushing a stubborn cart forward. The undulating curves and valleys along the way, the boundless snowy plains. The scenery was so overwhelming that Yifan could hardly take it all in. It wasn't that he wanted to look, but the view practically forced itself into his eyes. He had no choice but to see it all. Miss Ningxuan, is this how you repay kindness? I saved you, and this is how you thank me. Yifan glared at her, his eyes practically radiating murderous intent. He could forgive you Linglong for her actions. After all, she was his wife. When the Yi family had faced dire straits, she had stood by them without hesitation, lending them her support. No matter what she did, Yifan could accept it. But who was Ji Ningxuan to him? Nothing. In fact, she was Emperor Ji Yuchen's imperial consort. Another man's woman. If not for Chun Yao's reminder that the prime minister's residence had once saved his mother, Yifan wouldn't have bothered rescuing her in the first place. Ah, shameless pervert. Where are you looking? Ji Ningxuan, realizing how exposed she was, with only the barest scraps of fabric barely covering her most private areas, felt as though she had been completely laid bare before Yifan. As she shouted, her other leg lashed out, aiming for Yifan's chest. Of course, he caught that one too. The moment their skin touched, a surge of warmth flowed from their point of contact, rushing through Ji Ningxuan's body. It purged the last remnants of poison within her while simultaneously enhancing her martial energy. MMM. The overwhelming sensation of relief made Ji Ningxuan moan involuntarily, the sound slipping out before she could stop it. Ji Ningxuan herself was stunned. Oh my god, what kind of sound was that? It wasn't her making that noise, was it? If anyone outside heard such sounds coming from the room, they'd think she and Yifan were doing something indecent. Let go of me, you scoundrel. She struggled, but her body, still weak from recovery, had no strength left. Her movements were clumsy, her squirming more akin to coquettish protest than genuine resistance. Humph! Yifan had no patience for her attitude. Still trying to kick me? You really don't know gratitude, do you? Just because I haven't retaliated doesn't mean I won't. You don't want me touching you? Then I'll make sure you never forget this night. With a sharp flick of his wrist, Yifan flipped Ji Ningxuan onto her stomach, pinned her against the bed, and delivered 2 sharp smacks to her backside. This is for being ungrateful, and this is for repaying kindness with malice. Smack! Smack! The crisp sounds echoed through the room. Ji Ningxuan was momentarily dazed, taking a while to process what had just happened. Ah! Yifan, you bastard. What are you doing? Stop. No. Don't stop. Don't stop. Oh. She was on the verge of tears. What was happening to her? She, the holy maiden of Yaoqi, the prime minister's treasured daughter, the emperor's own consort, a woman of such exalted status, was being groped, kissed in intimate places, and now spanked by the Yi family's so-called foolish young master? This despicable man. He truly feared nothing in heaven or earth. At first, Ji Ningxuan's protests were furious, but as Yifan continued, the warmth surging into her body from each strike pushed her martial energy to the brink of a breakthrough. Her aura surged violently. Just from this brief, intimate contact with Yifan, her strength had already reached the peak of martial venerable and was now teetering on the edge of martial emperor. Yifan sensed the shift in her energy and paused. He examined his palm with satisfaction. Seems my hand really does have some kind of magic. Ji Ningxuan, too, could feel the accumulation of martial energy within her, teetering on the verge of a breakthrough. Just a little more, and she'd ascend. If Yifan gave her a few more smacks, She might just cross that threshold. In martial cultivation, breaking through to the profound realm alone was a feat achieved by 1 in 10,000. Reaching the control realm made one a local powerhouse, while the Grandmaster realm allowed dominance over entire regions. Martial venerables could command entire domains, but to reach martial emperor, that required extraordinary fortune. This opportunity was too rare to waste. Biting her lip, Ji Ningxuan turned her flushed face toward Yifan and whispered, "Why? Did you stop?" Yifan smirked. He knew exactly what she was thinking. Stopping right before the breakthrough meant depriving her of the final surge of energy she needed. But he played dumb. Nothing. Just thought this position wasn't very satisfying. Oh well, I'll be going now. Reverse psychology. Against an innocent like Ji Ningxuan, such tactics were child's play. Yifan had her completely under his thumb. Seeing that he was really about to leave, Ji Ningxuan panicked. "Wait! Don't go! Not leaving? I've already detoxified you. You're fine now, why should I stay? Besides, didn't you hate the idea of me touching you? You even tried to kick me earlier. Seems like I'm just in the way here." Yifan watched her with amusement. Now, he wasn't the one in a hurry. She was. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you earlier. So, whatever position you want to spank me in, I'll cooperate. Okay? Ji Ningxuan was so mortified she wished the ground would swallow her whole. Was this really something an imperial consort should be saying? She was begging a man known as the foolish young master, no less, to spank her. Madness. Absolute madness. Her emotions were in turmoil. From the moment she first laid eyes on Yifan tonight, her heart had been unsettled. Time and again, he had taken liberties with her body. And now she had gone from resisting to asking for it. How was she supposed to explain any of this to the emperor when she returned to the capital? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Yifan halted his steps, casting a roguish glance at Ji Ningxuan. "You little thing. Trying to outwit me? You're still too green. Your status is so noble. You're about to become the imperial consort next month. For someone like me to spank you would be outright disrespectful," Yifan declared with feigned righteousness. Ji Ningxuan was on the verge of losing her mind, her frustration boiling over. "You think spanking me is disrespectful? Humph." From the moment he dealt with the netherblood worms earlier, Yifan hadn't stopped his hands when it came to her. Every inch of her, whether it should have been touched or not, seen or not, had been violated by this scoundrel. Even when he was supposedly helping her detoxify earlier, the way he kissed her chest showed not a trace of hesitation or guilt. He did it on purpose. This bastard absolutely did it on purpose. Yet, right now, Ji Ningxuan's martial energy was surging violently within her, a rare opportunity for a breakthrough. If she missed this chance, who knew when the next one would come? She couldn't afford to let it slip away. And the most unsettling part? A peculiar feeling had taken root in her heart. One she was too embarrassed to voice aloud. She actually enjoyed being spanked by Yifan. It was as if he possessed some inexplicable magnetism, drawing her to seek closeness with him. In truth, it was her own rebelliousness at play. Using the breakthrough as an excuse, she wanted to indulge in more intimate contact with him. After all, it's just for tonight. As long as we don't cross the final line, it should be fine, right? Once tonight passed, she'd forget everything that happened here and dutifully become the imperial consort. "It's fine. I'm willing. Besides, this helps me strengthen my power. You know that, don't you?" Having made up her mind, her shyness faded slightly. She sat up on the bed, swaying her hips before assuming an alluring pose, bending over the edge. "Is this okay?" At this moment, Ji Ningxuan was clad in nothing but the flimsiest undergarments, her curves barely contained, especially in her current posture, a seductive beauty gazing at the moon. She looked utterly inviting, as if offering herself for the taking. Though Yifan was already running on fumes, the sight still stirred him. Whack! He delivered a sharp slap to her backside, feigning innocence. "You said it yourself, Miss Ningxuan. This was your request. Don't blame me." Whack, whack, whack. The room instantly echoed with rhythmic, unmistakable sounds. The noise carried clearly outside, reaching the ears of Captain Gao Fei and the two gray-robed elders. Exchanging glances, their expressions darkened. Elder Qin, what are Her Highness and that man doing in there? They couldn't possibly be. As men, the implications of such sounds, coming from a man and woman alone in a room, were impossible to ignore. The slightly plumper gray-robed elder's face twitched. It shouldn't be possible. Should we go in and check? Right? The future imperial consort can't afford a scandal. If something happens here, how will the emperor save face? That Yi Fan has gone too far. Gao Fei, Elder Qin, and the other gray-robed bodyguard were livid. How dare Yi Fan humiliate the emperor's woman like this? Yet one question nagged at them. If the imperial consort was being violated, why wasn't she calling for help? Just as they prepared to intervene, a chilling aura swept over them. Elder Qin, Gao Fei, and the guards whirled around to find Chun Yao and the shadow envoy standing behind them. And where do you think you're going? Chun Yao's voice was calm, but his piercing gaze sent shivers down their spines. Young Master Yi is treating Her Highness. Do you doubt his methods? His words alone made their legs tremble like reeds in the wind. And no, of course not. Damn it. Chun Yao's oppressive aura was overwhelming. A single glance from him silenced them completely, stifling even their thoughts. Good. Let me make this clear. No matter what young Master Yi does, even if he pierces the heavens, I, Chun Yao, will bear the consequences. To put it bluntly, if he sleeps with the imperial consort tonight, it's Ji Ningxuan's honor, and the royal family's own damn fault. Elder Qin and the others paled, their pupils dilating in shock. They'd only suspected Yi Fan of misconduct, but Chun Yao had outright declared it. What was he planning? Rebellion? Was Yi Fan his secret son or something? Ring. Ring. At this critical moment, Elder Qin's phone rang, the caller ID flashing Emperor Ji Yuchen. His brows knotted like tangled hemp. Do I answer? The emperor must have already tried contacting Ji Ningxuan. Ignoring the call would only deepen suspicions. But if he answered, how could he explain the current situation? Report the truth, Chen Yao said coolly. Left with no choice, Elder Qin accepted the video call. Elder Qin, what's going on? Why can't I reach Ningxuan? Has something happened? The emperor's stern face filled the screen. Why, Your Majesty? A netherblood worm outbreak occurred in Huadu, so Her Highness came to investigate. She was injured, but fortunately, young Master Yi rescued her. He's currently treating her. Elder Qin glanced at Chun Yao before summarizing the events. Is Ningxuan's injury serious? The emperor frowned. With Yi Fan there, it should be manageable. Relieved by the emperor's calm response, Elder Qin relaxed, until the next question froze his blood. Why do I hear slapping sounds? What kind of treatment involves such noises? Gulp. Elder Qin's throat went dry, his words stumbling. Even he couldn't rationalize this treatment. By now, he strongly suspected Yi Fan had already defiled the imperial consort. This was the one question he dreaded, and the emperor had asked it outright. Your Majesty, young Master Yi is likely performing a full-body detox massage. Such sounds are normal. I'm sure you understand. Before Elder Qin could falter further, Chun Yao took the phone and answered smoothly. Full-body massage? The emperor's cheek twitched. I see. Faced with Chun Yao's unshakable demeanor, the emperor, though uneasy, could only mutter a few instructions before hastily ending the call. Shanjing, the imperial residence of Ji Yuchen. After hanging up the phone, Ji Yuchen's expression darkened instantly. That old fox Chun Yao, why has he gone to Huadu? As soon as the words left Ji Yuchen's lips, an assistant swiftly handed over a stack of documents. Your Majesty, we've just received word that a yellow spring bloodworm infestation has broken out in Huadu. The Zhenwu division must be there to deal with it. However, according to our intelligence, the Red Armor forces mobilized by Prince Jean have all been eliminated by Lord Shadow. Moreover, Chen Yao has publicly declared that Yi Fan is the sole successor of the Zhenwu division. Listening to the report, Ji Yuchen's face revealed a mix of emotions: joy, resignation, and a flicker of anticipation. As expected, Yi Fan has another hidden card up his sleeve. Ji Yuchen rubbed his temples in frustration. Prince Jin had mobilized the red armor overnight, sending Deputy Commander Lu Yuan away from Shangjing. Such a significant move could hardly escape Ji Yuchen's notice, no matter how passive he might seem. After all, he was still the emperor. Ji Yuchen knew full well that Prince Jin had deployed the red armor to eliminate Yi Fan. Yet, he had chosen not to warn Yi Fan. Why? Because he wanted to see what other tricks Yi Fan had in store. Could Yi Fan escape unscathed from an ambush by so many red armor warriors? If he could, it would solidify Ji Yuchen's resolve to announce the Grand Preceptor plan the next day. But if Yi Fan died at Prince Jin's hands, the Grand Preceptor plan would lose all meaning. However, one thing was certain: if Yi Fan, the last surviving heir of the Yi family, were killed, the forces backing the Yi clan would unleash a furious retaliation against Prince Jin. No matter the outcome, Ji Yuchen, as the neutral party, stood to benefit. Yi Fan, don't blame me. With a heavy sigh, Ji Yuchen recalled the strange noises he had heard earlier. That old demon Qinyao had dismissed them as the sounds of a massage. But Emperor Ji Yuchen wasn't convinced. What kind of healing method involved such bizarre noises? Yi Fan, you truly are something. Humph. Even my imperial consort has caught your eye. A flash of resentment crossed Ji Yuchen's gaze. Though she was a woman in truth, the fact remained: Yi Fan and Ji Ningxuan's actions were nothing short of cuckolding the emperor. It was a blatant challenge to the imperial dignity. Yet, as she thought of her mother's words, Ji Yuchen's eyes suddenly gleamed with realization. Next month, she was set to marry Ji Ningxuan. After the wedding, tradition dictated that Ji Ningxuan would soon need to conceive and bear a child. But how could two women possibly produce an heir? Now that Yi Fan and Ji Ningxuan had already interacted, perhaps borrowing his seed wasn't such a bad idea. As her mother had said, since they had already decided to support the Yi family's resurgence, establishing the Grand Preceptor plan to create a three-way balance of power against Prince Jin, why not rely on Yi Fan a little more? Humph. Still, it felt like letting Yi Fan off too easily. Even if this was the only way, she wouldn't make it simple for him. Originally, sending Ji Ningxuan to Huadu was merely a gesture of goodwill, a way to win Yi Fan's favor. But now the price had become far steeper. Huadu, eastern suburbs, a humble dwelling. With each successive strike from Yi Fan, surges of warmth transformed into martial energy, violently amplifying Ji Ningxuan's aura. But as the strikes continued, the flow of energy weakened noticeably. Yet Ji Ningxuan remained just a hair's breadth away from her breakthrough. Clearly, further spankings wouldn't suffice. Frowning, Yi Fan muttered, "Forgive me, Lady Ningxuan." In one swift motion, he wrapped an arm around her slender waist and pressed his lips to hers. MMPH. Caught off guard, Ji Ningxuan stiffened. She had been wholly focused on the turbulent energy within her body. How could she have expected Yi Fan to take such an intimate step? He was kissing her. Heavens! This was her first kiss. Even though she and Ji Yuchen had grown up together, they had never crossed such boundaries. And now this man, without hesitation, had stolen it from her. Outrageous! She tried to push him away, but the moment their lips met, an even more potent surge of warmth flooded into her. The martial energy within her, previously teetering on the edge, finally shattered the last barrier, propelling her into the martial emperor realm. Crack! A sound like breaking shackles echoed from her dantian. Now she understood: Yi Fan had been helping her break through all along. But this method? Really? Yi Fan withdrew as soon as his goal was achieved, leaving Ji Ningxuan to focus on stabilizing her newfound power. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she channeled the energy through her meridians, consolidating her breakthrough. By the time she had completed 7 full cycles, firmly anchoring her strength at the martial emperor level, nearly an hour had passed. Thank you. Blushing furiously, Ji Ningxuan scrambled off the bed and grabbed her clothes. Turn around. I need to dress. Yi Fan rolled his eyes. Pointless. I've already seen everything. What's there to hide now? Ugh. You're impossible. The words "you're despicable" died on her lips, morphing instead into a tone more akin to coquettish complaint than genuine anger. Once dressed, she glanced nervously at the window. We should go out now. Because of you, they probably think something indecent happened in here. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Ji Ningxuan, don't act like you weren't a willing participant. You agreed to this, remember? And let's not forget, I, a devastatingly handsome man, sacrificed my virtue to help you. If anyone should complain, it's me. You. Ugh, fine. I can't argue with you. As if by instinct, she looped her arm through his. After everything that had transpired, an inexplicable attachment had taken root in her heart, a sense that she belonged to him. Yet reality dictated otherwise. As the future imperial consort, no matter what had passed between them tonight, she and Yi Fan could never be together. The thought sent a sharp pang through her chest as though something precious were being torn away. Yi Fan, thank you for giving me this beautiful night. I will never forget you. Ji Ningxuan suddenly turned around, reaching out to tightly embrace Yi Fan. But once we step through this door, we may never have another chance like today. Ji Ningxuan looked up at Yi Fan, her eyes shimmering with mist. These words were spoken for Yi Fan, yet they were also a reminder to herself. Once they left this place, Ji Ningxuan would once again become the lofty imperial consort, and Yi Fan would return to being the monstrously talented young master carrying the weight of the Yi family. If nothing unforeseen happened, the two of them might never cross paths again. Overcome with emotion, Ji Ningxuan tilted her head and softly pressed her lips to Yi Fan's. This will be the last time. Let it be a keepsake. Her heart pounded wildly. But as soon as she stepped back, she schooled her expression back into cold indifference. Let's go, she said, then strode out of the room without looking back. She fought to keep her emotions in check, unwilling to reveal too much. Truthfully, Ji Ningxuan and Yi Fan had only met tonight. Yet sometimes that's how human connections worked. Some people could know each other for 10 years and remain strangers, while others felt like a lifetime at first glance. Yi Fan remained in the room for a moment, watching Ji Ningxuan's graceful figure retreat. A faint smile touched his lips as he savored the lingering sweetness of her kiss. Then he followed. Could it be, this girl has feelings for me? Outside the house, Gao Fei, Elder Qin, and the others were nearly frantic with worry. The moment Ji Ningxuan and Yi Fan emerged, Elder Qin rushed forward. Imperial consort, are you all right? Young mistress, we heard some unusual noises during the healing process. Did he take advantage of you? The bodyguards crowded around her, their faces etched with concern. The answer was already obvious. Though Ji Ningxuan kept her composure, her flushed cheeks and radiant complexion spoke volumes. She practically glowed. Elder Qin and Gao Fei, both experienced men, exchanged knowing glances. I'm fine. What nonsense are you thinking? Ji Ningxuan's brows furrowed as she snapped coldly. But, Imperial Consort, your grand wedding is next month. Are you certain nothing happened with Yi Fan? Elder Qin, a royal guard dispatched by the imperial family, was particularly anxious about her chastity. Any scandal would bring shame upon the entire royal house. Enough. Do I need your permission to act? Even if something did happen, what will you do? Report me to the emperor and admit your own incompetence. Ji Ningxuan, already agitated, flared up at their incessant questioning. As she spoke, an icy aura of killing intent radiated from her, forcing even Gao Fei, a martial venerable, to stumble back 2 steps. Elder Qin and the other martial emperor guards suddenly froze. Why, young mistress, you've broken through to the martial emperor realm? How? The other guard, sent by the prime minister's estate, cared little about Ji Ningxuan's personal affairs, only her safety mattered. Yes. With Yi Fan's help. I had a fortuitous breakthrough. Ji Ningxuan glanced at Yi Fan, who had just stepped out behind her. Though his methods were unconventional. Spanking. Kissing. Sigh. No more chances now. This is wonderful. Young mistress, you put us to shame. To reach martial emperor at such a young age. With you, the prime minister, and the grand steward, our estate now boasts 4 martial emperors. Things will finally improve for us. Though the prime minister's estate was a key institution assisting the emperor, its influence had waned over the years under Prince Jin's relentless suppression. Previously, the estate had only 3 martial emperors, each burdened with duties, leaving them constantly on the defensive. But Ji Ningxuan's breakthrough marked a turning point. Congratulations, Imperial Consort. Elder Qin forced a smile, suppressing his unease. The royal family needed the prime minister's support. Even if Ji Ningxuan had cuckolded the emperor, the crown would have to swallow the insult. Imperial Consort, the emperor called earlier, inquiring about your injuries. He heard some noises. We told him young Master Yi was performing a massage to heal you. Elder Qin sighed, subtly warning her to keep the story straight. I understand. Let's go. With a nod to Qinyao, Ji Ningxuan boarded a nearby Hummer and left without another word. Her original purpose in coming to Huadu had been to recruit Yi Fan. After tonight, after letting him take so many liberties, surely my goodwill gesture was sufficient. Still, I've wronged Ji Yuchen, but he bears responsibility for the Yi family's massacre. Perhaps this is my way of atoning on his behalf. He won't blame me. As the car sped away, Ji Ningxuan's thoughts raced. Against her will, her gaze drifted back, lingering on Yi Fan's roguish figure. Tonight, from this moment on, I must forget. Once everyone had left, Qinyao finally spoke. Young Master Yi, if you're interested in Ji Ningxuan, sleeping with her is entirely possible. I can arrange it with the Emperor. His tone was deadly serious. Yi Fan shook his head. Dinshin, don't joke about this. Though I hold grievances against the royal family, stealing another man's wife is hardly proper. Qinyao nodded. Then tell me your plans. Let me advise you. Prince Jin may have lost his red armor today, but he's a cunning foe with deep resources. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Dinshin, why help me so much? Just because you were my mother's friend? What kind of person was she? This had gnawed at him for a while. Though Qinyao had proven his loyalty by slaying Prince Jin's forces, Yi Fan had learned not to trust easily. Your mother was a peerless woman, revered by many who would gladly die for her. I am one of them. Because you were her blood, I too would lay down my life for you. Qinyao gaze grew distant, a faint smile touching his lips as if recalling something precious. That's it? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Was he one of Mother's admirers? Even now, after all these years, he remains devoted? Seeing his skepticism, Qinyao drew out half a jade pendant from his inner robe. Your mother once said that if you doubted, this would make you believe. A jade pendant? Another fragment? Last time I met Yamada Keiko, the adopted daughter of the Eastern General's estate, she also had a fragment of a jade pendant. Later, Grandpa confirmed that it was indeed fragment number 2 left behind by my mother. Afterward, Grandpa simply sent Yi Fan pictures of all the other jade pendant fragments still kept at home. Yi Fan took the pendant fragment and compared it with the images on his phone. Fragment number 3 was a perfect match. Was Qinyao truly another hidden ace left by Mother? Could he be fully trusted? After verifying Qinyao's credibility, Yi Fan's attitude shifted slightly. Dean, please forgive my caution. Given the current state of the Yi family, I can't afford even the slightest mistake. The Yi family had suffered a devastating blow. In a single day. All 10 of its prodigies had fallen, leaving only Grandpa and himself. Though Yi Fan had managed to eliminate hostile forces, the Zhang and Tang families, Yunqing, and those from Huadu, by feigning foolishness, secretly striking, and collaborating with the Tianji Pavilion, countless unseen enemies still lurked in the shadows, waiting for him to slip up. I understand. Young Master Yi truly carries the same bearing as your mother in her youth. Qinyao carefully stored the jade fragment away, then waved toward the darkness. Come out, all of you. Pay your respects to your lady's heir and familiarize yourselves with him. Wuxi. As Qinyao's voice faded, several figures emerged from the shadows. Chu Zian, 3rd Squad of the Zhenwu Division, specialized in mechanisms. Zhu Ming, 4th Squad, poisons. Min Hong, 8th Squad, assassination. If you ever need someone dead but can't act openly, young Master Yi, just say the word. Yi Fan was stunned. When he had rescued Ji Ningxuan earlier, he had repeatedly confirmed that no other experts were nearby. How had so many powerful figures suddenly appeared? They must have used some method to conceal their presence. His guard rose again. Though he had reached Emperor Realm, 8th layer, he couldn't afford complacency. Only by breaking through to the Saint Realm would he truly stand a chance against the real powerhouses. After all, the enemies behind Mother's Divine Gate were no ordinary martial artists. Greetings, everyone. Yi Fan clasped his fists respectfully, not daring to act arrogantly before these Zhenwu Division captains. Qinyao smiled. The Zhenwu Division has 8 squads, each specializing in assassination, intelligence, strategy, and more. Only 5 are present today, the others are on missions. You'll meet them in time. Seeing them, Yi Fan finally understood. Tonight's events, stumbling upon Ji Ningxuan while dealing with the Netherblood worms, the assassins sent by Prince Jin, and Qinyao's intervention hadn't been mere coincidence. Qinyao had not only come personally but also brought Shadow along with elite members of all 8 squads to protect him covertly. Though Qinyao was confident that Shadow alone could handle Prince Jin's red-armored elites, he had prepared for contingencies. Had a full-scale battle erupted, Prince Jin's forces would have been annihilated. Qinyao's tone suddenly turned grave. Listen well. Yi Fan is Our Lady's heir. From today onward, the Zhenwu Division is under his full command. You will obey him as you would me. Any defiance will be met with merciless punishment, understood? His killing intent surged, chilling the air despite his wheelchair-bound state. Understood. We welcome our young master's ascension. From this day forth, we pledge undying loyalty. The once smiling captains dropped to one knee in unison, fists pressed to their chests, even Shadow beside Qinyao. Dean, this is Yi Fan was taken aback. No need for modesty. This is tradition. With a wave, the captains vanished as swiftly as they had appeared. Young Master Yi, now that you've met the Jinwu division, I'll be brief. Do as you see fit even if you turn the capital upside down. Killing Prince Jin? Capturing Ji Yuchen? I'll assist. But heed this warning, you must hasten your plans in the mortal world. Your identity is now exposed. As Our Lady's son, you bear a greater duty. Prince Jin is but a minnow, far more terrifying forces watch you. Prepare yourself. Yi Fan nodded. Understood. He had already sensed it since inheriting the Tianji pavilion. Beneath the world's calm surface, stormy undercurrents raged. Learning that Mother had led the divine gate only confirmed it. The demonic outbreaks, the emergence of the sacred ones, all these events intertwined, foretelling even greater trials ahead. By the time Yi Fan finished speaking with Chen Yu and drove back toward Huadu, dawn was breaking. As he neared the Rin estate to check on Guili, Wang Fugue, and the others' training progress, he spotted a dense crowd of martial artists surrounding the compound. At their head stood none other than Feng Feiyu, patriarch of the Feng family. Hand over young Master Feng, or we'll raze the Rin estate to the ground. And that fool Yi Fan. How dare he insult the Feng family? He'll pay. The Feng family had come prepared. A quick scan revealed 3 Emperor Realm experts among them, likely the source of their confidence. Did they really think 3 emperors could suppress Yi Fan? At the estate's gates, Pang Hai stood calmly. Patriarch Feng, young Master Ye's terms were clear. Bring what's owed and we'll exchange it for your son. A simple transaction, why resort to theatrics? Humph. Pang Hai, don't play the innocent. My son was humiliated, my wife taken. And now you demand our pills, techniques, and manuals? Do you take the Feng family for fools? I've brought the goods, but not a single coin leaves here today. And mark my words, Yi Fan will kneel and apologize to the Feng family. Feng Feiyu had enlisted the aid of several ancient martial families, including 3 Emperor Realm powerhouses. With such might, even the Tianji Pavilion's presence wouldn't guarantee victory. The Feng family was ready for war. Oh? Who exactly do you want kneeling? A cold voice rang out behind Feng Feiyu, sending a shiver down his spine. Yi Fan. Feng Feiyu turned around and saw Yi Fan emerging from outside the Ren family's estate. His heart filled with suspicion. According to yesterday's intel, hadn't Yi Fan sustained severe injuries, even fallen unconscious after his life-or-death battle with Zhou Ming? So why did he now appear completely unscathed? Moreover, the surging martial energy radiating from his body still resonated at the martial emperor level. With Yi Fan present and Pang Hai also possessing martial emperor tier strength, the situation had just gotten complicated. An oppressive weight settled in Feng Feiyu's chest. He recalled how his son had arrived yesterday with an elite force, only to be utterly crushed. If he were humiliated the same way today, the Feng family would never live it down in the ancient martial world. Noticing Feng Feiyu's tension, the 2 martial emperor experts from the other families stepped forward, releasing their own formidable martial energy to share the burden. Immediately, Feng Feiyu felt lighter. His confidence surged as he surveyed his forces, over 100 elite Feng family guards, plus the backing of 2 prominent ancient martial clans. What was there to fear? What are you staring at? Feng Feiyu sneered, his voice icy. I said kneel and apologize. Hand over my son now, or none of you will leave here unharmed. The footage from yesterday's livestream had already gone viral. The world had watched the Feng family's prodigious genius Heir utterly humiliated by Yi Fan, beaten to a pulp, even losing his wife. This was an unforgivable disgrace. Today, Feng Feiyu would reclaim his family's dignity. Oh! Yi Fan's gaze was glacial. Elder Peng just reminded you, what's done is done. Deliver the pills I demanded and I'll release your son. That's the only path left for the Feng family. Must you force my hand? Internally, Yi Fan scoffed. Like father, like son. Feng Feiyu was just as delusional as Feng Hanxiao, both refused to yield until faced with utter ruin. Yesterday's evidence had confirmed the Feng family's involvement in suppressing the Su clan and hunting down Yi Fan's second brother. Yet here they were, still provoking him. Did they think his mercy meant weakness? Done. Feng Feiyu spat. The damage you inflicted on the Feng family can't be erased. If you want this over, pay 50 billion in reparations, then grovel for mercy. Maybe I'll spare the rest of your family and just kill you, let that old fool of a grandfather linger a few more years. Growing bolder, he added mockingly, your second brother kept calling your name before he died. Don't worry, you'll reunite with all 7 of your brothers in hell. And after you're gone, my son will take excellent care of your lovely sisters-in-law and wife. Too late, Feng Feiyu noticed Yi Fan's expression darken like a gathering storm. The Feng family would burn. Every faction that had targeted the Yu family had met a gruesome end. Yi Fan hadn't planned to involve ancient martial clans so soon, but since the Fongs were begging for annihilation, he'd oblige. A glance at Pang Hai confirmed it. The cultivators inside the hall had completed their breakthroughs. Xiaowanjun, Yamada Keiko, Guili, Wang Fugue, Yu Chang, the elites of the Tianji Pavilion. With so many experts, not a single Feng would escape. As Yu Fan's martial energy began to churn, Feng Feiyu tensed. You little bastard. Daring to resist? Open your eyes, we outnumber you 100 to 1. Even if you're strong, we'll exhaust you to death. He jabbed a finger forward. Kneel. Crawl like a dog, summon your sisters-in-law, and publicly surrender your wife to my son. Or I'll crack. Yi Fan had heard enough. In a blur, his palm struck Feng Feiyu's face with enough force to send stars exploding across the man's vision. What hit me? Feng Feiyu staggered, dazed. Several seconds passed before the stinging pain and the very clear handprint on his cheek registered. He'd been slapped by Yi Fan, a martial emperor humiliated in front of his allies. Even the two other clan leaders, both 4th and 5th-tier martial emperors, hadn't reacted in time. Just how monstrous was Yi Fan's strength now? Feng Feiyu's bravado evaporated. Had he made a mistake coming here? If only he'd ignored the other clan's advice, handed over the pills, and secured his son's release first. Feng Feiyu, Yi Fan's voice cut like a blade. Did you think the Yi family became prey after losing its 10 paragons? You want numbers? Then see this. He turned toward the Rin estate. Now. Wuxi. A tide of martial experts flooded out, led by Guili, Wang Fugue, Yu Chang, Yamada Keiko, and others. Brother Yi. Wang Fugue hooped, barreling forward like an overexcited bulldog. I'm a peak martial lord now, one step from martial emperor. Damn, I've been itching to kick this bastard's ass. Without hesitation, he aimed a vicious kick at Feng Feiyu's crotch. Crunch. Crack. Two very distinct sounds later, Feng Feiyu's family jewels were history. First his son, now him. And to add insult to injury, he'd been slapped by Yi Fan, fine, but Wang Fugue was still a martial lord. How had he landed a hit? My goddamn balls. Feng Feiyu shrieked, hopping like a deranged kangaroo. You'll die for ag. But the pain between his legs was nothing compared to the horror dawning on him as he scanned the newcomers. Yu Chang, Xiaowanjun, Pang Hai, Yi Fan. For martial emperors at minimum. Plus Guili, Wang Fugue, Yamada Keiko, and a small army of peak martial lords from the Tianji Pavilion. This wasn't a fight, it was a massacre waiting to happen. Oh fuck. He'd been played. Desperate, Feng Feiyu glanced at his so-called allies, then had an idea. If he fought, he'd lose. But if he passed out? Thud. With dramatic flair, Feng Feiyu rolled his eyes back and collapsed face first into the dirt. Huh? A powerhouse at the martial emperor level was slapped, kicked in the crotch, and then passed out? What the hell? The scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Especially the two elders from ancient martial families standing beside Feng Feiyu, they were completely dumbfounded. Feng family head, wake up. What's going on? How did you faint all of a sudden? Feng Feiyu, snap out of it. If you're out cold, how are we supposed to handle things now? These two elders, Yanming and Tang Han, belonged to the Yan and Tang families of the ancient martial world. They had egged Feng Feiyu into confronting Yi Fan under orders from higher-ups. Moreover, their families had secretly aided in the previous assault on the Yi family. They knew full well that if the Yi family were allowed to rise again, they'd face dire consequences. But they were cunning. Instead of acting themselves, they pushed Feng Feiyu forward as cannon fodder. You can never wake someone who's pretending to sleep. Feng Feiyu was dead set on playing unconscious and had no intention of waking up anytime soon. No matter how much Yan Ming and Tang Han shouted, Feng Feiyu remained motionless on the ground. Elder Tang, Elder Yan, what should we do now? The Feng family's guards and martial artists, seeing their patriarch unconscious, grew uneasy. Should we just surrender? Most of the Feng family's fighters were hired mercenaries, working for benefits rather than loyalty. When there was profit to be had, they were willing to fight. But now, with the Feng family clearly at a disadvantage and Feng Feiyu knocked out, they had no desire to risk their lives. No. Yanming immediately barked at the Feng family's security captain. Do you really think Yi Fan will spare you if you surrender? Ha! The Feng and Yi families are already locked in a fight to the death. You have no choice but to fight. As he spoke, Yanming exchanged a glance with Tang Han. Their thoughts aligned perfectly. Let the Feng family's fighters stall Yi Fan and the Tianji Pavilion while they made their escape. With 4 martial emperors against 2, plus endless reinforcements, Yi Fan's side held an overwhelming advantage. There was no way they'd stay and die. But Yifan had already seen through their scheme. Gentlemen, Yifan smirked, his voice dripping with amusement. Feng Feiyu is out cold. So, are you surrendering or surrendering? Tang Han and Yen Ming thought they'd misheard. Was Yifan seriously this confident they'd surrender? Humph. Yifan, you insolent brat. Tang Han snarled. Humiliating the Feng family isn't just an insult to them, it's a challenge to the entire martial world. We will never yield. Brothers, attack. That's right. Even if we die, we'll make them pay. Yen Ming roared. But even as they shouted, a sinking feeling settled in their hearts. They'd miscalculated. They thought Yifan was severely injured, a perfect opportunity to eliminate him once and for all. But now Yifan's allies had suddenly surged in strength, reaching martial emperor and peak martial venerable levels. And at the critical moment, Feng Feiyu had pretended to faint. What kind of joke was this? Though reluctant, the Feng family's guards had no choice but to obey Yen Ming and Tang Han. Gripping their weapons, they prepared to charge. Yifan frowned, forming a hand seal to activate the evil purging formation. While his allies Guili, Wang Fugue, Yamada Keiko, and others could handle these fighters, a direct clash risked injuries. Using the formation to cleanse them all at once was the safest solution. Halt! A sharp, feminine voice cut through the tension. A stunning veiled girl in a white dress, cinched at the waist with an emerald sash, stepped forward under the protection of several guards. Though her face was hidden, her graceful figure and aura suggested breathtaking beauty beneath the veil. Huh? The sudden appearance of this girl left everyone bewildered, their gazes flicking toward Yifan. Wang Fugue couldn't resist whispering, "Brother, where'd this peach blossom luck come from?" He'd seen firsthand how irresistible Yifan was to women. Guili, too, was puzzled. After 5 years of feigning foolishness, Yifan had become increasingly inscrutable. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and Yamada Keiko, who had just arrived, shot the veiled girl hostile glares. Miss Nangong. Tang Han stammered, his face paling. Why are you here? Beside him, Yen Ming stiffened, instinctively shrinking back. Pang Hai quickly moved to Yifan's side and whispered, "That's Nangong Aoyue, the young mistress of the Nangong family, the rightful leaders of the ancient martial alliance. Her father's accident caused chaos in the alliance, but the Nangong family's influence remains formidable. Most ancient martial families still defer to them." He paused, eyeing Yifan curiously. "When did you get involved with Miss Nangong?" The Nangong family, leaders of the ancient martial alliance, were here too? Yifan frowned. The girl seemed to be helping him, but he had no memory of ever meeting her. "Why shouldn't I be here?" Nangong Aoyue's voice was icy. "Tang Han, Yen Ming, Feng Feiyu, your families had a hand in my father's assassination. And half a month ago, you joined the massacre of my husband's family. Today, I'll send you to your graves." With a cold shout, masked assassins in white robes surged from behind her, launching a ruthless assault on Tang Han and Yen Ming. "Miss Nangong, you're mistaken. There must be some misunderstanding, ah." Before they could finish, a gray-robed elder at the 7th level martial emperor realm struck like lightning, slitting their throats in an instant. As for the weaker Feng family guards, they stood no chance. Nangong Aoyue's forces slaughtered them within seconds. While everyone was stunned by the Nangong family's might, one word from Nangong Aoyue sent shockwaves through Yifan's group. "Husband? Who in the Yi family was Nangong Aoyue's husband?" Now, the Yi family has been nearly wiped out, leaving only Yifan and Yi Changfeng as the last remaining direct bloodline. Surely it can't be Yi Changfeng? If not Yi Changfeng, then it must be Yifan. Yifan is the husband of Nangong Aoyue from the ancient martial arts world? What the hell? At this moment, even Pang Hai couldn't stay calm. What kind of monster has the former master of the Tianji Pavilion chosen as their new leader? Not only does he possess freakish cultivation talent, but he also knows so many powerful figures. The Wandering Soul Team, the deputy commander of the Black Tortoise Division, subordinates of the King of War, and now, he even has such a deep connection with the Nangong family of the ancient martial arts world. With this, the rise of the Tianji Pavilion is practically guaranteed, isn't it? Will the Tianji Pavilion's guardian mission and its future destiny finally be fulfilled? Husband Yifan, this is our first meeting. Please take care of me for the rest of our lives. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Nangong Aoyue gracefully approached Yifan and gave him a gentle bow. Her charm was like the warm spring sun, filling the entire scene with warmth. "Miss, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else?" Yifan frowned slightly. Aside from his brief encounter with Renshuiying 6 years ago, He truly hadn't gotten involved with any other women. Nangong Aoyue smiled, reached out, and hooked her arm around Yifan's neck. Just as everyone thought she was about to do something bold, she spoke softly, "Husband, don't worry. I could never mistake you for someone else. And even if I did, this ancient martial arts scepter jade pendant wouldn't lie." As she spoke, she pulled out the jade pendant hanging from Yifan's neck and showed it to him. This pendant had been given to Yifan by shopkeeper Wu of the Wanbao Pavilion in Yunqing, who claimed it was a gift from the shop's owner. Thinking back, Yifan suddenly remembered. When he first arrived in Huadu and clashed with Xin Xiao had enlisted the help of two powerful figures from the ancient martial arts world, Old Chao and Old Kong. But the moment they saw the pendant on Yifan's chest, they immediately fled. Before leaving, they had muttered the same phrase, "The ancient martial arts scepter represents the authority of the ancient martial alliance." The Nangong family, connecting all the dots, everything made sense now. So it was all because of this pendant. Is that so? Although I've accepted this gift from Miss Nangong, suddenly becoming husband and wife like this feels a bit too abrupt. Don't you think? Though Nangong Aoyue was undeniably beautiful and came from a powerful background, Yifan wasn't the type to jump into relationships recklessly. Otherwise, what difference would there be between him and a pig? A trace of worry flashed across Nangong Aoyue's face. "Young Master Yi, our relationship was predestined long ago. Would you mind stepping aside for a private conversation?" Her eyes were entirely fixed on Yifan, paying no attention to the ongoing battle nearby. Though the Nangong family had weakened compared to its former glory when it commanded the entire ancient martial alliance, dealing with one or two other ancient martial families was still well within their capabilities. "All right." Nangong Aoyue led Yifan to a secluded spot behind a flower bed near the Run family's gate. With a solemn expression, she said, "Young Master Yi, please watch this." She then played a video. The footage was slightly yellowed, and the quality wasn't particularly clear. As the video began, a woman could be seen speaking to a man. "Patriarch Nangong, my son's future marriage agreement with your daughter is settled then. I hope the Nangong family will not go back on this promise. I will use certain methods to place some seals on your daughter's body. Once Yifan and she are married, he will naturally gain access to them." Hearing the woman's words and piecing together the blurry image, Yifan finally realized who she was. Mother? This was a recording of his mother. In truth, Yifan's parents had always been low-key figures in the Yi family. Compared to the other prodigies, they seemed weak. But Yifan now knew the truth. His mother was connected to the Divine Gate, had secretly founded the Jinwu division, and had left him countless hidden advantages. She was a peerless figure. After leaving fragments of the Immortal Palace map with his 7 brothers, she had vanished from the Yi family. Where had she gone? What was she doing? No one knew. Now, seeing this footage of her, Yifan's heart surged with excitement. How do you have this video of my mother?" The only images he had ever seen of her were a few photos shown to him by his grandfather. Nangong Aoyue's expression remained grave. "Before your mother left, her last stop was our Nangong family. She said she was going to resolve an extremely difficult problem. Before departing, she finalized our marriage agreement with my father and placed certain secrets and restrictions related to the Divine Gate within my body, sealed with a blood oath. Only after we are married can they be unlocked." As she spoke, she took out another jade fragment. "My father said that showing you this would make you believe everything." Seeing the fragment, Yifan nearly spat blood. Another jade fragment. This was the second one he had encountered tonight. Just hours earlier, Chun Yao had shown him one to verify his identity. Fragment number 4. After comparing the fragment in Nangong Aoyue's hand with the photo on his phone, Yifan confirmed its authenticity and sighed inwardly. Now, out of nowhere, he had gained another wife? With 7 sisters-in-law already. His head was starting to spin. Sometimes, having too many women around wasn't necessarily a good thing. But since they were all his women, he had to ensure their safety. The problem was, with so many enemies, both visible and hidden, targeting him, they would inevitably go after the women around him when they couldn't touch him directly. Thank you for today, Yifan said. Since the Nangong family was trustworthy, Nangong Aoyue's actions made sense. She shook her head gently. Husband, we are one. There's no need for thanks between us. Besides, dealing with the Feng, Yen, and Chao families today required my intervention. It's best if you don't act directly. Otherwise, you might soon face serious trouble. Ha! Yifan looked at her in confusion. What trouble could there be in wiping out a mere Feng family? You don't know much about the ancient martial arts world, but the situation there is complicated. The near annihilation of the Yi family was primarily orchestrated by Prince Jin of Shangjing, but behind the scenes, several major ancient martial families were also involved. Aside from the Yen and Tang families, the one most determined to destroy the Yi family was the ancient martial Yi family, your own ancestral clan. What? The ancient martial Yi family? The very ancestors of the mortal Yi family wanted them all dead? Why? The ancient martial Yi family's ancestor? Does that mean he's the progenitor of our Yi family? Yifan frowned in confusion. Under normal circumstances, if a branch of one's bloodline were in trouble, the ancestral family should offer support. So why would our Yi family's ancestor want to wipe us out instead? Nangong Aoyue shook her head. I don't know the specifics. But what I do know is that apart from your great Xia Yi family, the Yi family's ancestral line has several other branches, all of which have been exterminated by the ancient martial Yi family's ancestor in recent decades. Yours is the last remaining branch. Rumor has it that the Yi family's ancestor is searching for something called the Nine Dragon bloodline. According to legend, the Yi family's founding ancestor once possessed the Nine Dragon bloodline, which was passed down through the generations, resurfacing every few descendants. Those who inherit this bloodline are said to attain immortality. Most crucially, the Nine Dragon bloodline can be forcibly taken from others. At this point, Yifan finally understood. So the Yi family's ancestor is exterminating all these branches to seize the Nine Dragon bloodline? His brows furrowed as a sudden, overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. The mysterious flame deep in his dantian was the secret behind his rapid breakthrough to the 8th rank of Martial Emperor. Could this be related to the Nine Dragon bloodline? If this secret were exposed, the Yi family's ancestor would surely devour him alive in an instant. That's why, whether or not you possess the Nine Dragon bloodline, it's best not to act recklessly today. Stay as low-key as possible. If the Yi family's ancestor learns of your true strength, his suspicions will deepen. He might even descend upon Huadu immediately. Nangong Aoyue had gone to great lengths to shield him. By taking action against the Feng, Yen, and Tang families herself, she ensured that no suspicion would fall on Yifan. After all, even a weakened ancient martial Nangong family was still far more formidable than most. She was determined to stand in front of him as his shield. Thank you. Yifan exhaled deeply, but his heart remained heavy. Originally, he had already eliminated all of the Yi family's enemies in Yunqing and Huadu. The mastermind behind the Yi family's massacre, Prince Jin, had been exposed. Avenging his family's fallen spirits was now a clear and achievable goal. But now, out of nowhere, the ancient martial Yi family's ancestor had appeared, a figure even the Nangong family feared. Driven by his obsession with the Nine Dragon bloodline, he would inevitably wipe out the Yi family's last remaining branch. At this moment, Yifan almost regretted revealing himself too soon. If only I had pretended to be a fool for a few more years. Sigh. With all 10 of the Yi family's prodigies dead, no one would have suspected a mere fool. But ever since he rescued his first wife, Yu Linglong, in the Penglai Gorge, his cover had been blown. From the announcement of his appointment as deputy commander of the Xuanwu region by Gu Feng to the birthday banquet of the Ren family's patriarch in Huadu, Yifan had been fully exposed. There was no turning back now. Husband, stay strong. We'll face life and death together. I have other matters to attend to in Great Xia, so I can't linger. Once I've dealt with these worldly affairs, I'll find time to visit you again. Nangong Aoyue bowed slightly to Yifan, then lifted her veil and pressed her lips to his in a fleeting kiss. Husband, you are the only one who has ever seen my face. From today onward, I am yours. Her heart pounded wildly as she pulled away. But the moment they separated, she felt a warm current surge from her lips into her body, nourishing her bloodline and rapidly enhancing her strength. Huh? Nangong Aoyue stared at Yifan in shock, utterly baffled. Was that an illusion? How did a simple kiss from him boost my cultivation? Though burning with curiosity, she held her tongue. After one last bow, she vanished in a flash. Sigh. Watching her disappear, Yi Fan's expression darkened. The situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. He had thought that after settling the Yi family's enemies, his only remaining tasks would be fulfilling his mother's legacy, revitalizing the Divine Gate, and combating the evil forces. But now, the Yi family's ancestor had emerged as another deadly threat. By the time Yi Fan returned to the Rin family's gates, Nan Gong'aoyue's subordinates had already subdued the experts from the Feng, Yen, and Tang families before departing. Brother. Damn, when did you charm another stunning sister-in-law? Wang Fugue scurried over, counting on his fingers. 1, 2, 3. Bro, you've got so many now I can't even count them on both hands. Thwack. Yi Fan flicked his forehead in annoyance. What nonsense are you spouting? The news from Nan Gong'aoyue weighed heavily on him. At only the 8th rank of Martial Emperor, his own strength was still lacking and his companions were even weaker. If the Yi family's ancestor comes hunting, do we stand a chance? What about the Divine Gate's enemies, the malevolent spirits, and the martial forces they back? And then there was the most immediate threat, Prince Jin. If he secured more powerful allies, would Yi Fan have any countermeasures left? He had already made up his mind. He needed to assemble and rigorously train a team, forging them into a force where every member was at least a martial emperor. Only with such strength could he feel secure. But before he could speak further, several military green cars screeched to a halt outside the Ren family's gates. A group of middle-aged men in camouflage uniforms adorned with 3 and 4 stars stepped out. Yi Fan, hear this decree. By the 38th Imperial Edict of the Great Xia royal family, the Grand Preceptor's office is hereby established. Yi Chanfeng is appointed Grand Preceptor and Yi Fan is named Young Marshal. Rewards include 1,000 pills, among them 3rd-grade elixirs. Furthermore, the Yi family is granted perpetual hereditary succession, with all descendants entitled to inherit Yi Changfeng's ducal titles indefinitely. The string of proclamations left the entire crowd speechless. The Grand Preceptor's office? At such a critical moment, the royal family was establishing a new institution and bestowing such lavish rewards. What was their game? The Yi family's enemies were now exposed. Was the royal family backing the Yi family's resurgence? The phrase perpetual hereditary succession carried immense weight. It meant the royal family formally recognized the Yi family's authority to command the Heavenly Dragon Army at any time, bypassing imperial approval. And the newly formed Grand Preceptor's office? That was even more significant. It was a public declaration of imperial support, forcing even those who distrusted the Yi family to reconsider their stance. Congratulations, young Master Yi. The leader of the delegation wasn't the highest-ranking 4-star general, but a 3-star general, Ning Tao, the very same man who had appeared at the Yi family's funeral. Ning Tao had once been a mere guard under Yi Changfeng's command, but now he was a 3-star general in the Xuanwu domain. Fate had a strange way of circling back. Despite everything, Yi Fan had now become the deputy commander of the Xuanwu domain, and Ning Tao had once again found himself serving under the Yi family banner. But Ning Tao was reliable. During the Yi family's funeral, when emotions ran high and the generals of the Tianlong army had been ready to storm Yunqing in retaliation, it was only Yi Changfeng's final order that had kept them in check. Amidst the grief, few of the Yi family's old friends, allies, or fellow generals had shown up, but Ning Tao had been one of them. That was also the day Yi Fan's seal had broken, awakening his true power. Naturally, Yi Fan held Ning Tao in high regard. Perhaps that was why Ji Yuchen had sent Ning Tao to deliver the emperor's decree. Choosing a general friendly with the Yi family would put Yi Fan in a better mood. Thank you, General Ning. Yi Fan smiled faintly, accepting the decree before casually handing it to Guo Li beside him. This Ji Yuchen. Though he had agreed to grandfather's terms and even established the Grand Preceptor's estate, he had essentially thrown the Yi family into the fire, binding them inextricably to the imperial family. Before, the Yi family had operated in the shadows, maneuvering between the imperial court and other factions. But now, Ji Yuchen's move served 2 purposes. First, it was an apology for the imperial family's tacit approval of Prince Jin's actions. Second, it made it clear to everyone that the Yi family now stood with the imperial court. Anyone who wanted to strike at the throne would have to go through them first. As a result, the enemies the Yi family would face, both overt and covert, would multiply. Sigh. I'm still too young. For a moment, Yi Fan felt exhausted. He hadn't even begun unraveling the mysteries of the celestial palace maps left behind by his 7 brothers, and yet troubles and challenges were already piling up. Old Gua, arrange a feast. Everyone fought hard today, let's gather for a meal. I also have some announcements to make. After instructing Guili, Yi Fan flashed away, heading straight for the master bedroom. Inside were the three women who had saved his life last night, Ren Shuiying, Qing Rulin, and Qiu Wan. All three were now his. Last night, they had replenished his depleted spirit energy and life force. Today, it was his turn to return the favor. Well, mostly just sharing some martial energy, purely a friendly exchange. The reminiscing? That was just a bonus. Meanwhile, in Prince Jin's mansion, Shangjing, the Grand Preceptor's estate? Outrageous. Though Prince Jin had received early intelligence, seeing Emperor Ji Yuchen publicly announce the establishment of the Grand Preceptor's estate and openly declare Yi Chongfeng's return sent him into a furious rage. That little bastard Ji Yuchen. Is he openly defying me now? Propping up the Yi family, do you really think they can bring me down? And even if they do, have you considered what will happen to the imperial family once the Yi family rises again? He smashed everything within reach as his bodyguards kept their distance. Prince Jin's temper had been volatile lately. His meticulously planned extermination of the Yi family had inexplicably collapsed. Yunqing, Huadu, Tianan province, every hidden force, every embedded family had been uprooted overnight. Even his loyalists, Elder Zhang Heng and Tang Jing, had been captured by Yi Fan's long-distance maneuvers. Just yesterday, out of obligation, Prince Jin had sent men to aid the Zhang family, now reduced to begging in the streets of the northwest. But 10 waves of men had vanished without a trace. Clearly, the Zhangs were bait. Zhang Heng, Prince Jin's most devoted follower, had fought Yi Fan to the bitter end, only for his entire clan to end up destitute. If Prince Jin abandoned them, his other allies would grow disillusioned, questioning whether their loyalty was worth it. But if he intervened? The northwest had become a bottomless pit. Every man he sent was slaughtered by Yi Fan's forces. Damn it all. Your Highness, what do we do now? The imperial court has granted the Grand Preceptor's estate enough pills, martial techniques, and cultivation manuals to equip an entire elite battalion. An aide picked up a fallen map, his face grim. If we let the Yi family consolidate their power, we'll have no chance left. Prince Jin seemed ready to give up, but his subordinates couldn't afford to. They had all participated in the massacre of the Yi family. If Prince Jin fell, they would be the first scapegoats. Don't panic, Prince Jin sneered. Last night, I contacted him. He's agreed to come to Shangjing soon, and he's bringing warriors 100 times stronger than martial artists. Really? The aide's eyes lit up. Your Highness, you finally reached out to that figure? With his help, victory is assured. After a pause, he added, also, we've uncovered new leads on the Yi family's maps. In Guanqing, when Yi Fan's third brother was hunted down, an item was rumored to have ended up in a bar. Send men immediately. Prince Jin barked. Yi Fan will head south after settling affairs in Tianan. We must get there first. If the Yi family collected all the maps and entered the Celestial Palace before he could act, even that figure might not be able to stop them. Understood. On the road back to the Ji family, Shangjing, Ji Ningxuan had been drowsy on the ride home from the airport until a news video flashed across her phone. The Grand Preceptor's estate? Her sleepiness vanished as she stared at the familiar name on the screen. Memories of last night's intimacy with Yi Fan flooded her mind. He kissed me there. How could I ever forget him? Sigh. Now that the Grand Preceptor's estate had been established, should she send him a gift? But what? Last night, Yi Fan had saved her twice. Of course, apart from not taking the final step, he had touched and kissed every inch of her body. And that last kiss? It was Ji Ningxuan who had initiated it. Just thinking about it made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. After years of being prim and proper, last night, Ji Ningxuan had finally let go, and it had been thrilling. Now, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get Yi Fan out of her mind. Maybe I should give him something as a token of gratitude for saving me. This will definitely be the last time we interact. But what could she give him? Money? The Yi family already had vast wealth. What use would he have for more? Power? Yi Fan was already a young marshal, set to inherit command of the Tianlong army and destined to rule the Xuanwu domain. What authority in all of Daxia could possibly impress him? Treasures? Pills? Cultivation techniques? Martial arts? Ji Yuchen had already given him so much, he probably lacked nothing. After racking her brain, she still couldn't think of anything suitable. Frustrated, she called a flight attendant friend and explained the situation. Oh, a heroic man like that is tricky. He doesn't lack money or power. Ordinary gifts won't catch his eye. Let me think. I've got it. You could take a private photo set for him, wearing different outfits like a flight attendant, sailor, nurse. Make it sexy. Trust me, it'll work. Ah, you little devil, what nonsense are you spouting? Ji Ningxuan nearly exploded on the spot. Take private photos for Yi Fan? In all those suggestive costumes? What a joke. Who was she? The dignified holy maiden of Yi Qi, soon-to-be imperial consort. How could she take such intimate photos for another man right before her grand wedding? She still had her dignity. Sure, last night had been eventful, but everything had happened under extenuating circumstances. Even if Yi Fan had taken some liberties, physical contact had been unavoidable while he was saving her. She could justify that to herself. But actively sending him photos? There was no excuse for that. Trust me, Ningxuan. Unless a man is dead and hanging on a wall, he'll always appreciate this kind of thing. When it comes to understanding men, you're no match for me. Her friend continued coaxing. Besides, think about it, a man that exceptional must have countless beauties around him. If you don't stand out, how will he remember you? Seize the opportunity. And with your figure, those photos would be irresistibly alluring. Even I drool over them. If you're too shy, I'll sacrifice myself and pose with you, make you look even more stunning. How's that? Ji Ningxuan's face burned as her friend teased her. Ugh, you're all so awful. I'm hanging up. She ended the call abruptly, trying to calm herself as she gazed out the window. But when her eyes landed on a news clip featuring Yi Fan's dashing image, a mischievous seed took root in her heart. That damned rascal. Why had she gone to Huadu? Why did she have to meet him? Why did so much happen between them? Now he was lodged in her heart like a stubborn weed. Frustrated, restless, and oddly rebellious, she hesitated for a long time before finally opening a shopping app and secretly browsing for alluring outfits. Just looking wouldn't hurt, right? And honestly, those clothes were tempting. Her friend wasn't wrong, even women would be captivated. Maybe she could buy a few sets to try on? Even if she didn't send the photos to Yi Fan, she could still take them for herself, right? As she lost herself in shopping, she even began imagining how she'd look in those outfits. Unbeknownst to her, Ji Ningxuan was already stepping onto a path of no return. Shangjing, Prince Cheng's mansion. Princess Chu Lanwei, draped in a nightgown that barely contained her ample curves, lounged on a recliner, watching the news with a satisfied smile. You little rogue. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. She plucked a grape, popping it into her mouth, her cheeks puffing adorably. The sensation reminded her of that passionate encounter with Yi Fan in the flower fields. Surprisingly, she found herself missing it. I wonder if he remembers how I performed that day? Now that the Grand Preceptor's estate had been established, perhaps she should pay him a congratulatory visit. The founding of the Grand Preceptor's estate sent ripples through the martial world, the ancient martial arts community, and even the global stage. In Daxia's ancient martial circles, families were still reeling from the annihilation of the Feng family when news of the Yi family's rise broke, leaving them stunned once again. The newly established Grand Preceptor's estate had the imperial family's full backing, a clear signal of support for the Yi family's resurgence. Though still on the fence, would have to reconsider their stance. Ancient martial Yi family, a sinister mansion. A middle-aged man knelt trembling before the shadowy entrance, clutching a stack of documents. Ancestor, there are new developments in Huadu. Speak. A cold, disembodied voice echoed through the hall, its source impossible to pinpoint. The Feng, Tang, and Yan families joined forces against Yu Fan, but before he even had to act, the Nangong family wiped them out. The Feng family's role in the massacre of the Yi family has also been exposed. Additionally, the imperial family has established the Grand Preceptor's estate to support the Yi family's revival. And according to intelligence, signs of demonic corruption are emerging in Huadu. It won't be long before chaos erupts. What are your orders? The man finished his report, but the darkness remained silent. So, our people still haven't witnessed Yu Fan in action? Wasn't he severely injured? How's he already causing trouble again? The voice dripped with menace. Forgive us, Ancestor. Should we arrange another strike to test him? With all the other Yi branches eliminated, the last remnants of their bloodline must lie with him. No. 10 of their prodigies are already dead. Even if this fool has some tricks left, it's likely his last gasp. Let Prince Jean and them tear each other apart. Perhaps the Yi family's so-called legend is just a myth. Focus on finding the fragments of the immortal palace map. As for the demonic corruption in Huadu, send the second elder. Since he and Yi Changfeng were once brothers, it's time for a reunion. The Yi family had better hand over those map pieces willingly. A surge of energy hurled the man out of the hall. He scrambled to his feet, wiping sweat from his brow, and fled. He was the 23rd messenger this year. The previous 22 had entered alive and left in pieces. The Yi family's ancestor was not known for his patience. Damn it. This ancestor is too hard to please. Ugh. If we can't find that so-called 9 dragons bloodline, will he slaughter everyone in the main branch of the ancient martial Yi family too? The speaker muttered under his breath as he walked away. Notifying second master to head to Daxia's Flower City would likely plunge the Yi family into another storm of bloodshed. How much longer could the Yi family of Cloud City hold out? Meanwhile, in Flower City, inside Ren Shuiying's bedroom, the 3 girls who had been thoroughly exhausted by Yi Fan the previous night, Qing Rulin, Xiaowan, and Ren Shuiying, slept heavily until 10 in the morning. Sunlight streamed through the window before Shuiying, the strongest among them, finally stirred with a soft moan and opened her eyes. The sight before her nearly made her die of embarrassment. Her leg was draped over Wan Jie's chest, while Rulin Jie's head rested against her own bosom. 3 stunning beauties lay tangled together in a disheveled heap, their bodies limp and radiating lazy sensuality. And the worst part? None of them wore a single stitch of clothing. The bed was a canvas of snowy skin, their curves like rolling hills that blocked slivers of sunlight from the window. A few scattered plum blossoms, crimson stains on the sheets added a vivid contrast to the otherwise pristine scene. Blushing furiously, Shuiying grabbed the blanket to cover her face, her mind racing back to last night's events. Yi Fan had been severely injured, his spirit and energy completely drained. In desperation, Dr. Lei had urged her to bring him inside to recover. But no one expected that once his primal instincts took over, Yi Fan's frenzied state would be too much for Shuiying to handle alone. Thankfully, Rulanjia and Wanjia had stepped in to help, leading to this outcome. Shuiying had already resolved to become Yi Fan's woman, but she never imagined her first time would be a group effort with Rulanjia and Wanjia. Mortified, she buried her face deeper into the blanket until a sudden thought struck her. Last night, the 3 of them had replenished Yi Fan's energy, but where was he now? Had his injuries healed? Was he all right? Humph. That heartless jerk. Men really are all the same. Once they get what they want, they stop caring. Just as she stewed in frustration, the bedroom door creaked open. A figure slipped inside with startling speed. Who's there? Shuiying yelped, scrambling to cover herself. Who dared barge in without knocking? Rulanjia, Wanjia, and she were all naked. If it was a man, he'd see everything. And it was a man. But the moment she recognized him, her anger melted into flustered shyness. F. Fanji, she stammered, squirming under his heated gaze. What are you staring at? Despite her embarrassment, concern flickered in her eyes. Fanji, are you fully recovered? Yi Fan had come to comfort his beauties, but the sight before him was nothing short of breathtaking. Even for someone as experienced as him, the scene was dazzling. Any one of these women would be a lifetime's fortune, yet here he was, blessed with multiple. A roguish grin spread across his face. Of course I'm fine. Want to check for yourself? Before she could react, he flashed to her side, pulling her into his arms. His hands immediately began wandering. 6 years ago, in that shabby little room, a young Shuiying had bared her fragile body to warm him. He'd never forgotten the glimpse of the phoenix tattoo on her skin, and today he intended to thoroughly inspect it. Fanji, you're so, where are you touching? Stop. It's broad daylight. So what? It's not like we didn't do it last night. But Rulanjia and Wanjia are. Hey, good things should be shared, right? Eek. Rulin and Xiaowan, who had just woken up and were pretending to sleep, felt their hearts skip a beat at his words. This shameless rascal. He wouldn't actually try something in broad daylight, would he? Last night had been an emergency, they'd reluctantly gone along to save him. But now? Unfortunately for them, Yi Fan had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. With a flick of his wrist, a barrier formation sealed the room. What followed was harmonious. Since there was still a celebratory banquet later, Yi Fan restrained himself somewhat. An hour later, the 3 girls forcibly kicked him out. By the time Xiaowan, Shuiying, and Rulin finished freshening up and emerged, their complexions were glowing, their vitality restored. Yi Fan had even infused them with his own martial energy, nurturing their bodies. In just one night, plus this morning, Shuiying and Rulin had directly broken through to the martial venerable realm. Xiaowan, though slightly weaker, had been elevated to peak control, giving her enough strength to handle common thugs. Let's eat. Yi Fan called, leading the group to Flower City Grand Hotel. With the establishment of the Grand Preceptor's manor and last night's battle, which had crushed all of Prince Jin's schemes in Flower City, the victory was undeniable. The 3 ancient martial families, Feng, Yen, and Tang, who had dared move against Yi Fan, had been suppressed by Nangong Aoyue. Such a triumph deserved celebration. In the banquet hall, surrounded by Rulin, Xiaowan, Shuiying, Yamada Keiko, and Wang Yao, Yi Fan raised his glass as guests toasted him. Congratulations, young Master Yi. The Yi family stands tall once more. The first to approach was Xia Hao, head of the Xia family. Back when Yi Fan was still a fool, Xia Hao had staunchly supported him, even aiding the Su Corporation when others sought to crush it. In return, Yi Fan had gifted him rare pills and later intervened when the Ma family tried to suppress Xia Hao. Xia Hao rejoiced at having bet on the right horse, and Yi Fan appreciated his loyalty. I must also thank Patriarch Xia for his trust back then, Yi Fan said, clinking glasses before downing his drink. Next came Elder Pang, President Su, Guoli, Wang Fugue, Lu Wuyang, Rinputao, Qing Xiaocheng, Xiaowan Jun. By the time the round of toasts ended, Yi Fan's stomach was sloshing with alcohol. Yet his mind remained sharp. Though the Yi family's revenge had achieved a temporary victory, Nangong Aoyue's warnings loomed large. 3 deadly threats still hung over him. 1. The Yi family's ancestor coveted his bloodline and could strike at any moment. 2. Though many of Prince Jin's forces had been eliminated, rumors suggested he had even more powerful backers. Could Yi Fan's current strength withstand them? 3. The remnants of his mother's Divine Gate legacy. While he had united 4 of the Jade fragments and gained the support of 4 major factions, the true power of the Divine Gate remained hidden. Yet its enemies Zhou Ming and the Blazing Sun Envoy were already making moves. Once they confirmed his identity, their retaliation would likely be even fiercer than Prince Jin's or the Yi ancestors. Friends, Yi Fan raised his voice. I thank you all for your unwavering support. Though many of us grew stronger yesterday, it's still not enough. Beyond Prince Jin, the Yi family faces even greater threats. That's why I've decided to launch a hellish training program to forge our own combat alliance. Yi Fan's words instantly silenced the entire room. The day before, the Ren family had been gathered by Yi Fan. With the aid of his absolute domain and some medicinal pills, everyone's strength had skyrocketed. Most had broken through to the Grandmaster realm, while those already at Grandmaster had advanced to Martial Venerable. Xiao Wanjun had even reached the Martial Emperor level. Everyone was thrilled with their progress, so when Yi Fan suddenly mentioned an even greater threat, the mood shifted. You all remember the divine fragment Zhou Ming used in the Ren family, right? Could control an area and suppress everyone's power. Fragments like that exist all over the world, wielded by others who've unlocked abilities beyond our comprehension. That's why I've decided Wang Fugue and Yu Chang will lead a new training camp. Every core member of my faction must train there for at least 4 hours daily. His announcement stirred murmurs, but no one objected. With malevolent spirits growing restless and the bloodworms of the netherworld emerging, the world was becoming increasingly dangerous. Strengthening themselves was the only way forward. We fully support young Master Yi. The crowd roared in unison. Old Master Ren watched the scene with quiet admiration. Yi Fan has matured. His own faction is finally taking shape. Once this training camp was established, it would become a force independent of the Yi family, the Imperial Martial Division, and the Celestial Bureau, a power under Yi Fan's absolute control. Ren Shuiying and Qing Rulin exchanged glances, their faces flushing as they recalled the intimate moments they'd shared with Yi Fan earlier. Yet, their hearts swelled with pride. We chose the right man. The rise of the Yi family was now unstoppable. One more announcement. The Tianfan Commercial Empire Alliance is officially established, with Lu Wuyang as its director. Those interested may join us in building a global business empire. Though phrased as a suggestion, everyone present, all loyal to Yi Fan, eagerly pledged support. Wang Fugue, Lu Wuyang, and other close allies had already been assigned key roles. Only Guoli, Yi Fan's childhood friend, remained without a position, his expression downcast. Finally, Yi Fan declared, Guoli will serve as chief steward of the Fan Alliance, overseeing all internal resources and acting with my full authority in my absence. Guoli's face brightened instantly. So this was his plan all along, entrusting me with the most critical role. With this last decree, Yi Fan's Fan Alliance was now fully operational, spanning commerce, martial arts, intelligence, and worldly influence. As the alliance grew, Yi Fan would soon rival Prince Jin, and even the Yi family's ancestral patriarch. Against the temple's enemies, he'd at least stand a fighting chance before their full forces assembled. For the Yi family, for his 7 stunning sisters-in-law, for the women, brothers, and friends who stood by him, Yifan had no choice but to grow stronger. Only power could protect what he cherished. Gazing at his comrades, he felt a surge of emotion. Yet one face was missing: Xian Yufei. Though she'd broken off their engagement under mind control during the Yi family's funeral, their shared trials had erased his resentment. Last night, if not for her spirit contract blocking Zhou Ming's fatal strike, he'd be dead. Beside him, Pang Hai exhaled in relief. While future threats, the Yi patriarch, temple foes, loomed, Prince Jin was the immediate concern. With Yi Fan now at Martial Emperor Tier 8 and backed by his faction, Prince Jin could no longer eliminate him quietly. Moreover, the Grand Preceptor's official establishment legitimized the Yi family's resurgence. Ding! Pang Hai's phone buzzed with an encrypted message. Young Master, the evil spirits in Huadu are stirring. They've pinpointed Feng Yin's location, and martial factions worldwide are converging there. Yi Fan frowned. Why would martial families flock to an evil spirit's awakening? Because where evil spirits emerge, divine fragments follow, Pang Hai explained. Some seek the fragments. Others serve the spirits, eager for their return. Yi Fan's eyes hardened. Then we've no reason to hold back. The purging evil formation, derived from a divine fragment, had proven effective against Zhang Feng, Chen Tang, the Bloodworms, and Zhou Ming. But its true purpose was slaying evil spirits. Once the banquet ends, accompany me to investigate. Understood. Before Pang Hai could finish, Yamada Keiko appeared. Master, I'm coming too. My mother said I must guard you always, and I know things about evil spirits. Yamada Keiko showed no hesitation in flaunting her intimate relationship with Yi Fan. Even as she spoke, her body had already nestled into Yi Fan's embrace, her ample curves pressing tightly against him. As if afraid he might miss the sight, she deliberately tugged her collar lower. Master, do you like it? This servant belongs entirely to you. You can do whatever you please. Yamada Keiko cooed seductively, squirming in his arms with a softness that could drive a man mad. And that position from last time, I loved it so much. When can we do it again? Her brazen words were too much even for Pang Hai, a man who had weathered countless storms. Ahem. I think I'll excuse myself for now. Unbearable. Absolutely unbearable. Pang Hai cast a wary glance at Yamada Keiko, then at the other women around Yi Fan, Ren Shuiying, Qing Ruolin, Qiu Wan Wang Yao, 7 sisters-in-law. Sigh. The young master was exceptional in every way, but his luck with women was too good. Would he even be able to handle it all? Yi Fan himself was somewhat helpless against Yamada Keiko. Originally, he had intended to cripple or even kill her, but she had produced fragment number 2, proof that she, too, had been left behind by his mother, forcing him to spare her. Ahem. Let's focus on business. You can come along later. As he spoke, Yi Fan guiltily glanced at Ren Shuiying and Qing Ruolin in the distance. Just last night, I was with them, and now another woman is throwing herself at me. TSK. But Ren Shuiying and Qing Ruolin seemed unfazed, as if this were nothing new. As the banquet neared its end, Qing Ruolin hurried over. Xiao Fan, third sister Shinmange, just called. She's returning to Guangxing for a concert the day after tomorrow but will stay in Huadu tonight. She wants to see you. Huh? Shinmange? The international superstar was also his third sister-in-law. Back at the funeral, she, along with Yu Linglong, had publicly declared she would marry him. Now, she was technically his wife. She's coming to Huadu? When she last saw him, he had still been a fool. Now that he had regained his senses, how should he face her? Moreover, from Wu Tongzi's intel, Yi Fan had learned that his third brother's death had been orchestrated by Shin Mange's own father, Shin Nanfei. Can the Shin family of Guangxing still be trusted? Does third sister have ulterior motives? Understood. Ruolin, make the arrangements. I'll definitely go tonight. Those 7 sisters-in-law had bravely pledged themselves to him during the darkest hour of the Yi family's downfall. That act of loyalty demanded repayment, no matter what. Also, there's a business banquet at 5 this afternoon. Could you accompany me? Qing Ruolin's voice was timid, as if afraid he might refuse. After all, Yi Fan was no longer the foolish young master they once protected. Now, he was a martial emperor at the 8th rank, the young marshal of the Grand Preceptor's estate, leader of the Fan Alliance, commander of the Heavenly Dragon Army, and deputy commander of the Xuanwu domain, not to mention other hidden identities even they didn't know. In Qing Rulan's eyes, Yi Fan was nothing short of a god. Of course. Yi Fan pulled her into his arms, his voice tender. Rulan, my love, never forget. You stood by me when I was at my lowest. Even if you asked for my life now, I wouldn't hesitate. His words were sincere. When the Yi family faced annihilation, many of their former allies had scrambled to cut ties. Yet these 7 women had defied the tide. That debt could never be repaid. Ah! Stop moving your hands. There are people everywhere. You're so shameless. Qing Rulan blushed as Yi Fan's wandering hands grew bolder, forcing her to squirm free. I'll pick you up at 5 then. Yi Fan nodded. Seeing the banquet winding down, he signaled to Pang Hai and Yamada Keiko before quietly slipping away with his 4 maids. Thanks to last night's breakthrough in the Absolute Domain, Yamada Keiko and the 4 maids had all reached the martial venerable level. With such power at their disposal, they could practically stride through the world unchallenged, unless some ancient monster intervened. No wonder Yi Fan's Fan Alliance had barely been announced before congratulatory messages flooded in from strangers. Congratulations on the establishment of the Fan Alliance. After all, Yi Fan's forces now boasted martial venerables in bulk. Given time, martial emperors would multiply just as swiftly. According to Tianji Pavilion's intel, the evil entity's seal was located in an abandoned slum in Huadu's southern outskirts. Once home to tens of thousands, the slum had been emptied after relocation compensations were paid, though the buildings remained standing. With utilities cut off, the area was desolate. By day, it was merely bleak, but by night, it became a ghost town. Daredevils had once ventured here for thrills, but after several deaths, even the bravest stayed away. This is the place. Pang Hai parked the car and pointed at the sprawling ruins ahead. Our scouts didn't dare get too close, but based on prior signs, this is the epicenter. Yi Fan stepped out, extending his senses. A frown creased his brow. No further explanation was needed. From the outside, the slum seemed ordinary, but at its heart, a miasma of death slowly spread. A bird flying overhead was suddenly engulfed by a wisp of black mist and vanished. Nearby trees withered at visible speed, their vitality draining away. This is the evil entity, so sinister. Master, judging by its current state and what my mother taught me, this entity has partially broken free. It's devouring living beings to fuel its escape. The more it consumes, the faster it will break the seal. We must act now. Let's go take a look. A smirk curled at the corner of Yi Fan's lips as his figure flickered, darting swiftly toward the heart of the demolition zone. Pang Hai watched Yi Fan's movements from the side, his lips twitching as if he wanted to stop him. But in the end, he held back and hurried after him. This young Master Yi, despite his youth, his actions were never reckless. Every move he made was meticulously calculated. Every operation Yi Fan orchestrated was foolproof. Following closely behind him were his attendants, Yamada Keiko, Xiao Wan, Nanshang, and a few others, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Meanwhile, deep in the woods not far from the demolition zone, several shadowy figures emerged, their eyes fixed on the scene. Damn it! The Tianji Pavilion has finally shown up. This complicates things. Now it'll be a pain to make our move. Humph! The Tianji Pavilion claims to be suppressing evil and protecting the people. But let's be real. They're just after the divine fragments near those abominations. Hypocrites! The emergence of this abomination has probably alarmed at least half the martial world's powerhouses. Countless families are gathering in Huadu right now. Not just the martial world. Even ancient martial clans and hidden old monsters are lurking in the shadows. They're just waiting for the seal to fully break before they strike. The abominations sealed across the world were no trivial matter. While martial experts coveted the divine fragments beneath them, none wanted to risk possession or being devoured by those horrors. Back in the demolition zone, the closer Yifan moved toward the center, the thicker the aura of death became. The swirling black mist grew denser. At the outskirts, only occasional branches of the trees had withered. But as he advanced, entire trees stood lifeless, their vitality drained. When he finally reached the central plaza, a space arranged like a bagua formation, not a single blade of grass remained within a 100-meter radius. At the plaza's core, turbulent black mist churned violently, as if struggling to break free from an invisible restraint. Each time the dark energy surged, a faint golden barrier flickered, repelling it. But the barrier was weakening. Worse yet, the black mist had begun corroding it, forming irregular dark patches that ate away at the golden light. Was the mist sentient, targeting weak points to break through? Master, Yamada Keiko said grimly. At this rate, the abomination below will break free by tonight. If we can't handle it, we must retreat immediately, or everything within several kilometers will perish. Ever since the divine gate vanished, no method in the Great Xia could truly eradicate these abominations. Though ancient sects like the Buddhist and Taoist schools had techniques to suppress or repel them, none could fully destroy them. I know what I'm doing, Yifan replied, his gaze hardening. Keep watch. I'll handle this. His mother had been the divine gate's leader. Whether he liked it or not, these abominations, and the gate's old enemies, would never leave him alone. Then I'll strike first. His fingers moved in a blur, weaving intricate hand seals. In moments, a vast, arcane formation, the evil-slaying array, materialized before him. From afar, it resembled a floating bagua diagram, its golden patterns pulsing with ancient power. This wasn't his first time using it. He'd deployed it against Zhang Feng in the Qin family, against Feng Hanxiao in the Ren family, but never on this scale. As the array activated, the black mist recoiled, as if sensing its lethality. The oppressive energy shrank back, and the golden barrier brightened slightly. Go! Yifan commanded, hurling the formation toward the plaza's center. Boom! The moment his array descended, the golden barrier resonated with it, merging to amplify the suppression. Grara! A nightmarish roar erupted from an old well at the plaza's heart. The black mist writhed, but under the array's purifying force, half of it dissolved instantly. The remaining wisps flailed desperately, trying to escape or burrow underground, but it was futile. The array cleansed them all. It's working. Yifan's heart surged with triumph. The evil-slaying array from the divine fragments was indeed tailor-made for these abominations. Without hesitation, he conjured for more arrays and slammed them onto the well. Ugh! The roars from below grew weaker, the deathly aura fading. As the black mist dissipated, vitality returned to the land. The entire area brightened. Pang Hai stared in awe. This is our pavilion master's power? An abomination that should have been near impossible to subdue was being effortlessly crushed. Soon it might even be annihilated entirely. Though the Tianji Pavilion's duty was to monitor and expel abominations, none of them, since the old pavilion master's disappearance, had ever seen one in the flesh. Today, will we finally witness it? Pang Hai of the Tianji Pavilion. Although he had kept a low profile in recent years as the head of the Tianji Pavilion, a hidden but absolute force within Daxia, Pang Hai was a figure recognized by almost everyone in the martial world. The Tianji Pavilion's duty was to monitor and defend against the outbreaks of evil spirits. Thus, Pang Hai's presence here was entirely reasonable. However, his appearance also drew nearly all eyes toward him. The roiling aura of death and black mist within the demolition zone weakened significantly in an instant. By now, the martial families lurking on the outskirts of the demolition area had also noticed the changes inside. What's going on? Why has the evil spirit's aura suddenly weakened? Does the Tianji Pavilion have some method to deal with evil spirits? If the spirits don't break out and emerge, how will we have a chance to obtain those fragments? Deal with evil spirits? Don't overthink it. As far as I know, no one has ever truly eradicated an evil spirit. Even the Buddhist sects can only drive them away. And it's not just Huadu, many other places around the world are showing signs of evil spirit outbreaks. The world is becoming unstable. The crowd outside buzzed with speculation, but the conclusion was unanimous. The Tianji Pavilion had no means to completely eliminate evil spirits. All they could do was wait. News from the scene spread rapidly. Some martial family experts who had originally planned to infiltrate the area under cover of night could no longer wait and began converging toward the demolition zone. Core area of the demolition zone. After 5 layers of the evil-slaying array were deployed, the ancient well at the center of the light field had fallen completely silent, with no more roars or disturbances. Most crucially, every time the evil-slaying array purified the evil spirit's aura, Yi Fan had been able to absorb traces of life force energy from it. But when he activated the 6th layer, no energy returned to him. Had the legendary, infinitely terrifying evil spirit truly been annihilated by the array? Though Yi Fan had anticipated the power of his evil-slaying array, he hadn't expected it to obliterate the evil spirit so decisively. He took a step forward, intending to approach the well. "Pavilion Master, be careful." Pang Hai quickly moved in front of Yi Fan, striding ahead. At the same time, Yamada Keiko also stepped forward. "Master, please wait. Allow this servant to investigate first." As she spoke, she retrieved a pure white jade tablet from her robes, its surface shimmering with faint ripples of light. She tied the tablet to a rope and lowered it into the well. After a few dozen seconds, she pulled it back up. The jade tablet was now coated in a layer of blackish glow. Yamada Keiko sniffed it lightly, then exhaled in relief. "Master, the evil spirit below has temporarily lost its vitality. Should I go down first to confirm it's completely safe before you descend?" Yi Fan studied the jade tablet curiously. Was it really capable of detecting an evil spirit's vitality? Noticing his gaze, Yamada Keiko quickly explained, "This was left to me by my mother. She said it would help protect you from danger. I don't know the exact principles behind it." Yi Fan nodded. He trusted Yamada Keiko implicitly. The second fragment had already verified her identity. She was a descendant of the Divine Gate, left behind by his mother. Only those with absolute loyalty would possess such a jade fragment. "Let's go down together." Yi Fan had already confirmed that his evil-slaying array could suppress evil spirits. Moreover, with his teleportation ability, he could escape with Yamada Keiko at a moment's notice if necessary. "This old servant will accompany you as well," Pang Hai said with a frown, then turned to the other 4 maids. "You 4, stay above and guard the perimeter. Do not let anyone approach." Whoosh! Yi Fan, Yamada Keiko, and Pang Hai leaped into the well. The well was not particularly deep, only a few dozen meters, and its bottom was completely dry, devoid of any water. Upon reaching the bottom, they found themselves surrounded by cold stone walls with no immediate signs of anything unusual. Where was the evil spirit? Were these spirits merely illusions, existing only as consciousness? "Master, over here." While Yi Fan was still scanning the area with his perception, Yamada Keiko had already approached one of the walls, tapping it lightly with the jade tablet before pinpointing a spot. Crack! With a surge of martial energy, she shattered the stone wall. Behind it lay a wide passageway illuminated by a bright glow. There was actually a hidden chamber beneath an old well? The sight left even Yi Fan stunned. How did Yamada Keiko know so much? If not for the jade fragment confirming her identity, Yi Fan might have grown suspicious of her motives. What was a woman from the Eastern Islands doing by his side? What did she truly want? "Master, this way." As Yamada Keiko led the way into the passage, Pang Hai tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve, casting a wary glance at her. Pang Hai, too, was beginning to doubt Yamada Keiko. Though rumors about evil spirits were widespread, very few truly understood them. Yet Yamada Keiko knew far too much, more than seemed natural. "It's fine." Yi Fan smiled faintly. Yamada Keiko's own strength was only at the martial venerable level, while he was an 8th-level martial emperor and Pang Hai was a 5th-level martial emperor. What could a mere martial venerable do against 2 martial emperors? After traversing a 10-meter-long passage, they arrived in a vast hall. The entire space was illuminated by countless luminous pearls, making it as bright as day. The floor was inlaid with intricate patterns of luminous pearls and dragon-sealing nails. But what truly shocked Yi Fan and Pang Hai was the massive skeleton at the center of the hall, stretching dozens of meters long. Its shape was bizarre, resembling an enlarged tiger yet bearing some draconic features. The black mist and deathly aura emanated from this very skeleton. Though the aura had weakened significantly as soon as they entered, the skeleton released an aggressive energy, its swirling black mist attempting to engulf them. Yet the golden, ancient energy radiating from the ground effortlessly suppressed the skeleton's dark power. "Master, according to my mother's records, this is the true form of the evil spirits. Unfortunately, she said nothing could destroy it." All we can do is reinforce the ceiling array. Yamada Keiko sighed. As she spoke, Yamada Keiko drew her combat blade and channeled her martial energy, slashing forcefully at the beast's skeleton. Clang! The blade in Yamada Keiko's hand was a masterpiece forged by the finest craftsmen of the Eastern Isles, capable of cleaving iron like mud. Yet when it struck the skeleton, it produced a metallic ring, even sparking upon impact. When she withdrew the blade, only a faint mark remained on the skeleton. No substantial damage had been inflicted. Beside her, Panghai frowned and unsheathed his own weapon, striking the skeleton with all his might. Clang! Another sharp ring echoed through the air. Despite Panghai's formidable strength, already at the 5th-tier martial emperor level, the skeleton remained unscathed, bearing only a slightly deeper scratch. Pavilion Master, this skeleton is too tough. Ordinary methods won't destroy it. Panghai sighed in frustration, turning to Yifan. According to Yamada Keiko, as long as these beastly skeletons remained, they would continue gathering deathly energy, resisting the seal until they eventually broke free and wreaked havoc upon the world. Yifan nodded. Let me try. He stepped forward, focusing his mind. Deep within his dantian, the primordial flame flickered to life and a crimson ember danced in his palm. The flame seemed to sense the skeleton's presence, growing restless with excitement. With a flick of his wrist, Yifan unleashed the ember toward the skeleton. In the blink of an eye, the tiny flame erupted into a towering inferno, engulfing the beast's remains in a swirling blaze. Whoosh! A wave of scorching heat rolled outward, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. In mere moments, Yamada Keiko and Panghai watched in awe as the skeleton, which had withstood their full-force strikes, crumbled into fine ash under the crimson flame's searing fury. Grull! A distant, bestial roar seemed to echo from the remnants, as if the ancient creature's spirit still lingered. Tendrils of black energy writhed, attempting to escape, but the flame incinerated them into nothingness. At the same time, a golden streak of light surged through the fire and merged into Yifan's body. The purified energy, vast and potent, was fully absorbed by him. Beyond the martial energy, Yifan unexpectedly gained something else, a unique combat technique, Frozen Seal. This beast had possessed a skill capable of temporarily immobilizing its foes. What kind of monster was this? In battles between experts, even a fraction of a second's delay could mean life or death. Whoosh! As the last traces of the skeleton turned to ash, the crimson flame returned to Yifan's palm and vanished. Panghai stared at Yifan, his pupils dilating in sheer disbelief. Is this successor chosen by the old Pavilion Master even human? A flame capable of reducing the beast's skeleton to dust had just merged into Yifan's body, yet he remained completely unharmed. Pavilion Master, you. Panghai muttered, equal parts awed and resigned. Talent like this was beyond envy. It's nothing, just a minor skill, Yifan said with a faint smile before turning to Yamada Keiko. Does this resolve the issue? Snapping out of her daze, Yamada Keiko finally understood why her mother had repeatedly emphasized one thing before her departure. The young master of the Divine Gate possesses monstrous talent. His future is limitless. How could the likes of Prince Jean or the Yi family ever hope to rival him? It should be resolved. The demon stone isn't reacting anymore, the evil here has been completely purged. She placed a white jade plate amid the ashes, but it remained pristine, confirming the absence of any lingering malice. After retrieving the plate, she sifted through the debris and produced a translucent fragment, offering it to Yifan with reverence. Master, this is the divine fragment used to suppress the evil. My mother said that only by gathering all the fragments can we restore the Divine Gate's glory and confront the greatest, most malevolent evil. Yifan examined the fragment, sensing the immense power and profound mysteries contained within. Yet his body had already reached its limit, he could absorb no more of its energy or knowledge. Sigh. His bone constitution was still too weak. Recently he had gleaned insights about bone aptitude from the divine fragments. In martial cultivation, most possessed mortal bones, limiting their potential to the peak of the martial emperor realm. Beyond that lay spirit bones, Tao bones. These revelations humbled him. His so-called prodigy status paled in comparison to the true powerhouses lurking in the shadows. Without the primordial flame in his dantian, its warming currents accelerating his growth, he would have remained utterly mediocre. Fortunately, he had discovered that the flame not only enhanced his martial energy but also refined his bone constitution. Over time, his bones had evolved from common mortal bones to mid-grade, then peak-grade mortal bones. Soon, they would ascend to spirit bone level. At that point, his absorption rate, cultivation speed, and energy capacity would skyrocket. But to advance further, he needed more of the flame's nourishing energy. I mustn't neglect my 7 stunning sisters-in-law. Let's go. After scanning the hall with his heightened senses and confirming no residual threats, Yi Fan motioned for Yamada Keiko to follow. Even he was surprised the infamous evil that had terrorized legends had been vanquished so effortlessly. Wait, master? Yamada Keiko interjected. My mother mentioned that ancient beasts like this, after millennia of cultivation, often leave behind a soul bone upon death. Let me search for it. She waved the jade plate over the ashes and soon a ripple of light emerged. Retrieving a bone-like relic, she presented it to Yi Fan. Found it. Mother said the soul bone can be fused with living beings, allowing them to inherit the beast's life-preserving techniques. Just now, after being scorched by the crimson flames, Yi Fan had already obtained the frostbite martial skill and cultivation method from the ancient beast. And this soul bone contained even more abilities? As Yi Fan took the soul bone, he couldn't help but glance intensely at Yamada Keiko. You're really willing to part with this? Such a treasure, if you hadn't told me, I'd never have known. Yamada Keiko bowed respectfully to Yi Fan. Master, my mother said that my life, my entire being, belongs to you. Keeping these things for myself is meaningless. I was born to serve you. If you pity me, then please discipline me more. As she bent over, her ample curves were fully exposed to Yi Fan's view. He couldn't help but look. Such a stunningly beautiful woman willingly following him as a personal maid. Truly rare. Mother, did she imprint some kind of mental compulsion on Yamada Keiko and the others? His own mother had been so fiercely loyal to the divine gate, and now even in Yamada Keiko's generation, the devotion remained unshaken? Still, Yamada Keiko's other suggestion wasn't bad. Disciplining her more would help her strength grow faster, making her a more capable ally in the future. Yi Fan channeled his spiritual sense into the soul bone and detected a bone spike ability within. Just as he was about to attempt absorbing it, the entire hall suddenly trembled violently, the ground splitting open with cracks as wide as a palm. Danger! This place is collapsing, we need to leave now. Yamada Keiko cried out. Mother said that once the evil spirits are slain or escape, the ancient formations set by the sages will collapse instantly to prevent harming other living beings. Old Pang, follow me. Yi Fan wrapped an arm around Yamada Keiko and with a thought activated his teleportation ability. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from the hall and reappeared in the plaza above. Down in the collapsing hall, Pang Hai watched Yi Fan disappear and was utterly stunned. Holy hell! Just how many hidden cards does this pavilion master have? Pang Hai had thought that an 8th level martial emperor was Yi Fan's limit, but now he could even teleport? With such power, no one in the mortal world could possibly stand against him. Pang Hai, a 5th level martial emperor, pushed his energy to the limit, barely escaping the crumbling ruins, though he emerged looking rather disheveled. So, the evil spirits are really gone? Pang Hai, Yamada Keiko, and Yi Fan's 4 maids stood at the edge of the massive sinkhole, staring at the pit over 30 feet deep, their hearts filled with awe. Before Yi Fan's rise, any sign of evil spirits would have sent shockwaves through the region, plunging everyone into panic. Because when evil spirits emerged, rivers of blood would inevitably follow. Yet now, in less than half an hour, Yi Fan had annihilated them completely. Master, you're incredible. Yamada Keiko didn't hold back her admiration. How about I reward you? Her voluptuous body squirmed enticingly in Yi Fan's arms, her eyes practically dripping with desire. A young hero like Yi Fan held irresistible allure for any woman. Without hesitation, Yi Fan gave her backside a firm squeeze. Don't worry, your reward is coming, but not right now. I still have things to do. Young Master Yi, what else is there? Pang Hai was puzzled. The evil spirits in the demolition zone had been exterminated, the divine fragment retrieved, and even a priceless soul bone obtained, granting an ancient beast's supreme skill. Why wasn't Yi Fan leaving? Right now, outside the demolition zone, countless martial artists and covetous factions had gathered, all aiming for the divine fragment. If Yi Fan and Pang Hai left now while the crowd was still sparse, no one would suspect anything. But if they stayed, those factions might unite to seize the fragment, causing unnecessary trouble. Setting a trap waiting for them to walk right in. Yi Fan smirked coldly. These factions lurking outside are no good, all eyeing the divine fragment. I bet they still don't know the evil spirits have been wiped out. When night falls, they'll make their move and I'll have a grand gift ready for them. As he spoke, he pulled out several large sacks filled with jars and vials, emitting a dizzying array of colorful fumes. Just a whiff was enough to make one lightheaded. What's this? Pang Hai asked curiously. Poison. With a wicked grin, Yi Fan began scattering the poison like it was free, covering the surrounding woods and plaza in a radius of several hundred meters. Then he retrieved another set of sacks, this time filled with crossbow bolts and mechanisms. And these? Poison traps. Harmless if they stay out, but if they force their way in, well, they'll either suffer or die. There's more. Yep. Poisonous insects. I'll summon a few more with the 10,000 goo vessel and hide them in the woods. They'll love it. After setting up dozens of traps and poison arrays, Panghai and Yamada Keiko stared wide-eyed. Surely, that's it? Hey, one last thing. Yifan pulled out a sack of paper cutouts, stuffing them into cracks and bushes around the plaza. Let's hope they're not too greedy. Panghai and Yamada Keiko had seen the power of these paper puppets before. Yifan's secret technique made them move like real people, utterly indistinguishable from the living. With so many hidden here, those greedy martial families wouldn't just die, they wouldn't even know how they died. Panghai rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Thank the heavens I'm on the pavilion master's side. Anyone who opposes him is in for a world of pain. Done. Time to go. Satisfied with his preparations, Yifan clapped his hands and motioned for Yamada Keiko to follow. But just as he turned to leave, clang! A warblade struck the spot where he'd stood moments earlier, cleaving a deep gouge into the ground. Behind the blade stood a stunning woman in a crimson dress, her icy gaze fixed on Yifan. So, you're the new master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Let's see what you're made of. Seeing the woman in red approaching, Panghai's expression turned grave. Lord Vermilion Phoenix, please show mercy. I verified young Master Ye's credentials. He is indeed the successor chosen by our late sect master. Panghai seemed deeply intimidated by her and quickly stepped in front of Yifan, fearing she might attack again. But the woman in red scoffed coldly. Steward Pang, you may acknowledge him as sect master, but I do not. Moreover, her sharp eyes locked onto Yifan as she spat. He is utterly unworthy. 5 years as a fool, and upon waking, all he does is chase after women. What kind of future does he have? Unless I'm mistaken, aside from his 7 stunning sisters-in-law, he's entangled with Shen Yufei, the fiancée who dumped him, Lady Chu Lanwei of the Shangjing royal family, the heiress of the Ren clan in Huadu, and now this one beside him. Humph! Too many to count on one hand. She turned back to Panghai, her voice icy. Pang Lao, a man drowning in women. How could he possibly focus on governing the mystic pavilion? Our sect is already in chaos. With such a worthless leader, what hope is left for us? A chilling aura radiated from her, dropping the temperature around them. Panghai sighed. Lord Vermilion Phoenix, young Master Ye's romantic entanglements don't necessarily conflict with his role as sect master, do they? He couldn't deny her accusations. Yifan's harem was a legitimate concern. If the boy spent all his energy on women, how could he manage the Mystic Pavilion's affairs? Of course it conflicts, she snapped. The Mystic Pavilion bears a sacred duty, to vanquish evil and protect the realm. If we let it crumble under our watch, how could we face our ancestors and martyrs? Panghai opened his mouth to argue. After all, Yifan had just annihilated a demonic entity in 30 seconds. But she cut him off. Enough! 2 choices. Either he renounces his claim, and we elect a new leader, or I execute him to spare the sect his incompetence. As she spoke, her martial energy erupted, revealing a cultivation level equal to Yifan's. The 8th tier of the martial emperor realm. Yifan, however, merely smirked. Pang Lao, who's this firecracker? Smells like someone's jealous, or is she just hormonal? Kill me? Please. His confidence was unshaken. With his teleportation ability, the ice sealing technique gained from incinerating the beast, and the divine fragment's absolute domain, she stood no chance. It was like having flash, silence, and an ultimate in a game. How could he lose? Panghai paled. Young master, this is Iwansu, the Vermilion Phoenix seat, one of the 4 lords of the Mystic Pavilion. The only woman among them, hailed as the Queen of Mystics. Her support is essential for your legitimacy, but her temper is legendary. Even within the sect, few dare provoke her. He wiped sweat from his brow. As the steward, Panghai had barely kept the sect afloat, with only the assassination divisions Yuchong and Iwansu reluctantly heeding his counsel. If Yifan alienated her, securing control would become impossible. You insolent! Iwansu shoved Panghai aside and lunged at Yifan, her hand darting for his shoulder with blinding speed. Pang Hai cried out, "Lord Vermilion Phoenix, don't." But it was too late. Yifan sidestepped effortlessly, catching her wrist. His fingers traced her skin with deliberate slowness. "TSK, TSK. Such soft hands for such a temper. Would it kill you to act like a lady?" Pang Hai covered his eyes. This is it. He's dead. To touch Yi Wansu, the Thunder Tyrant. Like this? The humiliation was worse than death. "You!" Her face flushed crimson. "I'll butcher you, you bastard." Originally, she'd only meant to warn him. Now, murder. Clang. Her blade unsheathed, its edge a silver flash as she struck with full 8th tier force. Yet Yifan vanished, reappearing 2 meters away. A second slash. Another dodge. The third. Same result. "Coward!" she roared, though inwardly shocked. "How is he this fast?" Yifan grinned. "Fighting you for free? Nah, let's make it interesting. What's the wager?" "Wager? You think you can win? Don't flatter yourself." As the granddaughter of a sect elder and a prodigy who dominated her peers, Yi Wansu had never lost a duel. This upstart? Pathetic. Yifan's smirk widened. "If I do win, what then? You're not gonna cry, are you?" "Cry?" Her veins bulged. "I'll show you crying." As she spoke, Yi Wansu moved again, intending to charge toward Yifan. But Yifan once more raised his hand to stop her. "Hold on. It's better we clarify things first. Since Elder Pang is here, he can serve as our witness. That way, if someone loses later, they won't try to weasel out of it, or start crying and claim I bullied a woman. I won't take the blame for that. Come on, Keiko. Turn on your phone and record the entire bet. You're familiar with this routine, right?" "Ah." Yamada Keiko, who had been watching the drama unfold from the sidelines, quickly responded, I am. This wasn't the first time her master had done something like this, and those who had bet against or opposed him usually ended up in a bad spot. Keiko knew that today Iwansu, the first seat of the Vermilion Bird Division, was about to suffer another loss. "Ugh, you're so infuriating. You're driving me crazy." Iwansu, straightforward by nature, had grown up in the Vermilion Bird Division, where no one dared to oppose her. Yet today, she'd encountered Yifan, a man who insisted on recording their bet. How absurd. It's just a bet, right? Fine, I'll take it. Iwansu stomped her foot in frustration. Yifan, in front of Elder Pang, Iwansu, swear that if you can actually defeat me, I'll represent the Vermilion Bird Division and acknowledge your position as Pavilion Master. Happy now. She believed she was making an enormous concession. After all, before coming here, she had been determined never to recognize Yifan's claim to the title. Of course, she still didn't think he could actually defeat her. That's it? Iwansu, you've got it all wrong. I am already the Pavilion Master of the Tianji Pavilion, appointed by the previous Pavilion Master on his deathbed. Whether you acknowledge me or not doesn't change that. A sharp glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. Let me make this clear. You will recognize my authority, whether you like it or not. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of killing intent and a peculiar charm radiated from Yifan, freezing Iwansu in place. For a brief moment, she even felt an inexplicable resonance with him. Fear? Submission? What's happening? As the esteemed first seat of the Vermilion Bird Division, how could her emotions be swayed by this bastard? No. She quickly steadied herself, glaring at Yifan before glancing at Yamada Keiko. Fine. Since you insist, I'll add another wager. You like women, don't you? If you beat me, not only will the Vermilion Bird Division swear allegiance to you, but I will also willingly become your woman. Satisfied now? TCH. You lecher. After voicing the bet, Iwansu couldn't help but inwardly curse. All for the Tianji Pavilion. Otherwise, she would never stoop so low as to stake her own purity on a gamble. You? As my woman? Ha! No thanks. Just when Iwansu thought he'd finally agree, Yifan waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head like a rattle, his expression one of utter disdain. Yi Fan, what's your problem? Are you saying I'm not good enough for you? Iwansu was fuming. This man was infuriating. I'm only 3 years older than you, and I'm undeniably a top-tier beauty. How is me being your woman a loss for you? Originally, the bet had been a casual one. She hadn't taken it seriously. There was no way Yi Fan could defeat her. With her 8th level martial emperor strength and the trump cards passed down by her grandfather, she was confident. Her grandfather had once told her that among the younger generation, fewer than 3 could rival her. But Yi Fan's contemptuous attitude made her feel as if she'd swallowed a fly, her temper flaring up again instantly. This wasn't about the bet anymore. It was about pride. She, a peerless beauty whom countless men fought to marry, was being looked down upon by Yi Fan. Iwansu felt deeply wounded and utterly humiliated. What was Yi Fan's deal? Was he deliberately provoking her? He had to be. Of course it's a loss for me. Look at me. I'm this handsome, a god among men. For you to become my woman? I'd be robbed. Yi Fan spoke with absolute seriousness before glancing at Pang Hai and adopting a magnanimous tone. Sigh. Fine. Since you're so sincere, and you are technically my subordinate, refusing would hurt your pride, wouldn't it? All right, the bet stands. Just focus on leading the Vermilion Bird Division in loyal service to the Tianji Pavilion. All for the Tianji Pavilion. Iwansu was now completely enraged. I've never met someone as shameless as you. Go to hell. This time, when she attacked, she held nothing back, her martial power erupting with thunderous force. The sheer intensity of her aura sent shockwaves through the abandoned district, churning the clouds overhead and stirring the very air around her. Even the martial families lurking outside the area sensed the violent fluctuations of energy. Their curiosity piqued. What's going on? In broad daylight, the Tianji Pavilion is already making moves. That's terrifying power, at least 5th level martial emperor or higher. After years of decline, it's impressive they still have such experts. Stay put. Let them take the lead and weaken the evil spirits. We'll act tonight. Most martial clans assumed the Tianji Pavilion was battling supernatural entities, unaware that the evil spirits had already been eradicated. They were long gone. Back in the abandoned district, Yi Fan no longer evaded Iwansu's assault. Boom! Matching her 8th level martial emperor strength, his own aura surged forth, amplified by the divine fragment's power and an ancient, oppressive energy that clearly overshadowed hers. When Iwansu threw a punch, Yi Fan merely flicked his fingers, effortlessly catching her wrist. Despite channeling her full power, enough to shatter buildings, her fist struck his palm like a feather, its force dissipating into nothingness. How is this possible? TSK. Such soft hands. Yi Fan smirked, rubbing her delicate wrist teasingly. Iwansu shuddered in disgust. Disgusting. This shameless, lecherous. She yanked her arm back, her expression darkening with fury. You vile pervert. I underestimated you. Watch closely. I'm not holding back anymore. Good. Let's see just how big it really is. While speaking, Yi Fan's gaze swept shamelessly over Iwansu's chest. Iwansu wore a red dress, and due to the fight, the neckline had loosened considerably, barely containing the voluptuous curves beneath. At this point, half-moon arcs were already visible, their size surely too much for a single hand to grasp. As Yi Fan spoke, his fingers mimicked the motion. Though Iwansu had never personally experienced such vulgarity, she wasn't clueless. Seeing his gesture and the leer in his eyes, she immediately understood his meaning. Ah, I'll kill you. You stay right there, don't move. She shrieked, retreating swiftly while summoning energy in her palms, likely preparing a formidable formation. Yi Fan chuckled. Beauty, who's the fool here, you or me? If I obediently stood still while you finished setting up a formation to beat me up, I'd have to be out of my mind. The moment Iwansu formed her first seal, Yi Fan lunged forward, closing the distance instantly. Expecting an attack, Iwansu braced herself only for Yi Fan to lightly pinch her cheek. TSK, such tender skin. What a shame not to use it for cupping therapy. Huh? What? Pang Hai, standing in the square, took several seconds to process the words before rubbing his own head in disbelief. This new lord of the Tianji Pavilion really marches to his own drum. Even the back door isn't his style. Mocking Iwansu, the esteemed vermilion bird chief of Tianji Pavilion, so boldly? What kind of future awaited them now? Meanwhile, Yamada Keiko, recording the battle, couldn't help but laugh. Master is amazing. Go, master. In her heart, once she had acknowledged Yifan as her master, she would support him unconditionally, no questions asked. Ah! Yifan, you shameless, despicable rogue. I'm going to kill you. The seal Iwansu had just formed dissipated instantly. This wretched man. First, he taunted her, then pinched her cheek and suggested cupping therapy for her flawless face? Absolutely outrageous. Furious, Iwansu reached for her battle saber, but then she noticed something strange. Where Yifan had touched her cheek and wrist, a warm current surged into her body, transforming into martial energy and a revitalizing force that nourished her from within. Though the energy was faint, its purity sent an unprecedented wave of comfort through her. An involuntary moan escaped her lips. Huh? Panghai's eyebrows shot up at the sound. What the? Just moments ago, the vermilion bird chief had been seething with rage. Now, her demeanor had shifted entirely. Was she getting turned on? A herd of imaginary alpacas stampeded through Panghai's mind. No way. Does young Master Yi have some kind of magic? Are they really going from fighting to that? Despite her lingering fury, Iwansu's body betrayed her. She craved more of that warmth. And the way to get it? More physical contact with Yifan. As realization dawned, her gaze toward him changed entirely. If his body truly held such miraculous power, he was nothing short of a cultivation treasure trove. Just a brief touch had granted her such a surge of energy. Imagine what deeper intimacy could do? Her martial prowess could skyrocket like a rocket. For instance, if she lost the bet and became his woman, would it really be such a bad deal? It'd just be for cultivation purposes. Watching Iwansu's shifting expressions, Yifan smirked. She's figured it out. And he had planned it this way. Normally, he could suppress the ember flame energy within him, preventing its transfer to others. But Iwansu was a core figure of Tianji Pavilion, someone he wanted to subdue without excessive force. The best victory was 1-1 without battle. Ah! MMPH. You brute! The fight between Iwansu and Yifan continued, but the murderous edge had faded, replaced by her increasingly flustered cries. Panghai, watching from the sidelines, grew more and more confused. Huh? The vermilion bird chief could have exploited that opening in Yifan's stance. Wait, why is she deliberately throwing herself into his arms now? Did she skip breakfast? As a seasoned fighter, Panghai scrutinized the battle but couldn't make sense of it. Because now, Iwansu's attack seemed less about defeating Yifan and more about getting him to spank her? Or pinch her cheeks? Or some other form of contact? The realization left Panghai dumbfounded. What in the world is happening? From what he'd observed, every woman who crossed paths with Yifan, aside from his 7 sisters-in-law, eventually fell for him. Ren Shuiying, Wang Yao, Xiao Wan, Qing Rulan, then Chulanwei, and even the imperial consort Ji Ningxuan. And now, the vermilion bird chief Iwansu seemed destined for the same fate. Panghai wasn't wrong. By now, Iwansu was utterly consumed, obsessed, intoxicated, lost in the sensation. It was real. Every touch from Yifan's hands or body sent that miraculous warmth surging through her, elevating her strength. At her current level, 8th grade martial emperor, progress was agonizingly slow, sometimes impossible. Yet, in just minutes under Yifan's influence, she was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th grade. The revelation made her eyes gleam with excitement. So this is why he's the Pavilion Lord? Now she was grateful for their earlier wager. If I lose, I become his woman. And right now, Iwansu was eager to lose. Today, I'm testing his limits, depth, length, everything. Hurry up and unleash your ultimate move. I'm waiting to see it. Yifan, having achieved his goal, set aside his playful demeanor and grew serious. As one of the 4 great elders of the Tianji Pavilion, the vermilion bird elder Yifan wanted to gauge Iwansu's true capabilities. How much could he trust her? How much could he rely on her in the future? No longer teasing her by touching her face or backside, Yifan instead threw a punch aimed at Iwansu's shoulder. At the same time, he intended to use the recoil to retreat, giving her space to form hand seals and activate her killing array. He was curious, would his own evil-slaying array and absolute domain prove superior, or would Iwansu's ultimate move be more formidable? Ah! To Yifan's surprise, before his fist could even land, Iwansu suddenly staggered and collapsed to the side, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yifan, you win. You heartless bastard. Not an ounce of gentleness for a delicate woman like me. Clutching her chest, Iwansu stared at Yifan with a gaze akin to a wolf eyeing its prey. If not for her restraint, she might have even drooled. Having remained chaste for 23 years, Iwansu had long heard from her fellow disciples how wondrous it was to be with a man. And the Yifan before her was ridiculously handsome, tall, elegant, and exuding an inexplicable charm that drew her in. More importantly, the strange fiery energy within him could dramatically enhance her strength. If she could harness his unique talent to elevate her power beyond the 9th rank of the martial emperor realm, wouldn't that bring the Tianji Pavilion one step closer to revival? All for the great Xia. All for the Tianji Pavilion. With that thought, Iwansu had fully convinced herself. So what if I become his woman? As long as I take the initiative, I won't lose out. Meanwhile, Yifan was still baffled. Elder Yi, you're surrendering already? Where's your pride? Think carefully, if you lose, the price you'll pay is steep. He was frustrated. Though he knew subduing Iwansu was inevitable, he hadn't expected her to concede so quickly without even using her ultimate move. Worse, she seemed eager to lose. The situation left him uneasy, as if he were about to become the victim. That's it? Vermilion Bird Elder, are you sure you've lost? Nearby, Pang Hai had witnessed the entire fight. Yifan's punch hadn't even touched Iwansu before she collapsed. This is too fake. I've lost. Elder Pang, I ask you to bear witness. From this moment onward, the Vermilion Bird Division pledges allegiance to Sect Master Yifan, obeying all his commands, and yours, of course. Iwansu's burning gaze remained fixed on Yifan as she added, as for the additional bet, I'll honor that too. Pang Hai's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. He had expected a life-or-death battle between Iwansu and Yifan, with one of them falling. Instead, Iwansu had surrendered without a fight and was even prepared to fulfill the second condition on the spot. Young Master Yi, let's go. We're martial artists, no need for fancy arrangements. That spot over there looks perfect. As she spoke, Iwansu glanced toward a small park on the plaza's edge, surrounded by trees and overgrown grass. Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Yifan's wrist and began dragging him toward it. Pang Hai staggered, nearly falling over. This brazen. Rumors painted the Vermilion Bird Elder as untouchable, no man dared approach within a meter of her. Yet here she was, ready to engage in outdoor combat? Is the world going mad, or am I just outdated? What kind of spell has young Master Yi cast on her? Yifan's eyelid twitched. Elder Yi, let's just forget the second condition. Your loyalty to the Tianji Pavilion is enough. No. I always keep my promises. We agreed, I will become your woman today. Unless you think I'm a liar. Her expression left no doubt. Yes, I'm after your body. Before Yifan could react, she yanked him toward the park with terrifying strength. Yifan, why are you running? Are you even a man? Humph. Did you really think I couldn't beat you? Boom. Crash. A brief but earth-shaking battle erupted from the park before silence fell. Back in the plaza, Pang Hai and Yamada Keiko watched as Yifan's t-shirt and jeans came flying out from the trees. Keiko, holding her phone in recording mode, asked eagerly, Elder Pang, should we keep filming? Pang Hai chuckled dryly. What's the point now? Who can say who's taking advantage of whom today? Ha! Serves young Master Yi right. He burst into laughter as if recalling something amusing. Yifan's emergence as the Tianji Pavilion's master had already stirred turmoil within the sect. Though the surface seemed calm, factions were scheming beneath. Unifying the Tianji Pavilion would be an uphill battle. But after today, the tides had shifted dramatically. With the Vermilion Bird Division's submission, Pang Hai's support, and Yuchong's enforcement haul, Yifan had finally gained a foothold. The path ahead would be smoother. The park's earlier skirmish had ended, but a new battle had begun, one equally intense. Outside the demolition zone, hidden martial families remained clueless about the events inside, sensing only the fluctuations of martial energy. What's happening in there? Why are two martial emperors fighting for so long? Is the evil spirit really that tough? Could the Tianji Pavilion be wiped out? Wait, the energy's fading. And, is that a man and a woman? The man's on the bottom? What the hell is going on? I don't get it. At this moment, on the grassy field of the park, Yifan was pinned to the ground by Iwansu, his hands restrained as she ruthlessly ground him against the dirt. Crazy woman, take it easy. The ground's full of rocks, my back is killing me. Yifan glared up at Iwansu looming over him. She's insane. Absolutely insane. Only now did Yifan realize Iwansu's true strength. This woman's power had reached at least the peak of the 9th-tier martial emperor realm. Not only that, she had conjured a mysterious formation that mimicked the effects of his absolute domain, suppressing all his trump cards. His teleportation, his absolute domain, none of his abilities could be activated now. In other words, despite being an 8th-tier martial emperor with numerous hidden techniques, Yi Fan found himself in the same helpless situation as when Zhou Ming had suppressed him with the divine fragment. Against Yi Wansu's brute force, he couldn't fight back at all. He was nothing but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Normally, intimate encounters between men and women should be enjoyable, especially with a peerless beauty like Yi Wansu. How many men would kill for a chance like this? But Yi Fan couldn't shake the discomfort. Shouldn't I be the one taking the lead here? Why am I the one being manhandled? You're a martial emperor. Your protective aura should be more than enough to handle a few rocks. Yi Wansu scolded him even as she shed her own garments. A blush crept across her face as if she'd suddenly remembered something, but her movements never faltered. This woman is downright ferocious. The heavens is their blanket, the earth is their bed. A powerful surge of warmth began to ripple through them. Buzz! The energy swiftly transformed into martial force, flooding into both Yi Fan and Yi Wansu's bodies. At the center of the abandoned district, two massive vortices of martial force formed, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space as energy converged from all directions. Just as I thought. Even as discomfort racked her body, Yi Wansu clearly sensed the overwhelming martial force nourishing and elevating her strength. She had been stuck at the 9th-tier martial emperor realm for years, unable to progress further. Crack! The moment the energy fully merged with her, the barrier restricting her power shattered. She was breaking through to the martial saint realm. Heavens! I'm advancing under these circumstances. A glance downward made her burn with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's hands were anything but idle. Whether appropriate or not, he left no inch unexplored. The moment Yi Wansu blocked one advance, another fell. Humph! This brat is utterly shameless. Stop moving. I'm breaking through to martial saint. Her expression turned serious as she channeled the surging energy within her, accelerating her cultivation. Huh? After enduring her torment for so long, Yi Wansu suddenly announced she was advancing? Is she joking? But Yi Fan could indeed sense her martial force skyrocketing. She truly was on the verge of a breakthrough. Damn it! Frustration gnawed at him. He won a wife through a bet only to find he couldn't defeat her. Not only had she pinned him down, but now, after a single intimate encounter, she was ascending to martial saint? With her innate restrictive techniques, did this mean he'd never stand a chance against her? Would he spend the rest of his days getting beaten up by his own wife? To be fair, Yi Fan had also received a massive feedback of martial energy during their exchange. But after absorbing the divine fragment, his body was already saturated to the point of bursting. It wasn't that he didn't want to advance, his physical limits simply couldn't handle further growth until his constitution improved. Helpless, he could only watch as his unbelievably talented wife broke through right before his eyes. A long while later, Yi Wansu finally achieved her breakthrough. She was likely the youngest martial saint in Great Xia's history, and a female one at that. Astonished yet pleased, she smirked and leaned down to pat Yi Fan's cheek. Little brother. You really are my treasure of a man. Hee hee. As she spoke, she pinched his face playfully. Humph. That's payback for teasing me earlier. Before Yi Fan could react, she stood and stepped away. That's it? Yi Fan was speechless. You got what you wanted, but what about me? You're just going to leave me hanging like this? On the other side, Yi Wansu didn't give him another glance. With a flick of her wrist, a crimson dress wrapped around her exquisite figure, concealing her curves. Humph. Next time, if you want another look, you'll have to actually defeat me first. She shot him a coquettish glance, her cheeks still faintly flushed, but her tone deliberately provocative. You did well today. Big Sis is very satisfied. The humiliation. As he adjusted his clothes, Yi Fan stared at her in exasperation. He'd interacted with his 7 sisters-in-law, even imperial consorts and princesses, but this Yi Wansu was in a league of her own. Equal parts infuriating and irresistible. He itched to spank her again, but now that she was a martial saint, even his teleportation might not guarantee a hit. One thing puzzled him, though, if Yi Wansu had always been this powerful, a 9th-tier martial emperor, why had he so easily spanked her during their initial bet? Why had she agreed to the wager in the first place? Now he was the one who felt like the victim. A saying came to mind. The true hunter often appears as prey. Had he been the one hunted by Yi Wansu all along? Hey, this little vixen. She's something else. Just wait, I'll train harder. Once I surpass you, we'll see who's laughing then. The two emerged from the grassy field. Yi Fan still looked dashing and radiant, while Yi Wansu's face was now flushed with a rosy hue. Compared to her earlier stern demeanor, she now carried a touch of delicate charm. As the dark clouds parted, a beam of sunlight fell upon Iwansu, illuminating her crimson dress. She looked like a celestial fairy who had mistakenly descended to the mortal world. The breathtaking sight left Panghai and Yamada Keiko utterly stunned. Vermilion Bird Division Leader, you broke through? Panghai could sense the surging martial energy radiating from Iwansu, his face filled with shock. Hadn't the Vermilion Bird Division Leader just been fulfilling her promise with the Pavilion Master, engaging in some life exchanges? And just like that, after their exchange, she had directly ascended to the Martial Saint Realm? That was the Martial Saint Realm. Good heavens! The Tianji Pavilion had never produced a Martial Saint in all its years of existence. Now, with Iwansu's breakthrough, the pavilion's influence would instantly rise to a whole new level. Moreover, the fact that the Vermilion Bird Division Leader had not only reached the Martial Saint Realm but had also submitted to Yi Fan's authority would serve as a powerful deterrent to the other division leaders, ensuring they wouldn't dare act recklessly. A fortunate breakthrough, all thanks to my little brother Yi Fan. Iwansu cast a sly glance at Yi Fan. Without his help, I might never have had this opportunity in my lifetime. Huh? Standing beside her, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel something was off about her words. So I was just a tool? But then again, he smirked inwardly. No matter how impressive you are, what does it matter? You're still my woman now. Rest assured, Elder Pang, Iwansu said solemnly, bowing to Yi Fan and Panghai. I will honor all the conditions I agreed to. From today onward, the Vermilion Bird Division will fully obey the Pavilion Master's orders. As she straightened up, her gaze swept over the collapsed ruins of the demolition zone. Now, I must deal with the evil spirits here. Elder Pang, please take my little brother and leave first. Deal with the evil spirits? Panghai frowned in confusion, unsure of what Iwansu meant. Yamada Keiko also stared at her curiously. She had been heartbroken seeing how Iwansu had bullied her master earlier. If given the chance, Keiko would have gladly ambushed Iwansu with a sneak attack. Is there a problem? Iwansu raised an eyebrow. Elder Pang, my strength has now reached the Martial Saint Realm, making me the strongest in Tianji Pavilion, correct? Since evil spirits have emerged in Huadu, it's my duty to assist the Pavilion Master. Even if I can't defeat them outright with my power, escaping unharmed shouldn't be an issue. As she spoke, she unleashed her formidable perception to scan the demolition zone. But to her surprise, despite her Martial Saint-level senses, she couldn't detect even a trace of evil energy. What's going on? Hadn't she sensed the evil spirit's presence here just moments ago? Had they escaped in the brief time she'd been occupied with Yi Fan? Vermilion Bird Division Leader, you're overthinking it, Panghai said. The evil spirits here were already eradicated by the Pavilion Master before you arrived. The underground formation and the spirit's skeletal remains have been completely destroyed. There's no need for concern. Panghai had personally accompanied Yi Fan underground and witnessed him using formations and scorching flames to reduce the indestructible bones to ashes. The divine fragments and soul bones had all been claimed by Yi Fan, there was no doubt about it. The Pavilion Master destroyed the evil spirits? This time it was Iwansu's turn to be shocked. She stared at Yi Fan in disbelief before shifting her gaze to Panghai and Yamada Keiko. Yi Fan was only at the 8th rank of the Martial Emperor realm. Even with her 9th rank Martial Emperor strength and the secret techniques passed down by her grandfather, Iwansu hadn't been confident in facing the evil spirits directly, she had only intended to reinforce the seals. Yet Yi Fan, at the 8th rank, had effortlessly annihilated them? From the moment she last sensed the evil energy to her arrival, barely 10 minutes had passed. How had he accomplished such a feat in such a short time? When Iwansu looked to Panghai and Yamada Keiko for confirmation, both nodded firmly. Vermilion Bird Division Leader, this is a serious matter, we wouldn't lie to you. At this moment, Yi Fan finally felt like he had regained his dignity. Being pinned down earlier had been emasculating. But now seeing Iwansu's stunned expression, he couldn't help but feel smug. See? Your man is still plenty strong. Iwansu smirked. Oh? It seems I underestimated you. If you could handle something as troublesome as evil spirits so easily, then Tianji Pavilion may truly have a prodigy in its midst. She let out a long exhale, her worries finally put to rest. With the evil spirits gone, Huadu's crisis had been averted. If my little brother is this impressive, he deserves a reward. With that, she wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck and planted a fierce kiss on his lips. I'll be waiting for the day you can overpower me. Then I'll let you have your way with me. See you later. In the next instant, a flash of crimson streaked through the air, and just like when she arrived, Iwansu vanished without a trace. Sigh. Watching the red figure disappear, Yi-fan couldn't help but sigh. How am I supposed to deal with this bewitching woman in the future? Congratulations, young Master Yi. Peng Hai bowed respectfully. With the Vermilion Bird Division's support, you're halfway to fully controlling Tianji Pavilion. And now that the division leader has become your woman, she'll undoubtedly be a formidable asset in the future. Yi-fan's cheek twitched. Peng Hai had a way with words, especially his choice phrasing about the future. Though he had only known Yi Wansu for a short while, Yi-fan could already tell she would be a powerful ally. Let's go. We're leaving too. As he spoke, Yi-fan pulled out an empty box, infused it with a wisp of death energy, and tossed it into the collapse pit at the center of the plaza. Though the evil spirits had been dealt with easily, Yi-fan knew the real struggle over their emergence had only just begun. Numerous martial families and experts lurked around the demolition zone, waiting for nightfall to make their move. And when they did, they'd find the surprises he had left behind, the box, the poison traps, the formations, and his paper puppets. Let them discover these little gifts one by one. Just as Yi-fan, Peng Hai, and Yamada Keiko turned to leave, his grandfather's frantic call came through. Xiaofan, something's happened, don't come looking for me. Sabi. Before his grandfather could continue, the phone was snatched away and a cold voice hissed through the receiver. Hello there, grandson Yi-fan. You have 30 minutes to bring the map you possess to compound number 38 in Huadu's southern suburbs. If you're late, prepare to collect your grandfather's corpse. Who are you? Listening to the gloomy voice on the phone, Yi-fan's expression darkened to the extreme. Whose people are these? The Prince of Jin? How dare they act so arrogantly against grandfather? Grandfather was a veteran who had fought countless battles in his youth. They might dare to target the younger generation of the Yi family, but laying a hand on grandfather was a different matter, one they'd have to think twice about. Even when they had previously killed the 10 great prodigies of the Yi family, they hadn't dared to touch grandfather. Had they finally lost their patience? Heh, no need to be so distant. We share blood ties after all. By lineage, I should be your second grandfather, your blood relative. If you cooperate and behave, I won't forget our bond. Though the voice on the other end seemed to be laughing, Yi-fan could sense the icy malice through the phone. Second grandfather? Yi-fan's mind instantly flashed to what Nangong Aoyue had told him. The ancient martial Yi family? Was the Yi family patriarch moving against the Yunqing Yi family so soon? Even his own descendants weren't to be spared? Seems you're smarter than the rumors say. Everyone claimed you were a fool, but you've deceived them all. Hurry up and come. I'll only wait half an hour. Otherwise, not just your grandfather, but all those women of yours will suffer the consequences. You dare! Yi-fan's killing intent erupted, his fury boiling over. Family and loved ones, these were Yi-fan's bottom line. He could endure whatever the Yi family's enemies did to him, but if they dared to target his family or women, he would make them pay. Beep, beep, beep. Before Yi-fan could respond, the call was abruptly cut off. Damn it! The ancient martial Yi family had arrived far sooner than expected. Nangong Aoyue had warned him. The Yi family patriarch, in his search for the inherited bloodline, had already exterminated all other branches of the Yi family. Now only the Yunqing branch remained. Yi-fan knew his own condition all too well. The flickering flame within him, the dragon mark on his chest. He was almost certainly the bloodline heir the patriarch sought. If the so-called second grandfather discovered his anomaly, the ancient martial Yi family would immediately wipe out the Yunqing Yi family and seize the bloodline. Moreover, just how strong was this second grandfather? Yi-fan was already at the Emperor Realm 8th grade. In the entire Great Xia, even if the patriarchs of other great families made a move, he wouldn't flinch. But against the old monsters of the ancient martial world, he wasn't so confident. Just earlier, he had been utterly humiliated by Yi Wansu. Now, he understood clearly, this world held far stronger opponents than he had ever imagined. His previous understanding had been flawed. He once thought Emperor Realm experts were rare, only because he hadn't reached that level himself. He assumed Saint Realm warriors were scarce, but again it was because he hadn't stepped into that domain. His aloof wife, Yi Wansu, had left too soon. If she were still here, he might have stood a better chance against second grandfather. Meanwhile, in the direction Yi Wansu had departed, She had just entered a crimson luxury car when her assistant handed her a report. Chief, urgent intel, the ancient martial Yi family has made their move. They've arrived in Huadu and have taken the Yi family's patriarch hostage to blackmail Yi Fan. Exhausted from her earlier battle, despite her breakthrough to the Saint Realm, Iwansu had been about to rest. But at her subordinate's words, she immediately perked up. The Yi family's patriarch? She skimmed the report, her mind racing. From now on, wasn't the Yi patriarch also her grandfather? She was Yi Fan's woman now. His affairs were hers as well. Recalling the passion they had shared earlier, a faint smile curled her lips, a rare warmth softening her features. Her assistant stared in shock. Huh? What's going on with the chief? In all these years, she's never shown such a blissful expression. Is this spring fever? Chief, should we intervene? You once said that Yi Fan was unworthy of leading the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, that his mind was full of nothing but women. Maybe we should let the Yi family tear themselves apart. It might work in our favor. Before the assistant could finish, Iwansu cut her off sharply. When did I ever say Yi Fan was unworthy? But just earlier The assistant was utterly baffled. Before entering the demolition zone to confront Yi Fan and Pang Hai, Iwansu had insisted on teaching him a lesson, even killing him if necessary. How had her attitude shifted so drastically in mere moments? Then, the assistant noticed the love bite on Iwansu's neck, left there by Yi Fan. Realization dawned. Chief, you and Yi Fan, you too. Earlier, inside the demolition zone, the assistant had sensed the intense fluctuations of energy. Iwansu's aura pressing down, Yi Fan's beneath her. The strange positions had been puzzling at the time, but now, seeing the mark, everything clicked. So that's what happened. Don't look. Don't ask. Iwansu shot her a glare, masking her embarrassment before continuing coldly. Issue an immediate heavenly decree, top priority. From this moment onward, the Vermilion Division, including myself, will obey the new pavilion master, Yi Fan, unconditionally. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Also, Xiaofeng, prepare something suitable for an elderly gentleman. Then head to South Suburb, number 38. It's time I paid my respects to the family elder. She checked her reflection in the car's mirror. Xiaofeng, do I look presentable? Will the elder dislike my appearance? Though she could be wild and unrestrained with Yi Fan, in front of the Yi patriarch, she had to make a good impression. After all, he was not just family now, he was a revered war hero who had dedicated his life to Great Xia. You look stunning, Chief. Radiant and beautiful. Even I'm smitten. Hee. Looking for a beating? Hurry up and get things done. I'll head over first. If those ancient martial old fools think they can bully my man, they'd better see if they can handle my fists. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes as her aura flared. Bang! She lost control for a split second, and the car's windows shattered instantly. Yep, definitely the Tyrannosaurus in the flesh. What the hell just happened? Some idiot over there actually blew up his own car window. Haha, I'm dying. A perfectly good Porsche. Ruined just like that. The moment Iwansu left, the martial arts experts from various families, who had been hiding in the woods and buildings nearby, couldn't help but mock the scene. A martial artist who couldn't even control their own energy, and they still had the nerve to stick around? Thank God that stupid bitch left. If she'd stayed, she'd probably have ended up dead today. The martial family experts spoke without restraint, completely unaware of how fortunate they were that Iwansu hadn't heard them. Otherwise, those words alone would have been enough to send them straight to the King of Hell. Damn it! Why isn't it dark yet? The commotion in the demolition zone has quieted down. Did the Tianji Pavilion experts already deal with the evil entity? No way! That thing's too powerful. If the Tianji Pavilion could handle it that fast, why would they have waited all these years? Still, they must have reinforced the seals inside. Boss, should we still wait for nightfall? All the martial artists extended their senses toward the demolition zone, only to find that the previously surging aura of death had weakened significantly, leaving only faint traces of its presence. To the northeast of the demolition zone, Lu Tianxiong, the chief steward of the ancient martial Lu family, frowned as he glanced toward the area and said coldly, "No, we can't wait any longer. If we delay until night, more people will gather, and our chances will shrink. Tell the brothers to move out as planned." To the southwest, Zhou Dehong, the patriarch of the hidden Zhou family, also gave the order, "Pass down my command. Begin the operation immediately." Boom! Boom! Less than 5 minutes after Yifan, Iwansu, Pang Hai, and the others had left, the martial artists lurking in the demolition zone seemed to act in unison, surging from all directions toward the core area. But within seconds, screams erupted from within. "Ah! What the hell? Why does this dust taste like chili? My eyes? I can't see. My nose? Why is it rotting? Poison. Holy shit! The dust is poisoned. The leaves are poisoned. Even the rocks on the ground are poisoned. Ah! Ah! Ah!" In mere moments, waves of agonized shrieks rose from the outskirts of the demolition zone. Dozens of martial artists collapsed, some at the Grandmaster level, even a few martial venerables, all incapacitated by the potent toxins. These poisons had been laid by Yifan before his departure. Just a few dozen simple poison traps had already wiped out a significant portion of the martial family's forces. Which goddamn bastard set up these poison traps? The families who followed behind saw the gruesome sight, some victims half dissolved by the toxins, and immediately grew cautious, halting at the perimeter, unwilling to advance recklessly. This has to be the Tianji Pavilion's doing. They were the only ones who entered the demolition zone earlier. They must have already made their move against the evil entity, but they couldn't have taken the treasures yet. Otherwise, why bother with these traps? Right? That's got to be it. Stay sharp, everyone. Push forward. Whoever gets there first claims the spoils. Move now. Whoosh! Despite the heavy losses, the martial families, lured by the promise of the fragments near the evil entity, ignored the risks and charged forward once more. To the northeast, Lu Tianxiong had brought over 100 martial artists, most of them at least at the Grandmaster level. But after repeated poison ambushes, more than half were dead. Of the remaining 20 or 30, some were already weakened by the toxins. "Chief Steward, should we keep going? We've lost too many brothers. Who knows what other traps the Tianji Pavilion has set? Even if we reach the core and find the divine fragments, the other families will swarm us. We won't stand a chance." "Yeah, Chief Steward, maybe we should retreat." Having lost so many without even glimpsing the evil entity or the fragments, the Lu family's morale was crumbling. Retreat? Like hell. Remember what the patriarch said. If we return empty-handed, none of us will live. Keep pushing forward. Lu Tianxiong glanced behind him. As someone barely at the martial emperor level, he could sense the many martial families watching their every move. If the Lu family succeeded, the others would turn on them immediately. But after sacrificing so much, with the core zone almost within reach, how could Lu Tianxiong back down now? Finally, after losing a few more men, the Lu family broke through the poison traps, only for a figure to appear before them. Yifan? At the sight of the man, Lu Tianxiong's heart lurched. Instinctively, he grabbed one of his subordinates and shoved them forward as a shield. The move was despicable, but it saved his life. The unlucky subordinate, however, wasn't so fortunate. Thud! A sword pierced straight through their chest, killing them instantly. This Yifan was nothing more than a paper puppet Yifan had left behind, enhanced with forbidden techniques from the puppet sect, granting it formidable combat power. It's Yifan. Shit, he's back. To the southeast, the martial artists who had just broken through the poison traps also spotted Yifan. Southwest, northwest, no matter which direction they came from, every martial family near the core zone encountered Yifan, as if seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Several more elite fighters fell to the puppet's blade. With Yifan appearing everywhere, and an ancient aura now permeating the demolition zone, suppressing their martial power. The situation grew increasingly bizarre. The fighters, already on edge, began turning on each other, their paranoia escalating into full-blown slaughter. The weaker families, the Lius, the Zhous, were swiftly crushed by the true powerhouses. Within minutes, another wave of martial artists lay dead in the central plaza. Finally, 7 or 8 families reached the deepest part of the zone, where the ancient well had once stood. Now, it was nothing but a massive crater, black mist seeping from its depths. The evil entity is here. The divine fragments must be down there. Charge! Someone roared, and instantly, every gaze locked onto the ancient box resting at the bottom of the pit. That box was precisely what Yifan had left behind before departing. Inside the box, Yifan had sealed nearly all the death energy he had stockpiled, barely suppressing it with an array. Once opened, the array would fail, releasing its contents. The death energy within bore a resemblance to the sinister black mist of evil spirits. It could devour and corrode all living beings in its vicinity. When leaving the box behind, Yifan had deliberated carefully. But according to intelligence from the Tianji Pavilion, none of the families and organizations eyeing the emergence of the evil spirits were virtuous. If that was the case, then their deaths in pursuit of the divine fragment would weigh little on his conscience. Damn it, Lu Tianxiong. I saw that box first. Try laying a finger on it. I dare you. Bullshit. Does it have your name on it? If you saw it, does that make it yours? Go ahead, call out to it. See if it answers. Lu Tianxiong had already lost most of his men. After sacrificing several subordinates to finally kill Yifan, he discovered that the Yifan they had slain was nothing more than a puppet corpse. Having fought his way here at such cost, Lu Tianxiong wasn't about to let the box slip away. You worthless trash dare act insolent before my ancient martial Shin family? Scram, all of you. Patriarch Shin, don't speak too soon. Our Wang family has a stake in this box as well. In an instant, dozens of martial families and organizations surrounded the massive pit. The surging martial auras kicked up dust, thickening the air with tension. Fine then, let's settle this by strength. Brothers, kill. Whoever seizes the divine fragment will elevate their family to glory. A roar erupted from the crowd, and hundreds of martial artists charged forward recklessly. Boom! Boom! The battle turned into indiscriminate slaughter. Any fighter who dared approach the box was instantly bombarded by attacks from all sides. Within seconds, several martial venerables were brutally slain under the combined assault. Yet even so, the remaining martial factions and experts continued their frenzied advance. The collapsed pit soon became a natural grave, piling high with corpses. The fighting above raged on, the factions consumed by bloodlust. Meanwhile, Lu Tianxiong, now wounded by 2 slashes, twitched his face and stealthily crawled beneath the corpses. Using the bodies as cover, he slithered to the pit's bottom. Unnoticed by the battling warriors above, he seized the box. Ha! The box is finally mine. My Lu family will rise at last. Clutching the box tightly, Lu Tianxiong grinned triumphantly. His cunning had paid off. While the others slaughtered each other above, he had slipped through unnoticed. The box! His laughter instantly drew the attention of the fighters above. What the hell? How did a nobody like the Lu family get it? What now? Screw this. What was the point of all that killing? Only about 8 factions remained atop the pit, all elite ancient martial families or reclusive clans with formidable strength. With the box in Lu Tianxiong's hands, none dared act rashly. Each waited for another to make the first move. After such prolonged slaughter, they had all reached their limits. Whoever struck now would face the combined wrath of the others. Lu Tianxiong, at the pit's bottom, became the fulcrum of this fragile balance. Had the box truly contained the divine fragment, he might have succeeded. But alas, it held only death energy. Ha! It belongs to the Lu family now. Seeing the factions above frozen in hesitation, Lu Tianxiong burst into maniacal laughter. He knew escape was impossible. But if he opened the box here and absorbed the divine fragment on the spot, none would dare oppose him then. With that thought, he reached to pry open the box. Stop! The Marshall families above burned with fury, but could only watch helplessly as Lu Tianxiong lifted the ancient box's lid. Whoosh! The moment it opened, a violent surge of black death energy erupted, expanding wildly and engulfing the entire demolition zone in seconds. Ah, damn it! This black mist is toxic. It's devouring our vitality. My hand. It's rotting away. It's a trap. The Tianji Pavilion set us up. They must have taken the relic beneath the evil spirit and lured us here to die. How ruthless! The martial experts quickly pieced together the truth. Though the death energy's corrosive power was immense, those at the martial venerable realm or higher could resist briefly. In desperation, clan leaders and faction heads used their subordinates as shields, trying to flee. But then, a golden light flared from below. Yifan's prearranged evil-slaying array activated, trapping them all. Whoosh! Only the sounds of consumption and agonized screams remained. Minutes later, silence fell. The death energy vanished. The array dissipated. Even the corpses in the pit had been erased without a trace. A breeze stirred a few withered leaves. No one would guess that hundreds, perhaps thousands, of martial elites had perished here moments ago. Yet outside the demolition zone, more fighters continued to arrive, still hungry for the evil spirit's fragment. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Huadu's southern district, outside compound number 38, as Yifan parked his car, he sensed an ancient, eerie aura radiating from within the walls. The energy was so dense that even his Emperor-level 8th stage perception couldn't penetrate it. Since you're here, step inside. No need to hide. In my eyes, you're already dead. As the sounds echoed through the courtyard, Yifan could clearly sense a powerful spiritual consciousness locking onto him. Even with his extraordinary mental strength, he found himself unable to block or shake off the probing force. The sensation of being targeted was like being stared down by a venomous serpent, an experience Yifan hadn't encountered in a long time. His expression grew solemn. It seems Nangong Aoyue was right. The ancient martial Yi family is not to be underestimated. Old Pang, Keiko, stay outside, Yifan said gravely, locking eyes with them. Wait for my signal. If I don't send any word within half an hour, evacuate my 7 sisters-in-law and Shuiying immediately. The ancient martial Yi family had already set their sights on him and they'd tracked him down to Huadu with terrifying speed. Their deepest motive was undoubtedly the 9-dragon bloodline. If they confirmed his heritage, they'd likely kill him on the spot and forcibly extract his bloodline. Understood. Young Master Yi. Pang Hai, though deeply worried, could also sense the overwhelming martial energy and spiritual pressure radiating from the courtyard. If even Yifan, who was never one to hesitate, was this cautious, Pang Hai knew his own Emperor Realm, 5th layer, strength would be useless in there. After instructing Pang Hai and Yamada Keiko, Yifan strode into the courtyard. The moment his figure disappeared, Pang Hai immediately dialed Yi Wansu's number. Vermilion Bird Division Leader, where are you? The Pavilion Master is in danger, he's your man. You can't just stand by. Within the Tianji Pavilion, Yi Wansu was currently the strongest known expert. If she arrived in time, she might still save Yifan's life. Inside the courtyard. Upon entering the main hall, Yifan saw his grandfather, Yi Changfeng, bound to a chair with 2 martial experts pressing blades against his neck. Scattered across the floor were the bodies of fallen bodyguards, including Langfeng, his grandfather's chief protector. Longfeng's strength is still lacking. Yifan frowned. If we survive this, I'll have to enhance his power. In the secular world, few dare to challenge the Yi family. But now threats loomed from all sides. Jin Wang, the ancient martial Yi family, the holy envoy organization behind Zhou Ming, and even the Divine Gate, their sworn enemies. At the head of the room sat an elderly man in a tang suit, sipping tea while scrutinizing Yifan. Release my grandfather, Yifan demanded, his voice eerily calm. The old man smirked. Of course, but first, hand over what we came for. He continued, many covet the treasures of the Yi family. Our patriarch never intended to exterminate your branch, your lives hinge on my whim. Cooperate and I might spare you. No. Xiaofan, you shouldn't have come. Yi Changfeng suddenly shouted. Those maps were left by your mother, they concern the fate of the world. Never surrender them. The tank-suited elder's face darkened. Third brother, must you always be so reckless? Your lives are mine to take. I'm offering mercy out of kinship. Defy me and I'll wipe out your bloodline. With a glance at his subordinates, he gave a silent order. Thud. The two guards slammed the flat of their blades into Yi Changfeng's neck, knocking him unconscious. You're dead. Rage flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Activating his instant movement ability, he teleported behind the guards. At Emperor Realm 8th layer, he didn't hold back. Stab. Stab. His blade pierced their hearts and dantians in one fluid motion. Catching his grandfather, he retreated several meters and channeled vital energy to revive him. Xiao Fan. Run. Don't worry about me, you're no match for them. Yi Changfeng pleaded upon waking. They're from the ancient martial Yi family. Over a dozen branches have already been slaughtered. I know, grandfather. Yi Fan's reply was icy. I know exactly what they want. The tank-suited elder chuckled. Yi Fan. The world calls you a fool, yet here you stand, sharper than your grandfather. And far stronger. If the patriarch's search for the 9-dragon Yang bloodline led him to purge branch after branch, could it be that the legacy rests within this boy? A greedy thought flickered in the elder's mind. If I seize his bloodline for myself, I could surpass even the patriarch. Second grandfather, you flatter me. Yi Fan bowed slightly. You want the Yi family's maps? Fine, I have 3 fragments here. But in exchange, guarantee our safety. He produced the tattered pieces of the Immortal Palace map, feigning submission. Earlier, he'd probed the elder's strength, at least Saint Realm. Despite his flame domain, absolute territory, and instant movement, Yi Fan had no certainty of victory against such a foe. After all, even Yi Wansu, when unleashing her true power, had overpowered him effortlessly. Humph. I'll take these, but you misunderstand your position, boy. With a wave of energy, the elder snatched the map fragments and pocketed them. Then he advanced toward Yi Fan. I'll spare you both after I carve open your chest and examine your heart's blood. If it's worthless, you may yet live. The old man in Tang Zhuang's words instantly sent a chill down Yi Fan's spine. From the very beginning, this old man had never intended to spare him or his grandfather. He wanted to cut open Yi Fan's heart and examine his bloodline. For a martial artist, this was nothing short of destroying one's foundation. Once the heart's bloodline was exposed, even if Yi Fan survived, his strength, currently at the 8th grade martial emperor level, would plummet to the martial master realm at the very least. Worse still, if his heart's dantian were opened, the secrets of his ember flame and bloodline would be laid bare before the old man. They would undoubtedly seize his bloodline immediately, leaving him no chance of survival. Sigh. Yi Fan felt a pang of helplessness. Ever since learning of the ancient martial Yi family's intentions from Nangong Aoyue, he had been bracing for this moment. He had hoped they would come later, giving him more time to prepare, but they had arrived far too soon, leaving him no room to react. Now, with no other choice left, he had to fight with everything he had. He currently wielded the Ember Flame, Absolute Domain, Teleportation abilities, the Aura of Death, the Evil-Slaying Array from the Divine Fragment, and the Corpse Puppet Technique. With all these trump cards unleashed at once, he might just stand a chance. But Yi Fan knew one thing for certain, this battle would be brutal. Yi Zhong, you bastard! He's the only grandson I have left, must you be so ruthless? Yi Changfeng roared furiously upon hearing Yu Zhong's words. I endured it when you slaughtered my descendants back then, but now you've come to finish the job. You're nothing but a beast. Yu Zhong showed no anger at the insult. Instead, he replied coldly, Humph. Third brother, do you really think I care about the lives of a few stray dogs like you? The ancestors showed mercy by exiling you from the ancient martial family back then. Now, taking your lives is only natural. Whoosh. As he spoke, Yi Zhong moved, blurring toward Yi Changfeng with terrifying speed. Yi Fan, you have no choice. Since you refuse to cooperate, consider this a warning. I'll send your grandfather to meet King Yama first. Soon, your entire family will be reunited. His speed was extreme. So fast that even with his demon eye enhancement, Yi Fan couldn't track his movements. In the blink of an eye, Yi Zhong was upon them, a razor-sharp surge of energy slashing toward Yi Changfeng's throat. Yi Changfeng had never fully recovered from his past injuries. Though Yi Fan and Lei Qianjue had helped him regain some strength, restoring him to the peak of the Grandmaster realm and even allowing him to break through to the Martial Master level recently, he was still far outmatched. Between the Martial Master, Martial Emperor, and Martial Saint realms lay an insurmountable gap. How could Yi Changfeng possibly contend with Yi Zhong? He could feel the icy chill of death at his throat, the scent of the Reaper himself. Yet, against Yu Zhong's assault, he was powerless, left with no choice but to await his end. Swoosh! At the critical moment, Yi Fan acted. Activating his teleportation ability, he grabbed his grandfather and hurled him outside the gate. Grandfather, run. I'll handle this. With his grandfather present, Yi Fan had been holding back. But now, freed from that restraint, he could unleash every technique in his arsenal even if it meant fighting to the death. Interesting. Yu Zhong's initial strike had merely been a test, yet Yu Fan had dodged it effortlessly. His expression darkened. So, the bloodline the ancestor seeks is within you. Heh. Heaven truly favors me today. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Yu Fan had to be captured. Previously, Yu Zhong had only known him as the infamous fool of the Yi family. Never had he imagined such terrifying strength lay hidden beneath that facade. For a martial saint like himself to fail in killing Yi Changfeng under Yi Fan's watch was already shocking. From what he sensed, Yi Fan's cultivation was at least at the 8th or 9th grade of the martial emperor realm, yet his combat power neared the martial saint level. With this, Yu Zhong was certain Yi Fan possessed the 9-yang dragon vein. If he could seize it, his own strength would skyrocket, perhaps even freeing him from the ancestor's control. Whoosh! Ignoring Yi Changfeng's escape, he lunged at Yi Fan again. Absolute domain. Without hesitation, Yi Fan activated the divine fragment's unique power, instantly enveloping a 10-meter radius in an oppressive force. Gravity intensified dozens of times over, while a mysterious energy suppressed Yu Zhong's strength, plummeting him from the martial saint realm down to the martial emperor level. What? Yu Zhong's heart nearly stopped. What kind of sorcery was this? A technique that could suppress his cultivation? Still, as a veteran of the ancient martial Yi family, he had his own tricks. Instantly, he executed a forbidden art, halting the decline and stabilizing his strength at the 9th grade martial emperor level before retreating hastily. But Yi Fan knew opportunities like this were rare. He wouldn't let it slip away. Die! With a roar, his blade slashed toward Yu Zhong's neck, aiming to decapitate him in one strike. Channeling his full 8th grade martial emperor strength and teleportation, Yi Fan appeared right in front of Yu Zhong, his blade flashing toward the man's throat as if Yu Zhong had willingly offered his neck. Hiss! For the first time, panic flickered in Yi Zhong's eyes. Is this the power of the 9-yang dragon vein? He had already gone all out, yet a single moment of carelessness had nearly cost him his life. The blade's edge grazed his skin, a fraction deeper, and Yi Fan would have ended him. Humph! You underestimate me, boy. At the last second, Yi Zhong's head twisted unnaturally, bending at a 90-degree angle to evade the fatal strike. Oh! Though startled, Yi Fan didn't relent. As Yi Zhong's head twisted, his blade reversed direction. Squelch! Though he failed to behead Yi Zhong, the blade still found its mark, severing one of the old man's ears. Ah! Even though he was a martial saint-level expert, having his ear sliced off was still excruciatingly painful, forcing Yu Zhong to cry out in agony. Losing an ear wasn't fatal, but as a martial saint and a top-tier figure of the ancient martial Yi family, being wounded by a supposedly foolish young master from the secular world was a massive blow to his pride. Fearing further attacks from Yi Fan, Yi Zhong swiftly retreated 3 zhang, about 10 meters, escaping the range of Yi Fan's absolute domain. The moment he left the domain's control, Yi Zhong felt his strength return to the martial saint level, giving him a slight sense of relief. Wiping the blood from his face, he glanced at his severed ear on the ground. In the ancient martial world, with advanced medical techniques and special martial skills, reattaching the ear quickly could allow it to heal. But just as Yu Zhong moved to retrieve it, a foot suddenly stomped down on the ear, crushing it into dust with a burst of energy. Squelch! The ear shattered into powder, making any attempt at restoration impossible. Ah! You little bastard! You're dead! Damn it! Yu Zhong glared at Yi Fan, his eyes burning with fury. This brat was ruthless. Killing the body was nothing, destroying the spirit was true cruelty. That last move would have killed anyone else, even a martial saint. Yet not only had Yu Fan severed his ear, but he had also stomped it into oblivion. Humph! Ignoring the blood on his face, Yu Zhong unleashed his full martial saint power and charged at Yi Fan again. This time, to counter the absolute domain, he activated a secret forbidden technique beforehand to shield himself from its effects. But to his surprise, Yi Fan had already activated the evil-slaying formation. A surge of radiant energy erupted, instantly enveloping the area within a 3-zhang radius. What the hell? What trick are you pulling now? Do you really think your petty tricks can stop me? Yi Zhong sneered, assuming it was just another variation of the absolute domain. But halfway through his taunt, he realized something was wrong. The evil-slaying formation didn't just suppress strength, it also purified and absorbed anything within its range. My arm. Despite the protective barrier of his forbidden technique, the skin on Yu Zhong's arm began to corrode under the formation's power, turning bloody and mangled. Ha! Yi Zhong was shocked, but Yi Fan was even more stunned. He had used this formation against many martial experts before, even defeating the 9 nether young master with it. Yet Yu Zhong was resisting it? The formation's purification effect had only managed to slightly burn his skin. Yi Fan intensified the formation, trying to amplify its power. But Yu Zhong had already reacted. Shrouded in a strange aura, he retreated while slashing at Yi Fan with a devastating blade strike, using his martial saint-level energy to disrupt Yi Fan's next move. Boom! The strike landed, obliterating the entire courtyard in an instant. Outside the courtyard, Yi Chanfeng had barely escaped and regrouped with Pang Hai. Watching the dust and debris rise as the courtyard collapsed, his heart leaped into his throat. Pang Lao! Will Xiao Fan be all right? Yi Chanfeng's brows furrowed. Deep down, he knew he was only seeking false comfort. The power of the ancient martial Yi family was something he had avoided confronting for years. Though he had thrived in the secular world, compared to the Yi family, he was nothing. Any one of them could effortlessly crush countless experts in the mortal realm. Sigh. Yi Fan might have reached the martial emperor level, but Yi Zhong was a martial saint. Given enough time, Yi Fan might have stood a chance, but now? Don't worry, Elder Yi. The pavilion master will be fine. Our strongest expert from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is already on the way. He just needs to hold on for one more minute. Pang Hai's face was tense with worry. He won't need a minute, 30 seconds is enough. How dare they hurt my man? They're asking for death. A woman's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie on Pang Hai's belt, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. It was Yi Wansu. After merging her power with Yi Fan's, she had also broken through to the martial saint level. If she arrived in time, their combined strength might be enough to defeat Yu Zhong. But right now, Yu Zhong was out for blood. Could Yi Fan last until then? Cough, cough. Amid the ruins of the courtyard, Yi Fan waved away the dust, looking disheveled but unharmed. He had dodged most of Yi Zhong's attack, but even the residual force had been overwhelming. At the critical moment, the flame of providence within him flickered once more, neutralizing the remaining energy and saving his life again. Oh? Still alive? Yi Zhong emerged from the dust, his arm wound slowly healing as he channeled his energy. Seeing Yi Fan unharmed, his expression darkened. Your luck is truly astounding. Let's see how long it lasts. A sense of unease crept into Yu Zhong's heart. As a martial saint, he had attacked 3 times, yet he hadn't even scratched an 8th-rank martial emperor brat. Worse, he had lost an ear in the process. If this dragged on, he might actually lose to Yi Fan. He had to end this now. This was the secular world, and Yi Fan had powerful backers. There were even rumors of a hidden divine gate force linked to Yi Fan's mother. If they intervened, Yu Zhong wasn't confident of victory. But before he could act, Yi Fan struck first. Whoosh! With a thought, the flame of providence in his dantian flared and a surge of crimson fire erupted, engulfing Yu Zhong. This was Yi Fan's final trump card, Crimson Flame Incineration. In the past, this flame had reduced even martial emperors to ashes. Would it work on a martial saint? Before Yi Fan could finish the thought, whoosh! A blazing figure burst through the flames. Yi Zhong's beard, eyebrows, and clothes had been burned away, but his body, encased in a shimmering barrier, remained unharmed. In an instant, he lunged forward and seized Yi Fan by the throat. Now, you little bastard. Let's see you escape this. Holy shit. The blazing ember flame. A force powerful enough to incinerate all things. Couldn't even burn Yi Zhong to death? What kind of old monster is this? Watching Yi Fan charge out of the flames unharmed, Yi Zhong was so stunned his entire body froze. By now, Yi Zhong had exhausted nearly all his trump cards. Despite slicing off one of Yi Fan's ears and scorching away his beard, eyebrows, and hair, Yi Fan's vital energy remained completely unharmed. Sigh, is this the power of absolute strength? As Yi Zhong gripped Yi Fan by the throat, just when he thought it was all over, he realized Yi Fan wasn't immediately delivering the killing blow, only sealing off his martial energy. Huh? A flicker of confusion flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Humph, you little bastard. Don't worry. You will die today. But before that, I need to examine that peculiar bloodline of yours. Hey, you should be grateful it's special. Otherwise, you'd already be dead 100 times over. As a martial saint, Yi Fan effortlessly suppressed Yi Fan's life force with a surge of energy, rendering him powerless despite his myriad abilities. Boom! In a fit of rage, Yi Fan slammed Yi Zhong into the ground with such force that half his body was embedded in the concrete. Even though Yi Zhong had reached the martial emperor level, his physique far surpassing that of an ordinary man, The impact still sent waves of pain through his body without his martial energy to protect him. Swish! A dagger flashed in Yifan's hand, and without hesitation, he slashed open Yizhong's arm, letting his blood flow freely. At first, the blood appeared normal crimson just like any other person's. But 3 seconds later, something bizarre happened. The 9 dragon markings on Yizhong's chest erupted with a golden radiance, enveloping his entire body. His wound began healing at an alarming rate. Most shockingly, his blood shimmered with faint traces of gold. Wah! Standing beside him, Yifan trembled with excitement as he sensed the surge of draconic energy and the shifting hue of the blood. Ha ha ha! It's true. It really is the 9-yang dragon vein. Perfect. Can't let a drop go to waste. Without hesitation, Yifan clutched Yizhong's arm and began drinking his blood. The 9-yang dragon vein, a bloodline even more potent than the primordial dragons, contained power capable of shaking heaven and earth. Though this wasn't the proper method to seize its essence, absorbing its energy through blood was still a boon. Fuck me. Disgust surged through Yizhong. Damn it. In all his years, he'd only ever been intimate with women. Never had he been this close to another man. Every hair on his body stood on end, his very cells revolting in revulsion. Instinct screamed at him to escape, but with his meridians sealed, he couldn't muster even a wisp of martial energy. Yet as Yifan greedily drank his blood, an idea sparked in Yizhong's mind. Poison. Among the skills he'd gained from the dragon seal ring was a unique toxin. Though his body was immobilized, his mouth wasn't. Silently, he dissolved a poison pill with his tongue, letting the venom seep into his bloodstream and into Yifan's mouth. Yizhong never expected the toxin to outright kill a martial saint. But if it could disrupt his energy flow, maybe an opportunity would arise. Thanks to his rapid regeneration, the wound on Yizhong's arm soon stopped bleeding. The power of the 9-yang dragon vein is truly extraordinary. Yifan exhaled in satisfaction, his body brimming with newfound energy as he sneered at Yizhong. Pathetic. For you to inherit such a bloodline is nothing short of a waste. Just a few mouthfuls of blood had amplified his martial energy to staggering levels. A few more, and he might even break through to the second tier of martial saint. And if he tore out Yizhong's heart and fused the 9-yang dragon vein with his own body, just how powerful would he become? The thought alone sent thrills down his spine. With this bloodline, he'd no longer be bound by the Yi family's ancient rules. Not even the patriarch could order him around. Why do I feel dizzy? A sudden sluggishness weighed on Yifan's mind, his energy flow growing erratic. Must be the blood's potency, too much at once. Too exhilarated to dwell on it, he focused on his next step, carving out Yizhong's heart and seizing the 9-yang dragon vein. A bloodline this rare would invite endless covetous eyes if word got out. Heh! Yizhong, don't blame your second elder for being cruel. Blame the Yi family for your birth. Raising his dagger, he channeled energy into the blade and aimed for the heart. Bastard! Let him go! Release the pavilion master. I'll fight you to the death. Unhand our master. Outside the courtyard, Pang Hai, Yi Changfeng, and Yamada Keiko struggled forward, desperate to intervene. But a mere flick of Yifan's wrist sent them flying with a surge of martial energy. No more delays. The longer this drags on, the riskier it gets. Gritting his teeth, Yifan drove the dagger downward. He had to extract the heart and end this now. According to the patriarch, the 9-yang dragon vein was tied to karma. Delaying invited unforeseen variables. Thunk. The blade met flesh, the resistance of muscle and bone palpable. Did it work? The last stellar reversal. Just as the dagger pierced skin, Yifan heard Yizhong mutter under his breath. He paid it no mind. Even if the Jade Emperor himself descended, nothing can stop me now. Yizhong's dagger twisted inside flesh, attempting to sever Yifan's heart from his other organs. This way, it would be easier to extract the heart later. But to Yizhong's frustration, why did his arm feel so wrong? Yifan was clearly standing right in front of him. Logically, All he had to do was thrust the dagger forward and give it a simple twist inside Yifan's chest. Yet now, Yi Zhong felt as though his arm had been reversed, bent into a hooked position, as if he were standing behind Yifan, reaching forward to claw at his chest from the front. It was unnatural. Damn it! If Yifan weren't standing right there, Yi Zhong would have sworn he was digging into his own heart. Digging into his own heart? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Yi Zhong noticed blood dripping from his wrist. Then, a searing pain erupted in his chest. Yi Zhong looked down in disbelief, and his eyes nearly burst from their sockets. What the hell? What kind of sorcery is this? Am I really stabbing my own heart? Worse, he realized his position had shifted. He had definitely been standing in front of Yifan earlier, but now Yifan was gone, and he was standing where Yifan had been. The dagger that should have pierced Yifan's heart was now in his own grip, twisting inside his own chest, gouging out his own heart. If he hadn't experienced it himself, Yi Zhong would have never believed it possible. What kind of monster is this Yifan? How did he pull this off? He had completely sealed Yifan's vitality and energy. How could Yifan still move, let alone pull off such an insane reversal, forcing him to stab himself? Was it really just those 3 words, stellar reversal, that held such terrifying power? Yi Zhong was losing his mind. His heart had been pierced, and he'd even twisted the blade inside. The damage was catastrophic. But worse than the pain was the sheer terror gripping him. Forget dignity. Yi Zhong scrambled backward, desperate to yank the dagger out. As a martial saint, even with a wounded heart, he could still fight, albeit weakened. At peak first-level martial saint, he could still overpower Yifan if he acted fast. But while Yi Zhong plotted, so did Yifan. The golden energy surging from the 9 dragon markings had bought him this final chance, and he wouldn't waste it. True, his vitality had been sealed, but the energy from the markings had not only healed his wounds but also shattered all restraints on his body. Outwardly, Yifan still appeared immobilized. In truth, he was free, and he'd been waiting for this moment. Now success. As Yi Zhong tried to retreat, Yifan blinked in front of him, grinning, and slammed his palm against the dagger's hilt. He aimed to drive the blade completely through Yi Zhong's heart. If the heart was destroyed, even if Yi Zhong survived, his strength would plummet below martial saint level. And that, paired with Yifan's hidden cards, would spell Yi Zhong's end. Humph, you little bastard. I did underestimate you. Die! Yi Zhong was furious. He abandoned the dagger, blocking Yifan's strike with one hand, while his other lashed out with a killing blow. Boom! This was his ultimate technique, a strike fueled by his full martial saint power. Yi Zhong knew, if this didn't kill Yifan, his own wounded heart would leave him vulnerable to Yifan's tricks. The blast obliterated Yifan, reducing him to scraps. A burnt paper scent hung in the air. Dead? Yi Zhong exhaled, but suspicion gnawed at him. This Yifan had the 9 yang meridians. His blood held immense power. Even if he couldn't fully control it, how could he die this easily? Something's wrong. His eyes locked onto the floating paper scraps and horror struck. No! A puppet corpse? He'd heard of the puppet corpse sect in Hunan, masters of animating paper effigies. Damn it! If that was just a decoy. Move! Yifan's real attack was coming. But, too late. Heh! Second grandpa's quite knowledgeable. A voice right against his chest. Stab! A blade pierced Yi Zhong's heart from behind and burst out his front. Yifan's entire arm had rammed through his torso. Arg! Agony nearly knocked Yi Zhong unconscious. Boom! He blasted the Yifan in his grasp, only for it to also crumble into paper. Another puppet. Yifan had hundreds of these. After discovering their usefulness, he'd prepared dozens, each inscribed with talismans, for emergencies. Today, they'd saved his life. Now, the real Yifan stood 10 meters away, watching coldly. Yi Zhong's condition was deteriorating. With his heart pierced twice, his energy leaked like a punctured balloon. His face was ashen. Huff! Huff! He sealed the wound with energy, glaring. You think? A pierced heart? means you've won. A sinister aura swirled around him, preparing a final strike. Yifan shielded his grandfather and Pang Hai, unfazed. Oh, there's more. He snapped his fingers. Second grandpa, your head must feel heavy. And if the poison kicks in now. Wah! Yi Zhong's vision swam. Nausea hit. Splurt. Black blood vomited from his mouth. Poison? When did you? During the battle earlier, Yi Zhong had been extremely vigilant, yet he hadn't detected even a hint of poison emanating from Yifan. Moreover, as a martial saint, any ordinary toxin would be instantly repelled and neutralized by his martial energy before it could even get close. Humph! Trying to scare me? Do you think I'm a coward? Yi Zhong sneered, swiftly sealing the blood flow around the wound in his heart, as he glared coldly at Yifan. Listen here, you little bastard. You're dead today. This Yifan was terrifying. At such a young age, he possessed shrewd tactics and terrifying skill. With only the strength of an 8th-rank martial emperor, he could hold his own against a martial saint. If allowed to grow further, how would the ancient Yi clan possibly defend itself when Yifan eventually came knocking? Yi Zhong knew the truth. Yifan would inevitably uncover the secrets of the ancient Yi clan, because there, in that clan, awaited someone Yifan held dear. True, I didn't actively poison you. Yifan smirked sinisterly, his fingers already weaving another formation for his final assault. But you forgot one thing. Just now you ingested my blood, and the poison was in it. Gush! Yi Zhong's chest heaved violently as he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face grew paler, his expression graver. You, truly ruthless. Yi Zhong channeled his martial energy frantically, trying to expel the toxin. But the effort forced him to split his focus. Part of his energy staunched the gaping wound in his heart, while the rest battled the poison. Already weakened to the 9th-rank martial emperor, his strength dwindled further. Now he had no choice but to brace for Yifan's assault. And Yifan? He'd been waiting for this exact moment. Whoosh! In a blink, Yifan teleported before Yi Zhong. His blade carved 8 phantom arcs through the air, striking from all directions. Despite Yi Zhong's injuries, Yifan didn't dare underestimate a martial saint. Holding nothing back, he unleashed everything. Absolute domain, blazing ember, exorcism array, even the Hellren slash, taught to him by the dragon seal ring. Every lethal technique surged toward Yi Zhong in a desperate, all-out barrage. Boom! Boom! The earth shook as deafening explosions erupted within a 30-meter radius. The air itself fractured under the crushing martial energy, screeching as it tore apart. Reality itself seemed to distort, thickening like viscous syrup. Pang Hai and Yi Changfeng, who'd initially rushed to assist, froze mid-step. Feeling the warped energy saturating the battlefield, they realized their intervention would only hinder Yifan. With a signal to Yamada Keiko, they retreated hastily. Watching Yifan's relentless assault, Keiko's eyes gleamed with admiration. She bit her lip lightly. This is my master's power? A mere 8th-rank martial emperor, matching a martial saint. Her voice trembled with resolve. Mother was right. I must strive harder. She'd made up her mind. From this day forth, she'd serve as Yifan's most devoted attendant. Day and night, by his side always. Opportunity knocks but once. Damn it! Yi Zhong barely mustered his martial energy when Yifan's onslaught crashed down. The sheer pressure choked his breath, legs nearly buckling under the weight of impending death. He abandoned all attempts to purge the toxin or tend to his wound, funneling every shred of energy to stabilize at 9th-rank martial emperor. Forbidden techniques ignited, every trump card activated to counter the blazing ember. Absolute domain. You little fiend. I'll drag you to hell even if it kills me. Yi Zhong roared, veins bulging. The humiliation burned. A martial saint, battered by a junior. I may be wounded, but killing you is still within my grasp. Now, both combatants had laid bare their arsenals. Deadlock. The final struggle came down to raw strength. 9th-rank martial emperor versus 8th. On paper, an insurmountable gap. Yi Zhong clung to that confidence. until Yi Fan smiled again. That godforsaken, spine-chilling smile. Cold sweat drenched Yi Zhong's back. Every time that grin appeared, disaster followed. Dear granduncle, I saved the best for last. Shriek. A whistle pierced the air, triggering the dormant poison goo. Pop, pop, pop. Black and gold beetles erupted from Yi Zhong's abdomen, arms, veins, bursting through flesh in a macabre ballet of gore. Poison goo. When the hell? How? A martial saint's body was ironclad. Yi Fan's smirk deepened. You left a gaping hole in your heart. Remember? The goo larvae hitched a ride on the dagger that stabbed you. Now, Yi Zhong's body resembled a sieve. His 9th rank power crumbled. 8th, 7th. In under 5 minutes, Yi Fan had deployed absolute domain, teleportation, exorcism array, lethal poison, Miaojiang Gu sorcery, celestial displacement. Each revelation fractured Yi Zhong's psyche. When did the younger generation become this monstrous? For harming my family, die! Yi Fan's Hellren slash descended without mercy. 8 blade phantoms sealed every escape. Trapped by absolute domain and the exorcism array, Yi Zhong moved sluggishly. No retreat. Teeth gritted. He raised his saber in a doomed parry. Boom! Twin tornadoes of force collided. Shockwaves rippled visibly, flattening buildings in a 10-meter radius. Crack! Yi Zhong's saber shattered. The unstoppable slash split his defensive aura, carving downward from his shoulder, until abruptly it halted. Yi Zhong's bloodshot eyes gleamed. Fool! Did you think I lacked trump cards? 3,000 crimson threads erupted from his palm, skewering Yi Fan's body, binding every meridian, every vein. Instant paralysis. Yi Fan stood frozen, a living puppet ensnared in Yi Zhong's web. Yi Fan stood frozen in midair, gripping his battle blade tightly. Damn it! In his mind, he cursed every ancestor of Yi Zhong's down to the 18th generation. I was careless. These old monsters had far more tricks up their sleeves than he'd anticipated. If he'd known, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. The 3,000 crimson threads seemed sentient, locking down every cell in his body. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't muster even a wisp of martial energy. Though Yi Zhong was severely wounded, his heart pierced, his blood vessels ruptured, and his body poisoned, his strength still hovered between the 6th and 7th tiers of the martial emperor realm. Worse, with Yi Fan now under his control, even Pang Hai and the others dared not intervene recklessly. You little bastard, never saw this coming, did you? Yi Zhong sneered, finally exhaling in relief now that Yi Fan was completely subdued. Don't even think about burning these threads with your flames, it's useless. My 3,000 crimson threads are no ordinary treasure. Ha! Heaven favors me. At Yi Zhong's taunt, Yi Fan activated his demon eye, tracing the threads back to their source. To his shock, they originated from a fleshy red orb embedded in Yi Zhong's palm. If I can sever that orb from his wrist, the threads will lose their master. Once I'm free, the tables will turn completely. Don't any of you dare move, or I'll kill him on the spot. Yi Zhong barked, noticing Yamada Keiko, Yi Changfeng, and Pang Hai shifting cautiously in the distance. TCH, once I recover and purge these toxins, I'll settle accounts with every last one of you. Though weakened, the thought of seizing Yi Fan's 9 yang meridians and the limitless power they promised sent a thrill of excitement through him. Damn brat. Bet you never imagined it'd end like this, huh? Smack. Yi Zhong backhanded Yi Fan, sending him crashing to the ground. Planting a foot on Yi Fan's face, he glared down with venom. You stabbed my heart, cut off my ear. I'll repay it all 100-fold. Whoosh. Yi Zhong channeled his martial energy, forcing the venomous parasites out of his body in a dark, writhing cloud. As a martial saint, his physique was monstrously resilient. Had those parasites not infiltrated through his heart wound, they'd never have breached his defenses. Squelch! Squelch! The parasites scattered like a malevolent mist, their dispersal masking the approach of a crimson-clad beauty who materialized behind Yi Zhong. Whoosh! Just as Yi Zhong began expelling the toxins, a dagger plunged toward his heart. What the? Yi Zhong's hair stood on end. With no time to draw his blade, he desperately raised his palm to block. Thanks to Yi Fan's earlier stellar reversal technique, Yi Zhong's heart was already half destroyed. Another strike would be fatal, no deity could save him then. Thunk! The dagger pierced clean through his hand, then twisted. Crack! Bone shattered. A gaping hole tore open in his palm and the fleshy orb controlling the crimson threads was severed. Thwum! The orb shot along the threads, embedding itself into Yi Fan's left hand in a flash of fusion. A surge of ancient, foreign knowledge flooded Yi Fan's mind, its oppressive will seeking to obliterate his soul. But at the critical moment, the ember flame within him flickered. A scorching aura enveloped the orb's consciousness, incinerating it to nothingness. Only pure information remained. Though he lacked time to process it fully, Yi Fan grasped the basics. This was an ancient parasitic spirit beast capable of symbiosis or host domination. Previously, Yu Zhong had suppressed its will. Now freed, it had sought refuge in Yi Fan, only to meet its end at the ember flame's mercy. Yet its powers remained intact. With a thought, Yi Fan retracted the threads from his body, restoring his mobility. His palm appeared utterly normal, no trace of the orb remained. My hand. My threads. Yu Zhong's face paled as despair gripped him. It's over. The crimson threads had been his last trump card. Now, not only was Yu Fan free, but he also had a martial saint ally, none other than Yi Wansu, who stood panting heavily, her chest heaving with exertion. She had sprinted here at breakneck speed after Pang Hai's call, arriving just in time. Whoosh! Yi Zhong bolted, but before Yi Wansu could act, Yi Fan stopped her. Wife, no need. Your man's got this. With a flick of his wrist, the 3,000 crimson threads erupted, ensnaring Yi Zhong in a net of control. SCZT. In an instant, Yi Zhong was paralyzed just as Yi Fan had been moments ago. Reversal. Then another reversal. Yi Zhong's mind reeled. How? How did Yi Fan master the threads so quickly? It must be the 9 yang meridians. Back when Yi Zhong had first subdued the spirit beast, it had cost him dearly. Yet Yi Fan had tamed it effortlessly. Come here. Yi Fan's fingers twitched, and like a puppet, Yi Zhong staggered forward. Thud. And knelt. Second granduncle, such courtesy is unnecessary. You're the elder, how could I accept your bow? Yi Zhong nearly spat blood. You shameless bastard. You're the one controlling me. If you can't do it, I'll kill him, Yi Wansu said coldly, her gaze sharp enough to flay flesh. Leaving him alive is just asking for trouble. Damn bastard. I finally find a man and you nearly made me a widow? How could I not hate you? Although Yi Wansu's attitude toward Yi Fan had improved somewhat, her demeanor toward others remained as cold as ever. As she spoke, Yi Wansu gripped her battle blade and strode toward Yi Zhong, intent on beheading him. Only by severing his head could a martial saint-level expert be truly killed. Otherwise, the regenerative abilities of a martial saint were terrifying. Even if Yi Zhong's heart had been reduced to ruins, as long as he still drew breath, given enough time, he could fully recover. Hold on, first seed of the vermilion bird. Just as Yi Wansu was about to strike, Pang Hai swiftly intercepted her. First seat, reconsider. While it's true that Yi Zhong is now at our mercy, killing him would be effortless, you must consider the consequences. If Yi Zhong dies, the Pavilion Master will undoubtedly draw the full attention of the ancient martial Yi family. Once their patriarch is alerted, the Pavilion Master's life will be in grave danger. Beside them, Yi Changfeng frowned in agreement. Elder Pang is right. If this bastard dies, the secret of Yi Fan's bloodline will be exposed. The ancient martial Yi family will spare no effort to hunt him down. As the Vermilion Bird's first seat, Yi Wansu was no fool. After a brief moment of reflection, she grasped the logic behind their warnings. Though she had broken through to the martial saint realm with Yi Fan's aid, the celestial divination pavilion was already fractured internally. Facing the might of the ancient martial Yi family would be a losing battle. Damn it. Though she yearned to tear Yi Zhong apart, she knew he couldn't be killed, not now. Under Yi Fan's control, Yi Zhong listened to their exchange and quickly pieced together the situation. His despair melted into smug arrogance. Heh. Smart move. Yi Fan, you'd best release me at once. Since you've shown some sense, I'll be merciful when I carve out your heart. I might even let you live, though you'll be reduced to a mere mortal. Still, isn't a dog's life better than none? Rest assured, I keep my word. Kill me and the ancient martial Yi family will descend upon you. Once the patriarch takes action, none of you will survive. So why not compromise? With the weight of the ancient martial Yi family behind him, Yi Zhong straightened his back, oozing confidence. Damn it. Why didn't I think of this sooner? With the ancient martial Yi family backing me, what's there to fear? Ha! I'm walking out of here alive. The moment I'm free, I'll mobilize the family's enforcers and hunt Yi Fan down. That 9-dragon bloodline will be mine. Silence. Yi Wansu's rage flared. With a flick of her blade, she severed Yu Zhong's other ear. Push me and I'll make you wish for death. Ah! You damn bitch, Yu Zhong howled, his fury boiling over. Now, both ears were gone, perfectly symmetrical. He was about to unleash another tirade when Yi Fan stepped forward, his icy glare sending a shiver down Yi Zhong's spine. Second grandfather, you're right. We can't kill you, not yet. I still need time to grow strong enough to face the ancient martial Yi family. But there are other ways to deal with you. Yi Fan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Tell me, second grandfather, have you heard of a soul contract? The words sent a ripple of shock through the room. Yi Wansu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yi Fan, you mean that legendary binding ritual, the one that shackles life and soul? Yi Fan nodded. As it happens, I know a thing or two about it. Just the night before, he had forged a soul contract with the netherworld bloodworm. Pavilion Master, you're incredible. Master is truly peerless. Pang Hai and Yamada Keiko exhaled in relief. As elite martial artists, they had heard whispers of the soul contract's terrifying power, a forbidden art lost to time. Don't mock me, Yi Fan. Who do you think you are? The soul contract is a millennia-old myth. You expect me to believe you've mastered it. Yi Zhong sneered, but Yi Fan was already moving. A drop of blood welled on Yi Fan's fingertip as he extracted a few drops of heart blood from Yi Zhong's gaping chest wound. With swift precision, he wove the fluids into an intricate, archaic sigil and pressed it onto Yi Zhong's forehead. A flash of light seared into flesh, the mark vanishing beneath Yi Zhong's skin. Then Yi Fan retracted the crimson threads of his spirit, freeing Yi Zhong. That's it? Yi Zhong blinked, bewildered. He felt no different. Yi Fan, you're a fool to release me. Did you forget I could still kill you, Thud. The moment the word kill left his lips, Yi Zhong convulsed, blood spewing from his mouth. A searing agony erupted in his mind as though his soul were ablaze. He collapsed, writhing and clawing at his skull. Ah! My head, what's happening? Yi Fan smiled faintly. That second grandfather is the soul contract. From this moment onward, you are my servant. Any thought or action against me will trigger it. Mild cases burn your soul, severe ones erase it entirely. Test it if you doubt me. You little Yi Fan, you wretched Another wave of torment silenced him. Even cursing him is impossible. Yi Zhong tried again and again, only to confirm the horrifying truth. He could only speak well of Yi Fan and act in his interest. Any hostile thought was stifled before it could form. Don't waste effort trying to break it. Only I can dissolve the contract, or your death will nullify it. Of course, if I die, you perish with me. But if you die, I remain unharmed. Even my injuries, you'll share the pain. To demonstrate, Yi Fan drew a knife and sliced his own arm. Ack! Yi Zhong screamed, clutching his uninjured arm as phantom pain lanced through it. Despair crushed him. What kind of monstrous art is this? My life is bound to his now? If he dies, I die. Does that mean I must pray for his safety every damned day? Any further questions, second grandfather? And none. Yi Zhong deflated, his defiance extinguished. With a trembling bow he muttered, "This servant, Yi Zhong, pays homage to his master." The words dripped with forced reverence, a caged beast surrendering to its tamer. Then you know what to report when you return to the ancient martial Yi family? Yi Fan's smirk was effortless. Why yes. The Yunqing Yi family is insignificant. Yi Fan's bloodline holds no secrets. Yi Zhong replied meekly, docile as a lamb. What about the Yi family's map fragment? Yi Fan looked at Yi Zhong with satisfaction. It seemed the soul contract was truly effective. Previously, Yi Fan had only experimented quietly with birds, cats, and dogs. Last night's encounter with the netherblood parasite was his first real test, and now Yi Zhong was the second. Master, spare me. The patriarch sent me to Huadu primarily to deal with the evil spirit. As for the Yi family, the patriarch never inquired. It was all my own doing. Thud. As he spoke, Yi Zhong dropped to his knees before Yi Fan. So that's how it is. Yi Fan inwardly sighed in relief. If the ancient martial Yi family's patriarch hadn't yet noticed him, that only worked in his favor. With Yi Zhong covering for him, he could buy himself months, maybe even a year, without issue. You're forgiven, Yi Fan said coolly. As for the evil spirit, don't waste your time. I've already destroyed it, and the divine fragment you sought beneath it is now mine. Destroyed? Master, you eliminated the evil spirit. Yi Zhong stared at him in shock, his mind reeling. It must be the power of the 9-yang meridian. Incredible. To suppress even an evil spirit. Ah! For a fleeting moment, Yi Zhong cursed inwardly, why couldn't I seize the 9-yang meridian for myself? But the soul contract's oppressive force instantly crushed the thought. That's wonderful. Congratulations, Master. Is there anything else you require of me? If not, this servant will take his leave. His ears had been severed and his heart bore severe injuries. Even as a martial saint, recovery or transplantation would take time. Nothing else. Tend to your wounds, then head to Shangjing once you've recovered. Scout the Prince of Jin's forces. If he has martial saints or stronger at his side, fight one. Preferably until they're incapacitated. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. The Prince of Jin was the mastermind behind the attack on the Yi family. This vengeance Yi Fan would claim personally. He would offer the prince's head at the graves of his uncles and 7 elder brothers. According to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's intelligence, the prince had recently been courting even more formidable allies. If true, sending Yu Zhong to test them was prudent. As you command. With a tap of his foot, Yi Zhong vanished. Xiao Fan, letting him go like this, won't it backfire? If the ancient martial Yi family discovers our Yunqing branch, the consequences. Elder Yi Changfeng watched the departing figure, his face lined with worry. Deep down, he harbored another secret, one Yi Fan's mother had insisted remain hidden until he broke through to martial saint. If Yi Fan learned the truth now, he'd storm the ancient martial Yi family without hesitation. Don't worry, grandfather. The soul contract's hold is absolute. I've tested it for years without fail. It's like branding Yu Zhong's very soul. From now on, he's my dog, a hidden blade within the ancient martial Yi family. Yi Fan's gaze darkened as he recalled Chen Tang, the young master of the Netherworld Holy Land. That brat might as well call me godfather. With one of the 4 great holy lands tied up dealing with him, the Netherworld Holy Land wouldn't pose an immediate threat. For now, Yu Zhong's cover would block any suspicious reports about the Yunqing Yi family. The patriarch wouldn't notice Yi Fan for a long time, enough to settle scores with the Prince of Jin and recover his brother's map fragments. As for his old enemies in the Divine Gate, any moves they made would likely be minor probes. With another major threat temporarily neutralized, Yi Fan finally allowed himself a breath of relief. Wife, thank you for today. How about a kiss as thanks? He smirked at Yi Wansu, resplendent in her crimson dress. Humph. Dream on. This was for the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion for the Great Xia. Despite her words, she waved to her assistant. A truck laden with gifts rumbled forward. Nearby, Yi Changfeng massaged his temples. Is this grandson of mine cursed with eternal romance? First inheriting 7 stunning sisters-in-law as wives, and now, in less than a month, rumors swirled of new conquests. Ren Shuiying, Qiuwan, even the imperial consort had spent half the night with him. And now, the vermilion bird seat of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, a martial saint herself, had fallen for his charms? Grandfather Wansu pays her respects. I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I prepared a few small gifts. Please accept them. Before Yi Changfeng could process it, Yi Wansu bowed deeply, then gestured to the truck. The tarp slid away, revealing a staggering haul: milk, tonics, fine clothes, jade, antiques, premium liquor, cigarettes, even a 2-meter-tall red coral. My apologies, seat. We could only gather this much on short notice, the assistant said nervously. Yi Changfeng was speechless. This is a few small gifts? This could pass for a dowry. Miss, this is far too much, it's practically bridal offerings, he said with a warm smile. He adored Yi Fan's 7 wives, but Yi Wansu, exquisite in looks, peerless in strength, would be a formidable ally. And he approved. Romance was Yi Fan's domain, he wouldn't interfere. If grandfather finds it lacking, I'll ensure proper ceremonies at the wedding, Yi Wansu replied demurely. Yi Fan coughed. So you've agreed to marry me? Silence. The docile granddaughter-in-law vanished, replaced by an icy glare. Win against me first, then we'll talk. Yi Fan sulked. Damn woman, flaunting your martial saint status. Just you wait. I'll train harder, refine my bones, surpass you, and one day I'll have you beneath me. Ha! Yi Changfeng and Pang Hai, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle at Yi Fan's current state. Especially Yi Changfeng. Ever since learning of Yi Fan's awakening, he had never seen anyone capable of keeping the young man in check. After all, Yi Fan was simply too powerful. Even his 7 stunning sisters-in-law, including the eldest, Yu Linglong, whom Yi Fan had once saved in the Pinglai Gorge, had likely fallen into his embrace. Now, having a delicate granddaughter-in-law like Yi Wansu to rein him in was just perfect. Wansu, I'll leave Xiao Fan in your care from now on. He's still young and needs moderation in many aspects. With you watching over him, I can rest easy. Yi Changfeng spoke while casting a meaningful glance at Yi Fan. Though the Yi family's lineage was dwindling and they certainly needed to expand their bloodline. His grandson already had 7 sisters-in-law. He couldn't just go around sowing his seeds recklessly. Yi Fan, standing to the side, felt a pang of frustration. What does he mean by he needs moderation? Grandpa, am I really the kind of person? After exchanging a few polite words with Yi Changfeng, Yi Wansu took her leave. Glancing at the time, Yi Fan realized it was almost 5 p.m. He remembered his sister-in-law, Qing Rulin, mentioning a business banquet at that hour, one she wanted him to accompany her to. Rulin, my love, just send me the address for the banquet. Time's tight, let's meet directly at the entrance. Meanwhile, in the demolition zone, the site of the supernatural disturbance in Huadu. Though the first wave of martial families that rushed in had already been wiped out by Yi Fan's deathly aura, more and more powerful martial artists and clans continued to pour into the area. Yet, despite turning the entire zone upside down, they found no trace of the supernatural entity, nor the divine fragment rumored to coexist with it. What's going on? Half an hour ago, reports said the entity was still active here. How could it just vanish? You think someone already destroyed it and took the divine fragment? Brother, don't joke around. The martial world has existed for centuries and supernatural disturbances have happened many times. When has anyone ever completely eradicated one? At best, reclusive sects like the Buddhist and Xuanzong factions can reinforce seals or drive the entities away from cities. Then where the hell did it go? According to intel, the only people who came through here were that so-called idiot young master of the Yi family and Pang Hai, the steward of the Tianji Pavilion. Could they have taken it? Ugh, whatever. Keep searching. Don't spout nonsense. Haven't you heard? The great Xia royal family has already endorsed the Yi family's establishment of the Grand Preceptor's manor. Who knows if Yi Fan's really an idiot or just pretending? Don't go looking for trouble. Pfft. Scared? Mortal dynasties can bark at us all they want, but in front of the immortals of the ancient martial world, they wouldn't dare raise a single complaint. Countless martial artists continued scouring the demolition zone, unaware that Yi Fan had already annihilated both the supernatural entity and the first wave of intruders. News of the entity's sudden disappearance, along with the unexplained vanishing of numerous martial clans and experts, quickly reached the royal court in Shangjing. Emperor Ji Yuchen set down the documents in his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips as his female attendant delivered the report. Yi Fan and the Tianji Pavilion steward went to the demolition zone together, and then the entity vanished? Interesting. Back when Yi Fan was still in Yunqing, the Su family had been suppressed, only for the Jiuzhou group to inexplicably intervene. At the time, everyone had been baffled. Why would Jiuzhou help the Su corporation? Now, Ji Yuchen finally understood. This guy's been hiding his cards deep. Even an organization as formidable as the Tianji Pavilion is under his command. If he ever gains control of all 4 divisions, what kind of terrifying force would that be? Even the royal family would have to tread carefully. Sigh. Rubbing his temples, Ji Yuchen felt a twinge of relief at his earlier decision. By endorsing the Yi family's rise to the Grand Preceptor's manor and fostering goodwill, he had at least ensured the royal family wouldn't end up as Yi Fan's enemy. Your Majesty, with the entity's sudden disappearance, should the royal court launch an investigation? The attendant asked cautiously, studying the emperor's shifting expression. No need. I'll handle this matter myself. Ji Yuchen was certain Yi Fan was behind the entity's eradication. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of heaven-defying power does this foolish young master truly possess to annihilate even a supernatural entity? Your Majesty, Imperial Consort Ji Ningxuan has arrived. Shall I let her in? A guard's voice sounded at the door. Grant her entry. Ji Yuchen had summoned Ningxuan to discuss Yi Fan's performance the previous night, particularly during the handling of the Netherblood worms. Moreover, with Qin Yao, the commander of the Zhenwu division, openly backing Yi Fan, Ji Yuchen needed to personally gauge Ningxuan's insights. In a royal court where Prince Jin's faction overshadowed even the emperor's authority, Ji Yuchen's only reliable allies were his consort and her father, the prime minister. This humble one greets your Majesty. As Ningxuan entered the hall, she bowed respectfully, though her usual icy composure was tinged with unease. For one, last night in Huadu, she and Yi Fan had kissed. And more. As the emperor's consort, engaging in such intimacy with another man was tantamount to delivering a pre-packaged, express-shipped cuckoldry. While alone with Yi Fan, it had been easier to dismiss. But now facing Ji Yuchen, guilt gnawed at her. Secondly, though her long dress concealed her figure, Ningxuan knew that beneath it she wore unusual attire. When summoned, she had been trying on costumes, sailor outfits, nurse uniforms, even a flight attendant's garb, snapping photos in secret. In her haste, she hadn't changed out of the nurse outfit now hidden under her robes. No need for formalities, Ningxuan. It's only been a few days, yet your skin looks even more radiant. So dewy and your cheeks are flushed. Ji Yuchen studied his childhood friend with a sigh. Despite growing up together, Ningxuan remained unaware of a critical truth. Emperor Ji Yuchen was not a man, but a woman. Once we're married, what then? Will we really have to rely on Yi Fan for assistance? Though he might not even agree. Today's meeting was also a chance to subtly probe Ningxuan's feelings and Yi Fan's temperament. Oh, Imperial Consort, why are you sweating? Ji Yuchen's lips curled faintly. Come closer. Why stand so far away? As Ningxuan hesitantly approached, the Emperor suddenly asked. After last night, what do you think of Yi Fan? Did you take any photos? The question nearly made Ningxuan's soul leave her body. Did the Emperor already know what happened? Ah! Ji Ningxuan was so frightened that she immediately dropped to her knees. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Ningxuan and Yi Fan truly didn't do anything last night. How could there be any photos? I was only injured by the netherblood worm and Yi Fan helped detoxify me. Every word I've said is true, Your Majesty. Please don't misunderstand. But did nothing really happen? Images flashed through Ji Ningxuan's mind, Yi Fan lifting her clothes to suck the poison from her chest, right on that sensitive spot. Wasn't that just like a baby nursing? Not to mention, she had even kissed Yi Fan afterward. It was her own recklessness, her own impulsiveness. Get up, get up. Ji Yuchen sprawled lazily in his chair. I was just curious about what kind of man Yi Fan, that prodigious genius, really is. It was just a casual question. Look how scared you are. I never said anything happened between you two. And even if something did happen, would I care? Do I seem that petty to you? Though Ji Yuchen had bound his chest and dressed as a man, his natural feminine charm was impossible to hide, especially his slender waist and alluring curves, making him breathtakingly beautiful. Ji Ningxuan, secretly relieved, gazed at Ji Yuchen with mixed emotions. Ji Yuchen had grown up in the imperial palace, living a life utterly different from ordinary people. Though they were childhood friends, they had only seen each other a few more times a month than others. And given Ji Yuchen's position, Ji Ningxuan understood the difficulties he faced ruling the imperial family, balancing the factions in court. Their engagement was likely just because she was the most suitable candidate. As for feelings? Beyond childhood companionship, there was little romantic affection between them. But even so, if Ji Yuchen knew what had really happened, would he truly not care? You might not care, but I do. After Yi Fan's bold advances last night, Ji Ningxuan had felt an inexplicable sense of belonging, as if she now belonged to him. The thought of anyone else touching her filled her with revulsion. She stood up. Your Majesty, Yi Fan is a very interesting man, but also a bit of a rogue. As she spoke, a faint smile tugged at her lips. Yi Fan's roguish grin flashed through her mind again. Though they had only spent one night together, it felt as if he had stolen her soul. Imperial Consort Ji Yuchen suddenly sat up, a sly smirk playing on his lips as he hooked a finger under Ji Ningxuan's chin. Tell me, what does it feel like to fall for someone? Ah! Ji Ningxuan's heart raced again. Was I that obvious? Do I really have feelings for Yi Fan? No. I told myself last night was just a moment of recklessness. After today, I have to forget everything. Ji Yuchen had risen too quickly, bumping into Ji Ningxuan and nearly knocking her over. In her panic, Ji Ningxuan reached out and grabbed Ji Yuchen's chest. Huh? The moment her hand made contact, she froze. Why is Ji Yuchen's chest so thick and soft? This wasn't how a man's chest should feel. A flicker of doubt crossed Ji Ningxuan's mind as she recalled their childhood together. After all these years as childhood friends, she had never seen Ji Yuchen use the men's restroom, never seen him bare his chest in public. While all the other boys swam in the river, Ji Yuchen had always stayed on the shore. Could it be? A bold suspicion formed in her mind. Is the Emperor, Ji Yuchen, actually a woman in disguise? Had enough. Ji Yuchen's breathing was slightly ragged, but he maintained his composure, feigning irritation. Sorry. Ji Ningxuan quickly withdrew her hand, still puzzled. Your chest, why is it so? It's nothing. Just well-developed pectorals. A faint blush crossed Ji Yuchen's face before vanishing. Now tell me more about Yi Fan. I want to know every detail. I wonder if establishing the Grand Preceptor's residence was the right decision. All right, Yi Fan is. Meanwhile, in Flower City. Following the address Qing Rulin had given him, Yi Fan took a taxi to the Flower City Grand Hotel. Today's business banquet, organized by the Flower City Chamber of Commerce, aimed to provide a platform for local entrepreneurs to network. Before Yi Fan even stepped out of the car, he saw a crowd of suited men clamoring at the hotel entrance, eagerly scanning every passing vehicle. Without an invitation, Yi Fan could only wait on the sidelines for Qing Rulin. Hey, move. This is my spot. If you want to ambush President Qing, go to the back. A bespectaced middle-aged man shoved Yu Fan aside, scowling. Huh? Yu Fan frowned. President Qing? Which President Qing are you all waiting for? The surname Qing was rare, and in Flower City, the only notable Qing family was his wife Rulins. Were all these people here for her? Kid, stop playing dumb, the man sneered. Everyone knows the Qing family secured the Jade Roughstone Agency deal with General Sampa of Myanmar. We're all here for a piece of the pie. Don't act innocent. If you want to wait, go to the back. Don't block me from currying favor. Yeah, kid, business has rules. Director Kai represents the Su family, one of Flower City's 8 great clans with backing from the capital. You'd better not make trouble. The crowd turned hostile glares on Yu Fan. Seriously? Yu Fan was baffled. He'd been in the news multiple times as deputy commander of the Black Tortoise Domain and during the establishment of the Grand Preceptor's residence. Were these people that oblivious? Hold on. If all you want is a chance to cooperate with the Qing family, why not talk to me? I know President Qing well. I can guarantee everyone a fair opportunity. The crowd burst into mocking laughter. Listen to this kid. Big talk for someone so young. Ha! Do you know how hard we've tried just to get a meeting with President Qing? And you think you can decide? Who do you think you are? I'm her. Yu Fan was about to say her husband, but the crowd cut him off. Quick! President Qing's car is here. Get lost, kid. With a collective shove, they pushed Yu Fan to the back as everyone surged toward a red Ferrari. President Qing. Over here. I'm Kai Xian from the Su group. Here's my card.